The Grand Princess Chapter 100 to Chapter 134. Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong in silence. Li Rong hurriedly said, 5 taels per piece. Look at how many pieces there are here. I can't help you. Pei Wenchuan's smile collapsed. He straightened up and said, I'm going to sleep. Hey, no. Li Rong hurriedly chased after him. Weren't you fine just now? Why are you suddenly going to sleep? Pei Wenchuan ignored her. He got on the bed and lifted the quilt. He lay down on the bed and covered himself with the quilt. Then, he closed his eyes. Li Rong sat on the side and gently pushed him. It's not a big deal. You just have to tell them. They won't embarrass you. Then, I won't sign the papers for the sons of aristocratic families. Can ordinary scholars do it? I'm not going. It's embarrassing. Pei Wenchuan closed his eyes and said decisively. Li Rong thought about it. Perhaps there were still some rules between men that she didn't understand. Pei Wenchuan had always been obedient to her. If he said he couldn't go, then it was probably really inconvenient. Since it wasn't a big deal, she let it go. She put the stack of papers on the table, washed up, and took off her clothes. Then, she returned to the bedside. Pei Wenchuan was sleeping by the bed. Li Rong patted him and said, move aside. I'll go in. Pei Wenchuan's back was facing her. He was wrapped in the quilt and didn't move. He closed his eyes and said, I won't let you. Climb on your own. Li Rong was angered by his attitude. She stood by the bed and said coldly, are you going to move aside or not? Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. Li Rong reached out to pull him. Pei Wenchuan felt that she was going to hit him. He straightened up and sat cross-legged to give up his position. Li Rong looked at him with ridicule and gracefully got on the bed. Pei Wenchuan was a little aggrieved by her glare. He always felt that he had lost. Seeing her lying down, he muttered in a low voice, just let me. Why are you so fierce? After saying this, Pei Wenchuan felt that he had won a round. He was finally satisfied and lay down to sleep. The next morning, Li Rong woke up and carried the stack of papers back to the inspection department. When Xianxia saw Li Rong, he went forward with hope. Your Highness, how is it? So soon? Pei Wenchuan doesn't want to do this. He thinks it's embarrassing. Li Rong handed the paper to Xianxia and said, don't bother with this. Give me Lu Hongquan's information. When Xianxia heard this, he wailed, Your Highness, you didn't keep your word. When did I promise you that I would get it back? Li Rong raised his hand and knocked Xianxia on the head with his fan. He sat back down on the table and said, I'll try it for you. Don't push your luck. When Xianxia heard this, he sighed. He didn't dare to trouble Li Rong anymore. He sat down and placed Lu Hongquan's information on the table. He sighed and said, it's all here. In the imperial court, after being an official for a long time, there would be some things that could be investigated. Li Rong asked the inspection department to investigate Lu Chunhang, and Xianxia quickly organized a batch of information and sent it over. Lu Chunhang didn't make any big mistakes in the Ministry of Personnel, but he made a lot of small mistakes. Li Rong couldn't even be bothered to look at such a case. However, this time, Lu Chunhang was in charge of the transfer of officials below the 5th rank in the Ministry of Personnel. Pei Wenchuan was going to enter the Ministry of Personnel, but it would be best if he was under Wang Howen's command. This way, the name list wouldn't have to be handed over to the Minister of Personnel, Wang Howen, for review. Nowadays, the imperial examinations weren't very important. If he entered the Ministry of Personnel, he could be assigned to be the chief examiner of the imperial examinations. In her previous life, this year's imperial examinations were ranked on the Dragon and Tiger rankings. There were many talented people. If Pei Wenchuan became the chief examiner of this year's imperial examinations, he would have many disciples in the imperial court after his birthday. He would also be able to grow his wings. In her previous life, not so many things had happened. These students had been honed in unimportant positions for many years before they began to show their talents. In this life, she had captured so many people, and so many positions in the imperial court were suddenly vacant. These students entered the imperial court, and with a little work, they were promoted much faster than in her previous life. Li Rong had already planned out Pei Wenxuan's route in her mind. She looked through Lu Hongquan's information and had a hidden guard report Lu Hongquan's location to her. Then, she personally went to the street to stop him. According to the hidden guard's information, Lu Hongquan was in a restaurant having fun with dancers. Li Rong went to the restaurant next door and booked a private room. Then, she had someone inform Lu Hongquan. Li Rong was drinking tea alone in the room. After a while, Lu Hongquan came in a panic. He knelt on the ground and said anxiously, "Your Highness, this official didn't know Your Highness was here. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. I'm just here for a meal." There's no need for official Lu to be so formal. Li Rong smiled and raised her hand. "Official Lu, please have a seat." Now was the time for officials to be transferred. Although Lu Hongquan's rank wasn't high, he held an important position in the Ministry of Personnel. Naturally, he knew that Li Rong wouldn't be looking for him just for a chat over tea. Li Rong personally poured tea for him. Lu Hongquan sat there cautiously and raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. He didn't dare to speak. "There's not much time left. I won't beat around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point." The sound of tea being poured could be heard in the room. Li Rong's tone was calm, as if she was just chatting. "This time, I'm here to ask official Lu for a favor. I heard that this time, the transfer of officials below 5th rank in the Ministry of Personnel will be decided by official Lu. I have someone here who is talented and has a good character. I would like to recommend him to official Lu to be an examiner. Would official Lu be able to help with this?" "Your Highness," Lu Hongquan revealed a troubled expression. "The position of examiner is currently full. The Ministry of Personnel doesn't have any plans to recruit someone for this position. If there's no position, we can create one." Li Rong smiled. "Isn't the Ministry of Personnel lacking a doctor? Just move the Minister Counselor to the position of the Minister Counselor and move the examiner to the position of the Minister Counselor. Wouldn't this position be available?" "Your Highness, since you're going through so much trouble," Lu Hongquan suggested. "Why don't you directly send the person you recommend to the position of the Minister Counselor?" Lu Hongquan didn't want to take on this hot potato. Li Rong listened to his words and looked at him with a smile. "Is official Lu declining?" "I wouldn't dare." Lu Hongquan hurriedly knelt down and said anxiously, "Your Highness is in trouble. This official will naturally do my best to help. However, the position of the examiner is too low. Your Highness, but I feel that he doesn't have enough experience. A single examiner is enough. What if I want him to be this position?" Lu Hongquan didn't answer. He knelt on the ground and thought hard about how to respond. Li Rong picked up his teacup and said slowly, "Official Lu, there's a box on the table. Open it and take a look." Lu Hongquan was more than happy to be able to lead this topic. He breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got up to open the box. As soon as the box was opened, the color of the gold bar came into view. Lu Hongquan was stunned and then immediately panicked. He put down his hand and the lid of the box closed with a click. Lu Hongquan hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed with all his might. "Your Highness, please spare my life. Your Highness, please don't make things difficult for me." Official Lu must be joking. "Am I making things difficult for you?" Li Rong used the teacup to stir the tea leaves. He leaned against the table and said leisurely, "I know official Lu's rules. That's why I specially brought the gold bar. Today, I will give official Lu a choice. How about official Lu accept this gold bar? Or," Li Rong put down the teacup and leaned forward. He smiled and said, "Official Lu, do you want to make a trip to the inspectorate?" Lu Hongquan's body stiffened. Li Rong leaned back in his chair and said carelessly, "You know my style. If you help me this time, if Wang Hoan asks, you just do your job. He can't do anything to you. If you don't help me, I don't care. It's just changing the person who helps me to sit in your position. Official Lu, you can't walk both sides of the road. You have to choose one. Do you want the gold or come to my inspectorate for a cup of tea? My son-in-law is a talented person." Li Rong lowered his head and touched his dyed nails. "As long as you don't do anything bad, he's more than qualified to be the inspectorate supervisor." I'm just asking you to do things impartially. Official Lu, or are you saying that you don't want to walk the right path and want to walk the crooked path? Lu Hengchun was silent for a long time. He finally made a decision. He took a deep breath and said, Your Highness, I can't make the decision on this matter. Whether or not I can enter the Ministry of Personnel and become the Inspectorate Supervisor depends on the son-in-law. I can only do things impartially. Your Highness, please rest assured. Li Rong understood Lu Hongquan's meaning. Since he was offending both sides, then he might as well not help anyone. However, with Pei Wenxuan's talent, if he didn't help anyone, he was more than qualified to be the Inspectorate Supervisor. Li Rong smiled and said, If official Lu says so, then I'm relieved. Lu Hengchun sighed. It's good that your Highness is satisfied. If there's nothing else, then this official will take his leave. Li Rong nodded and raised his hand. Take care, official Lu. Lu Hengchun bowed respectfully, then wiped his sweat and left. After he left, Xianxia walked in. Seeing Li Rong smile, she knew that it was a success. She sat down and said happily, Now, the personnel transfer list of the Ministry of Personnel is about to be confirmed. It's only a few days. Now, Lu Hengchun only needs to add the name of the prince consort. After adding it, even if Wang Howen finds out later, it'll be too late. Li Rong nodded and said slowly, Pei Wenxuan has entered the Ministry of Personnel and Xia Lanqing has left. Pei Liming is the temporary assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. When the Ministry of Personnel's transfer list is out, the Ministry of Justice's transfer list should be out as well. Pei Liming's position as the Minister of Justice should be secure. The Pei family will be more at ease with His Majesty filling the vacated position of the Shangguan family. However, Your Highness, I have a question. Xianxia picked up her cup. Li Rong replied, Speak. Your Highness, are you confident? Xianxia looked at Li Rong. Are you confident that you can control the Pei family? Li Rong didn't say anything. She drank her tea calmly. Your Highness, allow me to remind you. Xianxia sipped her tea and said gently, I support Your Highness in building your relationship with your wife. It's good to be harmonious. However, raising a cat is cute. Raising a tiger, you have to think more. I understand your concerns. Li Rong replied slowly, It's just that in times of crisis, we need to use some people. The positions occupied by the Shangguan family are too conspicuous. After the Pei family fills them, His Majesty will let down his guard. In the past few years, he has been thinking about suppressing the Shangguan family and seizing military power for Consort Rou. In the past 6 months, other than the Chuaner's marriage, he hasn't asked about these things, right? He thinks that I'm fighting with the Chuaner for power under Pei Wenxuan's instigation. He thinks that Pei Wenxuan, as a commoner, is willing to use me for benefits. Then, we'll put on a show for him. The Shangguan family will temporarily avoid the danger and support the commoners according to his wishes. In the end, he will find out that Pei Wenxuan is also one of us. Li Rong laughed, I don't know what he'll think. I'm afraid that he'll have the intention to kill Pei Wenxuan. Xianxia also laughed, but she thought for a while and said, However, His Majesty can't completely trust Pei Wenxuan. Now, he's indulging Your Highness because he feels that regardless of whether Your Highness and Pei Wenxuan are sincere in seeking refuge, they are indeed cleaning up the vermin in the court. If Pei Wenxuan has any disloyalty, he'll stop the losses in time. However, Your Highness, His Majesty can stop the losses in time. You have to be prepared. When Li Rong heard this, she looked up at her and said, What are you worried about? I'm worried that Your Highness will be seduced by beauty. Your Highness, Xianxia said seriously, I hope that Your Highness will be harmonious and happy, but I also hope that Your Highness will not forget your status. After all, the honor of the Shangguan family depends on Your Highness. Don't worry, Li Rong said leisurely, I'm more aware of this matter than you are. Very good, Xianxia nodded and said happily, with such a wise master like Your Highness leading the way, I'm relieved. Alright, today's matter is finished, I'll go back to work. When Li Rong heard this, he was a little curious, what else do you need to do? Since Your Highness isn't willing to help, I can only find another way. Li Rong raised his eyebrows and looked at Xianxia with cupped hands, Your Highness, I'll take my leave first. After saying this, Xianxia walked away. When Li Rong saw Xianxia's appearance, he couldn't help but ask someone to follow Xianxia to see what she was going to do. The secret guard followed Xianxia all the way and saw Xianxia go to the casino. He found Su Ronghua and handed a stack of paper to Su Ronghua. "This is it. Find those who have written their names on the paper and ask them to sign their names and write a sentence or something. Each piece of paper is 5 taels of silver. After the matter is done, you and I will split it 50-50. Su Ronghua looked at the thick stack of paper in Xianxia's hand and raised his eyebrows. "Eldest miss of the Xianguan family, why are you so busy with this little money? I lost it a few days ago, and I don't have any money for this month." Xianxia said with a serious face, "I plan to gather some capital and go back to the casino to earn back my money. I think it's better if you don't give money away." Su Ronghua frowned. Xianxia looked up at him. "Lord Su, are you going to help me or not?" Su Ronghua thought for a moment. "Who do you want to sign their names?" "You're willing to help?" Xianxia was happy. She handed a stack of paper to Su Ronghua. "This is mine. Ask them to write a few more sentences. Look, I want Chui Yulong, Lin Zifan, and that Xia Shangqing." Xianxia listed a bunch of names, and Su Ronghua maintained his smile. After listening to her, he nodded and took the paper back. He said with a smile, "Don't worry, leave it to me." "Really? Thank you so much." "You don't have to thank me." Su Ronghua said gently, "It's my duty to help you correct your vision. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for the eldest daughter of the Xianguan family to go blind at such a young age." Xianxia was a little confused. She watched as Su Ronghua took the paper and left. When night fell, Su Ronghua asked someone to send the paper back to Xianxia. Xianxia happily went to the door to receive the paper. When she received it, Xianxia's expression changed instantly. She saw that every piece of paper had the same handwriting. It said, "Su Ronghua, Huajing's most handsome man Su Ronghua, handsome and dashing Su Ronghua, both talented and good-looking Su Ronghua." Xianxia quickly flipped through the paper to see if there were any others who had written it. When she reached the end, she saw Su Ronghua's wild cursive handwriting. "Please repeat the above and recite the entire text." At the same time, he also sent a portrait of his handsome side profile. Next to it, he wrote, "I suggest you frame it in your bedroom for daily eye candy." Xianxia was driven mad by this narcissistic and crazy behavior. She didn't care that she was still at the door and frantically tore up all the paper, leaving only the portrait. Then, she pointed at the page boy who came to deliver the paper and said in a trembling voice, "Go back and tell him to wait. He's dead for sure. He is dead. Fixed. Dead." These things were reported to Li Rong by the spy that night. When Li Rong heard the spy's report, he spat out a mouthful of tea and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Su Ronghua, is he so unreliable?" Pei Wenchuan was reading the booklet at the side. When he heard this, he raised his head to look at Li Rong. Li Rong continued, "But seriously, how is the portrait that Su Ronghua sent to Xianxia? Is it pretty?" The shadow guard thought for a moment and replied, "It seems to be pretty good." "Then I'm a little curious. AI, did you tear the portrait?" The shadow guard shook his head. "No, Miss Xianguan had it framed." "You really framed it to look at?" Li Rong was a little confused by Xianxia's words. Pei Wenchuan was listening at the side. He put away the booklet and said indifferently, "Don't talk anymore, go to sleep." Li Rong saw that it was getting late and waved his hand to dismiss them. Li Rong slept. The next day, she went to the inspection department to see Xianxia. Before returning home, she coughed lightly and casually said, I heard that Su Ronghua sent you a portrait." "You framed it?" "What do you mean? Do you know what I framed it for?" Xianxia sneered. Li Rong turned to look at her. Xianxia clenched her fists. "I put him in the bedroom. Whenever I'm upset, I shoot him with darts and whip him to vent my anger." "You." Li Rong didn't know what to say for a moment. She thought for a long time and could only say, "You're quite creative." Xianxia nodded and sneered. "He better not let me have any evidence against him. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach him a lesson." Li Rong nodded. "I know. You're very strong. The two chatted as they returned home. Recently, Pei Wenchuan came back early. Li Rong entered the princess residence. Seeing that Pei Wenchuan didn't come to pick her up, she turned to ask Jing Mei, "Where's the prince consort? Why didn't he come to pick me up?" "The prince consort is busy." Jing Mei laughed. Today, the prince consort brought home many portraits of himself. He hung them in the bedroom, dining room, lobby, and garden. "What's he doing?" Li Rong exclaimed in shock. As she spoke, she saw Pei Wenchuan drawing something on the screen in the bedroom. Li Rong hurried forward. It was originally her favorite screen with peonies and butterflies. She was afraid that Pei Wenchuan would go crazy, so she quickly said, "Pei Wenchuan, what are you doing?" Pei Wenchuan smiled and turned to look at Li Rong. "Your Highness." Li Rong looked through the gap between him and saw a portrait of Pei Wenchuan on the screen. Pei Wenchuan smiled gently. "Yesterday, when I heard about eldest young Master Su's deeds, this official thought about it and felt that what eldest young Master Su said was right. Recently, scholars in the capital frequently come and go, and women's minds are impetuous. I was afraid that the appearance of the outside world would dirty your Highness's eyes. Therefore, I thought that it would be better to set up more portraits of this official in your Highness's residence so that your Highness can improve your aesthetic standards and brighten your eyes." "You?" Li Rong looked at the screen in shock. "Did you all discuss this beforehand?" "This official did ask a few of my good friends. Recently, they have all returned home to send portraits to Madame." Li Rong was silent for a long time. In order to make Pei Wenchuan sober, she raised her hand and said to the person beside her, "Go get the darts." Pei Wenchuan looked confused. Li Rong said seriously, "Since you all have discussed it, then we have also discussed it." "What are you doing?" Pei Wenchuan was a little surprised to see her sending someone to fetch the darts. Li Rong smiled faintly, "I know you learned this from Su Ronghua, but you should also ask Aya why she kept his portrait." Pei Wenchuan thought for a moment, then reacted, "She kept his portrait to vent her anger? What do you think?" Li Rong laughed out loud, "Could it be that she thinks of him when she sees it?" Pei Wenchuan understood and nodded, then waved to the person next to him, "Then take these portraits away." At this time, the Jingmei had already brought the darts over. Pei Wenchuan felt his heart skip a beat when he saw the darts. Before the darts were delivered to Li Rong, he raised his hand and directly moved the tray of darts into his hand. He turned his head and handed it to the servant next to him, instructing, "Sharp weapons can hurt people. Don't let His Highness touch these things. Hurry up." Pei Wenchuan turned his head and waved to the side, "Hurry up and take the portraits away." Li Rong smiled as he watched Pei Wenchuan instruct the servant to do these things. When Pei Wenchuan finished instructing, he walked with her to the study. "I heard that His Highness recently met with Lord Liu." Pei Wenchuan inquired, "Is His Highness busy with the transfer?" "Don't worry about this." Li Rong waved his hand, "It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning." "Don't worry. It seems that His Highness is very confident." Pei Wenchuan smiled, "This humble subject will wait for His Highness' good news." "Don't worry." Li Rong raised his fan and gently tapped Pei Wenchuan's chest, "When the time comes, I will definitely give you a surprise." Pei Wenchuan raised his eyebrows and raised his hand, saying, "Then this humble subject will thank His Highness first." Li Rong saw that Pei Wenchuan was serious and did not show any signs of his previous fawning attitude. She felt a little disappointed, coughed softly, and carefully said, "Pei Wenchuan, recently have you felt, Pei Wenchuan tilted his head, "What? Have you felt," Li Rong gestured, "that I seem to be treating you a little better?" When he heard Li Rong's words, Pei Wenchuan knew what Li Rong was thinking. He lowered his head and smiled, "Your Highness has always been good to this humble subject." "This humble subject? Don't you think there's more than before? He Rong His Highness is that humble? It's good that you know. My painstaking efforts have not been in vain." When Li Rong heard Pei Wenchuan's words, her heart immediately felt a little better. She turned her head and reached out to Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan raised his eyebrows, and Li Rong laughed, "Cultivating feelings, I'm used to it." Pei Wenchuan couldn't stop himself and finally laughed out loud. He reached out and held Li Rong's hand, and walked with Li Rong to the dining room. He smiled and said, "It's all up to your highness." Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong held his hand and whispered, "Tell me the truth." Pei Wenchuan looked at her sideways. Li Rong seemed a little happy. "Are you jealous?" "Your highness must be joking." Pei Wenchuan smiled. "Why would this humble subject be jealous?" "Oh, that's good." Li Rong nodded. "Aya has a meeting tomorrow. I plan to go and take a look. I heard that this year, there's a scholar surnamed Yang. The meeting at home isn't enough, and you want to go somewhere else?" Pei Wenchuan smiled. Li Rong turned to look at him. After staring at him for a moment, Li Rong laughed out loud. "You don't mean what you say." Li Rong turned her head and walked forward happily with her hands behind her back. Pei Wenchuan stood behind her for a moment, then he sneered, "What kind of repulsive melon is this? Are you blind?" After saying this, he raised his hand to rub his face, then recovered his usual gentle smile and followed Li Rong. Seeing that it was almost the end of February, Li Rong talked to the people in the Ministry of Personnel a few more times. After confirming that Pei Wenchuan's name had been added to the list of people to be transferred to the Ministry of Personnel, Li Rong finally felt relieved. Since Li Rong was in charge of this matter, Pei Wenchuan completely let go. He only occasionally asked about Li Rong's progress. When Pei Wenchuan asked, Li Rong felt annoyed. He raised his eyebrows and asked back, "Do you not believe me?" Pei Wenchuan choked and naturally didn't dare to say yes. He hurriedly said, "No, I'm just curious." After that, he didn't dare to ask again. However, he always liked to be in control of things. Now that he had handed over his official career to someone else, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He thought about this matter all day and couldn't sleep at night. However, when he saw Li Rong enthusiastically helping him, he couldn't say anything to discourage him. After all, Li Rong was good to him. With such a good start, he couldn't criticize Li Rong too much. Fortunately, this unbearable period didn't last long. On the 26th of February, the Imperial Court decided on the name list. After the name list was announced, if there were no objections within 7 days, the transfer would begin at the beginning of March. The name list was finally changed on the 25th. Li Rong was still worried, so he went to find Lu Chunheng again. After Lu Chunheng repeatedly confirmed that there were no problems, Li Rong was finally relieved. Lu Chunheng sent Li Rong out of the Lu estate. When they reached the door, Li Rong raised his hand to put on his hat. He turned to Lu Chunheng and said in a low voice, "Lord Lu, there's no need to send me off. This prince will take his leave first. Your Highness, take care." Lu Chunheng sent him off in a low voice. Li Rong boarded the carriage. The carriage made a clattering sound in the night as it started to leave. When Li Rong's carriage was far away, Lu Chunheng wiped his forehead. He heard an elegant voice in the dark, "Lord Lu, please wait." Lu Chunheng raised his head and saw a young girl dressed in luxurious clothes standing in the dark. Her hands were hidden in her sleeves, so he couldn't see her face clearly. He only heard her smile as she said, "This prince has come on the orders of Consort Ro to bring a message to Lord Lu." When Lu Chunheng heard this, his expression changed. He hurriedly said, "Lord Lu, please." Li Rong was very happy that she had completed her task. When she thought about how Pei Wenchuan would thank her for his promotion tomorrow, she felt a sense of satisfaction. She twirled her fan and closed her eyes as if she was enjoying something. Jing Lan raised his head and looked at Li Rong. He couldn't help but laugh. "Your Highness is helping the prince consort. You're happier than doing your own things." "I'm used to doing my own things," Li Rong calmly admitted with her eyes closed. "It's the first time I've been so worried about other people's plans." "Your Highness is also strange." Jing Mei poured tea for Li Rong. "Other people feel happy when a man helps a woman solve a problem. Your Highness doesn't feel happy when the prince consort dotes on you. Now that your Highness is doing something for the prince consort, you're very happy. What do you know?" Li Rong raised her head and looked at her. She was quite proud of herself. Being doted on isn't a skill. Doting on people is a skill. If someone dotes on you, you'll grow old sooner or later. If you dote on him, then it's different. If you like him, then you like him. If you don't like him, then you can leave. You have a lot of freedom. Your Highness is so open-minded. Jing Mei admired her a little. Jing Lan smiled and shook her head, Your Highness is used to being stubborn. Don't listen to her nonsense. How am I talking nonsense? Li Rong raised her eyebrows and looked at Jing Lan, What reason do you have? Your Highness, Jing Lan put the peeled melon seeds in front of Li Rong and said gently, When a person is happy for another person, there may not be any special reason. They just like it. Li Rong paused and heard Jing Lan continue, This isn't shameful. Yes, Li Rong nodded and looked out the window, This really isn't shameful. Jing Lan smiled and thought that Li Rong was shy, so she didn't say anything. Li Rong looked out the window at the heavy traffic. At the end of February, the weather began to warm up. There were more people on the streets and the night market was much more prosperous than before. She looked at the people coming and going on the streets. She looked at the young men and women walking by, talking and laughing. She clearly realized that Jing Lan said something wrong. She subconsciously avoided it, not because she felt embarrassed. She felt afraid. But she quickly restrained these emotions and just sat in her seat, listening to the two servant girls talk and laugh. She didn't say anything. After confirming with Lu Chunhang, Li Rong was no longer worried and slept very well that night. Pei Wenchuan, on the other hand, had trouble sleeping. This year's imperial examination was very important. Many of the officials who would come after this year's imperial examination. If he couldn't enter the Ministry of Personnel tomorrow, it would be difficult for him to apply to preside over the imperial examination. Pei Wenchuan suddenly regretted letting Li Rong handle this matter. But he also thought that with Li Rong's ability, there shouldn't be any problems. He tossed and turned at night, unable to sleep. Li Rong woke up in a daze and said in a daze, What are you doing? Pei Wenchuan froze. He hesitated for a moment, turned his head, and finally asked, Your Highness. Li Rong opened her misty eyes and looked at Pei Wenchuan, who had a serious expression on his face. Pei Wenchuan's expression was too serious, causing her to wake up immediately. However, she didn't wake up completely. She just looked at Pei Wenchuan. In the darkness of the night, looking at her with a burning gaze. At that moment, a thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Pei Wenchuan finally couldn't take it anymore and decided to make a move on her? Li Rong froze for a moment, feeling a little nervous. In her mind, the scene of the two of them in bed after their marriage in her previous life began to appear. Then, she thought about what would happen if she accidentally had a child. Would it be suitable for the child to be born now? If Pei Wenchuan left him, would she regret raising this child alone? Li Rong was dizzy from sleeping in the middle of the night, and her thoughts scattered. Pei Wenchuan saw her sleepy eyes and hesitated for a moment. He chose his words carefully and said, Your Highness, are you looking for Lu Hangchen today? Are you sure you're looking for the position of merit manager? Li Rong immediately calmed down when she heard Pei Wenchuan ask this. She instantly felt ashamed and angry at herself. She calmed herself down and said, What's wrong? Lu Hangchen is a gullible person. Your Highness, other than giving money, you're so annoying. Li Rong heard Pei Wenchuan's nagging and said in a pained voice, You're telling me this in the middle of the night? You might as well sleep with me. I'm not like you. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, Li Rong turned over and covered her ears with the quilt. Pei Wenchuan was speechless when he saw Li Rong's attitude. He lay on the bed and rested for a while. He felt that he should trust Li Rong a little more. He shouldn't always act like he did in the past and ruin Li Rong's plans and cause the two of them to be completely wiped out. He recalled the past when he smashed Li Rong's head and recalled Li Rong's achievements in the imperial court. He finally felt relieved. When the roosters began to crow, he reluctantly fell asleep. The next day, the two of them woke up. Li Rong slept well, but Pei Wenchuan had 2 dark circles under his eyes. Li Rong sized him up and couldn't help but ask, You didn't sleep all night? Pei Wenchuan smiled and said with a bit of sadness, Your Highness, I finally understand one thing. Li Rong raised his eyebrows. Pei Wenchuan said gently, This must be a test for me, right? Ah? Li Rong was a little confused. Pei Wenchuan was like a ghost. He walked out of the room with weak steps and walked with Li Rong to the imperial court. He had an open-minded smile and comforted himself, The two of us have been suspicious of each other for many years. When it comes to important matters, we've always done it by ourselves. We've never trusted others. This is the first time in my 2 lives that I've entrusted such an important matter to someone else. This can also be considered a test of your Highness's confidence. Li Rong listened to Pei Wenxuan's words and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Pei Wenxuan continued to comfort himself, "Your Highness is very outstanding. As an opponent, I've never doubted your Highness. Now, I should continue to trust your Highness. Not only do I trust that your Highness is wholeheartedly considerate of me, but I also trust that your Highness's ability is absolutely flawless. You can worry about the former." Li Rong turned back confidently, "You can definitely rest assured about the latter. Your Highness is right." Pei Wenxuan had 2 dark circles under his eyes, but his eyes were full of trust. "I've always believed in your Highness." The 2 of them, one full of confidence and the other pretending to be strong, went to the imperial court together. Because everyone knew that the most important thing today was to announce the list of the departments to be transferred, they didn't waste time and quickly reported the important matter. The Minister of Personnel walked out and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, now that the list of the departments to be transferred has been decided, please allow me to read the list." "Read it." Li Ming brought a cup of tea from the side and agreed to Wang Howen's request. Wang Howen took out the list and began to read from the Ministry of Rights. Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan had already inquired about the list of the departments. In fact, most of the high-ranking officials present in the imperial court knew the contents of the list, so they just listened quietly. When it came to the Ministry of Justice, Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong both waited for Pei Liming's name to be read. After all, Pei Liming was the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice and had handled Xianxing's case. In terms of seniority, political achievements, and status, he was the most suitable candidate to take over. However, after Wang Howen calmly finished reading, Minister of the Ministry of Justice, the name that followed was Su Yongqing. Pei Wenxuan suddenly raised his head and saw Li Rong looking back at him in shock. Li Rong also didn't expect Su Yongqing to cut in halfway. Although he was the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, in terms of seniority, he was indeed a bit too young. Moreover, according to her understanding of Su Yongqing, he wasn't greedy for fame and fortune in her previous life and rarely competed with others. Even the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice was planned for him by his family. Now, Pei Liming was already a candidate for the position of Minister of the Ministry of Justice. For Su Yongqing to become Minister of the Ministry of Justice, he must have done something behind the scenes. Pei Wenxuan also knew this. After briefly exchanging glances with Li Rong, he frowned and turned to look at Su Yongqing in front of him. Su Yongqing stood in front of him with a calm expression. He didn't look sideways as if everything was within his expectations. He was calm, composed, and unruffled. The exhaustion from the past few days had already made him a little uncomfortable. Now that he suddenly heard that Su Yongqing had become Minister of the Ministry of Justice and then looked at Su Yongqing's carefree and indifferent appearance, he felt his chest tighten and his breathing become short. He was a little out of breath. Pretending. Who knew how many tricks he had used to snatch Minister of the Ministry of Justice, but now he was still pretending. Pei Wenxuan was so angry that his grip on the ceremonial tablet tightened. It was at this moment that Wang Howen read out the list of names for the Ministry of Personnel. The names announced today were all rank 5 and above. The merit examiners were all rank 6 and above. They couldn't come to the palace to read it, so Pei Wenxuan wasn't prepared. Just when he was completely unprepared, Wang Howen seemed to have increased the volume of his voice as he read out, Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Pei Wenxuan. Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan didn't manage to catch his breath. He felt his vision go black and the world spin. He couldn't stop himself and fell backward. Before he fainted, Pei Wenxuan wanted to praise Li Rong. Good job. He was supposed to be a rank 6 merit examiner, but now he was directly promoted to rank 4 Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. With such a high position, everyone in the imperial court was probably watching him. Even Li Ming might have other ideas. Li Rong's ability was a little too outstanding. When Li Rong heard Pei Wenxuan's name, she subconsciously looked behind her. Then, she saw Pei Wenxuan fall backwards. The official behind him supported him and said in a panic, "Lord Pei?" The court was in chaos. Seeing this, Li Rong steadied her mind and quickly walked to Pei Wenchuan's side. At the same time, she summoned the imperial physician. She squatted down and carefully examined the situation for a moment. After confirming the situation, she stood up and said to Li Ming, reporting to Fu Huang, the prince consort has fainted. Akan will first take the prince consort to the side chamber to rest. I hope Fu Huang will allow it. Hurry and see what's going on, Li Ming frowned, don't cause any trouble. Li Rong respectfully bowed and then had people carry Pei Wenchuan out of the main hall. After settling him in the side chamber, the imperial physician rushed over. They performed acupuncture and asked for diagnosis. Li Rong watched from the side. When the results were out, Li Rong quickly looked up, how is it? Reporting to your highness, the imperial physician replied in a proper manner, the prince consort has been overworked and worried so much that his mind has been damaged. He will be fine after a few days of recuperation. Li Rong nodded. She had more or less guessed it. Pei Wenchuan was a person who worked hard during the day and was emotional at night. It wasn't easy for him to stay awake until now. She responded and said, is there anything else that needs to be taken note of? The imperial physician hesitated for a moment. Seeing that there was no one around, he said with difficulty, there's no need to avoid matters of yin and yang. It's like water, that's enough. Li Rong knew what he was going to say. She raised her hand and interrupted him, is there anything else? Sleep more and eat more. The imperial physician knew that Li Rong wanted to throw him out now, so he could only bite the bullet and concisely said, if you have leisure, walk outside more often and relax your mood, it is also good. Li Rong nodded and roughly understood. She waved her hand to dismiss the imperial physician and had someone brew the medicine. She also instructed the Jing Lan to find the spies in the palace and ask about Consort Ro's movements last night. When there was no one else in the room, she sat down next to Pei Wenchuan and carefully studied him. In this life, he seemed to be thinner than in his previous life. But it was no wonder. In his previous life, when he married her at this age, he didn't think much about it. The only reason he was working hard as the emperor's son-in-law was because he wanted to maintain his pride. But now, there was a sword hanging over both of their heads. It had not even been a year since his rebirth, and he had already secured a stable position in the censorate. Although his position was not high, there was no one in the imperial court who did not know of him. He was imperial censor Pei, who no one dared to disrespect. Now that he had jumped 8 ranks, it was even more shocking. The position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was clearly not a position that Pei Wenchuan could hold with his current qualifications. Su Yongqing was able to become the Minister of Justice because Su Yongqing had participated in politics at the age of 12. At 14, he was already a 5th-rank imperial censor. At 17, he had been the Assistant Minister of Justice since then. He was backed by the famous Su family. Now that he was the Minister of Justice, no one dared to say that he was unworthy. But what about Pei Wenchuan? At 14, he graduated from Egret Academy and was recommended to take the imperial examination in the spring of the 2nd year. He was first in both the written and palace examinations and was the new top scholar who rode a horse across Huajing. When he first entered the imperial court at 15, he was originally going to be a 5th-rank imperial censor. But before he took office, Pei Lizzie passed away. He could only return to Luzhou to observe mourning for 3 years. After 3 years, he returned and was arranged by his second uncle to become a 9th-rank official in the Ministry of Justice. A year later, her father remembered him and took him out of the Ministry of Justice to be her son-in-law. Plotting against the Yang family gave him the opportunity to become an imperial censor. From the Qin clan case to the establishment of the inspection department until now, he had stayed in the censorate to cooperate with her. If he wasn't in the censorate, she would have one less weapon to use. On the other hand, Li Ming deliberately restrained his promotion speed. Verbally, he said that he wanted to wait for a suitable position to give him a promotion. But in his heart, Li Ming's true intentions were, who knew? Li Rong thought about the fact that Pei Wenchuan had entered the list of assistant ministers of the Ministry of Personnel. She didn't know why, but the more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. She suddenly remembered what Pei Wenchuan had said to her before. He had told her, Your Highness, we are different people. She didn't think so in the past, but when she thought about it carefully today, she suddenly felt that compared to Pei Wenchuan, Su Yongqing's path had been too smooth. Su Yongqing had the protection of his father and brother. Even if his father and brother were gone, he still had the family tradition that had been passed down for hundreds of years. He would still have his uncle to help him. But what about Pei Wenchuan? His father was gone, so he had nothing. He didn't have the so-called family tradition or the so-called family tradition. He only had his second uncle plotting against his orphan and widowed mother. He forced the 15-year-old Su Yongqing to go back and observe mourning. He also swindled his mother's assets and dismissed the retainers. It was too difficult. Li Rong reached out and held Pei Wenchuan's hand. Pei Wenchuan's eyelashes fluttered. He opened his eyes and saw Li Rong looking down at their intertwined hands. "Your Highness," Pei Wenchuan spoke in a hoarse voice. Li Rong looked up and saw that Pei Wenchuan was awake. She smiled. "You're awake? Do you want some water?" After Li Rong asked, she reached out to get some water and held it to Pei Wenchuan's lips. Pei Wenchuan took the water from her hand and drank it. After a while, he said anxiously, "Your Highness, did you hear the follow-up order?" "It's fine. I'll go to the Ministry of Personnel to get it later." "Your Highness," Pei Wenchuan frowned. "I know you're doing this for my own good, but 8 ranks in a row, I arranged for you to be the merit manager." Li Rong interrupted him and explained directly, "I'm not the Assistant Minister of Personnel." When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he was stunned. After a while, he said coldly, "How did your Highness handle this matter?" "You know, I looked for Lu Hangchun. He's in charge of the promotion of officials below the 5th rank. I gave him a big gift and threatened him at the same time. If he didn't arrange for you to be the merit manager, I would ask him to go to the inspection department. His hands are dirty, so he agreed." Pei Wenchuan nodded and said, "And then?" "This time, the Ministry of Personnel is short of an assistant minister and a minister counselor in the military salary case, so they will have to be replaced in this transfer. Therefore, I found some other connections and pushed the original merit examiner to the position of minister counselor, leaving the position of merit examiner empty for you. Your qualifications are outstanding in this transfer list. As long as they don't deliberately make things difficult for you, it's natural for you to enter the Ministry of Personnel. The merit manager position is empty. I've also bribed Lu Hangchun and other relevant personnel. Logically speaking, a 6th rank official shouldn't be a big problem." As Li Rong analyzed, Pei Wenchuan pondered and didn't say anything. After thinking for a while, Pei Wenchuan confirmed again, "You haven't come into contact with anyone who can decide the appointments of 5th rank officials and above?" "No." Li Rong said with certainty, "You've been promoted too quickly. I'm also afraid that His Majesty will be suspicious." Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. Li Rong poured Pei Wenchuan a cup of tea. "Now we can be sure that someone wants to harm you. But I don't understand. If they want to harm you, they can just not let you enter the Ministry of Personnel. Why would they go through so much trouble to push you to the position of assistant minister?" Pei Wenchuan lowered his eyes. Li Rong said slowly, "Aren't they afraid that they'll make a fool of themselves and let you become the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel? The bigger the bet, the greater the reward after winning." Pei Wenchuan thought for a while and said softly, "It seems that the person behind this wants more than just me not being promoted." "Then what do they want?" Li Rong turned to look at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan laughed softly and looked up to meet Li Rong's gaze. He smiled faintly like a fox and said, "That depends on who's behind it." "Who do you think is behind it?" Li Rong frowned. She already had a rough idea of who it was, but she still needed to verify it. However, from Pei Wenchuan's words, he seemed to have more than one person in mind. Pei Wenchuan smiled and didn't reply. He leaned gently against the headboard and closed his eyes to rest. He said, "We'll know who it is when we get back the information from various sources tonight." Li Rong didn't say anything. She looked at Pei Wenchuan. Even in such a difficult situation, Pei Wenchuan didn't get angry at all. Instead, he was calm as if he had met his match. He leaned against the headboard leisurely as if he was listening to the wind and rain. He couldn't sleep last night. After the incident happened, he calmed down. He wasn't afraid that something would happen. He was afraid that he didn't know what happened. Now that the other party had made a move, Pei Wenchuan felt more confident and didn't panic. Li Rong saw that he was calm and knew that he had a plan. She paused for a moment and said hesitantly, "I didn't handle this matter." "Well?" Pei Wenchuan was surprised to hear her words. He opened his eyes and saw Li Rong lowering her head and eyes. She promised seriously, "I'll take responsibility. You don't have to worry." Pei Wenchuan laughed when he heard this. Li Rong frowned and looked up. "What are you laughing at?" "Your Highness, the other party attacked in the dark. Even if I was in charge of this matter today, I wouldn't have done better than your Highness." "Your Highness, why do you blame yourself?" "If I could have been more careful." "Careful of what?" Pei Wenchuan looked at her with a smile. "We've already done what we can. After all, we're not God. We can't predict everything. If they wanted to take the initiative to attack, we couldn't stop them." Li Rong didn't say anything. She kept thinking back in her mind. If this matter could be redone, where could she deal with this matter in advance? Pei Wenchuan saw that she was angry. He sighed and shook his head. He reached out and hugged her in his arms. He comforted her. "Your Highness, don't be unhappy. You've already wronged me. Now that you're unhappy and want me to coax you, aren't you wronging me even more?" Li Rong's body stiffened. Pei Wenchuan let go of her and raised her chin with his hand. He smiled and said, "Smile." Li Rong forced a smile. Pei Wenchuan saw that she was still unhappy. He thought for a moment. "Do you still feel sorry for me?" Li Rong didn't answer him. She restrained her emotions and stood up. "If you don't have anything else, you can go back first. Ask around for information," and then, before she finished speaking, Pei Wenchuan grabbed Li Rong's hand and pulled her back. She fell into his arms. Then he pinched her chin and lowered his head to kiss her. Li Rong struggled a little. She felt that this person drove straight in. Her heart was beating a little fast. This was the side hall used by the imperial court to house special officials. It wasn't the princess's residence. If someone saw, it didn't seem like a big deal. Although she said that, Li Rong couldn't help but feel nervous. This kind of nervousness made her almost forget her previous emotions. But soon, she even forgot about her nervousness. Pei Wenchuan felt that her whole body relaxed. He finally stopped. He hugged her. The two of them didn't say anything. Pei Wenchuan put his chin on her shoulder. After a long time, he slowly recovered. He said in a low and hoarse voice, "I know that you are a person who calculates accounts clearly. But Rong, we will settle accounts one by one. That is an ally. I am your husband." Li Rong didn't say anything, but Pei Wenchuan seemed to live in her heart. He seemed to know everything. "If you feel sorry for me," he said. He raised her chin with his finger. "Let me kiss you a few more times?" Li Rong looked at him. Pei Wenchuan had a smile on his face. It seemed that he really didn't care about this at all. Li Rong didn't move. She looked at him for a long time. Pei Wenchuan thought that she wouldn't say anything. Just as he was about to get up, he saw Li Rong suddenly reach out and hold his face. Like a child, she kissed him fiercely from his forehead to his cheeks to his nose and mouth. This kind of kissing made Pei Wenchuan laugh. Li Rong kissed the last time and stood up. She looked at Pei Wenchuan disdainfully and said, "These kisses are a reward for you. Since they sent you to the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, I can't refuse their good intentions. Don't just lie there." Li Rong raised her hand and used her fan to hit Pei Wenchuan's leg. "Get up. Go home. Find out what happened. See how I deal with them." Pei Wenchuan pretended to be in pain. "Ouch," he cried out. Then he covered his butt and got up. He complained, "Your Highness, you hurt me." Li Rong looked at him coldly. "I hit your leg." Li Rong raised his hand. Pei Wenchuan looked down. "Your Highness? Doesn't it hurt?" Li Rong was expressionless. "If you can't walk, then support me." "Thank you, Your Highness." Pei Wenchuan didn't decline at all. He reached out and grabbed Li Rong's hand. Then he was supported by Li Rong as they walked out. When the two walked out of the side hall, it was the end of the court session. The ministers came out of the main hall one after another. Many people saw Pei Wenxuan and came up to congratulate Pei Wenxuan. How could Pei Wenxuan accept these congratulatory words at this time? Right now, the name list was just finalized. They had to wait until 3 months and no one raised any objections. Then it would be confirmed and the transfer procedures would begin. But right now, it was obvious that someone had set up a trap. It would be strange if no one raised any objections in the next 3 months. Therefore, Pei Wenxuan only exchanged greetings and modestly said, "Right now, it's just a name list. This official's qualifications are shallow. I'm afraid I can't take on such a big responsibility." After greeting the familiar officials, Li Rong helped Pei Wenxuan out of the square. When they arrived at the palace gates, they saw Su Yongqing, who was also preparing to leave. Su Yongqing noticed that the two were supporting each other and looked over. When Pei Wenxuan saw Su Yongqing looking over, he hurriedly leaned over Li Rong. Li Rong frowned and looked up. "What's wrong? Are you disabled?" "Ah." Pei Wenxuan raised his hand to cover his forehead. "I'm dizzy." "Dizzy again?" Li Rong was a bit nervous. Pei Wenxuan lowered his head. Let's go home quickly." Su Yongqing stood on the carriage in the distance and looked at the two people leaning against each other. After a long time, he lifted the curtain and sat in the carriage. Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan returned to the princess residence. Li Rong sent someone to find Lu Chunheng in advance. When the two arrived, they saw Lu Chunheng already waiting in the main hall. When he saw Li Rong enter, he immediately knelt down and hurriedly said, "Your Highness." "Kneeling just like that?" Li Rong laughed. "You also know what you've done?" Lu Chunheng didn't dare to answer. Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan sat down together. Looking at the kneeling Lu Chunheng, Li Rong raised his cup and slowly said, "What did you do? Speak." The position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was much higher than Lu Chunheng's position. This matter shouldn't have anything to do with Lu Chunheng. However, when he knelt down as soon as he was called over, Li Rong knew that he must have done something. Lu Chunheng trembled as he knelt in front of Li Rong. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He anxiously said, "Your Highness, last night, someone brought me a list of people who are 5th rank and above and asked me to remove Lord Pei's name from the list. I didn't dare to disobey your Highness's order, but the other party said that it was for the good of the Prince Consort. I thought that if the Prince Consort could be the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, it would definitely be better than being the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. In addition, the list of people who are 5th rank and above will be presented to the Emperor in advance. The Emperor will first see that the Prince Consort is a candidate for the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel and then look at the list I prepared. I'm afraid that he will think that I didn't do a good job, so you removed the Prince Consort's name from the list of assistant ministers." Li Rong smiled gently. "This is a good thing. The Prince Consort is going to be the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Why are you so afraid?" Lu Chunheng didn't dare to answer. Li Rong lowered his head and fiddled with his teacup. He slowly said, "Who was the person who came to see you?" "What did they say?" "The person who came to see me was Her Highness Hua Lu." Li Rong stopped when he heard this name. Lu Chunheng gathered his courage and spoke with difficulty. "Her Highness Hua Lu said that Her Highness Consort Ro wanted someone to be the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel and asked me to make the arrangements." This lowly official didn't dare to agree and told Her Highness Hua Lu that the Assistant Minister of Personnel had been decided. She asked who I was and this lowly official told Her Highness Hua Lu. Her Highness then informed this subject that the Prince Consort had been appointed as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. This lowly official actually knew that there was something strange about this matter. Lu Chunheng's entire body was trembling. But since the Prince Consort had already been appointed as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, this lowly official couldn't force him to stay. It was strange for the Prince Consort to appear on 2 lists at the same time. So this lowly official followed Her Highness Hua Li's arrangements. Arranged for her people. Pei Wenxuan's voice sounded. Lu Chunheng hurriedly said, "No. The Prince Consort has wronged this lowly official. Even though this lowly official deleted the prince consort's name, I only filled in the original name. This lowly official knows the relationship between Her Highness Hua Lu and the princess. The princess has the inspectorate. Even if this lowly official had 10 times the courage, this lowly official wouldn't dare to help Her Highness Hua Lu go against the princess. So, you deleted the prince consort's name. Yes, Lu Chunheng hurriedly said, this lowly official only did this one thing. Today, I heard that the prince consort fainted in court. The officials all said that the prince consort was too surprised, but this lowly official knows that this lowly official probably did something wrong. Please, Your Highness, forgive this lowly official, forgive this lowly official. Lu Chunheng hurriedly kowtowed. Li Rong sighed, waved his hand, and said helplessly, rise, you can leave first. Hearing this, Lu Chunheng sighed in relief. He bowed respectfully and was about to leave when he heard Li Rong say in a low voice, since the matter was not completed, return the money. There will be a commotion soon. Official Lu probably won't be able to escape. If there is an accident, Official Lu should think clearly about what to say and what not to say. Your Highness, don't worry. Lu Chunheng understood Li Rong's meaning. He said respectfully, this lowly official understands. Go. After Li Rong finished speaking, Lu Chunheng left. After Lu Chunheng left, Li Rong looked up and looked at Pei Wenchuan, who was deep in thought. Do you have an idea? When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he looked up and chuckled, Your Highness, who do you think it is? Now it seems that Consort Ro is definitely involved. But what does she want to do? Li Rong thought, she is afraid that you and I will become more powerful and help the Chuaner in the future. I can understand that. So she stopped you from entering the Ministry of Personnel. I can also understand that. But why did she make you the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel? Your Highness, what do you think will happen if I become the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel? Pei Wenchuan picked up a chess piece and gently placed it on the chessboard. Li Rong understood that Pei Wenchuan wanted her to deduce what would happen if she continued. The officials won't agree. They will jointly write a letter. You won't be able to become the minister. Li Rong placed a chess piece. What's the point? What will His Majesty think about this? Pei Wenchuan continued to place a chess piece with a calm expression. Li Rong said in a low voice, he will think that you are too ambitious. You want to reach the sky in one step. I am His Majesty's knife. I completely rely on His Majesty. But now, I am directly arranged to be the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. How did he do it? It's me. Li Rong put down a chess piece with a cold expression. It's me who helped you. Your Highness, you can arrange for your husband to be the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel so easily. Where did you get this ability from? Either I rely on His Highness the Crown Prince. Li Rong held a chess piece and looked up at Pei Wenchuan, or the power of the inspectorate is enough to deter the officials. Your Highness, do you still remember why His Majesty allowed you to establish the inspectorate? He wants to use my identity and ability to balance the aristocratic families. Between me and the aristocratic families, he will benefit from it. In my previous life, the inspectorate was managed by Consort Ro. Consort Ro used it to send His Highness the Crown Prince to prison. Does His Majesty not have this intention now? Pei Wenchuan smiled lightly, he just wants to give the inspectorate to Your Highness. He wants to treat Your Highness like a hen that hatches eggs. Once the eggs are hatched, he will have to give the chick to someone else. A person who can threaten the officials and seek a 6th-rank official position for her husband. His Majesty, do you think this is a hatched chick? Li Rong didn't speak. After a moment of silence, she threw the chess piece into the box and stood up. I have to go to the palace. Pei Wenchuan didn't raise his head. He stared at the chess game and said indifferently, Your Highness, take care. Li Rong directly left. Pei Wenchuan rubbed the chess piece in his hand. Just now, he actually didn't say one thing. All of their considerations, all of their angles, and all of their decisions were based on what they already knew about the future. Therefore, they could deduce what the people in the present were thinking. They knew that the emperor now wholeheartedly wanted to balance the aristocratic families and imperial power. He was willing to pay any price to depose the heir. But in reality, back then, everyone thought that Li Ming only doted on Consort Ro too much. No one thought that Li Ming actually already had the foundation to move the aristocratic families. Because the aristocratic families and Li Ming were inextricably linked, no one in the Shangguan family believed that Li Ming would actually want to kill his uncle, cousin, wife, and even son. They knew that the imperial examinations were very important in the future, so they wholeheartedly wanted to be the examiner for this year's imperial examinations. But now, the people didn't know. Whether it was Consort Ro, the empress, the aristocratic families, or the officials, they didn't know Li Ming's true intentions. But now, Consort Ro had arranged for his own people to be the examiner and then promoted him to assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel to provoke Li Ming. He wanted to force Li Ming to suspect Li Rong and hand the inspectorate to Consort Ro. Pei Wenxuan looked at the black and white chess game in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. Just how many chess players were behind this? Li Rong hurriedly left the Princess Fu. When she reached the door, she turned her head and said to the attendant in a low voice, "Go immediately find Deputy Bureau Chief Shangguan and have her investigate the list of court officials that Hua Lu and Consort Ro have been in contact with recently. Tell her to immediately find out who put the name of the prince consort to the assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments." The attendant acknowledged in a low voice. Li Rong boarded the carriage and had the carriage lead her to the palace. When Li Rong hurried into the palace, Consort Ro was helping Hua Lu dye her nails. Pei Wenxuan actually fainted. Hua Lu sat next to Consort Ro and gave her hands to a servant girl to trim her nails. She asked in slight confusion, "Isn't it good to be the assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments? Did he faint from anger, or is he too happy?" "If he's happy, then I'm happy." Consort Ro closed her eyes and allowed the attendant to massage her back and trim her nails. She said lazily, "But I'm afraid that he fainted from anger. He's still angry after being promoted." Hua Lu frowned. "How is that possible? How is that not possible?" Consort Ro didn't look directly at her and slowly explained, "If he's smart, he definitely won't be happy." "Why?" "The courtiers won't agree to him becoming the assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments." Consort Ro lowered her head to look at the bright red painted nails on her hands. Her voice was steady. "Not only won't he be able to become the assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments, it will arouse His Majesty's suspicion and make him wonder how powerful the princess is. If the princess has too much power, His Majesty will definitely be worried. Once His Majesty is worried, the princess's path to the imperial court." Consort Ro raised her eyes and laughed lightly. "That's the end of the road. Advancing as a way to retreat." Hua Lu became happy. "Mu Fei is still the best. Lu Chunhang, that old fogey, actually chose her instead of mother. He's simply blind. Right now, I don't have any real power. It's all thanks to His Majesty's favor." Consort Ro listened to Hua Li's words and wasn't angry. He said slowly, "Ping Li has the inspectorate in her hands. Naturally, the courtiers are afraid of her. However, this subject is afraid." Consort Ro looked up at Hua Lu and said with a smile, "Your imperial father is naturally afraid as well." As she spoke, she turned her head and looked out the window in the direction of the imperial study. "Ping Li, you're still too young. Imperial father is really..." Hua Lu was discouraged when he heard Consort Ro's words. "He gave such an important matter like the inspectorate to Ping Li, but didn't give me anything. It's too much." Consort Ro listened to Hua Li's words and looked at her with a smile, as if he was looking at a child. "Do you know why you're not as good as Ping Li?" "I'm not as good as her?" Hua Lu was angry. "How am I not as good as her?" "Ping Li, this child. She'll fight for and snatch whatever she wants." Consort Ro looked at Hua Lu with a smile as he spoke. "She clearly knows that the most important thing for a woman is to have power. But you, this silly child, only want to find the right Mr. Right. If I want power, I have to marry someone with power." As Hua Lu spoke, she moved closer to Consort Ro and grabbed Consort Ro's hand. She said coquettishly, "Just like mother. After marrying imperial father, didn't she become a noble woman?" "You're wrong." Consort Ro pulled away Hua Li's hand and said solemnly and gently, "You have to remember that you took back your power. Men are just a means to you. Consort Ro's voice became gentler. They shouldn't be your goal. I don't believe you. Hualu turned her head and said proudly, Imperial Father loves you the most. If it weren't for the Shangguan family suppressing you, you would have been the Empress long ago. Consort Ro listened to Hua Li's words and lowered his head with a smile. He only said, silly child. Then he turned his head and looked at the wild grass in the courtyard that was full of vitality. Spring had arrived, and the grass and trees were flourishing. From Mingle Palace to the Imperial Study, the grass and trees were flourishing. Li Ming looked at Wang Howen, who was kneeling on the ground and pacing back and forth in the great hall. He wanted to scold him, but he didn't want to embarrass Wang Howen. After all, Wang Howen was an old official. He had to give him face. What kind of qualifications does Pei Wenchuan have? You dare to put him in the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel? Li Ming felt sullen. He stared at Wang Howen. You put a mediocre person in such an important position. Zhen didn't even ask you about it. I always believed that you had a sense of propriety when it came to the matters of the Ministry of Personnel. But what do you mean now? Pei Wenchuan is just a young boy. Li Ming shouted. You dare to put him in the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel? Although Imperial Censor Pei is young, Wang Howen seemed to be a bit nervous. He hesitated before praising, but he is still the princess's son-in-law. The princess, so what if she's the princess? Li Ming shouted. Does being a princess mean she can go against the law, against the imperial court, and against Zhen? Let me ask you, what right does Pei Wenchuan have to be the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel? What right does he have? Just as Li Ming finished shouting, a voice came from outside. It said that Li Rong had arrived. Li Ming raised his head and shouted, I won't see him. After saying that, he saw the eunuch hurriedly leave. He stopped the eunuch. Forget it, Li Ming said hesitantly. Bring him in. As he spoke, Li Ming lowered his head and looked at Wang Howen. He waved his hand and said helplessly, what's done can't be undone. You can leave first and reflect on yourself. I will have someone investigate the rest of the matter. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Howen bowed respectfully, stood up, and left. Li Rong stood at the door for a while, thinking about what to say when he met Li Ming later. The position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel couldn't be kept. But if she didn't keep it, Pei Wenchuan would miss the opportunity to be transferred. If he couldn't be the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, he wouldn't be able to go to other positions. If he was transferred again, he would have to wait until next year. Most importantly, if he couldn't be transferred, he would miss this year's imperial examinations. If he had to wait for the Longhu list again, he would have to wait until his next life. She had to keep Pei Wenchuan's position as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. But if she didn't give up this position, Li Ming would definitely be suspicious of her. Consort Ro's current plan was to put her in a dilemma. Either Li Ming would be suspicious of her, or she would give up on Pei Wenchuan's promotion. If she followed Consort Ro's train of thought, she would be at a disadvantage no matter what. So the best way for her now was to use her emotions to move people. Besiege way to rescue Zhao. Consort Ro wanted Li Ming to see that she was secretly working with the ministers to seek an official position for Pei Wenchuan. Then she would directly agree to this matter and then complain to Consort Ro. She colluded with the ministers and Consort Ro with the aristocratic families. Li Rong sneered. She wanted to see which one Li Ming thought was more serious. Li Rong was thinking when Wang Howen walked out. At the door, Wang Howen bowed respectfully to Li Rong. Li Rong's face was stiff. When she saw Wang Howen bow, she said coldly, Minister Wang is a third-rank minister. I can't accept this bow. So what if he's a minister? Wang Howen sighed. Xia Lanqing is the Minister of Justice and the head of the Xia family. Didn't your highness topple him just like that? When Li Rong heard this, she raised her head and stared coldly at Wang Howen. Wang Howen smiled lightly and cupped his hands. Your highness, this humble subject will take his leave. When he finished speaking, Wang Howen turned around and walked out. Li Rong entered the imperial study and bowed respectfully. Li Ming's face was cold. He asked her to stand up and said coldly, What are you doing here? Li Ming said angrily, Pei Wenchuan's official position has already been decided. What are you still dissatisfied with? This son is here for this matter. Li Rong hurriedly knelt down again. This son pleads imperial father to choose another assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. When Li Ming heard this, his expression softened. Pei Wenchuan is the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. It's a good thing. Why do you want to change him? Imperial father, Li Rong said anxiously. This son will be honest with you. This time, this son actually helped Pei Wenchuan in secret. I know. Li Ming sneered. Otherwise, how could he be the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel? But the position this son is asking for is not the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Li Rong anxiously raised his head. Imperial father, the position this son is asking for is the 6th-rank assistant minister of personnel. Is there a need for you to ask for the assistant minister of personnel? Li Ming frowned. When Li Rong heard this, his eyes reddened. He said hoarsely, Imperial father, you don't know. Ever since this son became the head of the inspection department, this son has offended many people in the imperial court. Because of this son, the prince consort's work has been difficult. Originally, according to the usual practice, after he married a Ken, no matter what rank he was in the past, he should be promoted to a 6th-rank official. He had been polishing himself in the censorate for a year and had helped a Ken with a few big cases. Logically speaking, he should be more than qualified to be the supervisor of the merit examination. But because of this son is in a dilemma. No one is willing to accept him. But he can't be the imperial censorate for the rest of his life, right? Isn't Shangguan Minji in charge of the imperial censorate? Li Ming knocked on the table and said thoughtfully, isn't it good for him to stay in the imperial censorate? This is truly a difficult situation. As Li Rong spoke, tears fell. This son has investigated many people from the Shangguan family. You also know. Uncle Minji hates this son for not even letting off a relative and making things difficult for the prince consort. If there was a way, I wouldn't be in such a hurry to move around for him. The imperial censorate made things difficult for him and the other departments were unwilling to accept him. This son had no choice but to move around for him. I wanted to beg the various officials to see if they could think of a way. If the position of assistant minister is not enough, being a manager is also good. But those officials all made excuses. This son was forced to beg people and spend a large sum of money to finally get the position of manager for the prince consort. But I didn't expect that in the main hall today, he would actually become the assistant minister of personnel. Becoming the assistant minister of personnel, isn't this good? Li Ming observed Li Rong's expression. Li Rong wiped his tears. Imperial father, this son is greedy for power, but I also know that when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. Wen Xian and I are still young, and he has only been in the imperial court for less than a year. How many eyes are watching him when he is directly promoted to assistant minister of personnel? If he really gets this position, how many people will bear grudges against him and say that I used the power of the inspectorate to pave the way for him? It's fine if he doesn't have talent, but the prince consort is clearly a talented person. If he has to suffer this kind of grievance, how is this helping him? This is harming him. Li Ming listened to Li Rong's words and frowned. He was silent for a long time before saying, if you have difficulties, why didn't you tell us earlier? This son has difficulties, but imperial father doesn't have any? Li Rong controlled himself and sobbed softly. This son established the inspectorate to share imperial father's worries. It's fine if I can't help imperial father, but I can't ask imperial father to worry about my personal affairs. This matter is indeed this son's fault. This son shouldn't have privately thought of finding a way for the prince consort. If they don't let him be promoted, then they don't let him be promoted. If they bully him, then they bully him. If others laugh at me, then I will endure it and let it pass. I should be punished for privately finding a way for him. I hope that imperial father can think of a way now. We really don't dare to take the position of assistant minister of personnel. As Li Rong spoke, she lowered her head and cried until she was out of breath. Li Ming heard her cry pitifully and heard her say that someone laughed at her. After all, she was a child that he raised himself. She used to be arrogant, but she became like this today. He also felt some heartache, so he said with anger, "Who dares to laugh at you?" Zhen wants to hear who has the guts to laugh at you. Li Rong didn't speak. Li Ming was quite impatient. Why aren't you speaking? Why are you only crying? Imperial father, it's not that this son doesn't want to say it. It's just that if this son says it, Imperial father is afraid that this son will think that this son is stirring up trouble. Li Ming frowned. He had a guess. Is it someone from the palace? Li Rong lowered her head. She seemed to be a bit tired. Li Ming saw that she didn't speak, so he became a bit angry. Speak. Imperial father, Li Rong supported herself and straightened up. If you must this son say it, then this son will speak the truth. Li Rong stared at Li Ming and laughed with tears in her eyes. Ever since this son got married, this son has been ridiculed by the other princesses in the palace. Hua Lamimi said that Pei Wenchuan's status is lowly. It's because Imperial father doesn't like me that I was given to him. Nonsense! Li Ming shouted angrily. His face turned green and white. How could Hua Le say such things? Imperial father, what do you mean by this? Li Rong laughed out loud. Do you think that Hua Le wouldn't say such things, or do you think that Hua Le shouldn't say such things? Li Ming was momentarily speechless. Li Rong continued, Imperial father, why do you think I was so scared today? Why did I rush into the palace in such a hurry and beg Imperial father to remove the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel? It's not just that Pei Wenxuan is too young. In terms of youth, Su Yongqing is also young. Why can he be the Minister of Justice, but my husband can't be an assistant minister? But I still had to come because I knew that if I didn't come, Li Rong lowered her head and laughed. Her tears stained her hair. Imperial father will definitely think that I worked behind the scenes to make Wenxuan the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. I'm scared. Li Ming looked embarrassed. Why would you think that I would think that? Because I'm used to being scared. Li Rong choked. If I were Hua Li's younger sister today, I wouldn't be afraid. Because I know that Imperial father trusts me. But I'm the daughter of the Shangguan family. What's wrong with being the daughter of the Shangguan family? Li Ming anxiously said, You're the daughter of the Shangguan family, and also my eldest princess. But Hua Li's younger sister said. Li Rong stared at Li Ming. Imperial father was suspicious of the Shangguan family, so he married me to a member of the Han family. She's a scoundrel. Nonsense. Li Ming angrily slammed the table. Pei Wenxuan is Pei Lizzie's son. He was the top scholar in the imperial examinations back then, and he has excellent character and appearance. Don't you know how good he is? I value his character. I know Imperial father's good intentions, so I was overjoyed when I got married. Li Rong looked tired, but after hearing about it for a long time. I'm also scared. I always hope that Imperial father will think that I'm a good person and trust me more, so I don't fight, beg, or snatch. My son-in-law isn't a noble, and his rank is low, but I didn't say anything. Even when they talked about me behind my back and laughed at me, I pretended not to hear. I'm tired. Li Rong cowed out again. I only beg Imperial father not to suspect me. I don't have such great ability. I've racked my brains just to seek justice, so that my husband won't be unable to become a sixth-rank official because of me. Ping Li Ming listened to Li Rong's words, and his heart felt sour. I beg Imperial father's permission. Li Ming didn't say anything. After a long time, he sighed and personally walked to Li Rong to help Li Rong up. Get up first. Li Ming's voice was gentle. I'll give you justice for this matter. You can go back first. Thank you, Imperial father. Li Rong bowed respectfully, but there was a sense of alienation in her words. Li Ming suddenly felt sad. Li Rong had always liked to act like a spoiled child in front of him. He originally thought that since he had so many children, he wouldn't care about the coming and going of these children. But when Li Rong really expressed her disappointment in him, he realized that in the depths of his heart, there was always some fatherly love for this eldest daughter. Go back first. He restrained his emotions and patted Li Rong's shoulder. Li Rong bowed respectfully, and her posture was always elegant. After she bowed and left, Li Ming stood in the same place, quietly watching Li Rong's back. Fu Lai served tea and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, Her Highness has gone far." "Fu Lai," Li Ming suddenly said, "am I not good to Rong-er?" "Why would your Majesty say that?" Fu Lai answered tactfully, "Your Majesty is very good to all the princes. You're an extremely loving father. I think that Ping Li is disappointed in me." Li Ming said slowly. Fu Lai smiled and said, "Your Majesty must be joking. Her Highness Ping Li has always trusted your Majesty the most. No matter what your Majesty says, Her Highness will believe it. You are her best father, and she will never be disappointed in you. If you say that, I'm even sadder." Li Ming said, then turned around and sighed, "In this palace, anyone who wants to treat their feelings like a sharp blade will be hurt by it." Fu Lai raised his hand to help Li Ming, and Li Ming sat down again. He hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Send someone to investigate who is in charge of Pei Wenchuan entering the Ministry of Personnel." "Yes," Fu Lai said. He rolled up his sleeves with one hand, picked up an ink stick with the other, and began to grind the ink for Li Ming. He said in confusion, "But your Majesty, whether or not Her Highness Ping Li intervened, Lord Pei is the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, isn't it what?" Li Ming looked up at Fu Lai, and Fu Lai smiled with difficulty, "Isn't it too young? Why do you always say that Pei Wenchuan is young, but you never say that Su Yongqing is young? After all, Minister Su comes from an aristocratic family, so you all bully Pei Wenchuan because he was born in a poor family and his father died early, right?" Li Ming sneered. Fu Lai hurriedly knelt on the ground and said anxiously, "Your Majesty, please calm down. It's your servant's fault. Your servant only listened to outsiders. According to what you said, many people are really laughing at Ping Lu, aren't they?" Fu Lai didn't dare to say anything. Li Ming took a deep breath, "Good." He pointed at Fu Lai and nodded, "Very good." Fu Lai knelt and kowtowed repeatedly to Li Ming for forgiveness. Li Ming only pointed at Fu Lai and didn't say anything. After a long time, he took a deep breath, "Go investigate first, investigate clearly. I'll wait for the results." Li Rong walked out of the imperial study and immediately wiped the tears off her face. Her expression turned cold. She got into the carriage and calmed down. When she returned home, Pei Wenchuan had just finished playing a game of chess with himself and was putting away the chess pieces. When Li Rong entered the room, Pei Wenchuan happened to look up and saw Li Rong's crying appearance. He paused, then smiled and said, "Why did your face change after going to the palace? You still have the mood to care about my face?" Li Rong sneered, "Why don't you care about your own official career?" "My career as an official isn't that important," Pei Wenchuan said. His gaze was still unable to move away from Li Rong's face. After a moment, he sighed and waved at Li Rong. He said gently, "Your Highness, come here." Li Rong was a little confused. She walked in front of Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan pulled her to sit down and wrung the handkerchief. Then he returned to Li Rong and bent down to carefully wipe Li Rong's face. He leaned very close to her, his movements gentle and slow. He wiped the tears off her face as if this was the most important thing at the moment. Li Rong let him wipe her face. She couldn't help but soften like a cat that had its fur smoothed. She said softly, "Aren't you going to ask what I said in the palace?" "If the Assistant Minister of Personnel doesn't want it, then don't," Pei Wenchuan said casually. "As for the position of Assistant Minister of Personnel, I will think of another way." "I've saved your position," Li Rong suddenly said. Pei Wenchuan paused. He looked up and saw Li Rong looking at him seriously. "I told Imperial Father that you were bullied and our lives were not good, so I asked someone to transfer you to the position of Assistant Minister of Personnel. Someone must have framed us, so I asked him to help me." Li Rong laughed. "I told Huala that she said it. Imperial Father was suspicious of me, so he wanted me to marry you. He didn't even give you the position of a 6th-rank official, so I was always laughed at by Hualu. Everyone was secretly talking about me marrying you behind my back. Now, Imperial Father will definitely send someone to investigate your transfer. We didn't do it. If Imperial Father insists on investigating, in the end, he will probably find Consort Row. At that time, he will probably panic. In order to prove that he didn't suspect me, he will definitely save your position as Assistant Minister of Personnel. Pei Wenchuan listened to her without any expression. He just looked into her eyes and didn't say anything for a long time. Li Rong elbowed him. Why are you looking at me? Say something. This official is just curious. Pei Wenchuan finished wiping her face and put the handkerchief aside. He took a comb and combed her hair. As he combed, he said, Your Highness hasn't cried many times in your life in front of this official, but in front of His Majesty, you cry whenever you want. Why is that? It's good to fake cry. If you really cry, what's the point of crying? Li Rong said and sighed. Also, it's so embarrassing to be seen by others. No matter how tragic the fake cry was, it was still fake. When one truly cried, even if it was just a drop of tear, it would be easily pierced by others' hearts. Speaking of which, why are you asking this? Li Rong suddenly remembered and said, Do you think it's appropriate for me to say this? Imperial father won't think too much, right? That won't happen. Pei Wenchuan combed Li Rong's hair and put the comb aside. He straightened the crooked hairpin, then said, Your Highness doesn't need to worry too much. His Majesty will listen. Why are you so confident? Li Rong was puzzled. Pei Wenchuan smiled but didn't say anything. He thought for a while. However, what we need to worry about now is whether His Majesty will be able to find the person who stuffed me into the Ministry of Personnel. Li Rong understood Pei Wenchuan's meaning when he heard his words. With Consort Ro's cautiousness, if she wanted to stuff someone into the Ministry of Personnel, she would naturally do it seamlessly. No matter how they investigated, it would be difficult to trace it back to her. If they couldn't find evidence of Consort Ro colluding with the Ministry of Personnel, it would be difficult to make Li Ming believe Li Rong. Li Rong thought for a while. Pei Wenchuan saw that Li Rong was thinking of a solution and reminded him, if you can't find evidence, you can create doubts. Doubts? Previously, when Hua Lu wore the Xie family's white magnolia hairpin, His Majesty was already suspicious of their relationship with the aristocratic families. Now, you're saying that Consort Ro colluded with the aristocratic families to frame me. Even if there's no evidence, His Majesty will start to suspect. At this time, why don't Your Highness add fuel to the fire and give His Majesty more reasons to suspect? If he suspects something, Pei Wenchuan picked up the Yixing clay teapot and poured tea for himself. His Majesty will definitely protect Consort Ro. But if he does, he will feel more guilty towards you. Everything will go smoothly. Good. Li Rong nodded. I'll discuss this with Aya. Pei Wenchuan made a sound of agreement. Li Rong noticed that he seemed to be in low spirits and couldn't help but ask with concern, You don't look very happy? Not really. Pei Wenchuan smiled. Your Highness, you don't have to be so sensitive. Pei Wenchuan, Li Rong moved in front of him and stared at him. I've already helped you get your official position back. Why are you still unhappy? Of course I'm happy that Your Highness stood up for me. Pei Wenchuan sighed and said honestly, it's just that when I think about how Your Highness's tears are fake, but your words are true, I feel a little sad. What words? Li Rong was a little confused. Pei Wenchuan continued, Your Highness, I don't know if I'm right. As Pei Wenchuan spoke, he knelt on one knee in front of Li Rong. He raised his hand to hold Li Rong's hand and lowered his eyes. When a person cries, whether it's real or fake, it must be because of something sad. Your Highness has many sad things, but you've never told me. Li Rong didn't say anything. She didn't know why, but when she heard Pei Wenchuan's words, she felt a strange sourness in her heart. However, she felt that this kind of emotion made her feel a little uncomfortable. She pulled her hand out of Pei Wenchuan's hand and stood up. How old are you? You're still talking about this? How pretentious. As she spoke, Li Rong stood up. I'll go find Aya. You should rest more. The imperial physician said that you've been working too hard these days. You should sleep more. I'll go with Your Highness. Pei Wenchuan followed Li Rong and stood up. Li Rong was about to speak when Pei Wenchuan said, Go early and come back early. Let's go together. Li Rong saw that Pei Wenchuan was determined and knew that he had something to do. She didn't stop him and nodded, then went with Pei Wenchuan to the inspection department. Xianxia had already received Li Rong's words and was investigating the officials who had been transferred to the Ministry of Personnel. When Li Rong arrived, Xianxia was listening to his subordinates report the situation. When Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan came in, Xianxia hurriedly stood up. "Your Highness, Prince Consort, why are you here?" "I'm here to ask about the situation." Li Rong entered the room and sat down with Pei Wenchuan. "Imperial Father is going to investigate the person who transferred Pei Wenchuan to the position of Assistant Minister of Personnel. Do you have any leads now?" "Just now, I had someone look through the people who were transferred to the Ministry of Personnel. So far, we haven't found anyone suspicious." Xianxia frowned. "Since they dared to do it, I'm afraid that they came prepared. It won't be easy to investigate after the matter." "What if we check their accounts?" Li Rong frowned. "They can't work for Consort Row for free, right?" "I can check the accounts." Xianxia deliberated and said, "But without any evidence, and without searching the residence, I'm afraid we won't be able to get our hands on these internal accounts." Xianxia was also talking about the difficulty of reality. If they couldn't find anyone suspicious among the people they contacted, it would be very difficult to find out who decided to transfer Pei Wenchuan. It was difficult to investigate Xianxia, but it was also difficult for Li Ming to investigate. If they didn't keep an eye on him in advance, it would be difficult for them to investigate him later. "I was too careless." Li Rong tapped on the table. "I should have kept an eye on everyone in the Ministry of Personnel." "Your Highness is joking." Xianxia poured a cup of tea for Li Rong, "not to mention that we didn't expect them to push the Prince Consort up. Even if they did, we don't have that many people. At most, we can only keep an eye on a few important people. There are 7 officials in the Ministry of Personnel who decide the promotion of 5th-rank officials and above. We can't keep an eye on all of them." As Xianxia spoke, she looked at Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan. "That's all. What does your Highness plan to do now?" Li Rong didn't say anything. She rubbed the teacup as if she was thinking. Pei Wenchuan glanced at Li Rong and said directly, "It's not easy to find evidence directly." "But is your Majesty someone who needs evidence?" Xianxia was a little confused. Li Rong explained, "Imperial Father is suspicious. Since I've already sued Hua Lu, he already has an idea in his heart. We don't need solid evidence. What we need is only clues to prove what he's thinking." Xianxia didn't say anything. She was thinking. Pei Wenchuan said slowly, "Just give him one." "I understand." Xianxia calmed down and said, "Do you think that if the eldest young master of the Su family and the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Xianxia, were arrested together for soliciting prostitutes, this evidence is enough for His Majesty to believe what he's thinking?" Su Ronghua was Prince Su's teacher. He never asked about court affairs. In a situation where they couldn't find the person who arranged for Pei Wenchuan to enter the Ministry of Personnel, Su Ronghua and Xianxia were suddenly arrested together for soliciting prostitutes. This caused people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. Li Rong frowned as he pondered. Pei Wenchuan answered decisively, "Enough." As he spoke, Pei Wenchuan looked up at Xianxia. "I just don't know how Miss Xianxia did it. Although the eldest young master of the Su family is stubborn and mischievous, he has always stayed away from the court. He rarely makes friends with court officials, let alone soliciting prostitutes together with the left assistant minister who can decide the position of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. I have a way." Xianxia raised her hand and said directly, "Since the Prince Consort is still in the censorate, that's just right. I'll go and find someone to confirm this matter. I'll be responsible for fabricating the matter of the eldest young master of the Su family and the left assistant minister soliciting prostitutes together. It's up to your Highness how this matter will reach His Majesty. You go and do it first." Li Rong said decisively, "As long as this matter is true, I can arrange for someone to report it." "Okay." Xianxia nodded. She thought for a while and said, "Your Highness and the Prince Consort should go and rest first. I'll make arrangements for this matter." Li Rong responded and left with Pei Wenchuan. After they left the door, Li Rong was somewhat puzzled. "What do you think Ayu will do? Will Su Ronghua listen to her?" Pei Wenchuan's expression was calm. His hands were folded in his sleeves, and one couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. He only said, "Don't worry, Miss Ayu will arrange it herself." After the two of them left, Xianxia sent someone to find out if the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Xianxia, was free recently. She then sat down and wrote a note to Su Ronghua. "I have something to ask of you." I hope that the eldest young master of the Su family will do me the honor. After she finished writing, she sent someone to deliver the note to Su Ronghua, who was working not far away. Su Ronghua usually pretended to be busy at the inspection department, yawning and taking an afternoon nap. When Xianxia sent the note, Su Ronghua felt that he had found something to do. When he saw Xianxia's note, he knew that Xianxia wanted him to ask those scholars for their signatures. He smiled lightly and replied, when and where. When Xianxia saw Su Ronghua's reply, she hurriedly wrote another note and had someone send it back, you decide. Su Ronghua looked at Xianxia's note. He thought about it and decided that since he was going to have a meal with a girl, he naturally had to find a more romantic place. Thus, he waved his brush and wrote, tomorrow at 5:00 p.m., Lantern Observation Tower. This Lantern Observation Tower was a sacred place for men and women in the capital to date. When Xianxia saw this location, she felt awkward. It was a bit strange to arrange for someone to be caught and have a prostitute at this place. However, if she declined, she was afraid that Su Ronghua would be suspicious. Su Ronghua didn't care about anything, but he wasn't stupid. After thinking about it, Xianxia could only reply, see you tomorrow. When Su Ronghua received this reply, he looked at Xianxia's delicate and beautiful handwriting and laughed softly. This girl Xianxia was interesting and fun. He had nothing to do, so he played with her and made his life more lively. Huajing was too boring. When such a lively person came by, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows a little. Su Ronghua closed his eyes. He didn't even realize that he was laughing. Yusher was the time when most of the court officials were socializing outside. After Xianxia received Su Ronghua's confirmation, she folded his note and the portrait he gave her before. She added 1 tael of silver and had someone send them to Xianxia. After she was done, Xianxia took the initiative to go to the princess's residence and told Li Rong about her arrangements. Tomorrow at Yusher, I will book a room in the Lantern Observation Tower in Su Ronghua's name in advance. Then, I will arrange for the girl to wait in the room. As soon as the two people come, I will immediately arrest them. According to the law of the Xia, officials could exchange dancers at the ball, but they couldn't find prostitutes outside. However, this matter didn't hurt or itch, so very few people cared about it. When Li Rong heard Xianxia's arrangements, he frowned. You sent Su Ronghua's note to Xianxia. Did Su Ronghua write down his name? He didn't write down the note, but he wrote down the portrait. How are you so sure that Xianxia will come? In the things I gave him, besides the portrait, there was also silver. Xianxia reminded Li Rong, the Su family has a good relationship with the major aristocratic families. Xianxia should give face to Su Ronghua. Even if he doesn't, Su Ronghua is now in the inspection department. He suddenly invited Xianxia and even gave him silver. What does your highness think Xianxia will think? There were many things that couldn't be said in court, but if a person who had been involved in corruption suddenly received an invitation from the deputy director of the Department of Investigation with money, then he would naturally guess that Su Ronghua had privately told him about his corruption. I understand. Li Rong nodded. Xianxia would definitely come if it was related to his future as an official. When Xianxia saw that Li Rong had confirmed that her plan was correct, she directly began to ask Li Rong, I've arranged everything here. What does your highness plan to do? Li Rong smiled, there's no need to arrange anything. Huh? Xianxia was somewhat puzzled. Li Rong smiled, His Majesty's people are watching us more closely. Don't worry. After being pointed out by Li Rong, Xianxia immediately understood. She raised her hand and said, then I'll see you tomorrow, your highness. Li Rong nodded. Xianxia said goodbye, stood up, and turned to leave. Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan waited for a day. Li Ming's people also began to secretly investigate the process of the Ministry of Personnel's transfer and the related personnel. However, Xianxia couldn't find anything. Li Ming's people also couldn't find anything. They couldn't find anything to report, so they could only keep an eye on the key personnel. A group of secret agents kept an eye on Xianxia. When it was the afternoon, they saw Xianxia quietly walk out from the back door. The two secret agents looked at each other and hurriedly followed. Xianxia wore a black cloak and got into the carriage. After sitting down, the attendant was somewhat puzzled and carefully asked, Sir, why did young Master Su set the meeting at a place like the Lantern Tower? Xianxia was also somewhat puzzled when he heard the attendant's question. However, thinking of Su Ronghua's personality, he thought that it was normal for him to do anything. He thought about it and could only reprimand in a low voice, this is where young Master Su's wisdom lies. Meeting at the Lantern Tower is also a way to deceive others. The attendant was stunned. Two grown men going to a place where couples eat together in a private room. No matter how he looked at it, it was more eye-catching. When Xianxia rushed to the Lantern Tower, Su Ronghua had also changed his clothes at home. He had been choosing the clothes for nearly 2 hours. He usually dressed sloppily. Today, he wanted to eat with a girl, so he took out all the clothes and picked them out. In the end, he chose an azure robe and a silver crown inlaid with gems. He held a folding fan in his hand and put on a fragrant pouch and a jade pendant. Then, he went out proudly. When he reached the door, Su Yongqing was coming back from outside. When he saw Su Ronghua humming a tune and walking out, he couldn't help but laugh. Big brother, where are you going? Why are you dressed so formally? Am I? Su Ronghua opened his hands and looked at himself. Then, he waved his hand and said, it's okay. Su Yongqing chuckled and only said, are you going to eat with a girl? You don't have much experience with girls, but your eyes are very sharp. Then I won't disturb big brother. Su Yongqing smiled and made way, I don't want to make the girl wait. Okay, I'll tell you in detail when I come back. Su Ronghua thought for a moment and laughed softly, maybe I can get a sister-in-law back? Then I wish big brother victory in advance. As Su Yongqing said this, he raised his hand and saluted. Su Ronghua was happy. He suddenly remembered, hey, you're not young anymore. Everyone in the family is looking at you. Don't you have a girl you like now? Su Yongqing heard this, but smiled and didn't say anything. Su Ronghua hissed and waved his hand, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. Looking at you like this makes my teeth ache. I'm leaving. As he said this, Su Ronghua walked out happily. Su Yongqing stood in the same place and looked at Su Ronghua's happy back. There was some gentleness in his eyes. The servant next to him looked in the direction of Su Ronghua's departure and sighed, eldest young master is older than second young master, but he's like a child. I don't know when he can let master stop worrying. That's good. Su Yongqing turned around and said gently, brother, father, and everyone can live well and do what they like. That's enough. But the Su family, don't the Su family have me? Su Yongqing walked forward and smiled with determination, big brother, you can do whatever you want. I alone am enough. As Su Yongqing said this, he thought of the Ministry of Justice's official business and asked the servant about it. Now that the Minister of Justice was about to be transferred, there couldn't be any mistakes. Su Yongqing talked with the servant next to him and went into the study. After a long time, he came back to his senses. After taking a sip of tea, he saw the gloomy sky. He thought for a moment and turned to the servant next to him, remember to send someone to pick up eldest young master. Don't worry, second young master, the servant said with a smile, this is a small matter. The servant will wake up. Su Yongqing nodded. He thought for a moment and then asked with concern, who did eldest young master eat with today? I heard from eldest young master that it was Miss Shangguan. The servant said and grinned, I heard that eldest young master was very attentive. It took him 2 hours to pick out the clothes. Su Yongqing smiled and was about to say something when he suddenly reacted and said, quick. Go and call eldest young master back. The servant was stunned and then quickly responded, yes, this servant will go now. The servant hurried out, but Su Yongqing stopped him, no need. Su Yongqing clenched his fists and thought, it's too late to go now. The servant didn't dare to speak. Su Yongqing thought for a long time and finally said, prepare the carriage. I want to leave the city. Yes. The servant responded and quickly left. When Su Yongqing left Huajing, Su Ronghua had just arrived at the gate of the Lantern Tower. As soon as he appeared, everyone in the dark became vigilant. Xianxia had already arrived in advance. He was led into the house by the servant and saw that the dancers were already waiting inside. Xianxia was used to this kind of scene and even relaxed a little. He thought that Su Ronghua probably didn't come to find trouble with him today. Perhaps he came to help him. Xiao waited for Su Ronghua anxiously. Not long after, he heard a noise outside. He hurried to the window and saw Su Ronghua coming down from the carriage. The servant recognized Su Ronghua as soon as he got out of the carriage. He ate, drank, and played in Huajing and was a familiar face in all the shops. The servant came forward and said with a smile, "Eldest young master Su, this way please." "She's here?" "Yes, she's waiting for you." Hearing this, Su Ronghua smiled and was quite happy. He didn't expect that Xianxia would come early. After all, girls were more reserved and liked to put on airs. However, Xianxia not only didn't deliberately come late, but also waited for him in advance, which showed her sincerity. Although she had a favor to ask of him, it was also an attitude. Thinking of this, Su Ronghua couldn't help but be happier. He raised his hand and gave the servant a piece of silver, then walked into the lantern tower. His generous attitude made Xianxia, who was in the tea house not far away, click her tongue in wonder. She turned to Li Rong, who came to watch the show with her, and said, "Look at him, I'm afraid he often comes out to eat with girls." Li Rong smiled and nibbled on melon seeds. "Whether he comes to eat with girls or not, what does it have to do with you?" "I'm just saying," Xianxia said and turned her head to observe the movements of the lantern tower. As soon as Su Ronghua went upstairs, a few people immediately followed him into the lantern tower. Those people were tall and straight, and their steps were light and graceful. They were obviously martial artists and were different from others. Su Ronghua walked up the stairs and followed the waiter to the door. As soon as he reached the door, he heard the faint sound of music coming from inside. He raised his eyebrows and was somewhat puzzled, but the waiter had already bowed respectfully and sensibly left. He thought for a moment and didn't make any more guesses. He simply pushed the door and went in. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Xiao sitting in the room with a girl sitting on his lap. A group of girls were playing and singing next to them. It was very lively. Su Ronghua suddenly felt embarrassed and hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Sorry, I came to the wrong place." With that, Su Ronghua was about to retreat. Xiao hurriedly got up and called out to Su Ronghua, "Eldest young master, didn't you ask me to come?" Hearing this, Su Ronghua stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and frowned, "I asked you to come?" As soon as these words came out, the two people's expressions changed greatly. Su Ronghua hurriedly said, "Pretend you never saw me." With that, he turned around and walked out. But when he turned back, he saw a person holding a knife in front of him and coldly said, "This humble one is under imperial orders to investigate this case. Eldest young master Su, Assistant Minister Xia, please come with me." Xiao expression was extremely ugly. Su Ronghua faced the imperial guard in front of him and his expression changed several times. Finally, he said, "What right do you have to arrest me? Both of you have violated the laws of Xia and openly recruited prostitutes." The imperial guard's expression was calm. "Lord Su, come with us?" Su Ronghua's expression changed several times. Xiao knelt very quickly and immediately said, "Sir, I don't know anything. Lord Su asked me to come. I have his handwritten letter as proof." With that said, Xiao spread out the two pieces of paper that Xianxia had sent over. The moment Su Ronghua saw the piece of paper, her eyes were glued to it. The guard went forward to take the piece of paper, but Su Ronghua was one step ahead of him. She raised her hand and grabbed the piece of paper. Then, before anyone could react, she stepped onto the table, flipped over the window, and jumped down from the second floor while holding on to the eaves. The imperial guard hurriedly chased after him and only saw Su Ronghua's back. They turned around to look at their commanding officer and frowned. "Commanding officer," he ran away. "It's fine." The leader calmly said, "Take Assistant Minister Xia back first. We'll wait for him at the Su family." With that said, two imperial guards dragged Xiao and took him out. Su Ronghua madly ran along the road. After a while, he saw his manservant waiting in the alley. When he saw him, he asked curiously, "Eldest young master, you came out so quickly?" Su Ronghua did not say a word. He directly removed the horse from the carriage and rode it away without another word. The manservant was a little confused and anxiously asked, "Eldest young master, where are you going?" "Eldest young master?" Su Ronghua did not say a word. He rode the horse and galloped towards the Shangguan residence. Xianxia had just finished saying goodbye to Li Rong and was returning to the Shangguan residence. She sat in the carriage and hummed a little tune. After a while, she heard the coachman outside, shoo. Then, the carriage suddenly stopped and her head hit the wall of the carriage. She covered her head and gasped. Just as she was about to curse, she saw the curtain of the carriage was suddenly lifted. A pair of beautiful phoenix eyes stared at her with anger. Xianxia was stunned. Then, she saw Su Ronghua half-squatting outside the carriage and sneered, Xianxia. For the first time, there was coldness in his voice, how dare you? Ah. When Xianxia saw Su Ronghua, she recovered from her momentary shock. Why is eldest young master Su here? As she spoke, Xianxia elegantly straightened her skirt and crossed her left leg over her right leg. She propped up her chin and smiled. Eldest young master Su, did you escape? You schemed against me. Su Ronghua spoke directly. Xianxia chuckled. Why would eldest young master Su say that? This is called Zhou Yu hitting Huang Gai. One is willing to hit, the other is willing to suffer. When Su Ronghua heard this, he was so angry that he laughed. You aren't afraid of offending me. You say it as if I didn't do this to avoid offending you. Everyone knows why you came to the inspection department. Although Xianxia was smiling, there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. You and I have different standpoints, so why do you have to pretend to be a good person? I asked you out, so you came out. I schemed against you, but aren't you also schemed against me? What did I scheme against you? Su Ronghua clenched his fists. Xianxia poured herself a cup of tea and leisurely said, You have to ask yourself. Why did you approach me so eagerly? These words stunned Su Ronghua. He couldn't help but ask, I was eagerly attentive? You followed me in the casino, pestered me in the inspector's office, wrote letters, fought, and teased me. Xianxia listed all the things that Su Ronghua had done, then turned to look at him with a faint smile. If I were an ordinary girl, I'm afraid that I would really wonder if you liked me. Unfortunately, my mind is very clear. You are Prince Su's teacher, and His Majesty placed you in the inspector's office as the deputy director. Whether it was the assassination of the princess or the resistance in the daily investigation, you were always behind it. If you liked me, Xianxia sighed, then that would be really funny. Su Ronghua didn't speak. He stared at Xianxia. This was the first time he realized that he had spent so much effort on this person without realizing it. He looked at Xianxuanya's emotionless eyes and felt an indescribable bitterness spread in his heart. He couldn't help but ask, You don't believe in feelings? Xianxia was stunned. Then, he said in surprise, Now that you've said that, do you still think I'm that gullible? Su Ronghua stared at Xianxia. He looked at her. After a long time, he suddenly said slowly, How pitiful. What? Xianxia didn't understand. Su Ronghua repeated, I'm saying that you're just like everyone else in Huajing. You're a pitiful worm. You have brains, but no heart. Aren't you? Xianxia felt as if he had been scolded by him. He laughed coldly and said, We're not even close to each other. Why are you still pretending? Who's not close to you? Su Ronghua raised his voice and said, I'm just like you. I've already sued you when I met you at the casino. Do you still want your reputation as a girl going in and out of a place like this? Then tell me, Xianxia laughed and said, If you tell me, you won't be able to get in touch with the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family. I'll just lose my reputation. Wouldn't it be better for me to stay at home without a reputation? Do you think I want to get married? But you're different. You'll miss a good opportunity to get in touch with me and use me. Su Ronghua nodded and laughed. You're amazing. Very amazing. I misjudged you. I thought you were different from the people in Huajing. We're all people who grew up eating rice. How can we be different? Xianxia said mockingly, Don't flatter yourself, and don't flatter me. If we were kind-hearted young masters and young ladies, Pei Wenxuan wouldn't be the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, and you wouldn't be in the inspection department. However, an eye for an eye. Your people hit my people, and I slapped you in return. Why are you crying injustice? You're right. Su Ronghua nodded and said, I'm not being wronged. I'd like to see what you can do to me with your tricks. After saying that, Su Ronghua jumped down from the carriage. Xianxia didn't look up and said loudly, "Take care. I won't see you out." Hearing this, Su Ronghua paused in front of the carriage and suddenly said, "I just don't want to break your wings." Xianxia stopped pouring tea. Su Ronghua's voice was very soft outside the carriage. "I think you're alive when you're gambling, scolding people, and splashing tea." After Su Ronghua said that, he got on his horse and left. Xianxia's teapot hung in the air for a while. After a long time, it finally fell down. "Let's go back," she said calmly. When Xianxia rushed to the Shangguan residence, Li Rong's people had already made arrangements. She couldn't interfere too much in this matter. It would be best if Li Ming's people handled everything. Their purpose wasn't to do anything to Su Ronghua. It wasn't a big crime for an official to openly solicit prostitutes into Xia. They could be imprisoned for 2 days and fined their salary. With Su Ronghua's family background, no matter how angry Li Ming was, he couldn't do anything to them. What they wanted was for Li Ming to know that Su Ronghua and Xiao Wenzi were in contact. Su Ronghua and Xiao Wenzi could definitely accuse them of being framed, but they couldn't produce any evidence. The dancers were Su Ronghua's favorite female confidants. The tea house was also booked under Su Ronghua's name. Su Ronghua's invitation was still there. In addition, Li Ming was suspicious. There was no need to say anything. Li Ming would make his own decision. Li Rong calculated Li Ming's thoughts and inquired about Su Ronghua along the way. Not long after, the news of Su Ronghua's arrest came. Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan were playing chess. She said slowly, "What did Su Ronghua say?" Su Ronghua would definitely argue, but how he would argue was the key. Jing Lan hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, "Eldest young master Su didn't say anything." "What do you mean?" Li Rong frowned. She raised her head, "What do you mean he didn't say anything?" After eldest young master Su rode his horse back to the residence, he directly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. He said that he hired a few dancers outside. Prime Minister Su punished him with 10 lashes on the spot and sent him straight to prison. Li Rong heard this and hesitated for a long time. Finally, she said, "You may leave." Jing Lan respectfully saluted and left. After Jing Lan left, Pei Wenxuan looked up at Li Rong, "Your Highness, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking," Li Rong said slowly, "why did Su Ronghua directly admit it?" "Because he knows that it's useless to deny it now." Pei Wenxuan put down a chess piece, "He can't explain the note. If he admits that the note was written to Xianxia, His Majesty will not think that he colluded with the Ministry of Personnel to frame His Highness, but the relationship between him and the Shangguan family. It's better to know clearly," Pei Wenxuan said calmly, "the relationship between Consort Ro and the Su family was built by His Majesty. Consort Ro allowed him to contact the Ministry of Personnel to make trouble for us, but it didn't break the balance that His Majesty wanted. At most, His Majesty will be a bit angry, but he won't really do anything. After all, in His Majesty's heart, the Su family is Consort Ro's support, and they are fighting against the Shangguan family behind the Crown Prince. Consort Ro's brother's military power in the northwest is fighting against the Crown Prince's military power. 3 years later, Prince Su." Pei Wenxuan stopped talking. Li Rong saw that he stopped talking, so she looked up at him and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "I just feel that you already know all of this." Pei Wenxuan smiled. After hesitating for a moment, he said slowly, "I'm afraid that you'll be sad if I repeat it again." Li Rong twirled a chess piece in her hand. She thought for a moment, then said softly, "I'm not sad. It's been so many years. Back then, I might have complained and hated Consort Ro, Prince Su, and Hua Lu. I felt that they were disgusting." Li Rong said as she put a chess piece on the chessboard and said slowly, "But later, I felt that they were also pitiful. Imperial Father paved the way for them, but it was never because he loved them. Imperial Father suppressed me and Chuaner, but it was also never because he hated us. He didn't love anyone, and he didn't hate anyone. It was just that he didn't want the aristocratic families to be the only powerful family." As Pei Wenxuan listened, Li Rong changed the topic, "Then according to what you said, Su Ronghua was also retreating in order to advance. The faster he admitted, the less Imperial Father's suspicion of him?" Yes. However, there's actually another point. Li Rong thought for a moment, why was Su Ronghua so reckless? I remember that he was also a smart person. Pei Wenchuan rubbed a chess piece, seemingly hesitating. Seeing that he didn't speak, Li Rong couldn't help but ask, what are you thinking about? Your Highness, Pei Wenchuan said hesitantly, when eldest young Master Su came today, he specially dressed up. So? Li Rong didn't understand. Pei Wenchuan laughed and reminded him, eldest young Master Su probably didn't think that Miss Shangguan would scheme against him. Isn't this a joke? Li Rong was amused by Pei Wenchuan's words, who in the Su family isn't smart? Even if he has some feelings for Aya, how could he be so stupid to think that Aya wouldn't scheme against him? Pei Wenchuan put a chess piece on the chessboard and said with a gentle expression, Your Highness, do you think I'm a smart person? Of course you are. Li Rong said with certainty and put a chess piece next to Pei Wenchuan's. Pei Wenchuan smiled and looked up, but at that time, until the last moment, I believed that Your Highness wouldn't make a move against me. Li Rong fell silent. Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong placed their chess pieces one after another. Pei Wenchuan said in a gentle voice, You and Miss Aya think too badly of people. But most of the time, people are not as completely rational as His Highness and Miss Shangguan think. Deep in a person's heart, there will always be some inexplicable dependence and trust on others. Although eldest young Master Su's position is different from ours, he is a sincere person. He values feelings very much and will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for the person he likes. He admires Miss Shangguan and doesn't guard against her. Isn't that normal? You seem to know him very well. Li Rong raised her eyebrows. In her memory, Pei Wenchuan and Su Ronghua didn't have a good relationship. Pei Wenchuan put her sleeve aside and put a chess piece on the far side of the chessboard. Although I have never been close to him, I was involved in the Su family's case. When Li Rong heard this, her movements stiffened. Pei Wenchuan noticed her abnormality and pretended not to notice. He picked up the tea and said, Your Highness, do you know why His Highness the Crown Prince wanted to kill Su Ronghua? Li Rong didn't expect Pei Wenchuan to suddenly talk about the past. She hesitated for a moment. She didn't dare to ask, but she knew that this might be a hurdle she would have to cross one day. She lowered her eyes, why? Because His Highness the Crown Prince suspected that Qin Jinjin died at the hands of Su Ronghua. When Li Rong heard this, she suddenly raised her head and looked at Pei Wenchuan in shock. How is that possible? Why did Su Ronghua want to kill her? Countless people wanted to kill Qin Jinjin back then. There were many reasons, but it had nothing to do with the Su family. The Su family didn't have any women in the harem. What was the reason for Su Ronghua to poison Qin Jinjin? I didn't understand it before, so I thought that His Highness the Crown Prince had made a mistake. Pei Wenchuan took a sip of tea and looked at Li Rong. It wasn't until today that I finally confirmed that Su Ronghua might have a reason. Li Rong didn't dare to speak, so Pei Wenchuan directly announced the answer. In this life, Su Ronghua and Shangguanya were in the same casino. This happened before Your Highness got involved in their relationship. Didn't they meet in the previous life? Qin Jinjin died from poison. Both mother and child should have died, but the child survived. Your Highness, who do you think will benefit the most from this? Without Pei Wenchuan saying anything, Li Rong already understood. Aya, isn't that kind of person? Li Rong said with difficulty. If not Shangguanya, then what about Su Ronghua? Pei Wenchuan said calmly, based on how much Qin Jinjin was favored at that time, and His Majesty's attitude towards the aristocratic families, the chances of Miss Shangguan's child becoming the crown prince were too small. Su Ronghua didn't marry until his death in the previous life. When I investigated him, all the dancers who came into contact with him said that he only enjoyed singing and dancing and didn't talk about love. If he didn't have someone in his heart, why would he stay alone until his death? Li Rong didn't speak for a long time. She held the chess piece and looked at the crisscrossing chessboard, as if she was in a daze. Pei Wenchuan looked at her. Your Highness, why aren't you speaking? Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong smiled bitterly. I suddenly feel that I lived like a joke in the previous life. I helped the aristocratic families. In this life, you told me that the aristocratic families had done all kinds of evil. I felt that Chuaner was ruthless and immoral in the previous life. You said that he had no choice but to do so. I felt that the Su clan was innocent. Now you tell me that Qin Jinjin died at the hands of Su Ronghua. Reborn? Li Rong felt a little sarcastic. Do you think I'm here to apologize? What about me? Pei Wenxuan looked at her with a sense of helplessness, as if he felt that life was absurd. I thought that you were arrogant, unruly, and narrow-minded, but you were willing to give Qin Jinjin a place to live. I thought that you only had power in your heart, but you also asked for the people's orders and thoroughly investigated the military pay case. I thought that the aristocratic families were hopeless and rotten to the core, but you brought Xianxia and told me that there were also good people in the aristocratic families. I thought that you would never lower your head in your life, but you were willing to tell me and let me wait. Pei Wenxuan laughed, speaking of apologizing, I'm the one who really came back to apologize. You see, how long have you been back? Pei Wenxuan sighed, how many times have I said sorry to you? Your Highness, if a person doesn't live well for a period of time, you can say that it's someone else's fault, or even God's fault. If you don't live a good life, it's more or less related to you. So, Li Rong picked up her teacup, as if she had accepted her fate, we're all here to apologize. Your Highness, this isn't an apology. Pei Wenxuan reached out and held Li Rong's hand, this is an opportunity for us to start over. Li Rong paused. She held her teacup, and Pei Wenxuan's words rang in her ears. She hesitated for a long time before she looked up, then, about Aya's matter, shouldn't we take care of it? Take care of what? Pei Wenxuan felt a little strange. Li Rong spoke with some difficulty, and her words were incoherent, that is, Su Ronghua and her, if they missed each other in the previous life and didn't end up together in this life. Li Rong looked up at Pei Wenxuan, wouldn't it be a pity? Pei Wenxuan was stunned. He didn't seem to expect Li Rong to think this way. Li Rong asked for his opinion, if Su Ronghua likes Aya, and Aya uses him, won't he be sad? Your Highness, do you think that Miss Shangguan shouldn't hurt eldest young Master Su's heart? Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong seriously. Li Rong frowned and said matter-of-factly, if he's not sincere, then it's mutual exploitation. But if he's sincere, he should be treated with the respect he deserves. Pei Wenxuan didn't say anything. Li Rong saw Pei Wenxuan looking at her with burning eyes. She felt a little embarrassed, why are you looking at me like that? No, Pei Wenxuan smiled and lowered his head a little embarrassedly, I just realized how many years I've missed you. Now you know how good I am? Li Rong was a little happy to hear him praise her. She stood up, okay, I'll send a message to Xianxia. It's not too late to make up for it while Su Ronghua is still in prison. As Li Rong spoke, she sent a message to Xianxia, asking her to visit Su Ronghua. Xianxia was about to go to bed when she received Li Rong's message. She sat on the bed for a long time before she finally stood up, changed her clothes, and went to the Ministry of Justice. Su Ronghua had already fallen asleep in the Ministry of Justice's prison. He was halfway through his sleep when he heard footsteps outside. He pretended not to hear and turned his back to Xianxia. Xianxia stood at the door of the prison for a while. After a long time, she finally said, Su Ronghua, I'm here to see you on His Highness's orders. Why are you looking at me? Su Ronghua closed his eyes and turned his back to Xianxia. Do I need you to come here in the middle of the night to see if I have 3 eyes or 5 hands? Xianxia pursed her lips and didn't say anything. After hesitating for a long time, she said, actually, I went back tonight and thought about what you said carefully. I think what you said might be true. You're dressed so gorgeously today because you really care about this meal. It's my fault for using you like this. How about this? I'll let it go this time, but it won't happen again. Su Ronghua didn't say anything. This was the first time Xianxia had seen such a cold attitude from him. She felt indescribably uncomfortable. She said in a muffled voice, don't ignore me. How about this? Let's have a bet? As she spoke, Xianxia took out a deck of cards from her pocket, if I win, don't be angry. What if you lose? Su Ronghua finally spoke. Xianxia rubbed her nose, then you can continue to be angry for a while. Looking at Xianxia's expression, Su Ronghua felt both angry and amused. How could he not know how bad Xianxia's gambling skills were? If she wanted to gamble, she would leave the outcome to him. Seeing that he did not speak, Xianxia handed over the cards and said, why don't you have a bet? Su Ronghua sat up and turned to look at the person in front of the cell. Xianxia stretched out her hand, and her eyes were full of flattery. She pushed the cards forward and asked, "Do you want it?" Su Ronghua hesitated for a long time before he finally stood up and took Xianxia's cards. "Do you think your cards are bigger or mine?" Xianxia asked him with a smile. Su Ronghua rubbed the cards and looked at the person in front of him. After a long time, he lowered his eyes and said slowly, "Yours is bigger." "Then let's see how lucky we are." As Xianxia spoke, she flipped her cards and revealed the face of a tiger on her cards. Su Ronghua flipped his cards and revealed the face of a dog on his cards. "Ah," Xianxia said happily. "This seems to be the first time I've won against you." Su Ronghua did not say anything. He sat down calmly and leaned back against the wall. He bent one of his legs and placed his hand on his knee. He said slowly, "Okay, I'm not angry anymore. You can go back." Xianxia thought for a moment. She took a small stool from the side, brushed away the dust on it, and sat on it. "Let's have a chat." "I don't dare to." Su Ronghua rejected her decisively. Xianxia laughed. "Why? Are you afraid that I'll trick you?" "Shouldn't I be afraid?" Su Ronghua glanced at her coldly. "Haven't I been tricked by you enough?" "No, didn't I apologize?" Xianxia said shamelessly. "Actually, I'm not that bad of a person. I'm just very bad to my enemies. Since we're not enemies, I won't cheat you in the future." "You believe me just because I said I'm not your enemy?" Su Ronghua looked at her coldly and used her own words to reply, "Do you think I'm a fool?" "You are a little silly." Xianxia smiled embarrassedly. Su Ronghua was so angry that he stood up and was about to leave. Xianxia grabbed his sleeve and said anxiously, "Wait for me to finish. It's not easy for us to have such a deep conversation. Don't leave so easily." When Su Ronghua heard this, he paused for a moment. In the end, he took a deep breath and sat back down. Xianxia leaned forward, placed his hands on his knees, propped up his chin, and looked at Su Ronghua in front of him. "Actually, don't blame me. I've never seen someone like you before. You see, you come from a big family, you're smart, and you have so many identities, so I can only be suspicious of you. Ever since I was young, my family told me that the first thing you can't trust in this world is politicians, and the second thing you can't trust is men. You have both of them. You're blaming me for this?" Su Ronghua sneered. "You learned a bunch of fallacious reasoning yourself. It's because you're different." Xianxia immediately replied. Su Ronghua ignored him. Xianxia thought for a moment, then carefully said, "Speaking of which, from what I heard, you don't seem like someone who chases after fame and fortune. Why did you become Prince Su's teacher and come to the Department of Inspection?" "His Imperial Majesty appointed me." "How could I refuse?" Su Ronghua looked at him as if her brain was damaged. Xianxia was even more curious. "But if you become his teacher, you'll be tied to him. Aren't you worried about your future?" "Future?" Su Ronghua laughed. "Do I look like I have a future? If I wanted a future, I would have studied hard in the past, like my younger brother, and received the family's careful nurturing. Then I would have taken on the responsibility of the family and entered the imperial court. Why did I become Prince Su's teacher? Because His Imperial Majesty needed someone from the Su family to be Prince Su's teacher. The Su family couldn't refuse, and they didn't want to have too much to do with Prince Su, so they threw me, this abandoned child, out. I'm a fanatic, and I never represent the Su family's attitude. Can't you see?" "I used to understand." Xianxia leaned against the prison door. "But after you entered the Department of Inspection, I didn't understand. Why did you come to the Department of Inspection?" Su Ronghua didn't speak. He raised his head and looked at the sky. After a long time, he slowly said, "My younger brother told me to come, so I came. But in fact, deep down, I also wanted to see what you and His Highness." Su Ronghua turned to look at Xianxia. "In the end, what do you want to do?" "Since I was young, everyone said that I was different, that I didn't have any responsibility. But I often thought, what is responsibility? The family is responsibility, but aren't the common people in the official position? The common people are responsibility, but wives, children, friends, their friendship, aren't they a responsibility on one's shoulders? I've seen countless people. When they were young, they had a clear distinction between black and white, frivolous and wanton. But slowly, they seem to become different people, always talking about status, responsibility, and then doing dark and filthy things. If a person can live well, they have to take care of themselves, take care of their parents, raise their children, be righteous for their friends, be loyal to their subjects, abide by the laws of the imperial court, abide by propriety, righteousness, benevolence, and trust. Above these, they can do whatever they want. What's wrong with that? I hate those hypocrites. I don't want to live in this city and become a monster like them. I want to live like a person. I want the freedom to like who I like, the freedom to choose what I like. But there are too few people like me. It wasn't until last year's Chishi Palace banquet that I smelled a scent of incense at the banquet. As she spoke, Su Ronghua laughed. That incense had a smell that I was familiar with, so I voted for it. Later, I wanted to find the incense maker, but I found that the incense was made by the Qing clan's second Mississippi. But when I continued to investigate, I found that second Miss Qing wasn't good at making incense. In the end, I found out that there was a girl who didn't want to enter the palace. It turned out that Her Highness Ping Le was helping the crown prince delay his marriage. You see, Su Ronghua spread out her hands. It turns out that everyone in the palace is struggling bitterly. So I really wanted to see what you and Her Highness were thinking about. When Xianxia heard Su Ronghua's words, she hugged her knees. Su Ronghua turned to look at her. Why did you enter the inspection department? In the end, perhaps it's the same as you. Xianxia laughed. I want to live like a human. I also don't want to change, but I know that I'm not a saint. If I enter the palace, I'm afraid that I'll be no different from the elders I see now. For the sake of the family's interests, they'll do anything and everything. But I don't want to be like this. So I have to be useful. Xianxia looked at Su Ronghua seriously. I have to provide irreplaceable value to the family. Value that's more important than marrying someone to form an alliance through marriage. Only in this way, Xianxia laughed, I'll always be Xianxia. In the future, I can gamble with you, drink a little wine, and quarrel with you. Xianxia smiled as she talked about the future she imagined. I won't marry for the rest of my life, I'll have my own manor, and I'll adopt a few boys or girls from the family. I'll be an old aunt for the rest of my life and raise many girls like me. You can even think of gambling with me and drinking a little wine. Su Ronghua raised his eyebrows. It seems that you have a good impression of me. Probably. Xianxia shrugged. We're both different kinds of people? Su Ronghua. Xianxia thought for a moment, then reached out her hand. Let's make a pinky promise. In the future, I won't take advantage of your kindness to me to dig a hole for you. Xianxia looked at him. Don't lie to me, okay? Okay. Su Ronghua reached out his hand and hooked his pinky finger with hers. When their skin touched, Xianxia couldn't help but tremble. She didn't know what this feeling was, but she heard a commotion outside. Xianxia hurriedly stood up and said nervously, I'll leave first. I'll treat you to a meal another day. As she spoke, Xianxia hurriedly left through another path. Not long after, a row of imperial bodyguards came in. They were obviously from the palace. Su Ronghua glanced at them and said indifferently, What are you doing? Find a few dancers. If you want to lock them up or punish them, then punish them. Don't interrogate them, it's annoying. Take them away. The imperial bodyguards directly said and entered the cell. They pulled Su Ronghua out and began to interrogate him. Su Ronghua openly admitted that he had invited Xianxia to a meal and called a few dancers. He only said that he wasn't looking for prostitutes and nothing else. After the imperial bodyguards interrogated his and Xianxia's confessions, they sent the confessions to the palace. Li Ming carefully read the confessions and placed them on the table. Fu Lai came in with the calming soup that Consort Ro had sent. Seeing Li Ming's brows furrowed, he couldn't help but say, Your Highness, it's already late. Consort Ro just sent someone to deliver the calming soup. You should drink it and rest early. Li Ming raised his eyes and shifted his gaze to the calming soup. He frowned. Fu Lai saw his displeased expression and asked nervously, Your Majesty? Don't you think that Consort Ro went too far? Your Majesty is referring to? Fu Lai hesitated and didn't say anything. Li Ming threw the confessions to the ground, closed his eyes, and leaned back in his chair. He said irritably, "Look at it yourself." Fu Lai placed the calming soup on the table and bent down to take the confessions. He carefully read them and asked puzzledly, "Your Majesty, this eldest young master Su, why would he do such a thing? Why would he do such a thing?" Li Ming sneered, "He's a young master of an aristocratic family. Doesn't he care about his reputation? I'm afraid that it's fake, that he's looking for prostitutes and his real motive is for personal gain." Fu Lai didn't dare to say anything. Li Ming went through everything in his mind. Someone deliberately promoted Pei Wenxuan to the position of Assistant Minister of Personnel in order to make him suspicious of Li Rong. After he became suspicious of Li Rong, he didn't feel at ease with the inspectorate in Li Rong's hands. Who would benefit the most? If Li Rong wanted to make Pei Wenxuan the Assistant Minister of Personnel, it was impossible not to alert him. Li Rong could have directly asked him for such a big position. Why did he have to be so secretive? And now, Su Ronghua had met with Xia Wenxi. What kind of person was Su Ronghua? He had been in the imperial court for so many years. Who had he invited to a private banquet? It would be strange if he didn't have a secret plan to meet with Xia Wenxi alone. Li Rong's tearful complaints about Hua Li's mocking words were still vivid in his mind. Li Ming closed his eyes. In reality, it wasn't that he couldn't tolerate Consort Ro's little tricks. If Consort Ro could cultivate her own power to fight against the Empress, he would be happy to see it happen. What he couldn't tolerate was that Consort Ro was out of his control. Xiandi had already raised the Shangguan clan. He didn't want to raise another Shao clan. Consort Ro could only be a tool to maintain the balance of the imperial court. If she went out of his control and schemed, then it would be unforgivable. The more Li Ming thought about it, the more he felt that it was inappropriate. He stood up and walked directly to Minglu Palace. Consort Ro didn't expect Li Ming to come so late. She chatted with Hua Lu out of boredom. Li Ming was in a fit of anger. He sped all the way to Minglu Palace. The palace servants didn't even have time to stop him before Li Ming strode in. As soon as he entered the inner courtyard, he heard Hua Lu and Consort Ro laughing in the room. When the palace servants saw Li Ming, they immediately knelt down. Li Ming raised his hand to stop them. The entire courtyard quieted down. Li Ming didn't allow anyone to make a sound or move. They could only hear the mother and daughter joking in the room. Hua Lu said happily, "If I marry, I definitely won't marry someone like Pei Wenxuan. Other than being a bit good-looking, he doesn't have any abilities. He was born in a poor family and married eldest sister. Now, he can't even become an examiner. You said that eldest sister has been arrogant all her life and married such a person." Hua Lu couldn't stop laughing. Li Ming was burning with anger. He kicked open the door and rushed in. Consort Ro saw Li Ming come in. Both Hua Lu and Consort Ro paled. "Your Majesty." Fortunately, Consort Ro reacted quickly. She stood up with a smile and said, "Why have you come? You taught your good daughter." Li Ming pointed at Hua Lu and stared at Consort Ro. "Is this how a princess should talk?" Xianxia was wrong. Consort Ro admitted her mistake quickly and said, "Hua Lu, quickly apologize to Imperial Father." "Apologize?" Li Ming nodded. "Is she the one who should apologize?" "Leave." Li Ming looked at Hua Lu. Hua Lu glanced at Consort Ro. Consort Ro gave her a look. Hua Lu quickly stood up and respectfully left. When only Li Ming and Consort Ro were left in the room, Consort Ro poured tea for Li Ming and said gently, "Hua Lu is young and doesn't know any better. She's been led astray by the palace servants. I was just about to scold her. Were you the one who appointed Pei Wenxuan as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel?" Li Ming spoke decisively. Consort Ro looked frightened. "Your Majesty, why do you say this? This concubine has been in the imperial harem for many years. How could I make such an important decision? Where did your Majesty hear rumors and misunderstand this concubine?" "Rumors?" Li Ming laughed coldly. "We know your abilities very well. If it wasn't for your abilities, do you think an ant like you could be in this position?" Consort Ro's smile didn't fade. She only respectfully said, "Your Majesty is right. However, this matter has nothing to do with this concubine. If your majesty is listening to some despicable person trying to frame you, why don't you call them out and confront this concubine? Before she finished speaking, Li Ming raised his hand and slapped Consort Ro hard across the face. Consort Ro stumbled from the slap. She knelt on the ground and didn't move. Li Ming stood up and looked at her coldly. We can allow you to play tricks, and we can also allow you to play tricks in the imperial harem. However, we can't allow you to lie to us. If we can lift you up with one hand, we can also drag you down with the other. We don't like to lie. Today, we will give you face and won't pursue this matter. Li Ming squatted down and stared at Consort Ro. But Xiao Ro, remember what you said to us back then. You are willing to be my knife. Don't forget your status. This concubine will remember. Consort Ro spoke softly. Seeing that she was obedient, Li Ming's anger subsided. He stood up and stared at the delicate woman sitting on the ground. Her skirt was like a blooming lotus flower. Even at this moment, she still had a kind of enchanting beauty. Li Ming was silent for a long time before finally turning to leave. After he left, Hua Lu hurriedly rushed in. She was so anxious that she forgot her manners and directly asked, "Mother, are you okay, Mother?" Consort Ro clenched her fists. She slowly raised her head and revealed a smile. I'm fine. She was a knife. She would always remember that. Seeing Consort Ro's smile, Hua Li's heart relaxed. She hurriedly walked forward and helped Consort Ro up. Mother, what did Imperial Father say just now? Consort Ro's expression didn't change. She was just about to give orders when she saw an attendant hastily walk in from the corridor. He hurried to Consort Ro's side and whispered something into Consort Ro's ear. Consort Ro raised her head in surprise and asked somewhat anxiously, "Really?" The attendant nodded and said softly, "It's absolutely true. He's already outside the palace." Excellent. Consort Ro said happily. I'll go find His Majesty now. Li Rong dared to do this. Consort Ro laughed. I'm afraid he'll lose a layer of skin this time. After Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan finished playing a game of Go, they received news that Xianxia had been released from prison. They also sent a message to her, saying that the mission was completed and that she had become friends with eldest young Master Su. When Li Rong heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. She looked up at Pei Wenchuan and said gently, if Su Ronghua heard this, he would be suspicious. Miss Xianxia is like this. Eldest young Master Su will get used to it. As she spoke, Pei Wenchuan looked at the sky and reminded, Your Highness, it's time to sleep. You don't sleep much, but you care too much about me. Li Rong sneered, but she stood up. Pei Wenchuan went forward and helped her take off her outer clothes. After washing up, the two went to bed. Li Rong lay on the bed, but she couldn't fall asleep. Pei Wenchuan sensed that she didn't seem to want to sleep immediately, so he opened his eyes and turned to look at Li Rong. Your Highness, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about what will happen in the palace tonight. Your Highness, you don't have to worry. Pei Wenchuan comforted Li Rong. His Majesty is suspicious. Consort Ro is only one of his weapons. You are now a bargaining chip in His Majesty's plan to deal with the aristocratic families. You are still useful. Consort Ro tried to harm you without permission, so he is His Majesty's reverse scale. Yes. Li Rong responded. Pei Wenchuan thought for a moment and suddenly said, in a few days, there will be a lantern festival. Does Your Highness want to go and see it? Lantern festival? Li Rong knew that Pei Wenchuan was trying to change the topic, so she played along. She mimicked Pei Wenchuan's actions, turned sideways, raised her finger, and placed it on Pei Wenchuan's chest. She said coquettishly, Lord Pei, are you asking me out? When Pei Wenchuan heard Li Rong's words, he couldn't help but laugh. His laughter was very low. When he laughed, Li Rong could clearly feel the slight vibration of his chest under his fingertips. Li Rong saw him laughing and slowly glared at him. Still laughing? If you keep laughing, I won't have any more time. Then I won't laugh. Pei Wenchuan stopped laughing, but the smile remained on his face. Will Your Highness have time? You can prepare it first, Li Rong said casually. We'll see if there's time. Okay. Pei Wenchuan nodded. I've rented a boat. When the time comes, I'll row for your highness. I've asked around. There will be sky lanterns at night. There will be a lot of people on the shore. I'll take you to the center of the lake to see. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Li Rong listened to Pei Wenxuan's words. She actually had some expectations. She raised her hand to her ear. You can row a boat. There's a lot of water in Luzhou. Pei Wenxuan thought of his youth and slowly said, during the 3 years of mourning, I liked to row a boat out by myself. I would find a place to stop, bask in the sun, and sleep in. When I woke up, I would row a boat back and pick some lotus seeds on the way back. Li Rong listened to Pei Wenxuan talk about these things. This was a world she had never experienced before. Ever since she was born, she had lived in Huajing. She had never experienced the peaceful times described by Pei Wenxuan. She could casually walk on the street and have her own boat. On a summer afternoon, there would be large patches of lotus flowers. She could casually find a place to take a nap, read a book, or find a place to fish. She could fish for an entire afternoon. It didn't matter if she didn't catch anything. Sometimes, I would bring some lotus leaves back. An aunt taught me how to wrap glutinous rice with lotus leaves. Add some chicken pieces, chestnuts, and spices. Then steam them together. It has a special flavor. You learned how to make it? Li Rong was hungry. Pei Wenxuan laughed. Do you want to eat it? Yes, you said it so well. Li Rong said frankly. I don't just want to eat it. I want to go to Luzhou. Then in the future, when we're old and I return to my hometown, we'll go there. When I'm old, I'm afraid I can't walk. Li Rong sighed. My legs are not good. It's okay. I'll carry you. Pei Wenxuan raised his hand and stroked Li Rong's hair. He looked at her as if he was looking at a child. And, in this life, I'll take good care of you. Even if you're old, you won't suffer as much as you did in your previous life. As Pei Wenxuan spoke, he thought of Li Rong's last moments of pain in her previous life. He couldn't help but reach out and pull her into his arms. He sighed. Let's sleep. Li Rong was hugged by him. Her head leaned against his chest. She couldn't help but feel sleepy. This was an indescribable sense of security. It was like a tired bird returning to its nest, or a traveler returning to his hometown. Li Rong suddenly realized that she didn't know when she had this kind of security for this person. Pei Wenxuan hugged Li Rong. After a long time, he heard Li Rong's even breathing. He lowered his head and kissed her. Finally, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. The two slept until midnight. Pei Wenxuan heard urgent knocks on the door. Li Rong moved her body. Pei Wenxuan held her down and said calmly, I'll go take a look. As he spoke, Pei Wenxuan stood up and put on a coat. When he opened the door, he saw Dong Yi standing at the door. He lowered his voice and quickly said a few words to Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan's eyes turned cold. He only said, Are you sure? At this time, Li Rong also put on a coat. When she walked to the door, she heard Dong Yi whisper, I'm sure. Consort Ro brought Master Hongde into the imperial study. This old bald donkey was telling the truth. He only said that someone from the princess's residence asked him to change the crown prince's wedding date. Pei Wenxuan didn't say anything. Dong Yi continued, His Majesty was furious and wanted to summon your highness immediately. However, the messenger was called back as soon as he left the palace. Is there anything else? Pei Wenxuan asked calmly. This matter didn't seem to affect him at all. Dong Yi was infected by Pei Wenxuan's calmness. His earlier panic slowly disappeared. He calmed down and continued, No. His Majesty doesn't seem to want to investigate this matter. Pei Wenxuan nodded. After thinking for a moment, he whispered, Leave the city tonight immediately. Go to Qingshui County next door and find a laundress called Tian Feng. Give her 300 taels of silver and tell her that her husband has been found. Let her bring her mother-in-law to Huajing to reunite with her. Yes. Dong Yi responded. Li Rong listened from the side and immediately understood what Pei Wenxuan was doing. She directly said, You want to find out about Master Hongde's scandal? Yes. Pei Wenxuan turned to look at her. The kind where you can find the evidence immediately. Li Rong directly turned around and returned to the table. He wrote down a list of names and addresses and handed it to Dong Yi. Follow this list and tell them directly that the Jianghu sorcerer who deceived them has been found. Let them come and identify him. Dong Yi was stunned. He didn't expect Li Rong to give him such a list. Li Rong saw Dong Yi in a daze and pushed the list forward. Take it. Only then did Dong Yi react. He quickly took the name list and left. After he left, Li Rong turned to look at Pei Wenchuan. She pulled her clothes and calmly asked, "What's wrong?" Just now, news came from the palace. Consort Ro summoned Master Hongda to the palace to meet the emperor. Li Rong's expression didn't change. She looked at Pei Wenchuan. He's going to the palace to meet the emperor. Why are you panicking? After the spring festival, I sent someone to find him. Pei Wenchuan told the truth. Li Rong frowned. Why are you looking for him? I told His Highness that if we want to completely solve the problem of the Crown Prince's marriage, letting this person come out and make a prophecy is the way to solve it once and for all. Didn't I also tell you? Li Rong controlled her emotions. Chuaner has already agreed to choose a consort. Why are you still worried about this? Pei Wenchuan didn't speak. Li Rong stared at him. After a short silence, Li Rong closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then she said, "Did you leave any evidence?" "No." Pei Wenchuan said decisively. "I sent a secret guard to find him. I didn't tell him who I was, and I didn't directly tell him about the Crown Prince. I only sent someone to test him once. When I found that this person was too timid, I didn't continue." "Then why is he entering the palace now?" Li Rong quickly asked. If Pei Wenchuan was only testing him once and didn't do anything, how could Consort Ro find this person and let him enter the palace? This is also the question I want to know. Pei Wenchuan said calmly. The people in the palace said that after this old bald donkey entered the palace, he complained about you. He said that the people in the princess residence told him to postpone the crown prince's marriage to 5 years later. Li Rong looked at Pei Wenchuan in shock. Pei Wenchuan continued, I didn't recklessly go find this bald donkey. This matter shouldn't be known by anyone else. Li Rong didn't speak. When Pei Wenchuan saw her expression, he unconsciously clenched his fists. He had some things he wanted to say, but when he saw Li Rong's expression, he didn't dare to say it. He didn't want her to know about this matter. If possible, he wanted to hide it for the rest of his life. He was confident that he could beat Su Yongqing in this life, but what about Su Yongqing, who had accompanied Li Rong for more than 20 years? He didn't dare to compete. In this life, he and Li Rong had just started. He didn't want to take any risks at this time. Li Rong was stunned for a moment. She quickly controlled her emotions and only said, What do we do now? His Majesty hasn't summoned Your Highness yet because he is worried about the inspectorate in Your Highness' hands. Pei Wenchuan analyzed. But now, if His Majesty has a knot in his heart, he will be afraid of Your Highness. What we can do now is to eliminate the influence of this matter as much as possible. How to eliminate it? In 2 days, Your Highness will go to Hugua Temple to arrest him. Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong and analyzed. Now, His Majesty won't release him from the palace for the time being. When you go to Hugua Temple to arrest him, you will reveal the old background of this Hongda master and say that you are investigating this demonic monk who swindles money and kills people. This way, when the people from the princess residence went to Hugua Temple, you can just say that it was an investigation. As for what the princess residence said to him, just insist that they didn't say anything and that he doesn't know. Now, these witnesses and material evidence will take a lot of time. But if we can handle this case properly in these 2 days, it will be hard for everyone to believe that we are handling this case on the spur of the moment. If you weren't handling this case on the spur of the moment, and you know that Hongda is a demonic monk, then it would be logical for the people from the princess residence to go to Hongda. Instead, you found a swindler to help you promote the crown prince. This is an extremely stupid move. That's the only way. Li Rong nodded calmly. After he finished speaking, the two fell silent again. In fact, they both had countless things to say, but when the words reached their lips, they couldn't say anything. The two seemed to have touched on an unspeakable topic at the same time. Li Rong was silent for a long time, then finally said, "Let's sleep. Imperial Father hasn't summoned us yet, so he should be planning to endure this matter. On the surface, he would endure it without batting an eyelid. But secretly, Li Ming probably wouldn't leave her with so much power. With Consort Ro's plan, if Pei Wenchuan didn't have such a deep network of people in the palace, she would probably have to suffer this loss herself. With Consort Ro's ability, she wouldn't be able to devise such a plan. Other things aside, just the reason why they found the Hongda master was strange enough." Li Rong pondered, and the thoughts that had once appeared in her mind once again emerged clearly. She couldn't help but think of the day she married Pei Wenchuan in this life, when Su Yongqing came to escort her. She suddenly remembered his intonation when he was reciting the prose. Yearning can chase after the sun and moon, wishing for the peach blossoms of the coming year. She then realized that the elegant gentleman had paused for a moment before reading this sentence. It was strange, unusual, and even a little out of control. Li Rong subconsciously clenched her fists. The moment she restrained her emotions and turned around, Pei Wenchuan suddenly grabbed her hand, pulled her into his embrace, and kissed her. Li Rong was shocked by his sudden action, and almost instinctively pushed him away. But the moment she pushed him away, she realized something and wanted to pull back. However, Pei Wenchuan didn't have time to notice her emotions. He only tightly grabbed her hand when she pushed him away, pushed her against the pillar, and kissed her as if he was biting her. His body trembled slightly, and he closed his eyes tightly. His actions were reckless but restrained, and Li Rong felt a little pain from his bite. Li Rong frowned. She knew that she couldn't agitate Pei Wenchuan at this time, so she stood quietly and endured all the pain. Pei Wenchuan's actions slowly slowed down. After a long time, Li Rong calmly reminded him, "Pei Wenchuan." Pei Wenchuan pressed his hands on her shoulders. He pulled away from her and panted softly. "I'm sorry," Pei Wenchuan said in a low and hoarse voice. "I'm sorry, He didn't say it. He didn't seem to know what he should say." Li Rong stood quietly. After a long time, she heard Pei Wenchuan say, "Rong Rong," Pei Wenchuan said. He looked up and forced a smile. "Let's have a child, okay?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Pei Wenchuan painfully closed his eyes. He felt a little disgusted. How could he be so disgusted? How could he think of using a child to keep Li Rong? How could he, Pei Wenchuan, live like this? "I'm sorry, just now Pei Wenchuan retracted his hand from Li Rong's shoulder and tried to make himself look as decent as possible. He said slowly, "Just now I was just..." Before he could finish, Li Rong reached out and hugged him tightly. "How many children do you want?" she asked in a low voice. Pei Wenchuan was stunned. Then he heard the girl lean on his chest and ask hopefully, "A boy or a girl?" When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he didn't know why, but he felt a little jealous. His eyelashes fluttered. After a long time, he finally replied in a hoarse voice. "I want you. I don't want children." Pei Wenchuan hugged Li Rong and buried his face in Li Rong's shoulder. "I want you." Li Rong listened to Pei Wenchuan's words in the dark night and watched as Pei Wenchuan climbed onto the bed. Li Rong closed her eyes and rested for a moment before finally returning to the bedside. She sat on the bedside for a while before finally speaking. "Don't think too much, I remember. You didn't let me down." Li Rong was very clear about her calculations. "I won't let you down either." Pei Wenchuan didn't respond to her. Only when she returned to the bed did Pei Wenchuan reach out and wrap his arms around Li Rong's chest. The two slept until dawn and went to court together. It was as if nothing had happened in court. The officials carried on with their duties and Li Ming's expression didn't change in the slightest. After court, Li Rong personally ordered people to investigate the people related to Master Hongda in her previous life. Master Hongda was originally a fortune teller in Xianxia town. During a dispute, he accidentally committed a murder and escaped. After learning Buddhism from an Indian monk for a few years, he came back and said that he was an Indian monk with great merit and was swindling people in Huajing. In her previous life, this person's crimes were exposed by Li Rong and she personally banished him from Huajing. He had many followers and directly killing him would cause unrest. As a result, when he left Huajing for the southwest, Li Rong found people to assassinate him. With the help of her previous life, Li Rong quickly determined the whereabouts of these people and began to collect their confessions. When Li Rong finished her work, it was almost the afternoon of the next day. But she still went to Hugua Temple without stopping. As she expected, the head of Hugua Temple fearfully told her that Master Hongde had been invited to the palace. Li Rong hurried to the palace as soon as she heard that. As soon as she moved, the news had already reached the palace. When Consort Ro received the news that Li Rong wanted to capture Hongde, she was still taking an afternoon nap, but she immediately woke up with a start. She sat on the chaise lounge, and after resting for a while, she immediately ordered a servant, "Go and ask Sir immediately. Tell him that Li Rong found something that could be used against Hongde and is going to the palace to capture him. Tell him to think of a way immediately." The maid hurriedly rushed out after receiving the order. After everyone left, Hualu came forward and asked somewhat anxiously, "Mother, why did she capture Hongde now? Now that she's captured Hongde, I'm afraid that what we said before doesn't count anymore." Consort Ro pursed his lips and said, "Hongde told His Majesty that Li Rong secretly asked him to postpone Li Chuan's wedding. These are all empty words and there is no proof. The only thing that can be proven is that the people from the princess residence went to look for him. There are witnesses, so this can be proven. However, if Li Rong is investigating Hongde, then it's not strange that she went to look for Hongde. Li Rong is a person who distorts the truth. I'm afraid that when she cries, His Majesty will feel that she has been wronged. His Majesty is already holding a grudge against us because of what happened before." Consort Ro frowned uneasily. "If Li Rong turns the tables on us again, I'm afraid that we won't be able to say anything about Li Rong's matters in the future. Pei Wenchuan's position as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel will be secured. Then what should we do?" Hualu panicked. "What should we do later?" Consort Ro didn't speak. She closed her eyes and rested for a moment. She took a deep breath and said, "Let's wait first. If Sir doesn't have any good ideas." Consort Ro hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then we can only rely on ourselves." The two of them waited for a while. When they heard that Li Rong had entered the palace, Hualu grabbed Consort Ro's sleeve and was so anxious that she was about to cry. "Mother, she has already entered the palace. What should we do? Is Imperial Father going to punish us again?" "Mother." "Consort." As Hualu spoke, a maid rushed in and hurriedly handed a piece of talisman paper to Consort Ro. This was a light apricot-colored talisman paper with complicated patterns drawn on it. Under the patterns, Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan's birth characters were written. Consort Ro was stunned for a moment. She took the talisman paper and looked up. "What's this?" "Sir sent it over and asked you to give it to Master Hongde. Sir said that now that Master Hongde is no longer safe, the most important thing now is to prevent Pei Wenchuan from becoming the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel." "Then what's the use of this talisman paper?" Consort Ro frowned. The maid came forward and whispered in Consort Ro's ear for a long time. Consort Ro listened attentively. When she was done, Consort Ro couldn't help but praise, "Sir is indeed resourceful." She handed the talisman paper back and ordered, "Secretly hand it over to Master Hongde. Tell him everything that needs to be said and let him remember it." The attendant respectfully complied, took the talisman paper, and retreated. After Consort Ro's people had arranged everything, Li Rong arrived at the imperial study. She had already notified Li Ming in advance. When she arrived at the imperial study, she went straight in and bowed respectfully to him. She said loudly, "Greetings to Imperial Father. Long live Imperial Father." Li Ming looked up at her and said, "I heard that you entered the palace to arrest someone?" "Yes." Li Rong looked up and met Li Ming's gaze. "This son is currently investigating the case of the demonic monk Hongde. I've been collecting evidence for nearly 3 months. Now that I've finally collected all the evidence, I'm going to Hugua Temple to arrest him. I didn't expect this demonic monk to enter the palace. Imperial Father didn't hear any slander from him, did you?" Li Rong said proudly. Li Ming's expression didn't change. He looked at the booklet and said, "Consort Ro brought him in. She said that she wanted to hear him preach Buddhism. There wasn't any slander, but there was an interesting matter." "What interesting matter?" Li Rong didn't seem to know anything. Li Ming looked up at Li Rong and said in a low voice with a hint of warning, I heard that you sent someone to find him and told him to lie and postpone the crown prince's wedding? Postpone the Chuaner's wedding? Li Rong was surprised, he's a monk. How can he affect the crown prince's wedding? Li Rong said it so naturally that Li Ming stared at her for a long time. Li Rong met his gaze and raised her eyebrows. Imperial father, why are you looking at me like that? It's nothing. Li Ming saw that Li Rong's scrutiny didn't affect him, so he explained, he has a great reputation among the people. Any prophecy he makes can gain the support of many people. If he really says that the Chuaner shouldn't get married in the near future, or else there will be a natural disaster, more people will believe him. The Chuaner's wedding will have to be postponed. So it's like that. He's such a senior monk. Li Rong suddenly understood and said, then why did he frame me? He framed you? Li Ming smiled, his eyes meaningful, why don't we call him over and you two confront each other? That would be great, Li Rong said happily, I'd like to see how this demonic monk will justify himself. Go, call Master Hongda over. Li Ming saw that Li Rong agreed and turned to order the little eunuch next to him to call Hongda over. The little eunuch accepted the order and hurriedly retreated. When only Li Rong and Li Ming were left in the room, the father and daughter didn't speak. They each did their own thing, as if they didn't know each other. After a while, Consort Ro and Hongda rushed in. Although Hongda was born in the countryside, he was very good at disguising himself. When he came in, he had the demeanor of a senior monk. Consort Ro and he bowed to Li Ming together. Li Ming raised his hand to let them rise and said directly, today, His Highness Ping Li said that you committed a crime and came to detain you. If there is a misunderstanding, please clarify it. If there is no misunderstanding, Li Ming looked up at Consort Ro. Consort Ro coughed lightly and said slowly, if there is no misunderstanding, it's only right that His Highness Ping Li took him away. But His Highness Ping Li asked for help, and now you're burning the bridge after crossing the river. What are you doing? Asking for help? Li Rong laughed, who did I ask for help? This old bald donkey? Li Rong turned to look at Master Hongda and looked him up and down, then laughed, why do you say that I asked him for help? Just based on what he said? Master Hongda, Li Ming heard Li Rong's words and looked at Li Ming, Ping Li is right. I can't just listen to you. You said that the people from the princess residence asked you to discuss the crown prince. Do you have any evidence? Hearing this, Master Hongda paused. After a while, he slowly said, His Highness is very meticulous. This old monk didn't leave any keepsake. But this old monk knows the crown prince's birth characters. Does this count as evidence? Birth characters were a person's most confidential information, especially for someone with the crown prince's status. Most people might know the exact date of the crown prince's birth, but it was very difficult to pinpoint the exact time. The fact that he could recite Li Chuan's birth characters was indeed a piece of evidence. Knowing the crown prince's birth characters can prove that I met you? Li Rong laughed and directly retorted, what if someone deliberately told you to frame me? Li Rong's hint was very obvious. Consort Ro's expression instantly became ugly. Li Ming coughed lightly and could only defend Li Rong, Ping Li's words aren't without reason. Do you have any other evidence? Knowing the crown prince's birth characters is one thing, Hongda sighed, what if I also know the birth characters of the prince consort and the princess? I already said, I only know, what if you don't only know? Hongda interrupted Li Rong. Li Rong was momentarily stunned. Not only did he know, but Hongda also had evidence in his hands, but where did Hongda get the evidence? Was it because Pei Wenxuan didn't do a clean job? Li Rong's mind was in a mess. At this moment, he saw Hongda holding a talisman with both hands and kneeling in front of Li Ming. The people of the princess residence told me to do this. They said that the prince consort specifically ordered me to do this. This old man agreed and just recently finished drawing it. I was planning to give it to the prince consort. Li Ming didn't say anything. He took the talisman and hurriedly looked at it, then frowned. It was indeed Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan's birth characters. When Li Rong married Pei Wenxuan, he had seen both their birth characters. Li Ming was silent for a long time. Finally, he handed the talisman to Li Rong. He said somewhat helplessly, Ping Li, actually, it's not a big deal even if you admit it. This son really has nothing to admit. Li Rong answered firmly. As he spoke, Li Rong took the talisman in his hand. She hurriedly glanced at the contents and confirmed that it was indeed the birth characters of the two people. And the handwriting did indeed look like Pei Wenxuan's handwriting. Although Li Rong's mouth was tough, he was somewhat uneasy. Pei Wenxuan might have asked Hongda to calculate his marriage, but it was reasonable to say that he shouldn't have left anything behind. But Pei Wenxuan was always a little silly when it came to relationships. He might have forgotten. She stared at the handwriting on the talisman and thought about how to argue. Everyone was waiting for her answer. After a long time, just as she was about to speak, she suddenly smelled the scent of incense from the temple on the talisman. Li Rong touched the talisman and instantly realized that it was a marriage talisman unique to Huajing's temple. This talisman doesn't belong to Hongda's master. After Li Rong reacted, she raised the corner of her mouth and looked at Hongda. She smiled and said, "This is just a talisman that the prince consort asked for in the temple when he was traveling. We left the talisman in the temple. I wonder what Master Hongda wants to do by stealing this thing and framing me here. But it doesn't matter. I've been with you for a long time. Since you can't produce any strong evidence, then I'll have to report you to His Majesty." "What does your highness want to report to this old monk?" Hongda put his hands together in front of his chest. His expression was calm. "If you want to condemn someone, you can easily find a pretext." "Your highness, please." Li Rong smiled and raised her hand. "Madam Wang, please." Hearing this, Hongda's expression changed dramatically. Li Rong observed his expression and said with a smile, "Wang Kaishan, you've been a Hongda master for a long time. Have you forgotten where you came from?" As Li Rong spoke, a woman walked into the hall, trembling. The moment she saw Hongda, her eyes lit up. "Husband." The woman rushed up and said excitedly, "Husband, are you still alive? Husband, how did you become a monk?" "You." Before she could finish, Hongda pushed her away and shouted, "Who's your husband?" The woman who was pushed away was stunned. Then she glanced at the gorgeous cassock Hongda was wearing. She suddenly reacted and stood up from the ground. She raised her hand and pointed at Hongda. She trembled and said, "You. So you didn't have an accident outside. You just didn't want to come back. Good, very good. Wang Kaishan, I've served your mother in your house for more than 10 years. You've lived a comfortable life outside and never come home. Now you want to pretend in front of me? Wang Kaishan, even if you turn into ashes, I'll still recognize you. You're talking nonsense." Hongda was shocked by his wife's sudden appearance and stuttered. Madame Wang heard this and became agitated. She rushed toward Hongda and shouted, "Bastard, I'll kill you. I'll kill you." But before she could do anything, she was pressed to the ground by the guard next to her. Madame Wang struggled and cursed on the ground. Li Ming frowned. He didn't want to care about Hongda anymore. He waved his hand and said, "Fine, fine. Take him away." Li Rong smiled. She raised her hand and said respectfully, "Imperial Father, since you've made your decision, I'll go back first." Li Ming waved his hand. Consort Ro quickly stood up. Just as she was about to say something, Li Rong immediately shouted, "Imperial Father has already agreed." "Consort Ro, what else do you want to say?" With this loud shout, Consort Ro choked back all of her words. Li Ming raised his eyes to look at her and indifferently said, "What else do you want?" Li Ming's tone was very obvious. Consort Ro couldn't say anything. After a long time, she finally said, I'm fine. Then I'll take my leave." Li Rong smiled and bowed. Then she waved her hand. The guards rushed forward and took Hongda and Madame Wang out of the palace. "You woman," Hongda cursed as soon as they left the palace, "you're brainless. You've ruined me. Ruined me. You bastard, what future do you want?" Madame Wang sneered, "They say that men are heartless. I didn't believe it before, but now I know. You bastard, wait until we leave the palace. I'll skin you alive." Both of them were born in the marketplace and had no bottom line when it came to cursing. Even though Hongda had been influenced by the upper class for more than 10 years, he still couldn't win against Madame Wang. The two of them were held down by the guards and followed behind Li Rong. They cursed as they walked. Li Rong put her hands behind her back and listened to their cursing. She felt that the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The road ahead was bright. As soon as she walked out of the palace, she saw Pei Wenchuan waiting at the door. Pei Wenchuan didn't wear his official robe. He only wore a blue coat and a white shirt. Spring was approaching and Huajing was getting hot. People like Pei Wenchuan who cared about appearance had already taken the opportunity to change into spring clothes. He stood quietly outside the palace and looked at the silhouette of the distant mountains in the night. His figure was slender, like a pine tree or a crane. Li Rong saw him from afar and couldn't help but smile. She happily trotted forward and took Pei Wenchuan's hand. She happily said, "Pei Wenchuan." Pei Wenchuan calmly turned his head. Seeing the smile on her face, he knew the result. He gently said, "It seems that your highness has won a great victory." Li Rong held Pei Wenchuan's hand and didn't show the slightest modesty. "It's okay, it's okay." Saying this, Li Rong turned her head and ordered the people behind her, "Lock up Wang Kaishan in the inspection department. Send Madame Wang to the inn." The guards respectfully complied. Li Rong turned back and walked with Pei Wenchuan to the carriage. She asked, "You came here specially to wait for me?" "It's on the way," Pei Wenchuan subconsciously replied. But after he finished speaking, he hesitated and said, "Not really. Actually, I came here specially to wait for you." "How did you give two answers?" Li Rong raised her eyebrows. Pei Wenchuan helped Li Rong into the carriage and said gently, "The first answer is subconscious. The second answer is true." "Don't people say subconscious words that are the truth?" Li Rong sat in the carriage and asked curiously. Pei Wenchuan sat beside her and shook his head. "Subconscious words might not be the truth. They're just words to protect themselves." Li Rong thought about it and agreed. She saw Pei Wenchuan begin to pour tea for her. She pursed her lips and felt a little happy. Pei Wenchuan realized that she was in a good mood and looked at her. "Are you that happy after winning?" "Pei Wenchuan," Li Rong propped up her chin, "tell me the truth. Did you secretly go to the temple to make a wish?" Pei Wenchuan heard this and was a little puzzled. "Why does your highness ask this?" "Look," Li Rong took out a talisman and handed it to Pei Wenchuan. "What is this?" Pei Wenchuan was originally smiling, but when his gaze fell on the talisman with their birth characters, his expression changed drastically. He grabbed Li Rong's hand and asked anxiously, "Where did you get this?" At the same time, in the imperial study, Consort Ro was massaging Li Ming's shoulders. Her mind was filled with the words that the maid whispered in her ear. "Teacher said that the matter in Hongda wasn't done properly. It's enough to arouse His Majesty's suspicion. The most important thing now is to let His Majesty know that the Prince Consort and Her Highness Ping Le have a deep relationship. His Majesty suspects that the Crown Prince and the Princess are working together. If he knows that Pei Wenchuan has feelings for the Princess, His Majesty is afraid that he won't tolerate Pei Wenchuan. This is the talisman of 3 lives imitating the Prince Consort's handwriting. It's a talisman in the temple that promises marriage in the next life. The talisman ceremony is complicated and different from ordinary talismans. As long as you can tempt Her Highness to admit that this talisman is indeed theirs, then tell His Majesty the true meaning of this talisman and guide him. Pei Wenchuan's official road will come to an end." As soon as Li Rong left the palace, Consort Ro hurriedly knelt down and said anxiously, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I really didn't know that Hongda." "Forget it," Li Ming was a little tired. "You've received your punishment, go back and recuperate, don't worry too much." "Your Majesty." Consort Ro's voice was uneasy, as if he was hesitating to speak. Li Ming looked up at him and said calmly, "Is there anything else?" "Your Majesty, I know I shouldn't speak too much at this time, but I'm worried for Your Majesty, so I can't help but want to say a few more words." Consort Ro looked up at Li Ming and said slowly, "Your Majesty, do you know what kind of talisman Hongda took out today?" "It's the talisman of 3 lives of marriage." Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong sat in the carriage. The palace gate wasn't a place to talk, so Pei Wenchuan quickly led Li Rong into the carriage. Li Rong heard Pei Wenchuan's words and her heart sank. She could only confirm again, "You didn't write it?" "No." Pei Wenchuan touched the handwriting on the paper and said slowly, "These words look like mine, but they weren't written by me. The other party just found someone to copy my handwriting, and then put your highness in a situation to negotiate, so that your highness would focus on the matter of Hongde and lose your judgment of other things. So tonight, they had already given up on Venerable Hongde. As for Consort Ro, she was already prepared to be suppressed by me. Her goal was to make me admit that this talisman was indeed ours. Li Rong immediately understood. She took a deep breath. What is this talisman for? It's a talisman specially made by the eminent monks of the Yu Temple in the east of the city. To use this talisman, one has to bathe, fast, and chant sutras for 49 days before making a wish. The meaning of this talisman is that the two people on the talisman, Pei Wenchuan looked up at Li Rong, will be married for 3 lives, and will not be disappointed in life or death. Will be married for 3 lives, and will not be disappointed in life or death. Consort Ro knelt on the ground and explained the meaning of the talisman to Li Ming. This talisman was personally written by the Prince Consort Ro, which means the Prince Consort went to ask for this talisman. How many men in this world can have such feelings for their wives? If 1 lifetime was not enough, they would not be disappointed in life and death. They would have to be married for 3 lifetimes, meeting each other for all lifetimes. Xianxia remembers that Your Majesty once said that Pei Wenchuan was born in a poor family, and is a knife that Your Majesty uses to balance the aristocratic families. Although he and Her Highness appear to be very loving, in reality, it's just a way for him to control Her Highness Ping Le. But Your Majesty, Consort Ro looked up at Li Ming, tell me, is it Ping Le who is controlling Pei Wenchuan, or is it Pei Wenchuan who is controlling Ping Le? If Pei Wenchuan wishes for Ping Le, then what? Li Ming asked very calmly, but Consort Ro knew that Li Ming already had the answer in his heart, he just wanted her to say it out loud. She smiled and said gently, then the Prince Consort and the Princess are husband and wife. In the future, the Prince Consort will be promoted to the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, and the Princess will be the Director of the Inspection Department. One will be in charge of arresting people, and the other will be in charge of promotions. They will have the final say in the imperial court. With such great power, it's fine if it belongs to Your Majesty, but what if the princess's heart favors the crown prince? Then what do you think we should do? Your Majesty, Consort Ro bowed and kowtowed, raising a tiger will only invite calamity. Since the Prince Consort's heart already belongs to Her Highness Ping Le, then he should be a good Prince Consort. In the future, if Her Highness Ping Le is really a tiger, Consort Ro looked up and said calmly, Your Majesty also has the ability to kill her. Consort Ro's voice was very cold. Her usually gentle voice carried a rare hint of sonorous. It was like the night wind of early spring, blowing a chill down one's spine. Li Rong listened to Pei Wenchuan's explanation and felt the night wind blow in through the window. They looked at each other silently. She instantly understood Consort Ro's intentions, and even the intentions of Consort Ro's descendants. She couldn't help but clench her fists and restrain all her thoughts, trying to calm herself down. I was careless. Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. He stroked the words on the talisman paper. He wasn't surprised that Li Rong would fail. After all, no one could guard against the deliberate schemes of the people closest to them in the dark. An indescribable anger surged within him. Of all the schemes he had encountered, none of them had made him feel so disgusted, so vicious, and so angry. But the more it was like this, the more he didn't show it on his face. He even hoped that Li Rong wasn't too smart. She could blame everything on Consort Ro and not discover anything. That way, at least Li Rong wouldn't be sad. Pei Wenchuan thought about the ins and outs of the whole thing. Li Rong waited beside him for a while. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she said slowly, You, don't be angry. I'll be more careful in the future. Pei Wenchuan laughed. He looked up and said gently, Your Highness is joking. Why would I be angry? As Pei Wenchuan spoke, he saw Li Rong's suspicious expression. He hesitated for a moment, then finally reached out and pulled Li Rong into his arms. The moment Li Rong's warmth touched his body, Pei Wenchuan felt that the restlessness in his heart was slowly being poured by a clear spring. He hugged this person and didn't say anything. Li Rong could sense his emotions. She didn't know what to say for a moment. After a while, she said, Now that things have come to this point, Imperial Father will see this talisman paper you asked for. I'm afraid that he won't believe what you said before. If you don't do something, it will be over before the Chuaner ascends the throne. Li Rong closed her eyes and leaned against Pei Wenchuan. Have you made a plan? Pei Wenchuan didn't reply. Su Yongqing's step was too ruthless. He took the firewood from under the cauldron and completely shook his foundation. This step was easy to solve. After all, there weren't many people that Li Ming could use now. He had taken this step for so long, it would be a pity to abandon it. As long as he showed enough loyalty to Li Ming, it wouldn't matter. If Su Yongqing had taken this step a little earlier, he could have been unscrupulous. Li Ming was afraid that he would be controlled by Li Rong. Then he would have directly divorced Li Ming and shown enough determination. He and Li Rong were just allies. It didn't matter what form it took. But it was different now. He couldn't use emotions to pave the way for his official career. His wife, his love, and his Li Rong were all things in his heart that shouldn't be stained with dust. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. Li Rong waited quietly for a long time. Finally, she said, "You are Imperial Father's best weapon. All the evidence now will only make Imperial Father suspicious. With his temperament, he will probably test you again." Li Rong lowered her head and touched his forehead with her forehead. As if she was trying to coax him, she said, "When the time comes, you will follow his wishes and show your loyalty in whatever way you want, okay?" Li Rong didn't say those two words directly, but Pei Wenchuan completely understood. He lowered his head and felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness. "Your Highness," Pei Wenchuan said in a hoarse voice, "don't hug me and say such things to me." Li Rong paused. She paused for a moment and then straightened up. There was some distance between them. Pei Wenchuan looked up at her. He seemed to be trying his best to control his emotions. He said calmly, "Your Highness means that if there is no other choice, I can divorce you?" "Yes." Li Rong said decisively, "But this divorce is fake. We will get married when the matter is settled in the future." "Your Highness hasn't thought about it," Pei Wenchuan said calmly. "After we divorce, if I have someone else in my heart, what will your Highness do?" Li Rong was stunned. After a moment, she forced a smile. If you have someone else in your heart, you can just tell me." Li Rong held her fan and controlled her emotions. "I am not an unreasonable person. No one should be tied to another for a lifetime. If you have someone else in your heart, then don't come back." Pei Wenchuan didn't speak. He looked at Li Rong quietly. Li Rong thought for a moment and said slowly, "I know this is hard for you to accept, but this is the simplest way. If you have something to say, you can say it. We can discuss it." "There is nothing to discuss," Pei Wenchuan said decisively. He stared at Li Rong and said resolutely, "Your Highness, I will not divorce you." "Then what do you think we should do?" Li Rong looked at Pei Wenchuan. "Do you have another way? You don't want the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, do you?" "Yes." Pei Wenchuan was angered by Li Rong. He said coldly, "I don't want it." "Not only the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel," Li Rong said coldly and quickly, "you may not be able to sit in a position of real power anymore. You may not even be able to sit in the position of Imperial Censor." "So what?" Pei Wenchuan clenched his fists. "Can't I not be an official anymore?" "And then?" Li Rong looked up and stared at him coldly. "You are not an official, you have no real power, and you still want me to support you? You will live like a coward for the rest of your life and go back to Luzhou to row boats and pick lotus seeds?" "Pei Wenchuan, you have to understand," Li Rong controlled his tone, but he couldn't help but slam his fan on the table. "You have to be qualified to talk about feelings. Who do you think you are now? Do you have a choice as an 8th-rank Imperial Censor? You came from a poor family and entered the court so late. If you were born in Su Yongqing, you could be presumptuous today, but are you? What right do you have to say that you won't divorce?" Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. He felt Li Rong's words were like a knife cutting through his heart. She was telling the truth, and every word was accusing him of his incompetence, his inferiority, and his unbearability. "The biggest problem with you and Chuaner," Li Rong looked at his expression and couldn't bear it, but he still had to say, "is that when you don't have the ability, you always desire things that you shouldn't desire." "So," Pei Wenchuan smiled, "I hope that our feelings can be further away from the court. I hope that my feelings won't give way to power." I hope that my wife will be like me and won't give up our marriage so easily. This is also something that you shouldn't desire, right? Li Rong's movement stiffened. Pei Wenchuan seemed to find it absurd. He turned his head and looked at the bluestone street outside the carriage. Li Rong, if you hesitate for even a moment today, I will feel that you have me in your heart. Li Rong's eyelashes trembled. Pei Wenchuan didn't look at him. He lowered his eyes, but right now, there's only one thing in my heart. If you want to divorce, Pei Wenchuan's voice trembled, but he still gritted his teeth and said, I don't care. I don't want a wife who can use her feelings as a weapon at any time. Pei Wenchuan's eyes reddened. He didn't look at Li Rong. His teeth chattered and he clenched his fists. You can laugh at me for being naive, childish, and incompetent. But you shouldn't laugh at my sincerity. I don't want to divorce because I care about my feelings. Even if I have to give way to power, I can't bear it. But you didn't hesitate at all. You didn't even think of other ways. You told me before that if there was sincerity, I should respect it. But when it comes to this kind of choice, Li Rong, you always choose power without hesitation. Li Rong listened to these words. She felt as if she was being pushed into the water by Pei Wenchuan. Her surroundings slowly quieted down. Her entire body was soaked in water. She struggled with all her might, but she couldn't breathe. She listened to Pei Wenchuan's words. It was like the last 10 years of her previous life. He scolded her again and again, Li Rong, you are simply black-hearted and rotten. You have a heart as poisonous as a snake and scorpion. Li Chuan would occasionally drink. He would hold his wine cup and casually ask her, eldest princess, if I wasn't the emperor, would I still be your younger brother? She didn't care before. She could casually scold him and even confidently tell him, yes, I am a poisonous woman with a heart as poisonous as a snake and scorpion. What about it? She could smile at Li Chuan and change the topic as if she didn't understand. She could only say, Your Highness is joking. She thought she was used to it. But in this life, when she interacted with Pei Wenchuan as a new Li Rong, when she received Li Chuan's sincere big sister, when she received Pei Wenchuan's I'll wait for you, she felt as if there was finally light in her life. The light washed away the mud on her body and made her raise her head. She began to long for the thoughts that she shouldn't have in this palace. Because she had raised her head to see the sunlight, when someone pushed her into the water again, she felt a pain that she had never felt before. She silently listened to Pei Wenchuan's words. He said, the Li Rong that I want, the Li Rong that is worth me waiting for, shouldn't be like this. Li Rong smiled when he heard this. She did not reply, nor did she reply. She picked up a chess piece and acted like nothing had happened. She only said, I was just giving a suggestion. If you want to accept it, then accept it. If you don't want to be an official and want to die, being stepped on by Su Yongqing, I don't care. Do you think I care about you? Li Rong placed the chess piece on the board and said in a low voice, if you're useless, I don't care if you die. When Pei Wenchuan heard these words, he knew that these were Li Rong's angry words. When Li Rong was angry, he could say any kind of ruthless words. He clearly knew this, but he still felt pain. Perhaps it was because he had been living peacefully with Li Rong for too long that he forgot how painful this person could be when he wanted to dig out a person's heart. Fortunately, the carriage arrived at the princess's residence. When the carriage stopped, Pei Wenchuan could not stand it any longer. He jumped out of the carriage and went straight into the princess's residence. I'm not going back tonight. Li Rong calmly said while playing chess. Think about it carefully, Lord Pei. I advise you, love is useless. Your future is more important. Anyway, I don't care. Li Rong said calmly, you should think about it yourself. After saying this, Li Rong directly ordered the coachman, let's go. Pei Wenchuan listened to Li Rong's ridicule. He turned his back to Li Rong and closed his eyes. He told himself not to argue with Li Rong, but Li Rong's every word scraped at his heart. When he heard Li Rong's carriage leave, Pei Wenchuan finally could not hold back. He thought that she had driven him crazy. He turned his head and shouted in the direction of the carriage, Li Rong, if you have the ability, don't come back. If you don't come back today, I'll immediately write a letter of divorce. Write it. When Li Rong heard the words letter of divorce, she was so angry that her hands trembled. She rolled up the curtain and ignored the coachman's advice. She stuck her head out and looked at the flustered and exasperated Pei Wenchuan standing in front of the princess's residence. She sneered and said loudly, "I'll go to the brothel boat to drink and find 8 or 10 handsome men. If you don't divorce me tomorrow, you're a coward." After Li Rong finished speaking, she put down the curtain. Then she raised her hand to cover her forehead and leaned against the table. "Your Highness," the coachman asked nervously, "where are we going?" Li Rong paused for a moment and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Go to the lakeside and find a boat. Go to Nanfeng restaurant and find a few good young men. Those who know how to play the zither and sing are the best." Li Rong sniffed and raised her head. "I don't believe that there's anyone who can't leave." When the coachman heard Li Rong's words, he did not dare to say anything else. He could only follow Li Rong's instructions. Li Rong closed her eyes and rushed to the lakeside. Pei Wenchuan returned to the princess's residence. He first took the memorial and lowered his head to calm down. He could not argue with Li Rong. There was always a way. His mind was in a mess. After a while, Dong Yi rushed in and said anxiously, "Young master, it's not good." Her Highness went to the lakeside and rented a flower boat. She called many young men from Nanfeng restaurant. "It's fine." Pei Wenchuan squeezed the brush and pretended to be calm. "Nothing will happen if there are more people." "No." Dong Yi knelt down and said in shock, "Young master, what's wrong with you? Even if nothing will happen, you can't just watch the princess act recklessly like this. If there's a first, there will be a second. What if there are more people today and fewer tomorrow? Get out." Pei Wenchuan said coldly. Dong Yi said anxiously, "Young master." "Get out." Pei Wenchuan shouted. Dong Yi looked at Pei Wenchuan in shock. After a long time, he finally bowed and kowtowed, then left. When there was no one else in the room, Pei Wenchuan squeezed the brush. After a long time, he couldn't help but flip the table over. He could no longer control his emotions. He turned around and pulled out the sword hanging on the pillar next to him. Then, he waved it wildly in the room. Li Rong's every word was in his heart. What right did he have? He was petty, he was useless, he was incompetent. What right did he have to want a relationship? She didn't care about him. If Pei Wenchuan didn't have some talent, would she still marry him? Why was he trapped here? Why did he have to stay with someone who repeatedly hurt him? Why didn't he resign and return to Luzhou? Why did he have to stay in the mud of Huajing and struggle bitterly with her? She was just certain that he couldn't bear to part with her. What right did she have to make him reluctant to part with her? The sword slashed the bookshelf fiercely. The box on the bookshelf was cut in half. A pile of paper scattered from the locked box and slowly fell to the ground. Pei Wenchuan saw the handwriting on the paper. "Pei Wenchuan, are you okay? I'm in the palace waiting for you to come back. If you don't come back, although I don't care, I'll still be afraid." "Forget it. Actually, this letter can't be sent out. I'll tell you the truth. If you don't come back, how can I not care? Pei Wenchuan, I actually regret letting you leave Huajing. It's fine if the inspection department doesn't want you, but if you don't come back, where can I find you? Pei Wenchuan, they all say that you're dead, but I don't believe them. They don't know how powerful and smart you are. How can those people who are born in the clouds know how amazing the vitality of a young grass that can break through stone? Moreover, I'm still in Huajing. Pei Wenchuan, I miss you. Why aren't you back yet?" Although there was no signature or date on the paper, Pei Wenchuan recognized it. However, Pei Wenchuan still recognized it at a glance. It should have been written by Li Rong when she was imprisoned in the northern Yan Tower. He stared blankly at the paper, at Li Rong's beautiful handwriting. He didn't know when Li Rong's handwriting started to resemble his. She seemed to really like his handwriting. She found a post in the dark and copied his handwriting stroke by stroke. Why did she still stay here? Why did she still like this person? Because this person, other than saying those cold words and hurting him, she would also be hurt by him. She would secretly like him, secretly write letters to him, and copy his handwriting. He cared too much about their relationship, and he cared too much about the gains and losses of her performance. He had forgotten that the person he liked was a young lady who hid all her feelings in her heart and only used a sharp blade to protect herself. Pei Wenchuan stared blankly at the scattered letters on the ground. After a long time, he suddenly came to his senses and rushed out with his sword. Jing Lan went back to the house to find Pei Wenchuan. Before she reached the door, Jing Lan rushed forward and said in a panic, "Sister, bad news. Where's the prince consort?" Jing Lan saw Jing Mei's expression and knew something was wrong. She raised her voice and asked, "Where is he?" "Prince consort, prince consort." Jing Mei gasped for breath. Just now, he rushed out with his sword. When Pei Wenchuan carried his sword and rushed to the docks, Li Rong had already arrived at the lakeside. While she was still in the carriage, she noticed that the streets were different from usual. Men and women were coming and going, and it was much more lively than usual. When she arrived at the lakeside, it was even more so. The lakeside, which was usually considered spacious, was already full of carriages. Li Rong got off the carriage and couldn't help but frown, somewhat puzzled. Why are there so many people? Reporting to Your Highness, the imperial bodyguard following Li Rong immediately stepped forward. Today is the lantern show, and there are many people. Your Highness, please be careful. When Li Rong heard this, she remembered. So this was the lantern show that Pei Wenchuan had mentioned before. When Li Rong thought of Pei Wenchuan, her heart was somewhat sour. She turned her head and pretended to be calm, only saying, "Has the flower boat been arranged?" "It has been arranged. The ones arranged are all actors who are tight-lipped. Your Highness, please wear your veil. This subordinate will lead Your Highness there." Li Rong responded and was escorted by the attendants to a place with fewer people. She boarded the boat that had been chartered. There were many people today, and there were many large and small boats. There were many men and women on the lakeside. Taking advantage of the fact that the lanterns hadn't been lit yet, they placed river lanterns by the lakeside. The river lanterns on the lake were like specks of starlight, and boats of all sizes shuttled back and forth on the lake. Li Rong's boat was neither big nor small, and it wasn't conspicuous among the other boats. After she boarded, the boat rowed towards the center of the lake. As the imperial bodyguard led Li Rong down to the cabin, he introduced, "Today, the suitable places to watch the lanterns have been decided in advance by each family and had their servants mark out the spots. We came late, and can only squeeze in the lake with these common people. It may be a bit noisy, Your Highness, please don't blame us." "It's fine," Li Rong said lightly, "as long as people are here." Li Rong said as a servant pushed open the cabin door. Then, Li Rong saw a group of handsome men kneeling in 2 rows. When they saw Li Rong enter, they all kowtowed and said respectfully, "Greetings, young Mississippi." Li Rong was outside, so naturally, it was impossible for her to use her real identity to meet these actors. Thus, she made up the name of a young lady and brought them over. Li Rong had seen such a scene before, but today was the first time since his rebirth. These men were not as good-looking as Pei Wenchuan and Su Yongqing, but they won in numbers. If a good-looking person was placed in front of him, he would only think that he was good-looking. When a group of good-looking people was placed in front of him, the visual impact was several times greater. Even though Li Rong came with an ulterior motive, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat when she saw a group of handsome men kneeling on the ground and looking at her affectionately. She suddenly felt that she had made the right choice. She smiled and walked inside. She raised her hand and said, "Everyone, please rise." With that, Li Rong walked directly to the main seat. As soon as she sat down, the men immediately came forward and poured wine and massaged Li Rong's shoulders. These people didn't know Li Rong's propriety, so they didn't dare to move too much. Li Rong waved her hand and sprinkled a few pieces of silver on the ground. She raised her chin and said, "Those who can play the zither, sing the zither, sing the zither, dance. Those who can't do anything, it's fine to play by yourself. It's just a little more lively." Li Rong opened her mouth and sprinkled some silver. Everyone immediately became happy. The cabin was filled with singing and laughter for a while as the ship sailed towards the center of the lake. Li Rong leaned half of her body on the pillow and looked at everyone with a smile. From time to time, she would take a sip of wine from someone's hand and eat a grape. She listened to the performers' jokes and her anger dissipated a lot. She also didn't want to think about Pei Wenchuan anymore. In any case, she had boarded this flower boat and the news would spread to the palace tomorrow. As long as Pei Wenchuan calmed down, He would follow the pretext and tell Li Ming that their relationship wasn't that good. She couldn't let Pei Wenxuan ruin his future because of her. As Li Rong thought about it, she clapped and said loudly, "Good, reward." Just as she finished speaking, she saw the performer leave and another person came up. Li Rong lowered her head and ate the grapes that the performer next to her fed her. Then, she heard a somewhat familiar voice. The person smiled and said, "Your Highness, this one doesn't know how to play the zither or dance. How about I tell your Highness a story?" When Li Rong heard this voice, she felt like she had heard it somewhere before. She became vigilant. When she raised her head, she saw a white-clothed youth with a jade-like face standing in the same place. He was looking at her with a smile. When Li Rong saw this person, she was so scared that she choked on a grape and coughed rapidly. She pointed at the person and coughed, You. The youth smiled differently, as if he knew what Li Rong was afraid of. When the performer next to Li Rong saw that she was choking, she quickly patted her back and anxiously said, "Your Highness, what's wrong? Out. Get out." Li Rong quickly waved her hand and anxiously said, "Everyone leave." The performer was stunned. He glanced at Li Rong and then looked at the white-clothed youth in the middle. After a moment, the performer stood up hesitantly and walked down together. When everyone left, Li Rong finally caught her breath. The white-clothed youth slowly came to her, squatted down, and raised a cup of tea. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, do you want to drink a cup of water?" Li Rong didn't take the water. After a moment, she turned her head and frowned, "Why are you here?" When Li Rong's boat sailed to the center of the lake, Pei Wenxuan had already arrived at the shore. Pei Wenxuan found the servant of the princess's residence who was ordered to wait by the shore. He gasped and said, "Your Highness?" The servant looked at Pei Wenxuan. It seemed that he didn't expect Pei Wenxuan to come. He froze for a moment and didn't know whether to answer or not. Pei Wenxuan saw that the servant was still in a daze. He knew that the servant didn't want to mention Li Rong. He restrained his emotions and said, "I know that your Highness called the people of the South Wind restaurant. I didn't come to find trouble with her. Where are they?" The servant didn't speak. He just lowered his head and looked at the sword in Pei Wenxuan's hand. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like he came to have a good talk. Pei Wenxuan saw the servant's eyes and didn't want to argue. He directly put the sword on the servant's neck and shouted, "Speak." This time, the servant was sure that the prince consort really came to risk his life. He didn't dare to hide. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed, "Prince consort, the princess's boat has already sailed." "Which one?" "The one in the center of the lake with flowers painted on it. The one with 2 layers. The servant raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the center of the lake. Pei Wenxuan didn't care about him anymore. He quickly went to the lakeside and found the person he originally arranged. He directly asked, "Where is my boat?" "Young master, are you alone?" When the boatman saw Pei Wenxuan, he strangely asked, "Didn't you say that you would bring madam?" "Things have changed. I can go by myself." Pei Wenxuan jumped on the boat. The boatman untied the rope and worriedly asked, "Young master, do you know how to row a boat?" Pei Wenxuan didn't speak. He hung the sword on his waist and rowed the boat towards the center of the lake. Pei Wenxuan walked towards the center of the lake. Li Rong looked at the young man half squatting in front of her. He heard the other party helplessly say, "This official wanted to talk to your Highness for a long time, but I didn't have a chance. Today, when I saw your Highness come to the lakeside, I quickly followed the others and got on the boat. I didn't expect that your Highness would hold a banquet." Your Highness's romantic style really opened this official's eyes. As the young man spoke, he sat down. Li Rong saw his impudence and sneered, "Since you know it's me, you still haven't saluted. Cui Yulong, you're very bold. Your Highness doesn't want to reveal your identity. This official is just respecting your Highness' wishes." Cui Yulong fanned himself and spoke carelessly. Li Rong didn't want to talk too much with him and directly said, "What business do you have with me?" "I want to ask your Highness to do something." As Cui Yulong spoke, his expression became serious. This official wants to seek justice on behalf of this official's good friend, the student of Qingqing, Chen Hozhao. "What justice?" Li Rong calmly said, "You want to come to me to ask for it?" Chen Hozhao is this official's good friend from an old time. He is extremely talented. In this imperial examination, he won first place in the provincial examination and became a tributary scholar. He entered the capital to participate in the spring imperial examination. He didn't want the local squire, Xiao Pingzhang, to collude with the government and take away his position so that his son, Xiao Shunwen, would become a tributary scholar and participate in the spring imperial examination. This good friend of mine went all the way to the capital to file a complaint and was pursued along the way. After arriving in the capital, no official was willing to accept this case. This official has long heard of your highness's name and knows that your highness is chivalrous and courageous. Your highness, please seek justice for this official's good friend. When Li Rong heard Cui Yulong's words, she didn't immediately respond. If the case wasn't clear, she wouldn't casually reply. She carefully considered the value of this case. As she was thinking, she vaguely heard a noise coming from outside. At this time, Pei Wenchuan's small boat had already docked beside Li Rong's flower boat. Li Rong had already found a place to settle down. Pei Wenchuan docked the boat and directly jumped onto the boat. When the imperial bodyguard at the bow of the boat saw Pei Wenchuan, his expression changed greatly. He anxiously said, "Prince consort, out of the way." Pei Wenchuan pushed the imperial bodyguard aside and directly walked inside. The attendant hurriedly stopped Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan directly pulled out his sword and shouted, "Out of the way." Seeing Pei Wenchuan's imposing manner and the fact that he was the prince consort, no one dared to stop him. They could only let Pei Wenchuan enter the cabin and go straight to the second floor. Li Rong hesitated and thought about Cui Yulong's words. When Cui Yulong saw Li Rong's hesitation, he sneered and said leisurely, "Your Highness, do you think that there's no benefit in this case?" Li Rong looked up at Cui Yulong and couldn't help but laugh. "What, do you have something to give me? Your Highness doesn't like most of the things that I can give you. There's only one thing that I can give you. Do you want it? Tell me about it." Li Rong raised his eyebrows. Cui Yulong smiled and leaned forward. As he approached Li Rong, he untied his belt and whispered, "Your Highness's position is high and powerful. Now that you're on a night cruise, I wonder if you're lacking a guest? If your Highness doesn't mind, Yu Lang is willing to recommend himself." Before he could finish speaking, the door was kicked open. Cui Yulong and Li Rong turned around at the same time and saw Pei Wenchuan standing at the door with a sword in his hand. Cui Yulong and Li Rong were stunned. Cui Yulong's hand was still on his belt, which was half undone. His loose clothes slipped from his shoulders because of his tilting movement. Pei Wenchuan was so angry that he laughed. He only heard half of what Cui Yulong said, but he understood. "A guest in the room, I recommend myself to your bed." Pei Wenchuan repeated himself and sneered, "Cui Yulong, you're very good." As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Wenchuan raised his sword and slashed it straight at Cui Yulong. Li Rong reacted quickly and said anxiously, "Stop him. Hurry and stop him." When Pei Wenchuan was stopped, Cui Yulong was so scared that he rolled on the ground and hurriedly began to fasten his belt. Pei Wenchuan chased after Cui Yulong and slashed all over the room. Cui Yulong hurriedly said, "Prince consort, let me explain." Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything and chased after Cui Yulong with his sword. The room was in chaos. Li Rong tried to calm herself down. She couldn't panic. She had to be calm. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, stop." Hearing this shout, Pei Wenchuan finally stopped. Li Rong took a breath and was about to speak when she saw Pei Wenchuan seem to have realized something. He took 3 steps forward and dragged her out. Li Rong didn't want to make a scene in front of outsiders, so she was dragged downstairs and all the way out of the flower boat. Seeing that they were about to leave the flower boat, Li Rong panicked and said anxiously, "Pei Wenchuan, if you have anything to say, say it on the boat. Let go. Get on the boat." Pei Wenchuan directly pulled Li Rong onto his boat and forced her to get on his boat. Everyone was intimidated by Pei Wenchuan's imposing manner. No one dared to step forward. Pei Wenchuan dragged Li Rong into the cabin of the boat. Li Rong immediately struggled and shouted angrily, "Pei Wenchuan, what are you?" As soon as she finished speaking, Pei Wenchuan's sword fell beside Li Rong's hand. He stared at her like a wolf and warned, "If you make trouble again, either you or I will die tonight." Mad. Madly Rong was so scared that she stuttered. Pei Wenchuan stood up, rolled up the curtain and stepped out. He raised the boat's pole and ordered the guard on the boat, "I'll take her away. Go to the shore and find Dong Yi. He will make the arrangements." With that, Pei Wenchuan rowed with his bamboo pole and led Li Rong's boat away from its original position and into the depths of the lake. He didn't enter the cabin and rowed the boat outside. Li Rong heard the surrounding people become softer and softer. Gradually, only the sound of insects and birds mixed with the sound of the water could be heard. She couldn't help but panic. She looked around. The boat wasn't big, but it was decorated very warmly. There were fresh bouquets of flowers on the exquisite small table. There was tea, wine, snacks, and blankets. There were 2 large windows on both sides of the boat that allowed her to see the scenery outside. She could also clearly see that the surroundings were getting more and more desolate, and the boat was getting further and further away from the shore. Li Rong told herself that she had to calm down. Pei Wenchuan was a person with a sense of propriety. When he went crazy, he was reasonable. Even if he went crazy tonight and wanted to die with her, he would have a way to do so. She didn't panic. First, she poured a cup of tea, drank some wine, and ate some snacks to calm down. While thinking, she ate. This action distracted her and calmed her down. She thought about Pei Wenchuan's intentions. They had already quarreled like this. Pei Wenchuan came to catch her. Was he really provoked by the news of her calling for help? How agitated was he? That he would kidnap her like this? Li Rong ate the plum blossom cake while thinking about what Pei Wenchuan might do. This was her favorite dessert. Judging from the taste, it was made by her favorite dessert shop. Li Rong couldn't help but take another bite. Coincidentally, Pei Wenchuan came in. Li Rong quickly looked up. Pei Wenchuan saw that the corner of Li Rong's mouth was stained with snacks. There was a bit of panic in her eyes, but she pretended to be calm and looked at him. At this moment, they had already arrived at the center of the lake that he had booked. There was not a single ship around, only their lonely little boat floating on the lake. Reflecting the moon and the cold air on the water, it looked like a world of its own. Pei Wenchuan stared at Li Rong, and Li Rong looked at Pei Wenchuan. After a long time, Li Rong finally swallowed the plum blossom cake in her mouth. She stuttered, You're here." Pei Wenchuan wanted to laugh, but he still kept a straight face. He walked in and sat across from Li Rong. Pei Wenchuan didn't say a word. Li Rong couldn't help but feel nervous. She secretly glanced at Pei Wenchuan and thought for a moment. Pei Wenchuan must have come to find her with the intention of cooperating. He wouldn't come here to cause trouble. He was so excited because he happened to see Cui Yulong. In order to break the awkward atmosphere, Li Rong took the initiative to speak. She coughed lightly and said, "You have misunderstood what happened just now. I can explain." "There's no need to explain." Pei Wenchuan held the teacup and took a sip. He said slowly, "His Highness has always been like this. I'm used to it." "Don't say that." When Li Rong heard Pei Wenchuan's words, she didn't relax at all. Instead, she panicked even more. She said slowly, "Actually, Cui Yulong is here to report a case." When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he turned to look at her. He looked her up and down and then sneered. "Do you think I'm easy to fool?" "No." When Li Rong saw that Pei Wenchuan didn't listen to her, she became a little angry. "Why don't you listen to me? He really is here to report a case. He has a friend. Let's not talk about this tonight." Pei Wenchuan put down the cup and turned to look at her. "Tonight, I just want to talk to you about you and me." Li Rong was stunned. After a moment, she lowered her eyes and said slowly, "Yes, Your Highness." Pei Wenchuan poured Li Rong a glass of wine. "Both of us like to lie. I like to lie to others. You like to lie to yourself. Today, I'll drink with you. We don't lie to anyone. If I can convince you, then tomorrow, I'll resign with His Majesty. If you can convince me, then tomorrow, I'll tell His Majesty that you and I are divorced." "Your Highness." Pei Wenchuan looked at her and said seriously, "Is that okay?" At this point, Li Rong could no longer keep up the pretense. She lay on the ground for a moment. When she saw that Pei Wenchuan had no intention of pulling her back, She got up on her own and pretended that nothing had happened. She elegantly returned to her seat. She felt a little guilty. Even though they had just quarreled, it was still a little awkward to be caught red-handed when someone volunteered to be his pillow. This wasn't the first time she had encountered such a thing. She remembered that in her previous life, there was a good-looking top scorer who had heard that she liked beautiful men. She didn't know if he had taken a fancy to her face or her power. One day, when he was discussing politics with Li Rong, he had secretly slipped her a note. She didn't want to bring this kind of romantic matter to court. She originally wanted to quietly deal with it, but she didn't expect it to reach Pei Wenxuan's ears. Pei Wenxuan didn't show any emotion on his face. She couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. In the end, this scholar was censured the next day and demoted from a doctor of the Imperial College to a prefectural magistrate. In less than 10 years, he packed up and left Huajing. It was said that less than 5 li after leaving the city, he was robbed by a group of mountain bandits. Not only did they rob him of all his money, they even put a sack over his head and gave him a good beating. She didn't believe that this kind of thing wasn't done by Pei Wenxuan. Only a petty and childish person like Pei Wenxuan would do such a thing. In her previous life, they were in a cold war. Pei Wenxuan could only use underhanded methods behind her back. Now that they had established a relationship, he probably wouldn't be satisfied with using underhanded methods behind her back. Therefore, Li Rong was always ready to see what Pei Wenxuan planned to do. However, Pei Wenxuan didn't say anything. He just quietly drank his wine. After a long time, he seemed to have adjusted his mood and slowly said, "I came to find your highness to apologize." "No need to apologize." Li Rong hurriedly poured him a cup of tea. "It's a small matter. Calm down first. Let out all your anger. After you're done, we can talk." Pei Wenxuan was choked by Li Rong's words. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Highness, there's no need for that. You don't have to lie to me." Li Rong raised his hand to interrupt him. He poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of him with both hands. "If you really didn't have to do this, you wouldn't have tied me up here." "Your Highness," Pei Wenxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, "I originally prepared this boat for your Highness to enjoy the lanterns together." "Do we look like we're admiring the lanterns?" Li Rong asked decisively. Before Pei Wenxuan could answer, Li Rong gave him the answer, "This is kidnapping. You quarreled with me, you scolded me, you disregarded your future and were willful. I won't care about any of these." Li Rong pushed his hands in the air and looked at him seriously. "I just want you to do one thing. Row the boat back now. If there's anything, we can talk about it when we're ashore." "Why does your Highness make such a request?" Pei Wenxuan looked up at him. "The scenery here is beautiful and there are few people. It's perfect for talking." "You're right." Li Rong immediately said, "It's perfect to threaten me. I don't know how to row a boat. The water is so cold. Can I swim back?" "Your Highness," Pei Wenxuan looked at him. "I saw the letter you wrote in Northern Yan Tower." Li Rong froze. The two of them were silent for a moment. Pei Wenxuan poured the wine and took a sip. He slowly said, "Tell me, we're both very good to each other. Why do we always have to go to a dead end? If two people don't want to separate, then it's fine. But your Highness clearly has me in your heart. Why do we have to go to this point?" Li Rong didn't say anything. She lowered her eyes. "Your Highness," Pei Wenxuan held the wine cup. He was a little tired. "What is marriage to you?" Pei Wenxuan drank the wine and slowly asked, "If you want, you can marry a person you've never met. If you don't, you can divorce and give up. What am I to you?" Li Rong didn't answer. Pei Wenxuan turned to look at her. There was a bit of pleading in his eyes. "Your Highness, tell me the truth." "You want to hear the truth?" Li Rong smiled. Pei Wenxuan looked at her. His eyes didn't move, which showed his attitude. Li Rong picked up the wine cup and took a sip. Then she nodded and said, "Okay, then tonight we'll tell you the truth. I can easily separate from her because in this matter, separation is the best way. Imperial Father is suspicious. No matter how you explain, since the matter of the runes made him notice the possibility of your disloyalty, he will definitely test you. You must show your loyalty to him. This is imperative. You asked me why I asked you to divorce. Then I should ask you, why don't you divorce? Pei Wenchuan heard this and was about to answer. Li Rong said firmly, because you suspect me. Pei Wenchuan, Li Rong poured the wine for herself. She controlled the speed of her words and said slowly and gracefully, actually, you don't say it yourself. In your heart, you still don't trust me. If you can trust me, why are you afraid of divorce? Even if we separate, you and I will still be together. Can't that be? Pei Wenchuan listened to Li Rong's words and turned to look at the flowing water outside the window. For a moment, he didn't know if he should continue. As he spoke, it was as if he was opening up those wounds again. Those things that had been hidden for many years, and even those embarrassing pasts, were quietly separated between the two of them. He thought that if he didn't mention it, it wouldn't appear. But now, he understood that any wound would affect the subsequent choice in different ways. He really thought that he had let it go, but now he knew that he hadn't. Not talking? Li Rong laughed. Did you poke at a sore spot? Who is the one who came to accuse me of not valuing my feelings in a dignified manner? Pei Wenchuan held the cup and sipped the wine without saying a word. Li Rong looked at him in silence. Her guess was objectively confirmed. Her heart ached for no reason. She slammed the fan on the table. Speak. Do you want to hear the truth? Pei Wenchuan listened to Li Rong's angry shout. He looked at the lake and used the last of his calmness to restrain himself. Li Rong raised her hand and said decisively, please. You want me to believe you? Pei Wenchuan took a big gulp of wine, as if to give himself courage, but why should I believe you? Pei Wenchuan said and turned to look at her. Because you decided to marry me for refuge? Because you said that you liked me, but immediately left when you encountered some difficulties? Because you said that you liked me and then turned around to find someone else? Because you like to be disappointed in love and happy in pleasure? You want me to believe you? Is there anything about you that I can trust? Pei Wenchuan held the wine and came to Li Rong. He knelt down on one knee and stared at her. You're right. I don't trust you. You can leave me today because of power. In the future, you can really leave me because of power. I'm still your husband now. If I don't let go, no one can separate us. But what if we break up? Su Yongqing is still watching you and me. Pei Wenchuan laughed. I don't trust you, and I don't trust him. Li Rong listened to this and kept laughing. I understand. As she spoke, she looked up and said provocatively, then what are you waiting for, Lord Pei? Quickly leave me and find a good girl to live a happy life with, isn't it? Pei Wenchuan didn't speak. He looked at Li Rong's appearance and saw the grievances and pain hidden in her seemingly proud eyes. Looking at her stubborn and arrogant eyes, he gritted his teeth in hatred. What are you looking at? Li Rong laughed. You can't bear to? There's nothing you can do even if you can't bear to. I'm willing to. Before she finished speaking, Pei Wenchuan pressed her head and kissed her. At the same time, he pressed his whole body on her and pressed her against the cabin. Li Rong was angry. When Pei Wenchuan forced her like this, she kicked him fiercely. Pei Wenchuan immediately pressed her legs down with his legs. He grabbed both of Li Rong's wrists and pulled her head down. He lowered his head and pressed his lips against hers. Li Rong didn't let him have his way. She bit his lips and cursed, bastard, bastard. Pei Wenchuan ignored her. The smell of blood intertwined between her lips and tongue. The more she resisted, the more her senses were magnified. All kinds of feelings rose. Scold. Pei Wenchuan said in a low and hoarse voice. His usual clear voice carried some indescribable lust. He whispered, continue scolding. I'm listening. Li Rong tried her best to sober up. She organized all the curses she knew to scold someone. As long as she had the slightest chance, she would scratch, bite, hit, and kick. The two of them were almost fighting in the cabin. However, Pei Wenchuan was always looking after her, afraid of hurting her. All the anger and mania was mixed with lust. In the end, Pei Wenchuan tied Li Rong's hands tightly with his belt and pressed his whole body on top of her. Only then was it over. Li Rong gasped for breath and looked at the man in front of her who had already lost his elegance. His jade crown was torn off by her. His hair was scattered on both sides, and his clothes had long been scattered. His neck and chest were bloody marks from her scratches. His shoulders were also bitten by her. His lips were also bitten by her. Only his face was not scratched. She was not much better herself. However, compared to Pei Wenxuan, she was much more presentable. However, Pei Wenxuan was handsome. Even at this moment, he did not feel ugly. Even when his clothes were half open, he showed a hint of romance that was rarely seen in the outside world. Both of them were tired. Pei Wenxuan was afraid that she would go crazy, so he pressed her down and did not move. He gently gasped and shook his head. Li Rong, you are such a shrew. How can you be a princess? How good are you? Li Rong sneered, saying that you are vulgar is an insult to the word. When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he could not help but laugh. He looked at Li Rong's eyes. Her eyes were lively and lively. It was completely different from before when she said hurtful words. He looked at her for a moment, lowered his head, and kissed her forehead. Don't be like this in the future. When you say hurtful words, I feel sad. What does it have to do with me if you feel sad? When Li Rong heard his words, she felt a little wronged for no reason. Her eyes were a little sour. Get lost. Pei Wenxuan chuckled. He reached out and hugged her in his arms. He said gently, Rong Rong, you are a good girl. Don't be full of thorns. Li Rong did not reply. She turned her head away, not wanting to talk to him. Pei Wenxuan turned sideways. He did not want to put all his weight on Li Rong. They lay facing each other. Pei Wenxuan reached out and gently stroked her back. He said gently, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said those words to provoke you. It's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I was too worried, so I was afraid. I'm not sure how important I am in your heart. I'm also not sure how important Su Yongqing is in your heart. When I think of your past, when I think of the years I lost, I can't help but say the wrong things. Don't be angry, okay? Li Rong listened to Pei Wenxuan's apology. She lay quietly. After exhausting her strength, she calmed down. She rested her head on Pei Wenxuan's hand and leaned into his arms. It was like a small boat returning to the harbor. She was safe and secure after being sheltered. In fact, she knew that she was being willful. Pei Wenxuan admitted his mistake not because he was wrong, but because he had always been tolerant of her and let her have her way. This concession gave Li Rong an unprecedented sense of security. She could not help but look up and stare at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan saw her looking at him and smiled gently. Why are you looking at me? Pei Wenxuan, Li Rong called him softly. In fact, you are right. There is nothing about me that you can trust. I shouldn't blame you. Pei Wenxuan listened to her apologize. He did not speak. Li Rong gently touched his chest with her forehead. She was a little tired. I was negligent. I didn't expect you to be afraid. I thought too little of you. But Pei Wenxuan, it's not that you are not important. It's just that I want to give you the best. Ever since I was born, everyone has told me that power is the most important thing. It's the foundation of our existence and our foundation. In fact, I am also afraid of separation. I am also worried that you will like someone else. But I am more afraid that you will ruin your future for me. I'm afraid that you'll sacrifice yourself for me. One day, when you're old, or you're at the end of your rope, and you don't like me that much anymore, you'll remember everything you've done for me. At that time, you'll hate me. Pei Wenxuan listened to Li Rong's rare confession. He gently stroked her hair. Why aren't you talking? Li Rong saw that Pei Wenxuan did not speak for a long time. She raised her head and looked at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan heard her question and smiled gently. I am angry. Angry? Li Rong was surprised. I am speaking so nicely. Why are you angry? Yes, I am thinking that you are looking down on me too much. Just because of this, my future is ruined. When I am old, I will blame you in the future. Pei Wenxuan smiled and turned over. Li Rong rested her head on his arm. Pei Wenxuan turned his head to look at the stars outside. You think too much of me. Who knows? Li Rong chuckled. Different environments raise different people. If you don't become the prime minister, who knows what kind of Pei Wenchuan you will become. I don't want to talk to you about these useless things. Pei Wenchuan shifted his gaze from the stars to her. You just have to wait and see. It has been a lifetime. Don't you know what kind of person I am? I know very well. Li Rong raised her hand and turned her tightly bound wrist in front of him. Your skills are very good. Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong and waved. He straightened up. Li Rong also sat up and handed her hand to him. Pei Wenchuan lowered his head and untied the belt that tied her hand. He said slowly, in fact, I was also angered by you today. In the future, think more before you speak. Don't be so hurtful. You are obviously good to me, but you have to say such terrible things. But I won't laugh at you. Pei Wenchuan looked up at her and smiled. In fact, I don't want to divorce today. It's not that I don't trust you. The most important thing is that I am worried that you will be sad. How will I be sad? Li Rong took her hand out of the belt. Pei Wenchuan held the belt and supported himself with one hand, while the other hand rested on one of his bent knees. He turned his head to look out of the window. Outside the window, there were some river lanterns floating on the surface of the water. They floated on the surface of the river, reflecting the stars in the sky and surrounding the small boat. Pei Wenchuan looked at the surface of the lake. His voice was a little erratic. The people around you are used to giving up their feelings for power. Although you said so, if I really did it, you will never know that some people's feelings are not tainted at all. I became an official, I fought for power in order to be by your side. So if you want me to leave you in exchange for power. Pei Wenchuan turned to look at her and chuckled. Even if it is only for a while, even if it is just a verbal departure, I am not willing. Using power in exchange for feelings. The person I like can't be used to this kind of thing. But this is just a small exchange. Li Rong frowned. Pei Wenchuan looked at her. If I do not hesitate to agree to this small exchange, will you really not feel anything? Rong, Pei Wenchuan said. He raised his hand and put it in her hair. For me, not letting you suffer is the most important thing. Li Rong did not speak. She quietly looked at the man in front of her. His hair was loose and his clothes were half open. His hair danced in the night wind. The steadiness of the years added to his handsome appearance. Against the light of the lake and the moon, he looked like an immortal in a dream. Nothing more beautiful could be imagined. After a moment of silence, the sound of a bell rang in the distance. After a while, thousands of sky lanterns slowly rose on the distant mountain. Pei Wenchuan looked up. His eyes were filled with light and he smiled. Rong, he smiled and turned his head. Look. The moment he turned his head, the girl kissed him. Pei Wenchuan was stunned for a moment. He heard Li Rong say in a low voice, Pei Wenchuan, actually, I like you more than you think. Li Rong said. She wrapped her arms around Pei Wenchuan and sat on Pei Wenchuan's body. Pei Wenchuan leaned against the wall of the boat. After a short moment of shock, he realized what Li Rong was doing. He felt like his heart was soaked in honey and wrapped in sugar. It was just a small action, but it made him feel that everything was worth it. He could not help but smile. He raised his hand to brush Li Rong's hair away from her face. Then he pressed his hand into the hair at the back of her head and deepened the kiss. Pei Wenchuan was much more familiar with Li Rong than Li Rong herself. He loved Li Rong. He loved everything about Li Rong. He was willing to study and work hard for her. In the end, he became proficient in this. At first, it was just a kiss. Then, he used all kinds of methods. In the end, Li Rong hugged Pei Wenchuan softly and leaned on him. Pei Wenchuan put one hand on the window and supported his forehead. His other hand hugged the girl who was resting on him. His hand moved down her spine. Li Rong was already paralyzed on him, but he still looked like a gentleman. He whispered in her ear, Do you want to go back? Li Rong did not speak. She hugged him. She felt that he asked her a question, but he did not stop. After a long time, she finally said in a hoarse voice, Brother Pei. When Pei Wenchuan heard her address him, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He leaned forward, raised his hand to hug her, and confirmed in her ear one last time, "Is it here?" Li Rong responded with a nasal sound. Pei Wenchuan kissed her earlobe. "Good girl." After saying that, he gently placed her on the cushion. He raised his hand to take the belt next to him and covered Li Rong's eyes with it. Li Rong could only hear the sound of water and the chirping of cicadas. The sky was full of stars. Thousands of lights reflected on the water. The boat swayed on the surface of the water, covered by the mist in the night. When they were deeply in love, Pei Wenchuan intertwined his fingers with hers. He called her name softly. It was completely different from usual. In the end, he vaguely whimpered. Li Rong finally understood that the two words emotion and desire, in the end, must have feelings in order to be able to enjoy the world. By the time everything was over, it was already midnight. Pei Wenchuan was on top of her. Li Rong was so tired that she couldn't open her eyes. Pei Wenchuan rested for a while, then lowered his head and kissed her forehead. He said softly, "Go to sleep." Li Rong responded with a nasal sound. Pei Wenchuan helped her put on her clothes, took a blanket, and covered her body. Then he went to the bow of the boat and used a basin to boil some water. He mixed the water in the small stove that was used to boil wine into the basin. After adjusting the temperature to a suitable temperature, he boiled another basin. He brought the water back to the cabin and rubbed a handkerchief to wipe Li Rong's face and other sweaty areas. Li Rong didn't open her eyes, but she felt her body gradually become refreshed. Her voice was a bit hoarse, so she didn't want to speak. Pei Wenchuan was full of wine and food. Although he didn't say anything, he was very happy. The second basin of water was boiled and cooled, so he took it to wipe her. Li Rong wanted to refuse, but she felt Pei Wenchuan raise his hand and gently put it on her shoulder. After a soothing kiss, he said in a low and hoarse voice, "It's okay. Sleep well." She couldn't sleep like this, and she was even more awake. Li Rong felt her face become very red, but she didn't want to show weakness. She raised her hand and used her sleeve to cover her eyes, as if to block the light. After she was clean, Pei Wenchuan went out of the cabin. He seemed to have used the lake water to clean himself. After a while, he came back. He lay down beside her and pulled the blanket over her. Then he pulled her into his arms and gently said, "Don't catch a cold." As he spoke, he leaned his head on her shoulder and snuggled with her. The blanket was given to Li Rong, so he only wore a single shirt. Fortunately, the cabin was very warm with the doors and windows closed. Li Rong felt that he seemed to have fallen asleep, so she quietly opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw him lying in front of her, looking at her with a gentle smile. Li Rong's face instantly heated up, but he still pretended to be calm. "Why are you looking at me?" "I just wanted to watch you sleep for a while." "Who would have thought that you would open your eyes and peek at me?" "Who peeked at you?" Li Rong frowned, feeling embarrassed and annoyed as if he had been caught red-handed. "I couldn't sleep, so I opened my eyes." "Is that considered peeking?" "Okay." Pei Wenchuan pursed his lips and chuckled. "I'm not peeping." "Why can't your highness sleep? Tell me about it." Li Rong was speechless. How could she say that she had been tormented awake by him? Just then, she felt something strange in her body. Her movement stiffened, and Pei Wenchuan knew what had happened. He restrained himself and didn't do anything. He only went forward and gently kissed her forehead. He comforted her with a low and hoarse voice. "They will come to pick us up in a while. You can bathe when you go back." Li Rong heard the strangeness in his voice and knew that he understood everything. For a moment, she couldn't be arrogant. She blushed and lowered her head to respond in a low voice. After a while, she couldn't help but complain in a low voice. "How did you get in?" "It's my fault." Pei Wenchuan decisively admitted his mistake. He heard her complain and felt happy. He felt as if he had been placed in the most suitable hot spring by Li Rong. At this moment, no matter what Li Rong said to him, he felt extremely good. The two quietly leaned against each other. In such a quiet place, Li Rong felt sleepy again. She rested her head on Pei Wenchuan's hand and leaned against his chest. Pei Wenchuan raised his hand and gently comforted her, as if he was stroking a cat's back. After a while, Li Rong fell asleep. She didn't know how much time had passed, but she vaguely heard the sound of the water beside her change. It seemed that a boat was approaching. Li Rong gently raised her eyelids. Pei Wenchuan noticed her movements. He pulled the quilt for her and gently said, "You sleep first. I'll go take a look." Pei Wenchuan got up, put on his coat, and stood at the bow of the boat. He saw the person he arranged rowing the boat to the side. The person was about to speak when Pei Wenchuan raised his hand to his lips and looked in the direction of the cabin. He whispered, "Madam is asleep. You can send her directly to the shore." The person smiled and nodded, not daring to speak. Pei Wenchuan returned to the cabin and closed the small door again. Li Rong heard him sit beside her and asked in a muffled voice, "What time is it?" 5 in the morning. Pei Wenchuan brushed away the hair on her face. His voice was very soft, as if he was afraid of disturbing her. "You've slept for a long time. Go back and take a bath. It's almost time to go to court." Li Rong responded in a low voice. Pei Wenchuan thought for a moment. "If you're not feeling well, I'll go ask for leave from His Majesty." Li Rong didn't say anything. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Pei Wenchuan looked at her. He saw that her eyebrows were tightly knitted, as if she couldn't sleep well. In fact, he knew that even if Li Rong didn't say it at this moment, her heart was still uneasy. Feelings were his biggest weakness, and he didn't hide this weakness in front of his opponent. Li Rong was afraid. However, she didn't dare to say anything. She took care of his feelings, so she put her worries in her heart. Pei Wenchuan raised his hand and touched her hair, thinking about what she was thinking. After a long time, he sighed, leaned over, and gently kissed her forehead. "Don't think about it. Sleep well. I'll listen to you." Hearing Pei Wenchuan's words, Li Rong knew that he had compromised. She slowly opened her eyes and looked up at him. Her eyes were misty, as if she wanted to say something comforting. But she didn't. She was afraid that she would accidentally say something hurtful. After hesitating for a moment, she reached out and grabbed Pei Wenchuan's clothes. "Let's go back and do it again?" she said in a low voice. All the ways she could think of to please him were real. Power, status, money, and desire. Hearing her words, Pei Wenchuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was silent for a moment, and finally could only say, "Let's put it on the tab first." "But your feelings?" Pei Wenchuan put his hand on her hair and softened his voice. "I understand." In fact, after confirming her feelings and letting her understand her own thoughts, the so-called method was not important. In the end, it was best to make Li Rong feel comfortable. If a relationship made her tremble in fear, what was the use of working hard and being clean? Pei Wenchuan sat beside Li Rong and watched Li Rong's appearance. He watched as she snuggled up to him like a cat. Under his comforting words, she slowly fell asleep. Li Rong slept all the way back to the princess residence. Pei Wenchuan covered her with clothes from the carriage to the residence and quietly carried her back. After returning to the residence, Li Rong lazed in bed for a while before getting up. She bathed and washed up, and then followed Pei Wenchuan to the morning court. Pei Wenchuan's face was white and clean, but the scratch marks on his neck couldn't be hidden. He wore an official's robe and waited for Li Rong at the door. When Li Rong came out, he walked in front of her with a cold face and respectfully said, "Your Highness." Li Rong saw his unkind expression and was stunned for a moment. Then, she realized that Pei Wenchuan was acting. She quickly adjusted her expression and walked up to him with a guilty conscience. She held on to him in a fawning manner. "Prince consort." Pei Wenchuan's expression didn't change as he walked out with Li Rong. The two of them leaned against each other. In the eyes of others, Pei Wenchuan seemed very cold, while Li Rong seemed to be fawning. At a distance that only the two of them could hear, Pei Wenchuan's voice was very gentle. "Do you feel uncomfortable? It's not like we're giving birth." Li Rong held on to him and smiled as she leaned on his arm. "How can it be so delicate?" "Moreover, thanks to Lord Pei's patient care," Li Rong said as she used her little finger to draw aimlessly on the palm of his hand that was covered by his sleeve. She softened her voice. "Compared to my previous life, it's much better. When it came to making love, the most important thing was the man's patience. In her previous life, Li Rong's first time wasn't as painful as it was rumored to be. It was because of Pei Wenxuan's absolute self-control and patience. Now, Pei Wenxuan not only had patience, but had also accumulated countless experiences with her. He also restrained himself well. Even if there was discomfort, it was negligible to Li Rong. Hearing her praise, Pei Wenxuan's face was as cold as frost, but there was a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Don't cause trouble." Li Rong lowered her head and chuckled. She didn't provoke him anymore. The two of them walked all the way to the palace and got off the carriage. Li Rong wanted to pull Pei Wenxuan, but Pei Wenxuan pushed her hand away and walked straight in. This scene was seen by many officials. Li Rong's face revealed a hint of embarrassment and anger. She didn't want to stand there and quickly walked forward. For the imperial court, there were only two important matters in the third month: the imperial examinations and the transfer of personnel. Compared to the latter, the importance of the imperial examinations was almost negligible. The Ministry of Personnel explained the enrollment of this year's students and then left. When the morning court ended, Pei Wenxuan had just walked out of the main hall when Li Ming sent someone over. He respectfully said, "Lord Pei, His Majesty invites you." Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan respectfully bowed and followed the eunuch to the imperial study. Li Rong silently glanced at him and then looked away. She turned and walked out of the main hall. As soon as she walked out of the main hall, she saw Su Yongqing in front of her. He was with a few officials, holding a ceremonial tablet in his hand. He was frowning and giving orders to those officials. Su Yongqing was a person with a gentle temperament when dealing with others, but when it came to business, his methods were forceful and extremely strict. She didn't notice it at first, but now that she observed carefully, she found that the current Su Yongqing was much more sinister than the handsome young man in her memory. Li Rong stood behind him and looked at him. Su Yongqing was walking down the stairs with the other officials, but he vaguely felt Li Rong's gaze. So he turned around and saw Li Rong standing in front of the main hall, looking at him with cold eyes. Su Yongqing didn't speak. The wind blew gently, making his clothes flutter. He stared at Li Rong with a gaze that seemed to have frozen time. It was cold and long as he stepped through the palace gate and gently fell on Li Rong. That gaze was so short that it seemed to be an unconscious absent-mindedness. The officials next to him were puzzled by Su Yongqing's silence. They couldn't help but follow Su Yongqing's gaze and asked carefully, "Minister Su?" Su Yongqing heard the call and bowed to Li Rong from afar. Then he withdrew his gaze and turned to lead the people around him down as if nothing had happened. He continued, "The key to this case is..." Li Rong watched him walk away. After a long time, he smiled mockingly and turned to leave. Pei Wenxuan was led by a eunuch into the imperial study. Li Ming was practicing calligraphy. Pei Wenxuan came in and bowed respectfully. He was always gentle, but his face was a bit more cold. Li Ming raised his head and glanced at him. He practiced his handwriting and said, "What happened to your neck? Where did you get it?" Pei Wenxuan's face was cold. He controlled his emotions and said, "Reporting to your majesty, I was joking with the princess and accidentally scratched myself." Li Ming paused. In fact, he also heard the news last night that Li Rong went on a cruise and found some good-looking young masters to accompany him. Pei Wenxuan carried a sword to catch the adulterers and even kidnapped Li Rong. After all, this was information that he heard secretly, so he couldn't say it directly. Looking at Pei Wenxuan's face, last night shouldn't have been very pleasant. Li Ming speculated about what happened last night. He thought about the possible intentions of Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan. After all, he just thought about it and they quarreled. It seemed a bit too deliberate. But after all, so many things happened last night. The young couple might have really quarreled. He didn't show it on his face and pretended not to know anything. He slowly said, "Between husband and wife, we must tolerate each other. Ping Eli has been my favorite daughter since she was young. Perhaps she is a bit arrogant, but you don't have to take it to heart." "Yes." Pei Wenxuan knelt on the ground and straightened his body. He answered very calmly. "I called you over to discuss the promotion of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. You rose up the ranks too quickly. If you were promoted, I'm afraid it would be hard to convince the public." Li Ming wrote one stroke at a time on the paper, seemingly unconcerned, have you thought about how to deal with it? When Pei Wenchuan heard this, his expression finally relaxed. He respectfully said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." Although this official doesn't have much experience, but this official has some elders in the Ministry of Personnel and connections in the Imperial Censorate. Your Majesty can rest assured. Li Ming observed Pei Wenchuan's expression. Seeing that he was secretly happy when the official position was mentioned, he didn't change his expression and continued, "However, you are the prince consort of Ping Le. Ping Le has offended many people in the imperial court. There are many people from the Xia family in the Ministry of Personnel. If you move there, I'm afraid you will suffer." "How about this?" Li Ming seemed to be concerned. "This Jin will transfer you to the Ministry of Rights, so you won't be blamed." "How about it?" When Pei Wenchuan heard this, his face paled. Although the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Rights were both assistant ministers, they were completely different. One was a civil servant, while the other was in charge of the promotion of officials. Pei Wenchuan seemed to be trying hard to control his emotions. Li Ming took the tea from Fu Lai's hand and slowly said, "You have a deep relationship with Ping Le. She also needs help in the inspectorate. This Jin has also thought about it. Why don't you go to the Ministry of Rights and spend more time helping her? What do you think?" When Pei Wenchuan heard Li Ming's words, his expression became very ugly. However, he still restrained himself and respectfully said, "This official thanks Your Majesty for your grace." "All right," Li Ming waved his hand, "you can leave." This official will take his leave. As Pei Wenchuan spoke, he stood up. Li Ming looked at the tea leaves in the tea and leisurely fiddled with the teacup. Pei Wenchuan stiffly walked out. After walking a few steps, Pei Wenchuan stopped. He seemed to hesitate for a long time. Then, he suddenly turned around and knelt on the ground. He was quite emotional as he said, "Your Majesty, this official begs Your Majesty to make a decision for this official." Li Ming's hand trembled and the tea spilled out. He looked at Pei Wenchuan and frowned, "What decision do you want to make?" "Your Majesty," Pei Wenchuan's voice was full of indignation. He looked at a place that no one could see, but his expression was very calm. He clenched his teeth and controlled his emotions. "This official wants to separate from Her Highness Ping Le. I hope Your Majesty will allow this." Since Li Ming wanted him to take a step back, then he would take a big step back. Li Ming didn't panic, so he forced him to panic. Pei Wenchuan thought it through. In fact, for Li Ming, everything he did was to test him. He doubted Pei Wenchuan's loyalty. If Pei Wenchuan followed his test and separated with Li Ming, then no matter what, Li Ming would be suspicious. It was better to take the initiative and turn defense into offense. "What do you mean by this?" Li Ming frowned. "You want to separate from Ping Le? What's wrong with my daughter that you want to separate from her?" The more Li Ming spoke, the angrier he became. He raised his hand and slammed it on the table. "Pei Wenchuan, how dare you?" Pei Wenchuan listened to Li Ming's words and hurriedly kowtowed. "Your Majesty, please calm down." "But Wenchuan." "Wenchuan is also." As Pei Wenchuan spoke, he seemed to be a little embarrassed. He straightened his body and pulled open his official robe, revealing the marks on his body. There were bite marks and scratch marks on Pei Wenchuan's shoulders. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Li Ming couldn't help but be stunned. "This is?" "Your Majesty," Pei Wenchuan's face was full of grief and indignation, "these were all beaten by the princess last night." Li Ming heard this and was a little embarrassed. He couldn't help but follow Pei Wenchuan's words. "Why did you fight?" And so seriously. As he spoke, Li Ming suddenly remembered, "You didn't beat her, right?" "Your Highness is noble, this humble subject doesn't dare." Pei Wenchuan listened to Li Ming's words and his face became colder. Li Ming knew that Li Rong wasn't wronged, so he was relieved. "What happened? Tell me." "Your Majesty," Pei Wenchuan said as he took out a piece of talisman paper from his sleeve. "This matter needs to be explained from this talisman paper. Last night, when Her Highness returned from the palace, this humble subject went to fetch her. However, when we arrived at the palace gates, Her Highness handed the talisman to me and said that I couldn't write talismans casually. Outside. She almost fell into Consort Ro's trap." Upon hearing this, Li Ming frowned, but he didn't stop Pei Wenchuan. He only allowed Pei Wenxuan to continue. After this humble subject has seen the talisman, this humble subject is sure that this humble subject didn't do it. You didn't write this? Li Ming asked seriously, but Pei Wenxuan shook his head. Your Majesty, you can ask a master to verify that this is not this humble official's handwriting. Your Majesty should know that this talisman is extremely difficult to obtain. This humble subject is usually busy with official business. Where would I find the time to do such a thing? Li Ming didn't say anything. He only had someone take the talisman paper and ordered in a low voice, check it. After speaking, Li Ming turned to look at Pei Wenxuan. Since the talisman paper is fake, why did Ping Yao say that it's real? You even said that you went to the temple together? Consort Ro accused Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan of privately contacting Hongda's master to lie for Li Chuan so that he wouldn't get married. For this reason, they took out the talisman paper as evidence to prove that Pei Wenxuan had contacted Hongda's master. Li Rong said that although the talisman paper was real, it was obtained in the temple. This was to refute that Hongda's master was lying. But if this talisman paper was fake, why didn't Li Rong directly say that it was fake? Or could it be that Li Rong was refuting for the sake of refuting, but in fact, he had privately contacted Hongda's master to postpone the marriage for Li Chuan? Li Ming secretly pondered. Pei Wenxuan respectfully said, Your Majesty, instead of thinking about why this talisman paper is fake and why the princess admitted to it, why don't you think about why Hongda's master took out a fake talisman of marriage that I wrote to prove that the princess pressured Hongda's master for the crown prince? Even if I wrote the talisman of marriage, it can't prove that the princess and Hongda's master have met, nor can it prove that the princess begged Hongda's master for the crown prince. This talisman, whether the princess admits to it or not, doesn't prove anything. So why did Hongda say this? Li Ming heard this. His face didn't change, but his heart suddenly understood. A fake talisman of marriage couldn't prove anything. Why did Hongda give out this talisman? Actually, Your Majesty has already concluded many things in your heart. There's no need to say more. Both the princess and I are clear about this. For example, he suspected that Li Rong and Li Chuan were already subconsciously sure that Li Rong would help Li Chuan speak in front of Hongda's master, so they didn't notice. The appearance of this talisman was too unreasonable, and there was no concrete evidence to prove it. Since Li Rong knew about this, he would naturally be flustered. It was possible that he would subconsciously refute all the evidence when faced with accusations. Li Ming understood Pei Wenxuan's meaning. Although he didn't directly explain the reason why Li Rong lied, Li Ming could guess the reason. Ever since I was promoted to the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, I and the princess have been walking on thin ice. We have been careful at all times, afraid that we would do something wrong and be caught. The aristocratic families don't like it, the crown prince hates it, and we don't know who is behind it. First, they used the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Personnel to put me and the princess in the fire. Then, they used Hongda's master to frame us. Now, there's the fake talisman. Although Your Highness and I don't know what Hongda's intentions are, they must want to do something. So, in a moment of anger, I reprimanded Your Highness for being presumptuous. How can you speak nonsense when you don't know anything? And Your Highness has been dissatisfied with me for a long time. Because I was born in a poor family and my official career is not smooth, Your Highness has been criticized by the princess and the court officials. I suggested that the princess establish an inspectorate to share His Majesty's worries. But today, I am dissatisfied with Your Highness. The Crown Prince and Your Highness are at odds, and the Empress hates Your Highness. So last night, Your Highness and I couldn't help but argue. In a fit of anger, Your Highness said that I am lowly, even inferior to the performers in Nanfeng restaurant. So, I took the performers for a night cruise. In a moment of desperation, I kidnapped Your Highness. I wanted to persuade you, but I was beaten and scolded by Your Highness. Your Majesty, Pei Wenxuan straightened up, his face full of grief and indignation. Even though I was born in a poor family, I am still a man. Even if Your Highness is a noble princess, how can you humiliate me like this? When I married Your Highness, I was only following Your Majesty's orders to show my loyalty. Your Highness is usually rude, arrogant, and rude. You even secretly have other people in your heart. I can endure all these things. I ask myself, as a husband and a subject, I have never overstepped my boundaries. But your highness still wants to go for a night cruise and summon dozens of. Pei Wenxian couldn't continue for a while. He took a deep breath, knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, Your Majesty, this humble subject knows that he is guilty and has let you down. But please, Your Majesty, for the sake of my father's loyal service and this humble subject's loyalty, let this humble subject and his highness separate. Pei Wenxuan's voice was hoarse, and he almost cried, I really can't live anymore. Pei Wenxuan's speech made Li Ming speechless for a while. As a man, how could Li Ming not understand the humiliation in Pei Wenxuan's heart? Even if Pei Wenxuan wanted to put on a show for him, he didn't need to let Li Rong call so many performers. Li Ming thought carefully about Pei Wenxuan's words. He couldn't help but have other thoughts in his mind. In fact, Pei Wenxuan's words reminded him. From the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel to the current Hongda mage, it was always Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan who seemed to have gotten the benefits. That was why he had always doubted Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan's loyalty. But what if he thought about it from another perspective? If the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel to the mages of Hongda were all set up by others, then what were they planning? If he didn't know before, now that the rune was out, how could he not know? A rune that couldn't prove the relationship between Li Rong and the crown prince was used by them to trick Li Rong into admitting it. Finally, they told him that it was a marriage rune that represented their relationship as husband and wife. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel was to make him worry about Li Rong's power. The mages of Hongda made him worry about the relationship between Li Rong and Li Chuan. And the rune made him worry about Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong being husband and wife. Why was he worried about the husband and wife being husband and wife? Because deep down, he was already worried that Li Rong had too much power and was colluding with Li Chuan. Now that Pei Wenxuan and him were husband and wife, what could they do? Thinking about it this way, the other party was really attacking his heart step by step. And the person they were scheming against was not Li Rong and Pei Wenxuan, but him. Li Ming's heart was in turmoil, but his expression didn't change. After all, this was Pei Wenxuan's words. He couldn't completely believe it. Thus, he went along with Pei Wenxuan's words and said, If you say it like that, Rong is indeed too arrogant. Since you have the intention to divorce, I won't force it. You go back first, I'll write the decree, how about it? Hearing this, Pei Wenxuan became excited and respectfully said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is wise. Li Ming looked at Pei Wenxuan's secretly happy appearance and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Li Rong was still his daughter after all. For her to be disliked like this, he felt a little annoyed. He waved his hand and lightly said, You may leave. Pei Wenxuan respectfully bowed and left. When he walked out of the imperial study, the little eunuch followed him and sent him out. Pei Wenxuan walked out with a cold face. Before he left, he whispered, Let His Majesty investigate how Hongda's mages entered the palace. The little eunuch didn't say anything, but he obviously heard it. After sending Pei Wenxuan out of the palace, the little eunuch hurriedly turned back. When Pei Wenxuan returned to the official residence from the imperial study, in the Su clan's residence, a young man was holding a scroll in one hand and playing chess in the other. A woman was kneeling beside him. The other party's posture was the palace's etiquette. She looked calm, but there was a bit of uneasiness in her eyes. Nyang said that the talisman was fake and was taken out by Prince Ping Le. What if they take it to verify it? The servant girl was a little flustered. Now that Hongda has been taken away, Darren, if he speaks nonsense, he will be trying to curry favor with Nyang. He won't have the chance to speak nonsense, so Nyang can rest assured. The young man played chess with a calm expression. When the servant girl heard this, she understood the other party's meaning. She felt a little relieved, but still said, What about the talisman? Since Her Highness the Princess has already admitted it, so what if it's fake? If they tell His Majesty that the princess lied, then why did the princess lie? His Majesty still has doubts in his heart, so he will definitely test Pei Wenxuan and the princess. And Pei Wenxuan can't pass His Majesty's test. Darren, are you so sure? The servant girl frowned. It's not impossible for Pei Wenxuan to agree to a divorce. He can't agree. The young man put down the scroll and began to steadily tidy up the chessboard. His voice was gentle. He doesn't dare, won't, and doesn't want to. what if he agrees? The servant girl persisted in asking. The young man's movements paused slightly. After a long time, he frowned, then he deserves to die. Those who let Her Highness down, the young man's voice was very soft, so soft that others couldn't hear it at all. He gently raised his head and watched the early spring butterflies fall into the courtyard. His desolate eyes had a bit of ridicule, they all deserve to die. As soon as Pei Wenchuan came out of the palace, Fu Lai presented the result of the comparison of the rune handwriting. Your Majesty, Fu Lai said respectfully, the handwriting on this rune is indeed fake. Li Ming took the rune paper from the plate and looked at it in his hand. Fu Lai waited quietly. After a long time, Li Ming sighed, Fu Lai, do you know what the most difficult thing is to be an emperor? Your Majesty, Fu Lai laughed, how would this servant know? Li Ming looked at the rune paper. After a long time, he threw the rune paper on the table and stood up, that is, everyone around you can lie to you. If others want to hear the truth, then they will hear the truth. If I want to hear the truth, then I have to find the truth from a pile of lies. And the most frightening thing is, everyone knows about this. Li Ming walked out of the imperial study, Fu Lai followed behind him. The two walked slowly in the corridor. Li Ming said slowly, they know your weakness and control your emotions. You think you can find the truth, but in fact, the so-called truth is a lie wrapped in truth and falsehood. Look at this rune paper. From forcefully promoting Pei Wenchuan to the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, to Hongda saying that Ping Le has a private relationship with the crown prince, this is a stab to my heart. They know what I am worried about, so they showed it to me. This rune paper has such an obvious flaw, but I didn't see it. You say, the matter between the crown prince and Ping Le is clearly related to Pei Wenchuan? Your Majesty is wise, you can always make a decision. Fu Lai flattered. Li Ming sneered, wise? How am I wise? There is a problem with this rune paper, but is there no problem with Pei Wenchuan? Who knows if what he said is true or false? As Li Ming said, he stopped and looked at the flowers and plants in the courtyard. It was March, the weather had begun to warm up, and the flowers and plants in the courtyard were full of vitality. He felt a little tired and couldn't help but say, Fu Lai, who do you think is telling the truth? Your Majesty is making things difficult for this old servant. Go ahead, Li Ming said casually. Just treat it as chatting. It doesn't matter if you say something wrong. This servant feels that, in fact, in this world, no matter how many changes there are, they will always remain the same. Fu Lai seemed to be considering each word carefully. No one would waste boss's martial arts for no reason. Look, if what Consort Rose said is true, and the Lord Pei took the initiative to snatch the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, and the princess privately asked the Hongda magistrate to postpone the marriage between the crown prince and her, and acknowledge the marriage talisman between her and the Lord Pei, what is she trying to achieve? If what the Lord Pei said was true, and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel was plotting against him and His Highness, then Master Hong defamed him and His Highness, and someone used a talisman between His Majesty and them, then what is the motive of the person behind all this? Li Ming listened to Fu Lai's words and didn't say anything. He repeatedly thought about everyone's motives. After a while, he felt a slight headache. He couldn't help but raise his hand and rub his forehead. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. It's windy outside. Your Majesty should go back and rest. Fu Lai walked forward and supported Li Ming. Li Ming was supported by him. As they walked back, he said helplessly, I'm old. My body can't take it anymore. Your Majesty is just a little tired. Fu Lai said slowly, you'll be fine after some rest. This servant will ask the imperial physician to come over and nurse you back to health. You don't have to worry. Li Ming was supported by Fu Lai into the room. Fu Lai looked at him and said slowly, Your Majesty, regarding the divorce between the prince consort and Her Highness Ping Le, should we draft an edict now? Li Ming heard Fu Lai's words and felt a severe headache. Leave it for now. He waved his hand. Fu Lai helped Li Ming to lie down on the bed and said in a low voice, Should we investigate the matter of Master Hongda entering the palace? Li Ming didn't say anything. Fu Lai reached out to rub Li Ming's head and said slowly, Consort Ro has a gentle temperament. She usually follows Your Majesty's orders. Now that she took the initiative to bring Master Hongda into the palace, I'm afraid that there is a villain behind this. This servant is worried, go investigate. Li Ming didn't want to listen to this, but he knew that this matter couldn't be delayed. The longer it was delayed, the harder it would be to figure out the situation. He waved his hand and turned around. Call the imperial physician over to give me acupuncture. Fu Lai nodded and gave a look to the eunuch next to him. The eunuch walked out. Li Ming had a headache and the palace was in chaos. At this time, Pei Wenchuan had almost returned to the princess residence. He asked Li Rong where she went and found out that she was sleeping. She was probably tired after last night's torment. Pei Wenchuan thought for a moment and ordered people to clear out the people in the inner courtyard. He said he would go to the study. When he entered the inner courtyard, he went directly to the bedroom. Dong Yi couldn't help but be curious. Young master, didn't you want to go to the study? Pei Wenchuan looked at him as if he was an idiot. There are many people in the outer courtyard. I'm still in conflict with Her Highness. Don't let anyone know that I went to see Her Highness. Dong Yi didn't know how to react, but Pei Wenchuan still chased him out. Go to the study and guard the door. If anyone comes, tell them that I'm in the study. Dong Yi nodded blankly. He watched as Pei Wenchuan went into the bedroom and closed the door. He paused for a moment before remembering what he should do. He turned around and went to the study to guard the door. Li Rong was too tired last night. She was so sleepy that she lay on the bed and fell asleep. She didn't know that Pei Wenchuan had come in. Pei Wenchuan gently closed the door, took off his official robe, and washed his hands while controlling the sound of running water. Li Rong heard the sound of running water and finally opened her eyes. She vaguely saw the back of a young man. She vaguely called out, Wenchuan? Her voice was like a whisper. Pei Wenchuan immediately remembered last night. He put his hands in the water and closed his eyes for a moment. At the same time, he responded, You sleep first. I'm back. Li Rong was still a little sleepy, but she was worried about the matters in the palace. She simply lay on the bed with one hand hanging by the side of the bed. She closed her eyes and vaguely asked, What did Imperial Father say to you? Pei Wenchuan washed his hands and came to her side. Li Rong didn't open her eyes. She felt her entire body being lifted by him and moved in. Pei Wenchuan lifted the quilt and got in. As soon as he got in, Li Rong hooked her hand around his neck and leaned on his chest like a cat. She muttered, Does he want us to divorce? He didn't say. Pei Wenchuan's arms were warm and fragrant. He loved it so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. He felt tormented. His gaze fell on the wall and aimlessly traced Li Rong's back. It was as if he was comforting a child. He slowly said, I was the one who suggested it. I'll tell on you. As he said this, Pei Wenchuan laughed. He lowered his head and rubbed Li Rong's nose with the tip of his nose. I have a kitten that scratches and bites me. I don't want this kitten anymore. Li Rong listened to him and laughed. Okay. I'll apologize. But didn't you also tie me up? Pei Wenchuan smiled but didn't say anything. Li Rong was stunned for a moment in his arms. She then remembered what happened next. And then? Then I told Consort Ro that she used a talisman to trick you. I told His Majesty that he could be used by someone else. Then His Majesty said that he would issue an edict for us to divorce, so I came back. You countersued Consort Ro? Li Rong laughed. Imperial Father has always been partial to her. I'm afraid it didn't have much effect. If you only said that Consort Ro framed you, of course it wouldn't have much effect. You are political enemies. His Majesty only wanted to maintain a balance and not let you go too far. As Pei Wenchuan spoke, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. He simply turned over and pressed Li Rong's body. His hands moved like they were playing the zither, and the sound was like striking jade. He said slowly, but if His Majesty thinks that someone is using Consort Ro to attack His Majesty's true goal, then His Majesty won't be able to tolerate it. His goal? Li Rong closed her eyes. Her voice trembled. Pei Wenchuan knew that Li Rong couldn't remember at the moment, so he reminded her. Everything that His Majesty does is just to expand his own power. His biggest opponents are actually these aristocratic families. He appointed Prince Su and supported Consort Ro for this. Today, he set up the Inspectorate of Investigation and used me for this. His Majesty cares about my promotion, your collusion with the Crown Prince, and our relationship. These are all because he is afraid that we are in fact chess pieces of the aristocratic families. But isn't Consort Ro afraid? Pei Wenchuan's breath sprayed on Li Rong's skin. Li Rong listened to him calmly discuss political matters. She couldn't help but grip the bedsheets tightly, trying to calm herself down. This seemed to be a contest between two people. It all depended on who wanted to lose. Li Rong didn't want to lose in this kind of place. Therefore, one of them wandered around, as if looking for an opportunity to attack at any moment. On the other hand, the other strictly guarded and didn't move. They just wanted to see what tricks the other party had. So what you mean, Li Rong thought, controlling her tone, is to let His Majesty realize that Consort Ro's hostility towards me is being used by the aristocratic families. Consort Ro has become a puppet of the aristocratic families? As Li Rong spoke, she closed her eyes tightly. I'm afraid you won't be able to sue them just based on this. It's fine, Pei Wenchuan chuckled. When playing chess, the chess pieces are always placed one by one. As he spoke, Pei Wenchuan put his hand across her back and lifted her slightly in the air. Then, he kissed her thoroughly. This kiss was different from the previous ones. It was like warming up for a long time before finally entering the main topic. The sudden feeling of weightlessness made Li Rong subconsciously nervous. Then, it mixed with other feelings. Pei Wenchuan gently nibbled on her lips, as if educating her. Do you really think that he schemed against me in the dark? Do you really think that I can't scheme against him? He didn't say who he was referring to, but Li Rong could guess who he was referring to from his forceful movements. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh. You lost in your previous life. Are you still not convinced? Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan flipped Li Rong over and pressed her down on the bed. You still dare to say that? He chuckled. If it weren't for you, he would have died 1,000 times. Who doesn't know how to boast? Li Rong smiled and provoked him. Lord Pei, you should at least have some achievements, right? Pei Wenchuan sneered when he heard this. He knew that she was joking, but he still took it seriously. He pinched her chin. Wait and see. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh at his childish behavior. Pei Wenchuan was a little annoyed by her laughter, but he didn't show it on his face, so she couldn't laugh. After a while, Li Rong really couldn't laugh anymore. After a long time, Li Rong couldn't help but ask in a hoarse voice, still not coming? Rest for 2 more days. Pei Wenchuan lowered his head and kissed her, otherwise, it'll hurt. Li Rong didn't say anything. She endured for a while, but she finally couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't help but hit the bed board and said in a low voice, if you can't do it, then get out. Pei Wenchuan froze. After a while, he took a deep breath, got up, and lowered the bed curtain. Then I'll examine you, the person behind the bed curtain said in a hoarse voice, to see if you can do it. Li Rong, she didn't want to say anything. She expressionlessly looked at Pei Wenchuan, whose clothes were loose, kneeling by the bed and saying that he wanted to examine her carefully. I'll warn you once. Her expression was extremely cold. If you tell me you can't do it, I'll kick you down and step on your face to do the Huxian dance. When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he looked up and smiled. After careful examination, he finally confirmed that Li Rong was almost recovered. He took care of her last night, so there weren't any injuries. After getting up, he applied medicine, so she was recuperating very well. If Madam wants to do the Huxian dance, you should have told your husband earlier. I'll prepare clothes for you. Pei Wenchuan didn't put down Li Rong's skirt. He pulled it up and leaned over. You can dance anywhere you want. My face is fine, my body is fine, and even my heart is fine. The two of them lay on the bed, gasping for breath. Pei Wenchuan wanted to hug her, but Li Rong pushed him away with some disgust. You're sweating. Pei Wenchuan smiled and didn't move. Li Rong reacted and felt that her attitude was too strong, so she leaned over and gently rested her head on Pei Wenchuan's shoulder. Pei Wenchuan put his hand behind her head and asked her, does it hurt? No. Li Rong closed her eyes to rest, but her body was sticky. She wanted to sleep, but couldn't. When she got up, she felt lazy. Pei Wenchuan saw that she couldn't sleep well and knew the reason. He put on a coat and went out. He asked someone to bring water and help her wipe her body. Li Rong lazily accepted his service and finally fell asleep with satisfaction. The two of them slept for the whole afternoon. When they woke up, they didn't receive the edict for separation. Li Rong couldn't help but poke Pei Wenchuan with her elbow. Imperial father still hasn't given the order. Are you lying to me? Why would I lie to you about this? Pei Wenchuan laughed. He thought for a moment. He probably has other considerations. Then what do we need to do? Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. He thought silently for a moment, then slowly said, I'll first ask someone to forge a confession from Hongda. In a moment, you go to the inspection department and see Hongda. After you go, you send everyone away, leaving only you and Hongda inside. When you come out, you take the confession and say that you've obtained it. After you get the confession, you come back and write a memorial. Put the confession and the memorial together and submit them together. But a forged confession is still a fake. Li Rong frowned. Even if it's submitted, they'll know when it's tested. You don't have to worry about this. Pei Wenchuan smiled. I have my own plans. You only need to do one thing. What? It means that I absolutely believe that this confession is true. Li Rong thought for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Although she didn't know what Pei Wenchuan was planning, she was willing to trust him this time. In her experience, when the two of them were doing something, one of them had to take the lead. If they each thought of their own way, this matter would be ruined. Pei Wenchuan saw that Li Rong agreed so easily, he couldn't help but feel happy. Your Highness, you don't want to ask a few more questions? You have your own plans. Li Rong waved her hand. Pei Wenchuan lowered his head and kissed Li Rong. Good girl. As he spoke, Pei Wenchuan got up to put on his clothes. As he put on his clothes, he said, this matter should not be delayed. I will arrange it now. Your Highness, you should rest for a while. When I get the statement, I will come to you. Okay. Li Rong nodded. Pei Wenchuan put on his clothes and saw her lying on the bed in a daze. He didn't know what she was thinking, but he couldn't help but say, don't just sleep on the bed, quickly get up and eat. Got it. Li Rong responded lazily, thinking that this man was naggy. Also, don't drink cold things, and don't get close to things that pregnant women shouldn't get close to. Although the probability is not high, it's better to be safe. You think too highly of yourself. Li Rong sneered, you think you'll get it right on the first try? Pei Wenchuan was a little embarrassed by her ridicule. He grabbed his coat, walked to the bed, and kissed Li Rong who was lying on the bed. He said gently, I'll go first. Li Rong was a little annoyed by his insistence on leaving, but she still held her temper and said, yes. Pei Wenchuan got up and walked out of the door. When he reached the door, he felt a little cold. He couldn't help but turn back. You should wear more clothes when you go out, now get out. Li Rong finally couldn't restrain herself and said impatiently. Pei Wenchuan heard her voice and knew that she was annoyed. He also felt that he was being nosy, so he didn't delay any longer and turned to leave. Hongda drew many talismans and incantations for many people. He couldn't get his calligraphy, so he found a master who specialized in imitating characters to make a copy. Although it couldn't stand up to inspection, it looked similar. At night, Pei Wenchuan came back with a confession and handed it to Li Rong. Li Rong skimmed through the confession and found that Hongda's entire confession was that Su Yongqing personally went to Hugua Temple to force him to deceive Consort Ro and make false testimony to frame Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan. This confession cleared Consort Ro completely. This way, it would be easier for Li Ming to make a move. Li Rong quietly looked at the confession. Pei Wenchuan saw that she didn't say anything, so his eyes turned cold. However, the smile on his face was still as warm as the spring breeze, without any haze. He only said softly, if your highness feels that it's inappropriate, then this humble subject will change a confession that your highness feels is appropriate. Li Rong paused for a moment. After a moment, she shook her head gently, no, there's nothing inappropriate. As she spoke, she put the confession in her sleeve and asked again, is there anything else you need to remind me? No, everything has been arranged. Pei Wenchuan chuckled, go early and return early. Li Rong nodded and got up to leave. She rushed to the inspection department and brought Hongda out. After being imprisoned for a few days, Hongda no longer had the appearance of an eminent monk. He looked haggard and pitiful. When he saw Li Rong, he quickly knelt down and kowtowed, "Your Highness, I was also bewitched by someone. Your Highness, please let this commoner go." Li Rong had everyone withdraw and sat in a chair. She looked calm as she gently waved her fan. "You said that someone bewitched you. Who bewitched you?" When Hongda heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Li Rong personally poured tea for him and comforted him. "Come, speak slowly." Hongda was silent. After a long time, he slowly said, this commoner doesn't know. You said that someone bewitched you, but you say you don't know?" Li Rong laughed. "Do you think I'm stupid?" "No, Your Highness," Hongda hurriedly said, "this commoner really doesn't know. This commoner only knows that a young master came to Hugua Temple that night and summoned this commoner back. As for who that young master was, this commoner doesn't know. This commoner didn't even see his bodyguard's face. But he kidnapped this commoner's son, so this commoner couldn't do anything." "You have a son?" Li Rong was a bit surprised. Then she reacted. With Hongda's personality, it wasn't strange that he had a woman and a son after wandering outside for so many years. It was just that she didn't know about this, but the other party knew. But thinking about it, many things in the past were actually handled by him. In terms of details, it was normal that he knew more than her. Just thinking about it made her feel an indescribable nausea and pain. Li Rong lowered her eyes and stroked the little golden fan in her hand. She slowly asked, "And then?" "He tied this commoner up and put me in a carriage. He told me that he wanted to leak the news that you wanted to decline the crown prince's wedding. This commoner isn't lying, right?" "You're lying." Li Rong looked at him coldly. "I've never done such a thing." Hongda was stunned and hurriedly said, yes, Your Highness has never sent anyone to find this commoner. No matter what, Your Highness, this commoner really couldn't do anything about it. I hope Your Highness can be magnanimous and forgive this commoner." "I'm magnanimous, I can," Li Rong nodded. "If you're willing to do as I say." Hongda looked up at Li Rong. Li Rong smiled. "Identify Su Yongqing as the one who asked you to do this." "Su Yongqing?" Hongda reacted. "The eldest young master of the Su family?" Li Rong nodded. Hongda laughed. "Your Highness, what's the difference between this and asking me to die?" "Then you're not willing?" Hongda didn't speak. Li Rong also understood. Hongda listened to Su Yongqing because his son was in his hands. Now she had nothing to threaten him with except his life. With his identity, the Su family wouldn't spare him if he just identified Su Yongqing. Since he was going to die anyway, he probably didn't want to cause trouble. After all, he didn't know who had the child. Li Rong looked at Hongda without fear. She smiled gently and simply sat down and chatted with Hongda. Hongda carefully replied to Li Rong. He had served many officials and nobles over the years, so he talked with Li Rong for a while. Li Rong knew everything about him, especially the dirty things he did. Hongda didn't really want to hurt anyone. He just liked money. In order to cheat money, he lied countless times. Li Rong asked him how he cheated people with a respectful face. Hongda also knew that he might not live long. Li Rong also knew his background, so he showed off. Li Rong listened carefully to his past and couldn't help but frown. "You cheated so many people and hurt so many people. Don't you feel guilty?" Hongda stopped drinking tea. After a while, he suddenly laughed. "Your Highness, don't you feel guilty?" "Why should I feel guilty?" Li Rong frowned. Hongda took a sip of tea. "Later, I became a monk. I had money and read a lot of books. Then I learned a sentence, when you have enough food and clothing, you know honor and disgrace. There are many people like me in this world, especially among the untouchables. I'm considered good. You haven't seen those who kill people for money." Hongda laughed mockingly. "That's called evil. If there are only one or two people like me, you can say that we are born evil. But if there are many, are there so many bad people in this world? You always ask us why we do evil. Why don't you ask yourself why we do good?" Li Rong listened to these words without any change in her expression. If she was young, she would probably scoff. She would think that good people were good even in the mud, and bad people would always be bad. However, she didn't think so now. Only saints could emerge from the mud without being stained. But how many saints were there in this world? She didn't say much. Looking at the sky outside, she saw that it was getting late. She stood up, ordered the servants to leave tea for her, and then walked out. After returning to the Princess Fu, Pei Wenchuan wasn't in the room. Li Rong couldn't help but feel a little strange. Looking at the Jing Lan who was making the bed, she turned to ask the Jing Mei who was washing her feet, "Where is the prince consort?" The prince consort moved out of the inner courtyard. Jing Mei raised her head and said with some worry, "He said that you know the reason." This servant didn't dare to ask. "Your Highness, did you have a conflict again?" The conflict between the Princess Fu and the prince consort happened every 2 or 3 days. The servants were tired. Li Rong thought about it and understood Pei Wenchuan's meaning. Since Pei Wenchuan and Li Ming asked for a peaceful separation, even if Li Ming didn't issue an edict now, he had to pretend. He didn't know how many informants there were in the Princess Fu. He could guarantee that the people in the inner courtyard were their trusted aides. But if the two of them were fine and the news spread, it was hard to guarantee that Li Ming would be suspicious. So Li Rong nodded and didn't say much. That night, he carefully wrote the memorial word by word and put it away with the statement. The next morning, Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong met. Pei Wenchuan had a cold face, Li Rong smiled. When they walked out side by side, Pei Wenchuan whispered, "Is the memorial done?" "It's done." Li Rong replied, "Don't worry." Li Rong submitted the booklet on the same day. According to the procedure, unless there were special circumstances, the memorial would be reviewed by the officials in the memorial hall. According to the priority, it would be sorted out and submitted to the emperor for approval. Li Rong's memorial was sent to the memorial hall. She didn't have the red words urgent, so she had to wait for the officials to review it like the other memorials. While Li Rong waited, Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong lived separately. Pei Wenchuan lived in the outer courtyard, while Li Rong lived in the inner courtyard. Apart from going to the morning court together to pretend that they were husband and wife, it was as if they had really quarreled. This news reached Li Ming's ears. Li Ming listened and didn't say anything. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Let them be." Fu Lai listened to Li Ming's tone and asked carefully, "What about the edict your majesty mentioned before?" "We'll see." Li Ming thought. A good woman doesn't marry twice. If we can avoid breaking up a marriage, we don't have to, Li Ming thought for a while, "We'll see." When Li Ming heard the news, his worries were relieved. However, Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan suffered. The two of them had just gotten married. In their previous lives, they were only happy for less than a year. In this life, they finally made up for it, but they were stuck here. Therefore, the two of them couldn't sleep at night. They only had a little time alone in the carriage, but they were afraid that it would be troublesome if they couldn't put out the fire. Therefore, they could only talk about business while drinking water. After suffering for 2 days, Li Rong finally got used to it. She ate dinner alone and went back to her room in boredom. However, as soon as she opened the door, her mouth was covered and pressed against the door. Li Rong smelled Pei Wenchuan's usual fragrance. She didn't need to look up to know that someone had come. She didn't know why, but her heart beat faster and she couldn't help but swallow. She guessed that Pei Wenchuan probably couldn't help but come to find her. She didn't know whether she should be more reserved, more excited, or more cooperative at this time. She also didn't know whether she should scold him and not take risks for this kind of thing. She was hesitating when she heard Pei Wenchuan say in a low voice, "Your memorial in the lecture hall was taken away by someone. Hurry and enter the palace before they react. It's starting." Li Rong was speechless. She didn't expect Pei Wenchuan to say this and felt a bit awkward. Fortunately, all this awkwardness was just an act in her mind. She calmly nodded and said, "I'll go over right now." Also, Pei Wenchuan whispered, "If His Majesty starts to investigate, have Hong to enter the palace and confront Su Yongqing." Li Rong nodded and hurried into the palace. Previously, she might not have known what Pei Wenchuan was doing, but now that Su Yongqing's people took the memorial, Li Rong understood Pei Wenchuan's intentions. The testimony was indeed fake. If they didn't check it, no one else would know. There were so many people in the lecture hall. With Su Yongqing's methods, it was normal for him to arrange a few people in the middle. When they saw her bring the evidence and name Su Yongqing, they would naturally take the testimony away. If the testimony was real, it would be good for them to do this. They would say that the memorial was missing. At most, the guards would lose their official position or be reprimanded. Su Yongqing would be safe and sound. But the problem was that the testimony itself was fake. If they took it away, Su Yongqing would never be able to explain himself. There would always be a missing Hongda's testimony. Even if Su Yongqing's people quietly returned the memorial, she could still insist that the testimony was taken away. The only flaw in this plan was that Hongda himself might not admit to this testimony. So what she needed to do now was to immediately enter the palace and expose the matter of the memorial. Then, she would summon Hongda to the palace to testify. She would force Su Yongqing to kill Hongda. Li Rong looked up, her gaze somewhat cold. With Hongda dead, the testimony would disappear. But in Li Ming's heart, this was destined to be an ironclad case. This time, Pei Wenxuan had used a fake confession to frame Su Yongqing with a real crime. Seizing the memorials in the palace hall, secretly instigating Consort Ro to figure out the emperor's mind and set a trap for her and Pei Wenxuan. Most importantly, all of this was done without the emperor's knowledge. Each and every one of these things pointed directly at Li Ming's greatest taboo, which was to seize power from Li Ming's hands. Pei Wenxuan's move was indeed brilliant. Li Rong went to the palace and asked someone to inform Li Ming. Li Ming was still in the imperial study room, reading memorials. When he heard that Li Rong had come to see him, he couldn't help but frown. What is she doing here in the middle of the night? Li Rong was naturally prepared. If she came to the palace in the middle of the night to talk about official business, it would be too deliberate. Thus, Li Rong waited at the door for a while. When she entered, Li Ming saw that Li Rong's eyes were red, as if she had been greatly wronged. Li Ming paused and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" "Fu Huang," Li Rong sobbed, "help a Ken control Prince Consort, he's too much." Li Ming paused and understood Li Rong's intentions. He hesitated for a moment and slowly asked, "What's wrong?" "Fu Huang," Li Rong rolled down her sleeves and said rather sadly, "A few days ago, Prince Consort and a Ken had an argument. After that, he ignored me. He said that he wanted to divorce me and that Fu Huang had issued an edict. But I don't believe it. How can a father force his own daughter to divorce? If I divorce him, who am I going to marry in the future? Do I have to be like Gugu and raise such a gigolo for others to laugh at?" "Since you don't want to divorce," Li Ming heard Li Rong's words and couldn't help but feel guilty. He pretended to be calm and blamed her. "Then why did you call the people of Nanfeng restaurant to tour the lake?" Hearing this, Li Rong didn't seem to think that Li Ming knew about this matter. Her face showed some embarrassment. I just wanted to anger him?" Li Ming snorted and didn't bother with her. Li Rong smiled fawningly and said coquettishly, "Fu Huang, a Ken knows his wrongs. Go persuade him. He's always at a deadlock with me and even slept in the outer courtyard. What is this? Give the order now and have him come back." "Nonsense." Li Ming threw the memorial to one side. "Zhen let you be the director of the Inspectorate of Investigation. All you think about every day is these romantic matters. You don't do proper business. Do you have a brain?" "Fu Huang, you're wrongly accusing me." Li Rong heard this and quickly straightened. "A Ken and Fu Ma quarreling didn't delay proper business. I have to talk to Fu Huang about this matter. I've submitted the memorial for several days and you haven't replied," Li Rong said and leaned forward. "Fu Huang, what are your plans?" "What memorial?" Li Ming frowned. Li Rong blinked and said strangely, "It's the memorial to Hongda's confession. I've sent it in for several days. I've sent the witnesses and evidence to you. Whether or not you want to do Su Yongqing, it's up to you." "Su Yongqing?" Li Ming said in surprise. "What's the relationship between Hongda and Su Yongqing?" "It's..." Li Rong was about to speak, but then he thought of something and impatiently waved his hand. "You can just read the memorial." "Do you need me to repeat it?" "But that's not important. Tonight, I'm here to talk about family matters. Fu Huang, Pei Wenxuan has always listened to you. You Don't talk about this for now, Li Ming said seriously. Does this matter involve Su Yongqing? Li Rong didn't seem to understand why Li Ming was so serious. He nodded blankly. Yes, Hongda said that Su Yongqing was looking for him and had him go to the palace to talk nonsense with Consort Ro, Fu Lai. Li Ming raised his head and immediately called for the person next to him. Immediately go to the lecture hall and bring the princess memorial here. Zhen wants to review it immediately. When Fu Lai heard this, he respectfully bowed and turned to leave. At the same time, in the Su residence, Su Yongqing was holding Hongda's confession and Li Rong's memorial. He listened to the official kneeling on the ground respectfully say, Darren, if this memorial is submitted, I'm afraid that the young master will not be able to escape punishment. Now is the time for the examination for the position of minister. I was afraid that there would be trouble, so I secretly took out the memorial first. He lost. Su Yongqing suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted the official. The official was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Su Yongqing, who was sitting above. Su Yongqing's expression was calm. He picked up the confession and only said, "This confession is fake." The official was stunned. Su Yongqing slowly said, "His Highness deliberately took this fake confession and waited for you to steal it. Right now, if I'm not wrong, His Highness should have already taken the initiative to enter the palace. His Majesty must have already taken out the memorial to look at it. You should quickly go back. Then I'll immediately take the memorial back." The official immediately stood up. Su Yongqing stopped him. "There's no need." The official was somewhat at a loss. Su Yongqing lowered his head and drank tea. He said calmly, "After taking it back, the princess will definitely insist that the confession was changed. When they investigate carefully, they will find out that it was you. It will be useless. Moreover, you will lose your position. Then what should I do?" The official was flustered. Su Yongqing drank tea and slowly said, "Leave it to me. You pretend that you don't know anything. Are you on duty now?" No. The official did not understand what Su Yongqing wanted to do. Su Yongqing only said, "Then go back to sleep. Be careful when you go back. Just pretend that you never came." The official nodded. Although he was flustered, Su Yongqing was so calm that he did not dare to ask more. After the official left, Su Yongqing raised his hand and put the confession on the candle flame. The tongue of the flame licked the paper, causing the paper to be heated. Su Yongqing stared at the licking tongue of the flame and calmly ordered, "Let one of the odd job workers sneak in and burn the lecture hall. After the fire starts, don't let him come out. Just let him stay inside." "Young master," the person who did the work was somewhat hesitant, "directly burning the lecture hall, isn't it too bold and presumptuous?" "It's more than bold and presumptuous." Su Yongqing chuckled, "It's simply too bold." "Then young master, do it first." Su Yongqing's voice was calm, "Just do it. Once it's done, just wait. What will come sooner or later." As he spoke, he threw the half-burned confession into the brazier. Then he turned his head and looked at the memorial laid out on the page. The memorial was written by Li Rong. He wrote his crimes in a flamboyant style. Su Yongqing quietly looked at it for a moment. Then he chuckled and raised his hand to touch the 3 words Su Yongqing written by Li Rong. He was silent for a long time. Li Rong and Li Ming waited in the imperial study for a while. Li Rong chatted with him about Pei Wenchuan. Li Ming responded indifferently, obviously perfunctorily to entertain Li Rong. After waiting for a long time, Fu Lai hurried back. As soon as he entered, he knelt on the ground and said anxiously, "Your Majesty, it's not good. The lecture hall was burned." "Burned?" Li Ming stood up in shock. "Say it again, where was it burned?" "The lecture hall." Fu Lai repeated, "They're still putting out the fire now, but this servant found it burning on the way there. I heard that many officials were trapped inside. They're still trying to save them." "How did it burn?" Li Rong asked quickly. Li Ming also frowned. Fu Lai shook his head, "The cause of the fire is unknown. We have to wait for the investigation results." Li Ming didn't speak. He seemed to be troubled. Li Rong hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, "Imperial Father, why don't this son go and take a look? The burning of the lecture hall is the most important thing. No need. Li Ming said slowly, you go back first. I'll go there personally. Li Ming stood up and left under Li Rong's respectful escort. Li Rong sent Li Ming away, then got up and left the palace. As soon as she returned to her room, before she lit the lamp, she heard a person's voice in the night, how is it? Li Rong was startled by the voice. Then she realized that Pei Wenchuan hadn't gone back yet. She fumbled over and lit the lamp. She saw Pei Wenchuan lying on the bed with one hand supporting his head and the other on his bent knee. He looked at her with confidence. Did His Majesty find trouble with Su Yongqing? Find trouble? Li Rong sneered. She took off her coat and threw it on the screen. Su Yongqing burned down the lecture hall. How do you think he will find trouble with Su Yongqing? Burn down the lecture hall? Pei Wenchuan raised his eyebrows. He's bold enough. It's precisely because he's bold enough. I think you should prepare early. Li Rong sat on the bed and frowned with worry. He's a smart person. Without a plan, he won't do such a thing rashly. I just went to complain and Imperial Father mentioned my memorial. Then he burned down the lecture hall. It's too obvious. He shouldn't be so stupid. Are you worried about me? Pei Wenchuan smiled at Li Rong without the slightest bit of panic. Li Rong looked up at him. Tell me the truth. Pei Wenchuan was a little confused. Huh? Are you pretending to be calm right now? Are you panicking? Pei Wenchuan, how can you tell? Pei Wenchuan frowned. Li Rong stared at him. You know what he's going to do? It's not hard to guess what he's going to do, but it's not important. What's important is. Pei Wenchuan smiled and looked at her face. He suddenly reached out and pulled her in. This official has waited for so long. If I don't do anything, it'll be a pity. As for him, Pei Wenchuan bit his belt and pulled it open. Your Highness, don't think about it. I'll think about it. Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong fooled around in the middle of the night, so he jumped out of the window and secretly left. Li Rong wanted to keep him, but he smiled and said, I have something important to do tonight. Give me your token, I have to go see Hong Dagen. What do you want to do? Li Rong frowned. Pei Wenchuan stretched out his hand, just give it to me. Li Rong hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she handed the token to Pei Wenchuan. Since the two of them were already together, there should be no grudges between them and trust each other. She didn't want to destroy the foundation of this relationship just because it was there. Pei Wenchuan took Li Rong's token, kissed her, and left in a hurry. Li Rong lay on the bed and closed her eyes in response. After a long time, she raised her hand to cover her eyes in self-loathing. Her trust in a person had reached its limit. The incident of the meeting hall being flooded shocked the entire imperial court. During the morning court session the next day, everyone was discussing what exactly was going on. During the morning court, everyone was waiting for Li Ming to say something. After all, Li Ming had personally inspected the scene of the fire last night. He should have some news about such a big incident. However, Li Ming didn't mention this matter from beginning to end. When the morning court ended, he said lightly, last night, the lecture hall caught fire. Many memorials are missing. Those of you who submitted your memorials, go to the officials in the lecture hall to register them. If the memorials were burned, then make a new one. If not, then forget it. As he spoke, Li Ming looked up and swept his eyes over the crowd. He seemed a little tired. Is there anything else? No one in the court answered. Li Ming waved his hand, then the court is dismissed. As Li Ming spoke, he stood up. Fu Lai went forward to support him. He seemed a little tired. When he walked down the stairs, he seemed a little strained. Not long after he left, a little eunuch came in front of Su Yongqing and said respectfully, Lord Su, His Majesty invites you. Su Yongqing's expression was normal, even a little gentle. Darren, do you know why His Majesty wants me to go over? The little eunuch shook his head and said, this servant doesn't know. Darren can go over. Su Yongqing nodded and thanked him, then followed the eunuch to the imperial study. As soon as he left the main hall, Li Rong subconsciously looked at Pei Wenchuan, who was talking to someone. Pei Wenchuan also happened to look over. He nodded at Li Rong from afar, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Then Pei Wenchuan chatted and laughed with others, then turned and walked out. The ministers left one after another. Li Rong also walked out. She deliberately walked slowly. Before she reached the palace gate, she waited for the eunuch sent by Li Ming. The eunuch was in time. When he saw Li Rong's figure, he hurriedly shouted, "Your Highness, please wait." Li Rong stopped and looked at the eunuch. The eunuch panted and trotted to her, panting, "Your Highness, fortunately you didn't leave the palace." "Darren, this is..." Li Rong was puzzled and pretended not to understand. The eunuch took a deep breath and bowed, "Your Highness, His Majesty wants you to go to the imperial study. He has something important to tell you." Li Rong nodded and smiled at the eunuch, "Darren, I've troubled you. I'm just doing it." The eunuch's breath almost calmed down. He raised his hand and said respectfully, "This servant will lead the way for your Highness." Li Rong followed the eunuch to the imperial study. When they arrived at the imperial study, Xianxia was kneeling on the ground, and Li Ming was sitting high. The atmosphere between the two was a bit tense. Li Rong came in and bowed to Li Ming. Li Ming raised his hand to let her stand and let her sit. Li Rong looked at Xianxia, then turned to look at Li Ming. "Imperial father asked me to come, didn't you join Xianxia?" Li Ming looked at her and said directly, "Now that your memorial was burned in the palace hall, I simply called you here and confronted you face to face. Lord Su said that he doesn't know Hongda's master." "Ping Le, what do you say? What do you need to say?" Li Rong laughed, "Whether he knows or not, let Hongda's master come and see him." "Do you need me to say this?" Li Rong looked at Xianxia with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Let's see if Lord Su dares." "I have a clear conscience." Xianxia's face was cold. "Your Highness's conclusion must be that someone instigated your Highness. I also want Hongda to come and ask clearly." "Then let him come." Li Rong didn't show any fear on his face. He gently waved a small fan and looked at Xianxia. "Whether he's pretending to be mysterious or really innocent, we'll know when he comes." Xianxia didn't speak. He didn't look at Li Rong. It wasn't clear if he didn't dare or didn't want to, but he just lowered his eyes and looked at the ground. Li Ming waved his hand and asked someone to summon Hongda. Li Rong sat in his seat and waved his fan. His heart was beating fast. The confession was false. If Hongda came, it was very likely that he would be exposed. After all, his son's life and death were still unknown. He couldn't help him at this time. If Hongda entered the palace, everything would be over. She was scared to death. Her palms were sweaty. The only thing she could believe now was that Pei Wenxuan wouldn't harm her. She restrained herself from waving her fan and pretended to be indifferent. The three of them waited for a while. Li Ming turned his head and looked at Li Rong. "He hasn't arrived yet. Tell me what happened first. You said that Xianxia's family instigated Hongda to frame you. What happened?" Li Ming asked. Li Rong stood up and vividly described Pei Wenxuan's false confession with what she knew. Xianxia went to Hongda at Hugua Temple and threatened him with the life of Hongda's illegitimate son. He framed her for helping Li Chuan postpone the marriage. Then, he secretly contacted Consort Ro and sent Hongda to the palace. Li Ming and Xianxia listened quietly. Li Ming looked at Xianxia. "What do you say about Xianxia's family? Your Highness's words are full of loopholes." Xianxia's expression was calm as usual. Li Rong laughed. "Oh? Lord Su, why don't you tell me where the loopholes are? According to your Highness, since I wanted to falsely accuse your Highness, why did I let Hongda accuse your Highness of helping Crown Prince postpone the marriage? Wouldn't it be better to say that your Highness asked about the rebellion in private? I have to ask you." Li Rong slowly waved his fan. "Why didn't you say that?" "How would I know? But you're right. If you didn't frame me and I wanted to frame you, why would I find such a ridiculous reason? And from another point of view, why would I do such a thing? Crown Prince isn't young anymore. Choosing a consort is an urgent matter. If I really thought about him, I should help him quickly marry a girl from a prestigious family. Why would I postpone the marriage?" "You can't possibly say," Li Rong laughed, "that I, as his older sister, want to harm him? If she really wanted to harm Li Chuan, then Li Ming wouldn't have to be so worried. You should ask your Highness about this." Xianxia pushed the topic back. Li Rong looked at him with a smile and didn't answer. It was meaningless for them to kick the ball around like this. While the three people waited, Hongda's sedan chair was lifted from the inspector's department and escorted into the palace by layers of imperial bodyguards. At this time, Pei Wenchuan was kneeling in the room. He was holding a chess piece and playing chess with the person sitting across from him. The youth sitting across from Pei Wenchuan was wearing a black robe. It was obvious that he had secretly come. Looking at Pei Wenchuan's leisurely posture, he frowned. According to what you said, now that Su Yongqing has burned down the lecture hall, it's the same as not having a confession. They must now let Hongda enter the palace. Once Hongda enters the palace, won't he be exposed? What if he can't enter the palace? Pei Wenchuan chuckled. The youth looked at him in surprise. As Pei Wenchuan spoke, he turned his head to look out the window. He couldn't help but sigh. Clouds are rising. I'm afraid it's going to rain. While the two of them were talking, the palanquin carrying Hongda continued to move forward. Neither of them noticed that when the wind blew, the bottom of the palanquin was dripping with blood. The sedan chair was carried to the palace gate. The imperial bodyguard rolled up the curtain and said unhappily, "You're..." Before he finished speaking, the imperial bodyguard froze in place. Everyone was attracted by the imperial bodyguard's shock. Their eyes fell on the inside of the sedan chair. They saw the monk's kasaya stained with blood and a dagger nailed him to the sedan chair. Dead. Dead. After a long time, the imperial bodyguard finally reacted. He turned his head and shouted to the people behind him, "Quickly go and report to His Majesty. Master Hongda is dead." The messenger quickly turned his head and ran all the way to the palace. One by one, the imperial bodyguard passed the message to the imperial study at the fastest speed. At that time, Li Ming was drinking tea. He saw the eunuch rush in and kneel on the ground. He said anxiously, "Your Majesty, Master Hongda was assassinated on the road." Hearing this, Su Yongqing, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Li Rong suddenly stood up. He was surprised and a little angry. "What did you say?" After a moment, Li Rong immediately walked out and said anxiously, "Quickly, take me to see." Li Rong walked out. Su Yongqing also immediately said, "Your Majesty, please allow me to take a look." Su Yongqing was an official of the Ministry of Justice. This kind of case indeed belonged to him. However, Li Ming stopped them. "Don't leave. Let the coroner do the autopsy." The two were forced to return to their seats. Li Ming raised his hand to let Su Yongqing sit down. Su Yongqing respectfully bowed and sat down. No one said anything. Li Rong looked worried, but his heart was relieved. Su Yongqing still made a move. Hongda was dead, so there was no evidence. However, in Li Ming's heart, Su Yongqing could not be cleared. Hongda is dead. There is no testimony or witness. On the other side, in the princess's residence, Pei Wenchuan's voice was very light. The young man shook his head and said, "No, there is no evidence. Imperial father will not convict Su Yongqing. He is suspicious. When he suspects Su Yongqing, he will also suspect you and sister." So, Pei Wenchuan laughed, "It's about to reach the third step. His Majesty will start to investigate the truth in Her Highness' words. Now, what he can investigate is where Hongda's son is." Pei Wenchuan placed a chess piece on the chessboard. "This investigation will be interesting." In the inner palace, Emperor Li Rong and Su Yongqing were waiting for the news. Li Ming thought for a while. Then seemed to remember something. He turned to Li Rong and said, "You said before that Hongda has a son?" "Yes." "In beloved Su's hands?" "Yes." "Fu Lai." Li Ming turned and called Fu Lai. He waved his hand and said, "Go investigate." Fu Lai respectfully complied and retreated. The three people sat in the imperial study and continued to wait for the results. His Majesty may not be able to find out where the child is, but he can still see how the child was taken away. After doing so many things, there will always be oversights. For example, Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Chuan, who was sitting opposite him. It's common for a neighbor to see a child being taken away and recognize the Su family's symbol, isn't it? Thunder rumbled, and it seemed like heavy rain was about to pour. Pei Wenchuan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and looked into the distance. He thought for a while, and couldn't help but say, "Do you think I should go to the palace to pick up your sister?" "You Didn't you want to pretend that you have a bad relationship? Although we appear to be in harmony, we are actually divided. Pei Wenchuan said, stood up, and went to find an umbrella. Li Chuan saw that Pei Wenchuan was about to leave, and hurriedly said, then what? Even if Imperial Father knows that the child was taken away by the Su family, so what? Since His Majesty already knows that Hongda was sent out of the palace by someone and that the child was taken away by the Su family, who do you think His Majesty will believe even if there is no evidence? Pei Wenchuan put on his coat and walked out. When the time comes, His Majesty will investigate strictly. As long as there is a crack in the egg, the follow-up will be easy to handle. Your Highness, I'm going to pick up the princess. Pei Wenchuan turned to Li Chuan and smiled, Your Highness, please do as you wish. Pei Wenchuan finished speaking and walked out. At this time, the coroner's report was almost out, and the attendant took the coroner's report to the inner palace. Outside the palace, the soldiers investigating Hongda's youngest son also found an old man. After the old man gave a brief description, the soldiers immediately had someone ride a horse back to the palace to deliver the news. At the same time, a young man rushed into the palace in the rain. The coroner's report was the first to arrive. After Li Ming finished reading the coroner's report, he looked up at the two people waiting for the results and said with a cold face, It's suicide. Li Rong repeated in disbelief, Suicide? Li Ming responded, and then someone came in and whispered in Li Ming's ear for a while. Li Ming suddenly raised his head and looked coldly at Su Yongqing. Su Yongqing still pretended that he didn't know anything and pretended that he didn't understand Li Ming's gaze. Li Ming stared at him for a moment and suddenly shouted angrily, Su Yongqing, quickly hand over Hongda's child. Su Yongqing was calm when he heard this, and he only said firmly, This humble subject doesn't know what your Majesty is talking about. If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. You had people kidnap other people's child, do you really think that no one knows? This humble subject is innocent. Su Yongqing immediately knelt down, Your Majesty, where did you hear this news? You can have people come out. This humble subject can confront them. Confront? Confront what? Hongda pointed you out, and the testimony was delivered to the lecture hall. The lecture hall was burned down. He entered the palace to testify, but died on the way. He even committed suicide. If someone didn't threaten him with his child, why would he commit suicide? Now they are investigating the child, and it's related to you. One thing can be said to be a coincidence, but can there be so many coincidences in this world? Your Majesty is right, Su Yongqing said coldly, this humble subject also doesn't think it's a coincidence. This action must be a trap. Bullshit. Li Ming was so angry that he grabbed a cup and threw it over. Su Yongqing didn't dodge and still let the cup hit his head. The tea splashed all over his body, and his forehead bled. However, he didn't move at all. He knelt on the ground and only said, Your Majesty, please investigate thoroughly. Good, very good. Li Ming raised his hand and pointed at him, nodding, investigate right now. Come, take Su Yongqing away and put him in prison. Thoroughly investigate him and Hongda. Before he finished speaking, a eunuch's voice came from outside, Your Majesty, Deputy Department Head Su requests an audience. Hearing this, Li Rong looked outside uneasily. Li Ming frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he said impatiently, Let him in. After Li Ming finished speaking, Su Ronghua walked in quickly. He knelt down respectfully and said with rare seriousness, This humble subject Su Ronghua greets Your Majesty. Li Ming was very irritated. He restrained his emotions and raised his hand, Rise. This humble subject doesn't dare. Su Ronghua knelt on the ground and said calmly. Li Ming looked up at him. The room was silent for a long time. Li Rong instantly guessed the purpose of Su Ronghua's visit. He came to confess to his crimes. Li Rong's mind was working quickly, thinking about the consequences of such an unforeseen event. If Su Ronghua admitted to all the crimes, then the confession that named Su Yongqing would become extremely suspicious. However, Su Ronghua's arrival was too coincidental. Li Ming probably wouldn't believe it, and at the same time, it would shake the credibility of all the previous evidence. In this way, even if Su Yongqing couldn't completely turn the situation around, at least they would be evenly matched. The only sacrifice in this process was Su Ronghua. Li Rong reacted for a moment and wanted to say something. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, she heard Su Ronghua respectfully say, "Your Majesty, please dismiss your attendants." Li Ming stared at Su Ronghua. After a long time, he waved his hand, "All of you can leave." Everyone didn't move. Su Yongqing stared at Su Ronghua, but Su Ronghua ignored him. Li Ming saw that everyone didn't move and couldn't help but get angry. "What, even I can't order you to move?" Hearing Li Ming get angry, Li Rong took a deep breath, stood up, saluted, and walked out. Li Rong and Su Yongqing walked out one after the other. After walking out of the door, the two of them each stood on one side and watched the heavy rain fall on the ground, forming a curtain of rain. It seemed like gongs and drums were beating and a big play was about to be staged. Far away from the curtain of rain, the palace door slowly opened. A young man wearing a blue robe embroidered with orchids and holding an umbrella walked out of the palace door in the rain. Li Rong and Su Yongqing both looked at the person coming from afar. A shout came from the imperial study. Li Rong listened to the shout and couldn't help but laugh. "I heard that Lord Su and eldest brother have a very good relationship. Seeing you today, it's true." As she spoke, she turned her head and asked curiously, "Don't you feel guilty?" Su Yongqing didn't speak. He only looked into the distance. In the distance, the young man walked through the palace square, becoming the only light in the curtain of rain. "Your Highness," Su Yongqing's usual clear voice was a bit hoarse, "sometimes, people can't tolerate guilt. People who walk on the road of no return can only walk forward." "I used to think that people were forced to walk forward," Li Rong laughed and looked at the person getting closer and closer, "but now I know that the road is made by people. If you don't walk forward, you will never know whether there is a road in front of you. Maybe there is a cliff in front of you." Su Yongqing's voice was cold. Li Rong turned to look at him. There was a bit of brilliance between his eyebrows. "That depends on whether you will be smashed to pieces and walk forward." Hearing this, Su Yongqing finally looked away from the rain. He looked at Li Rong. "Your Highness, are you willing to be smashed to pieces for this so-called road?" "Maybe," Li Rong thought, "I'm just going to take one step at a time." "Your Highness, you are not such a person." Rongqing, Li Rong suddenly called him by the name from his previous life. Su Yongqing was stunned. Then he heard Li Rong say, "People change." As they spoke, Pei Wenchuan had already arrived in front of them. The rain fell down the umbrella like falling pearls. The young man raised his handsome face under the umbrella. He had a smile on his face, and his bright eyes had a bit of a unique gentleness. When he raised his head, only Li Rong fell in his eyes. His clear voice was respectful with a bit of teasing. "Your Highness, I heard the rain and came to welcome you." As he spoke, he looked at Su Yongqing. Su Yongqing looked at him calmly, and he looked at Su Yongqing with a smile. Their eyes met through the curtain of rain. In an instant, they talked about decades of disputes, love and hatred. "When I was still a student, I heard about Lord Su's talent. You and I have been the leaders for 3 years, but we have never confronted each other directly. Now that I have met Lord Su," Pei Wenchuan nodded slightly, "it is a pleasure to meet you." Su Yongqing looked at him coldly. He understood what this "pleasure to meet you" referred to. He was not talking to the young Su Yongqing, but to Su Yongqing, who had secretly fought with him for decades and had returned. This "pleasure to meet you" was his greeting, and also his declaration of war. He clearly told Su Yongqing that he knew he was back. It was because he knew he was back that he quickly found a target and decisively carried out the plan. Pei Wenchuan had always been careful and set traps everywhere. Su Yongqing couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Pei Wenchuan seriously and said calmly and seriously, "It is a pleasure to meet you." Pei Wenchuan's smile became brighter. This battle, which had been delayed for 30 years and separated by a lifetime, finally began. The rain became heavier, and Li Ming's indistinct curses were incessant. Pei Wenchuan withdrew his gaze from Su Yongqing and turned to look at the eunuch guarding the door. He went forward and handed the booklet in his sleeve to the eunuch, asking him to pass it to Li Ming. Then he turned around and said to Li Rong, "Your Highness, let's go." Li Rong looked hesitantly at the imperial study, but finally nodded. She turned to the eunuch next to her and said that she would leave in advance. Then she walked out with Pei Wenchuan. The two walked through the wind and rain. After they left the palace, Pei Wenchuan raised his hand and put it on Li Rong's shoulder, using his wide sleeves to shield her from the rain that flew in. "Why are you here?" Li Rong said in a low voice, "Coming to the palace to pick me up so casually, aren't you afraid that Fu Huang will be suspicious?" I handed him the booklet, requesting to be the chief examiner of the imperial examinations. Pei Wenchuan explained patiently, "Tomorrow, the various positions will be confirmed. It is normal for me to come tonight to express my loyalty." Moreover, Pei Wenchuan turned to look at the palace. "He is not in the mood to pay attention to us right now." "Su Ronghua has entered the palace," Li Rong reminded him. Pei Wenchuan's expression did not change, only saying, "I know." Right now, in Fu Huang's eyes, the only things he can find out are that someone sent Hongda into the palace, that Hongda's child was taken away by the Su family, that the confession was missing, that the meeting room was flooded, and that Hongda was killed. These three events corroborate with the previous two events. Although they are not ironclad evidence, Fu Huang can convict Su Yongqing in his heart. Now that Su Ronghua has come out and admitted to the first two events, it contradicts the last three events. These three events are too sudden. Li Rong frowned. At that time, Fu Huang will probably think that we are deliberately framing him. "What do you think?" Pei Wenchuan said flatly. Li Rong thought carefully. "From Imperial Father's point of view, you can say that Su Yongqing did these three things to cover up what he did, but it could also be that we did it to frame Su Yongqing." "Why wouldn't Imperial Father think that we deliberately framed Su Yongqing?" "Firstly, we have no reason to frame Su Yongqing. If we want to frame someone, we should frame Su Ronghua, who is Prince Su's teacher. Secondly, Su Ronghua's arrival is too coincidental and deliberate. It's not believable. Thirdly, Pei Wenchuan turned his head and said softly, "Su Ronghua brought Hongda's children into the palace." Upon hearing this, Li Rong was stunned. Pei Wenchuan tilted the umbrella in Li Rong's direction and said softly, "Their best plan was to kill the child. As long as the child didn't come out of the Su residence and they refused to admit it, His Majesty wouldn't have any solid evidence to deal with them. However, Su Ronghua not only didn't kill the child, but also brought the child into the palace to return the hostage and admit his mistake. Hongda committed suicide. Unless there was a threat, he wouldn't commit suicide. Now that Su Ronghua brought the child into the palace, Hongda's death is definitely related to the Su family. Therefore, His Majesty is 80% sure that Hongda's death wasn't done by us. As for the remaining 20%, it's just because he's always been suspicious." Li Rong slowly calmed down after hearing Pei Wenchuan's words. Pei Wenchuan escorted Li Rong to the carriage and then closed the umbrella. He left the umbrella outside the carriage and stepped inside. Li Rong's outer clothes were a bit wet, so he helped Li Rong take off his outer clothes and took out spare clothes from the carriage for Li Rong to change into. Li Rong sat in the carriage and looked at the person who was busy half-kneeling in front of him. He listened to Pei Wenchuan continue, "Now that Su Ronghua has confessed, Su Yongqing should be fine." "Then what about Su Ronghua?" Li Rong asked softly. Pei Wenchuan was silent for a moment, then he slowly said, "Leaving the officialdom may not be a bad thing for him." "Then you took such a big detour." Li Rong smiled bitterly. "Didn't you waste your efforts?" "Who said I wasted my efforts?" Pei Wenchuan looked up and smiled. "Did you think that I spent so much effort just to make Su Yongqing take the blame?" These words were indeed out of Li Rong's expectations. Although Pei Wenchuan didn't say what he did, Li Rong guessed most of it. She originally thought that Pei Wenchuan wanted to seize Su Yongqing's position as the Minister of Justice. She didn't expect that it wasn't the case. "So your real goal is, Your Highness?" Pei Wenchuan raised his hand and took the hairpin on Li Rong's head. His black hair fell down, and he looked at the beautiful treasure in front of him. He said softly, "Su Yongqing never caused trouble for us for ourselves. And I also didn't cause trouble for Su Yongqing for himself." "His goal," Li Rong smiled bitterly. "Is it to Chuaner?" Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. He was silent for a while, and finally said, "When the crown prince was deposed, the Su clan and Shangwan clan worked together with the other clans to help the crown prince regain the throne. But after the crown prince ascended the throne, he repeatedly suppressed the aristocratic clans for the sake of the imperial court. Even if the Su clan wasn't destroyed, no aristocratic clans would let such a crown prince ascend the throne knowing that the crown prince wanted to suppress the aristocratic clans. Li Rong was speechless. Pei Wenchuan saw that she seemed sad, and he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He didn't want to talk for a while. After drying Li Rong's hair, he got up and sat to the side. He took out the booklet and looked down. After a while, he heard Li Rong return to the topic. He said softly, "So, your goal is to consort Ro?" "Yes." Pei Wenchuan answered perfunctorily. Li Rong continued to think and analyze. The most troublesome thing right now is actually Su Yongqing and consort Ro working together. I established the inspectorate because I wanted to borrow Imperial Father's hand to control the aristocratic clans. According to our plan, you and I will arrange people in the Imperial Court for the next 3 years. After 3 years, if the Crown Prince is deposed again, we don't need the aristocratic clans to do anything. We will directly support the Chuaner to succeed the throne. The Chuaner's nature is benevolent. When Imperial Father was alive, we solved the conflicts between the aristocratic clans in advance. At that time, he can directly implement his own decrees. The situation in our previous life might not happen again. But now that Su Yongqing is back, he and Consort Ro are working together. Consort Ro is like a tiger that has grown wings. Su Yongqing is helping him manage the Imperial Court, and Imperial Father trusts him more than we do. Therefore, whether Su Yongqing becomes a minister or not isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that he can't work together with Consort Ro. Consort Ro suffered a loss this time, so she will definitely doubt his ability. Moreover, if Su Rongwo wants to admit to his crimes, he will have to prove his relationship with Consort Ro. Consort Ro was implicated because of the 2 Su clan brothers. With her personality, I'm afraid that she will have doubts about their future cooperation. If we take advantage of this opportunity to drive a wedge between them, then it will be much easier to defeat them one by one. As Li Rong spoke, she became happy. She turned to look at Pei Wenchuan. Then have you thought about how to exploit this loophole? Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. She lowered her head to read. Li Rong's smile froze. After hesitating for a moment, she asked hesitantly, why are you angry again? You can still tell that I'm angry? Pei Wenchuan sneered, should I praise you for having good eyesight? That's not necessary, Li Rong smiled and waved her hand, I'll give you a pair of embroidered shoes tomorrow. Don't thank me. Why are you giving me that? Pei Wenchuan frowned. Eldest Miss Pei, Li Rong used her fan to lift Pei Wenchuan's chin. How many inches is the golden lotus? Pei Wenchuan sneered and raised his hand to hit her fan. However, as soon as he raised his hand, it was grabbed by Li Rong. Then, she nimbly slid onto him like a loach and straddled him. She interlocked her fingers with his with one hand and pressed her other hand against his head to kiss him. Pei Wenchuan wanted to struggle a little to show his backbone, but as soon as he moved, he heard Li Rong coquettishly call out, Brother Pei. He suddenly felt that not only did he have no backbone, but he also had no bones. After Li Rong finished kissing him, she hooked her arms around his neck and looked at his beautiful face under the light. She laughed and said, why were you angry just now? Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. Li Rong leaned on his chest and rubbed her face against him, tell me. If you tell me, I'll change. Pei Wenchuan still didn't say anything. Li Rong teased him again, tell me. You're not saying anything. Are you still angry with me? I forgot. Pei Wenchuan said in a hoarse voice. Li Rong looked up and saw his red ears. Thus, she was sure that Pei Wenchuan had really forgotten. For Pei Wenchuan to forget why he was angry before because of this kind of thing, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. He was too spineless. When the 2 of them returned to the princess's residence together, Su Rongwa was still kneeling on the ground and listening to Li Ming's interrogation. Since it was you, why didn't you say so earlier? This humble subject is guilty. Tell me now. Li Ming pointed at him, was it you or Su Yongqing who did it? It was this humble subject who did it. Su Rongwa said decisively, this humble subject didn't dare to admit it, but I couldn't bear to see my brother being wronged, so I had no choice but to come and confess. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Since it was you who did it, why did Hongda confess to your brother? When I went to Hongda, this humble subject didn't show up. Su Rongwa lowered his head and repeated, Hongda might have guessed that I was a member of the Su family based on something. In Huajing, my brother's reputation is better than this humble subject's. Hongda might have mistaken me for someone else. Mistaken you for someone else. Li Ming nodded, obviously not believing his excuse. Since you've mistaken me for someone else, why did you set the lecture hall on fire and kill him? This humble subject doesn't know about the fire in the lecture hall. As for Hongda, it was really a misunderstanding. This humble subject did tell Hongda that if something happened, he had to protect me. However, this humble subject doesn't understand why he committed suicide on the road. These words were half true and half false. Li Ming quietly discerned the truth of his words and stared at Su Rongwa. Su Rongwa kept repentant, Your Majesty. This humble subject was confused for a moment. This humble subject is the crown prince of Prince Su. Naturally, this humble subject is wholeheartedly for Prince Su and Consort Ro. Her Highness Ping Le is the head of the inspection department. She has a high position and power. She and the crown prince are siblings. How could they be separated? Consort Ro was worried about this, so this humble subject thought of this method. You bastard. When Li Ming heard this, he was furious. Even if he knew that Su Rongwa did it for Consort Ro and Prince Su, he couldn't help but scold, You and Consort Ro are simply two idiots. Why did I use Ping Le? Without Ping Le, would the Su family be willing to fight against a giant like the Shangguan family? The Shangguan family can use the power of the entire family for the crown prince. Can you? Now, Ping Le is fighting with the aristocratic families for power under the instigation of Pei Wenchuan. Whether they are true or not, the Shangguan family has now vacated a position in the imperial court. The aristocratic families have vacated a position for my people to be promoted. This is the result. Why is she so anxious? It's fine if she's anxious, but why are you also anxious? Is this how you help her? This humble subject knows his mistake. This humble subject was short-sighted and couldn't understand Your Majesty's deep meaning. This humble subject asks for Your Majesty's forgiveness. Su Rongwa desperately bowed his head. He seemed extremely flustered. Li Ming looked at Su Rongwa and felt a little tired. He was silent for a moment. After a long time, he waved his hand and said, Forget it. You can leave. It's not suitable for you to stay in the imperial court. Go. This humble subject thanks Your Majesty for your kindness. Su Rongwa stood up and turned to leave after hearing Li Ming's words. After he went out, he saw Su Yongqing waiting outside the imperial study. The guards outside the imperial study were far away from him. He quietly looked at the rain as if he was waiting for him. Su Rongwa walked to Su Yongqing's side. The two brothers looked at the rain side by side. After a long time, Su Yongqing said calmly, You shouldn't have come today. If I didn't come, Su Rongwa smiled bitterly, what would you do? Rongqing, Su Rongwa looked up at the sky, although I don't know what you're doing, don't forget that I'm your brother. You're not walking alone. But some roads, Su Yongqing looked calm, are destined to be walked alone. When I reach the end, if I die there, brother, if you're willing, you can come and collect my corpse. Rongqing. Su Rongwa gritted his teeth and frowned, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't worry about me in the future. Su Yongqing turned his head and stared at him coldly, what happened today will not happen again. I will walk my own path and bear my own sins. If you want to be good to me. Su Rongqing looked at the stunned young man in front of her. His mind was filled with the image of Su Rongwa cutting her own throat with a tile in her past life. He couldn't help but say in a trembling voice, Please, just be yourself. Go back. Su Yongqing turned his head and walked towards the imperial study. He said in a hoarse voice, Go and have a drink with Xianxia. Find a suitable time to propose marriage. Su Rongwa stood there in a daze and watched Su Yongqing walk into the imperial study. His back was submerged in the darkness. Su Rongwa watched for a long time. Someone gave him an umbrella and reminded him that it was time to leave. He walked down the stairs and out of the imperial palace in the rain. When the door closed behind him and made a creaking sound, he couldn't help but look back. The towering door was like the mouth of a giant beast. He stood in front of the door in a daze. He didn't know where to go. He didn't want to go back to the Su mansion, but he didn't know where to go either. He watched power and influence corrupt the people he loved the most. The whole Huajing was like a pot of warm water over a fire. Unknowingly, it boiled people beyond recognition. Although he didn't understand Su Yongqing's words, he vaguely knew one thing. His younger brother was walking on a completely different path from him. In this lifetime, they would never cross paths. Su Ronghua couldn't help but look up, trying to see the dark sky. At this moment, he heard a delicate female voice. "Oh, you didn't get flogged?" Su Ronghua heard this and slowly turned his head. The woman was dressed in blue and had a bamboo hat on her head. She held an extra paper umbrella in her hand and a wine gourd hanging from her waist. "What are you dressed up for?" Su Ronghua couldn't help but laugh. "It's the middle of the night. You're a lady from a respectable family. Are you going to wander the Jianghu?" Lord Su guessed correctly. Xianxia looked up at him and said with a smile, "I originally planned to spend the night on the mountain and wait for the sun to rise tomorrow. But when I heard that Lord Su sacrificed himself to save his younger brother and entered the imperial palace, I passed by to take a look. I didn't expect Lord Su to be in such a good mood. It's raining like this. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" "That's because I thought Shangguan Darren would come to pick me up." Su Ronghua smiled and walked in front of Xianxia. He held the umbrella she was holding and looked down at her with a smile. "Do you want Shangguan Darren's heart to ache a little? Then you're wrong. I'm not someone who'll feel sorry for others. It's fine." Su Ronghua tilted his head. "This humble one did a good job. I brought wine. Lord Su, do you have time to wait for the sun to rise together?" Xianxia patted the wine gourd. Su Ronghua laughed. "Of course." Shangguan Darren went up the mountain alone without a flower protector. "How can I be at ease? Then I'll have to thank Lord Su." Xianxia turned around and swung the jade pendant on her waist. She waved her hand as if she was ordering a waiter. "Let's go." Su Ronghua smiled. He held the umbrella and followed behind Xianxia. He suddenly felt as if he had found a guide. He didn't need to think about anything. He just needed to follow the girl's footsteps and walk forward step by step. At this time, Su Yongqing knelt in front of Li Ming. "This humble subject knows that your majesty doesn't trust anyone now. But since your majesty doesn't trust anyone, why don't you give it a try?" Li Ming stared at Su Yongqing. "Try what?" Su Yongqing raised his head, his eyes full of determination. "Try everything that your majesty has doubts about." Pei Wenchuan thought he had won. But how could it be so easy? He didn't crawl out of the purgatory burned by karmic fire for 25 years just to repeat the past. He wanted to drag the people who destroyed his faith and glory, his family, and his hopes to hell with him. At this moment, Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan also arrived at the princess residence together. The two of them entered side by side. Pei Wenchuan's mood improved. He finally remembered the matter that bothered him in the carriage. "What were you thinking about in the carriage? I saw that you were in a daze for a long time. Did my heart ache?" "What's there to ache about?" Li Rong laughed. After she finished speaking, she immediately understood what Pei Wenchuan meant. She sighed. "What's there to ache about? I was just thinking that everyone is fine now. How could they become like in my previous life? Su Ronghua is now willing to put himself in danger to save the children in Hongda. Later, he poisoned Xianxia for Xianxia. Aya is now able to distinguish right from wrong. Later on, he manipulated many things in the palace. Chuaner is benevolent by nature. In the end, he implicated the entire Su clan for Xianxin's death. Su Yongqing, the noble young master of the Su clan. In the end, he became an Azura with a sharp blade in his hand. Li Rong smiled bitterly. "Who do you think is wrong? Is it father?" "Your Highness," Pei Wenchuan's voice was gentle. "Those who emerge from the mud untainted are saints. Most people, like you and me, are ordinary people. What we are doing now is to dig away the mud," Pei Wenchuan said. He raised his hand and held Li Rong's hand. "The people of the previous life are the people of the previous life. In this life, it has just begun. What about you? Li Rong suddenly asked. Pei Wenchuan looked at her. What? You said that those who emerge from the mud untainted are saints. Did you do evil in your previous life? Li Rong turned to look at him curiously. Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. The two of them walked along the corridor. Li Rong felt strange. Pei Wenchuan? I was also an ordinary person. Pei Wenchuan's voice was very light. There was no sadness or joy in it. But in my previous life, every time I wanted to do evil, I would think of you. Li Rong was stunned. Pei Wenchuan smiled bitterly. I don't know why. Even when I hated you the most, I didn't want you to look down on me. Li Rong heard this and didn't say anything. Pei Wenchuan saw that she seemed to be thinking about something and couldn't help but ask, Your Highness? Li Rong thought for a moment and suddenly said, Actually, you were the one who killed Hongda, right? Pei Wenchuan paused and wanted to explain, but Li Rong pressed down on his shoulder with her fan. Actually, you don't have to say more. I didn't care. Now that you've told me your bottom line, Li Rong looked up and smiled, I don't care. Just let me know next time. Pei Wenchuan stood stiffly in place for a long time before he responded, Your Highness is right. Li Rong didn't say anything. She looked at him quietly. She suddenly realized that in the face of love, she and Pei Wenchuan seemed to have returned to their 20s. At that time, she was a little girl who could act spoiled and willful. At that time, Pei Wenchuan was still carrying the uneasiness and apprehension brought by the accusations of his youth. He was afraid that he wasn't his best self in front of her, and he was also afraid that she would see his dirty side. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh. She turned around and put her hands behind her back, Pei Wenchuan, I can tolerate black and white in my eyes. But you want to satisfy my dreamlike expectations, Li Rong thought for a moment, I also feel very happy. After she finished speaking, Li Rong waved her hand, I'm going back. Pei Wenchuan looked at her back. The girl walked down the corridor, holding the fan behind her back with both hands. The red tassels on the fan swayed gently with her movements. She jumped up the stairs in a few steps, lively and lively. Li Rong rarely acted like this in front of others. She had 1,000 faces. In front of Li Ming, she was the arrogant and clever eldest daughter. In front of others, she was the superior and decisive Highness Ping Le. But in front of him, she was like a flower that had melted ice, quietly blooming. Seeing her happy, he could not help smiling. After watching Li Rong walk away, he turned around and returned to his bedroom. When he woke up the next day, it was time to officially confirm the transfer of officials in the imperial court. Generally speaking, the officials decided during the assessment period would rarely be changed. Therefore, the so-called final confirmation was nothing more than Li Ming confirming the name list. If there were any officials that needed to be replaced, he would mention them individually. Li Ming glanced through the confirmed list, then looked up at everyone. Does anyone have any objections to this year's personnel transfer list? As soon as Li Ming finished asking, Su Yongqing seemed to have been prepared and walked out directly. Official Su? Li Ming frowned. What do you think? Your Majesty, Su Yongqing knelt down and said respectfully, this humble official has little talent and experience. Recently, this humble official has taken over the position of Minister of Justice. I feel that this humble official is not worthy of this position. Your Majesty, please choose another Minister of Justice. Hearing this, Li Rong looked up at Su Yongqing. Taking the initiative to give up the position of Minister of Justice was definitely not his own will. But after such a big incident, Li Ming had something on him to make Su Yongqing withdraw from the position of Minister of Justice. It was normal. But if Su Yongqing did not become the Minister of Justice, then who would? Li Rong's eyes scanned the imperial court for a moment. He heard Li Ming say indifferently, since official Su wants to resign, I will not make things difficult for you. How about this? Li Ming thought for a long time. Then, he slowly said, the position of Minister of Justice will be empty for now. The daily affairs of the Ministry of Justice will be discussed by the left and right assistant ministers. If they cannot make a decision, they will directly report to me. What does Assistant Minister Su think? Directly reporting to him meant that Li Ming had bypassed the Ministry of Ministers and directly took over the Ministry of Justice. Su Mingji frowned. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Su Yongqing respectfully say, "Your Majesty is wise." "Good." Li Ming nodded and continued, "Does anyone have any other opinions?" The people in the imperial court did not speak. Li Ming knew that this matter was settled. He closed the list and said indifferently, "Then that's it. After today, everyone will report to their assigned places according to the list. All offices should prepare to receive him. In addition, there is also the matter of rebuilding the lecture hall. The Ministry of Rites should make good use of the time to prepare. Before the lecture hall is rebuilt, in order to not delay the political affairs, I plan to build a small cabinet to take over the responsibilities of the previous lecture hall. It will help me review and classify the memorials and share my worries." As Li Ming spoke, he did not wait for the others to speak and directly said, "Pei Nian. Prime Minister Su, Prime Minister Shangguan, Marquis Ning, in the future, I will have to trouble the four of you to take some time every day to help me review memorials. If any of you are busy, please inform me in advance. I can make other arrangements." The lecture hall was originally built by the aristocratic families to contain Li Ming. Now that the lecture hall was burned down, Li Ming built a separate lecture hall called the cabinet. No matter how busy they were, no one would say no. The four ministers who were named came forward and bowed. These four people included almost all the different factions in the imperial court and could be considered fair. Thus, no one said anything. Li Ming saw that no one said anything and continued, "However, the ministers are usually very busy. Other than the four ministers, perhaps there will be some people who will fill in. However, this will be discussed in the future." When Li Rong heard this, he understood Li Ming's plan. The most important people in this so-called cabinet were not the four ministers named today, but the people who would fill in later. After all, these four people had high positions and were usually very busy. The matters in the lecture hall were actually some manual labor. They divided the memorials into different categories to reduce the pressure on Li Ming to review the memorials. If there was no lecture hall, Li Ming would not be able to handle it. Now that the chores in the lecture hall were handed over to these important ministers, how could they handle it? However, even though the lecture hall was manual labor, it was important to know the first procedure of the memorials entering the palace. Thus, no one was willing to give up power. In the end, the power to review the memorials would fall into the hands of the people who filled in. Therefore, the people who filled in were very important. As Li Rong thought about it, his gaze fell on Su Yongqing. At this point, he somewhat guessed Su Yongqing's ultimate goal of setting fire to the lecture hall. A lecture hall that could be monitored by Pei Wenxuan was not as good as a cabinet that could pave the way for Prince Su. Li Rong thought about it and listened to Li Ming and the ministers talk about the structure of this small cabinet. After the court, Li Rong walked out of the palace and got on the carriage. She saw Pei Wenxuan waiting for her. She couldn't help but smile. "We left court together. Why did you walk so fast? This humble subject has long legs." Pei Wenxuan poured a cup of tea for Li Rong and said with a smile, "Since we can't walk side by side, I wanted to come in and wait for your highness." This dog really knows how to talk. Li Rong ridiculed him. She turned around and sat down. She picked up Pei Wenxuan's tea and said, "Today, we didn't mention the imperial examinations. There are too many things today." Pei Wenxuan took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Please wait. There will be an imperial edict soon." Li Rong understood Pei Wenxuan's meaning and thought about it. "Who do you think the imperial edict will be given to first?" "How about this?" Pei Wenxuan looked up at her. "I'll bet 2 rounds with your highness." "Bet on what?" Li Rong raised her eyebrows. Pei Wenxuan thought about it. "First, bet on who the imperial edict will be given to first. Second, bet on what the imperial edict will be given to us." "Okay," Li Rong agreed decisively. "What are the stakes? What does your highness want?" When Li Rong heard this question, she didn't know what to ask for. Pei Wenxuan was used to indulging her, so there didn't seem to be any need to bet like this. Pei Wenxuan saw that Li Rong couldn't think of anything, so he said, "Then I owe your highness one thing. Whenever your highness wants something, you can come to me to exchange it." "Then won't you be at a disadvantage?" "You have to beat me first." "Okay." Li Rong nodded. "What about you? What do you want?" Pei Wenxuan coughed softly and turned his head. He put his hands on his knees and seemed a little embarrassed. Yes? I haven't seen your highness go out to play for many years. You want to go out with me? Li Rong laughed. That's easy. I remember when I went out with your highness saw a Persian dancer and was very interested. That day, the weather was hot and there were many merchants in the city. Get to the point. Li Rong interrupted him directly. Pei Wenxuan couldn't continue lying, so he turned his head and said directly, I bought a set of clothes according to your size. I know that your highness can dance. Li Rong, Pei Wenxuan put his hands in his sleeves and his ears turned red, but he still said seriously, Your highness, do you want to bet? Li Rong didn't say anything. She looked at Pei Wenxuan with interest. Her gaze moved from top to bottom, and then from bottom to top. Her eyes seemed to have substance, as if she was looking for something. Pei Wenxuan stiffened and let her look at him. He was like an old monk in meditation, calm. Your highness? Pei Wenxuan saw that Li Rong didn't speak for a long time, so he couldn't help but urge her. Li Rong sneered, crossed her legs, and leaned against the small table. Her phoenix eyes seemed to be able to seduce people, and she smiled meaningfully, okay. Pei Wenxuan took a cup of tea from the side and calmly analyzed, after last night, His Majesty will definitely think carefully. From His Majesty's point of view, one thing that can be confirmed is that the incident in Hongdao was indeed arranged by Consort Ro and the Su family in collusion. Therefore, there must be an imperial edict for Consort Ro. There are 3 things that His Majesty can't confirm. First, whether the person in Hongdao was really Su Yongqing or not. Second, who set the fire in the lecture hall. Third, whether your highness has secretly colluded with the crown prince. Therefore, His Majesty is most likely going to punish both sides. He removed Su Yongqing from his position as minister, and we haven't been punished yet. However, this punishment will inevitably come. Therefore, there must be an imperial edict for me or your highness. Pei Wenxuan looked up. This humble subject is betting that the imperial edict will come to us first. Why? Li Rong propped her head up and looked at him. Intuition. What about your highness? Then I'll bet that it will be for Consort Ro first. Li Rong's crossed legs swayed gently, and from time to time, they poked out of her skirt. Her red brocade-embroidered shoes with white pear blossoms appeared and disappeared in front of Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan couldn't help but look over. Li Rong noticed and looked over. What are you looking at? Pei Wenxuan was caught red-handed. He looked away and chuckled, nothing. After the two returned to the princess residence, Pei Wenxuan walked back to his courtyard with a straight face. Li Rong chased after him and pulled Pei Wenxuan into the inner courtyard as if they were quarreling. After entering the inner courtyard and confirming that it was a place where they were on the same side, the two finally returned to normal. Li Rong turned around and sat down at a small table. Pei Wenxuan went to change into his official robes. After they came out, the two of them set up the chess table and chatted while waiting for the imperial edict. According to their predictions, the imperial edict would come sooner or later. It was just a matter of who it was. Before the two of them finished their game of chess, Jing Lan walked in. She bowed respectfully and said, Your Highness, there's news from the palace. They say that Consort Ro contradicted His Majesty last night. She has been stripped of her position as Consort Ro and demoted to Concubine Ro. When Li Rong heard this, he smiled and looked up at Pei Wenxuan. I won. Isn't there still one more game? Pei Wenxuan lowered his head. I might not lose. You can't win. Li Rong waved at Jing Lan and Jing Lan retreated. Li Rong looked up. What's the next game? His Majesty punished Consort Ro. What do you think he will punish us for? Pei Wenxuan held a chess piece and knocked on the edge of the chess table. The chess piece hit the chess table and made a crisp sound. Li Rong was attracted by the sound and couldn't help but look at the source of the sound. The young man's fingers were slender and clean with distinct joints. His fingernails were neatly trimmed. The way he held a chess piece with 2 fingers was very beautiful. When he does things, he pays attention to checks and balances. He has already stripped Su Yongqing of his position as minister. Now that he hasn't taken away your position as assistant minister, my position as inspector may not be guaranteed. Li Rong smiled. I'm guessing that he wants to take action against the Inspector General. It's too early to take action against the Inspector General. Once you leave, the aristocratic families will tear down the Inspector General. He probably won't do anything. So? Li Rong continued playing chess. What do you think he will do? Last night, news from the palace said that Consort Ro and His Majesty seemed to be crying and making a fuss in the room last night. Pei Wenchuan's voice was very soft. I'm guessing that the trouble came from the harem, so it might be your highness. Pei Wenchuan looked up with a faint smile. He's going to cut your money. Hearing this, Li Rong's expression changed. He hurriedly said, then it's better for them to tear down the Inspector General. Ever since she started doing big things, money had been tight. If Li Ming still wanted to cut her money, she really didn't want to work anymore. Pei Wenchuan was amused by her sudden change in expression. He pursed his lips to suppress his smile and placed a chess piece. The result hasn't been announced yet. Don't panic. What if he doesn't touch your money? If he doesn't touch money, then he will touch power. Right now, I just hope that Consort Ro can fall out with Su Yongqing as soon as possible. Li Rong sighed and looked at Pei Wenchuan. I won't let down your efforts. I've also worked very hard. Pei Wenchuan smiled and didn't respond. He only reminded, it's your turn to play. The two played for a long time. Seeing that night was about to fall, the people from the palace finally rushed over and announced that Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong would receive the imperial edict. The two looked at each other. Li Rong quietly said, it's here. Saying this, the two stood up and put on their official robes. They led everyone to the door to receive the imperial edict. When the two saw the eunuch delivering the imperial edict, they first exchanged greetings before kneeling down. The eunuch opened the imperial edict and began to announce the day's results. Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan were waiting to see if Li Ming planned to take their money or their power. They waited anxiously and heard Li Ming praise Pei Wenchuan first. The two were a little confused and couldn't help but look at each other. Then Li Ming praised Li Rong again. They were even more flustered. They couldn't understand what Li Ming was doing. Did he plan to not let any of them go? At the end, they finally heard the key sentence. However, even though the man is talented and the woman is beautiful, the heavens are jealous of marriage. The two's personalities are at odds with each other. The marriage is difficult to continue. Therefore, Pei Wenchuan's request is to allow the two to divorce. When Li Rong heard this, she was stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but look at Pei Wenchuan. Divorce? Pei Wenchuan was also a little confused, but he used his eyes to signal Li Rong to calm down. The two looked at each other. After hesitating for a long time, they finally accepted the imperial edict. When they returned to the room with the imperial edict, Li Rong couldn't help but ask, that's it? Pei Wenchuan laughed softly. He knew what she meant. He stood behind her and said with a smile, yes, your highness. You didn't lose your money or your power. You just lost your person. Fuma, you're talking nonsense. Li Rong was afraid that Pei Wenchuan would think too much. She quickly turned her head and reached out to hug his waist. You're here. As long as you don't want to run away, you won't lose the imperial edict. Pei Wenchuan smiled but didn't say anything. Li Rong thought for a moment, tiptoed, and whispered, moreover, doesn't the Lord Pei feel that it's exciting to meet your ex-wife in the middle of the night? When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he smiled and looked at her. Whether it's exciting or not, this official doesn't know. However, your highness seems to be very excited. This humble subject is aware of this. Li Rong was a little embarrassed by his words. She coughed softly. I'm not that excited. Pei Wenchuan smiled meaningfully. After a moment, he softly reminded her, it's okay to be happy in the residence, but you still have to pretend outside. I understand. Li Rong slyly glanced at him. I know. On the night of the imperial edict, Pei Wenchuan packed his luggage and left the princess residence. It looked like he didn't want to stay a moment longer. Li Rong chased Pei Wenchuan out of the princess residence and stood at the door for a quarter of an hour. The next day, the news that Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan divorced, and Pei Wenchuan moved back to the Pei Wenchuan residence, and Li Rong chased Pei Wenchuan's carriage down the street, crying bitterly and begging him to come back, spread throughout the imperial court. Everyone didn't believe it at first, but when they saw Li Rong's swollen eyes the next day, most of them believed it. Only the heavens knew how much effort Li Rong had put in to make his eyes swollen. In the middle of the night, she secretly ate a large bowl of noodles made by a chef from Sichuan. She cried as she ate, and the spiciness made her whole body feel comfortable and full of pleasure. The entire imperial court suddenly sympathized with Li Rong. When the imperial court was dismissed, Li Chuan finally couldn't take it anymore. He secretly snuck into the princess residence to comfort Li Rong. At this time, Li Rong was lying on a rocking chair, rolling an egg into her eyes. Li Chuan moved a small stool and squatted beside her, comforting her in a low voice, "Sister, don't be too sad. Brother Pei must have his own plans. You can get married in the future." Li Rong ignored him and continued rolling the egg. Li Chuan saw that Li Rong didn't want to speak, so he guessed that Li Rong felt very wronged. He continued, "I know you like him. Otherwise, with your personality, you wouldn't have chased a carriage down the street. But speaking of which, sister, your stamina is quite good, wait." Li Rong raised her hand to stop Li Chuan. She took the egg down and looked at Li Chuan with swollen eyes. "Who chased a carriage down the street?" "You." Li Chuan said matter-of-factly, "Everyone knows." Li Rong was at a loss. Li Chuan continued comforting her, "It's better than both of you getting into trouble. Don't be sad, I'm not sad." Li Rong frowned and slapped Li Chuan's hand that was about to pat her shoulder. She turned over and closed her eyes to rest. "I'm very happy." She didn't lose her money or her position. Shouldn't she be happy? On the other side, Hua Lu was vividly describing the scene of Li Rong crying while chasing a carriage to Consort Row. She said happily, "You don't know. I didn't believe it when I heard it. But later, when everyone in the imperial court saw Ping Yali's eyes were swollen from crying, I believed it. Mother, you're still the best." Hua Lu gave her a thumbs up. Attacking people's hearts. Since Pei Wenxuan proposed a peaceful separation for power, based on Li Rong's temper, I'm afraid that she won't be able to tolerate him. How can Li Rong alone be mother's opponent? Consort Ro listened to Hua Li's words with a smile on her face. Although she didn't agree, she didn't deny it either. After being suppressed by Li Rong for so long, from being stripped of her authority to manage the 6 palaces to being demoted to concubine Ro, she could finally let out a sigh of relief. She knew that Li Rong couldn't bear to part with Pei Wenxuan, so when Li Ming wanted to punish Li Rong, she stopped Li Ming and persuaded him. She still had to prevent Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong from joining forces. Now that she saw Li Rong crying like this, she finally felt much better. Sure enough, in Li Rong's heart, men were more important than power and money. This was the biggest difference between them, and also the root of her victory. She, Xiao Rou, didn't care about men. She was ruthless. Li Rong listened to Li Chuan's long-winded comforting words for a long time. She finally felt a little tired and asked the Jing Lan to take away the cold eggs. She looked up at Li Chuan and said, "All right, don't talk nonsense with me. If you have time, help me find out something." Li Chuan listened to Li Rong's order and hurriedly said, "Go ahead. Has the Imperial Examination Chief Examiner been decided?" Li Chuan didn't expect Li Rong to ask this question. He subconsciously said, "It should have been decided." "So early?" Li Rong frowned. Li Chuan thought for a while and said, "It shouldn't be so early. After all, the imperial examination has always been a small matter. Those who passed the examination were originally arranged by the children of the aristocratic families. Those who came from poor families either became useless small officials or were sent to other places and didn't come back. Those who were in charge of this matter used to be the chief examiner. It was already considered high enough to let the assistant minister manage it. Therefore, it should have been decided later, but this year was very strange. Minister Wang said that this year, the imperial court was serious and the selection of talents was the most important thing. He took the initiative to tell Father Emperor that he wanted to be the chief examiner. Li Chuan said and couldn't help but laugh. He took a teacup from the side and held it in his hand. He looked at Li Rong and said, "He has spoken, who can say anything? Minister Wang is going to be the chief examiner himself. Who can surpass him? Therefore, although it hasn't been decided, it's not far from certain." Li Rong didn't speak and thought. Li Chuan took a sip of tea and earnestly talked about her marriage. Actually, don't be too sad. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Why don't I take you to see some good candidates? You have to see someone you like. All right, all right. Li Rong frowned and interrupted him, still worried? You should worry about yourself. How's your marriage? Is that something I can control? Li Chuan laughed. I already said that it's up to them. They can choose the crown princess whenever they want. I don't care who they choose. But now it's good. Li Chuan came up and said mysteriously, Sister, guess what happened? What happened? Father Emperor and Mother secretly agreed. Li Chuan couldn't hide his happiness. They won't choose for the time being. Won't choose? Li Rong exclaimed in surprise, but as soon as the words left her mouth, she realized what was going on. Now that the Shangwan family had given up on the idea of marrying the crown prince and was investigating their accumulated abuses, the fight for the crown prince's wife had fallen into the hands of other aristocratic families. Li Chuan, even if Li Chuan didn't marry Li, it was even better. He didn't want Chuan didn't to marry women. That. Married. Even, married. Married didn't. After all, it didn't matter if Li Chuan's position as the crown prince was stable. He didn't want it to be stable. Both sides had their own ideas. Without the Shangwan family's strong pressure, the position of the crown princess would be frozen. That's a good thing. Li Rong nodded. Li Chuan peeled melon seeds. Seeing that Li Rong didn't look happy, he asked curiously, Sister, aren't you worried that my position as the crown prince will be unstable if I don't marry? If your position as the crown prince will be unstable if you don't marry, Li Rong turned to look at him with a faint smile, then your position as the crown prince will be unstable. Li Chuan furrowed his brows in confusion. Li Rong explained, Chuaner, you must remember that in order to secure a position in the imperial court, there are only 3 things you need: money, soldiers, and people. If you have money, you have provisions, soldiers, and people to help you. Only if you have someone who can help you do things, then your words will count. Only when you have troops and horses can you protect your money and your people. If you have these 3 things, whether you marry or not, it won't affect your position. If you don't have these 3 things, Li Rong's smile was cold, even if you marry many noble daughters, in other people's eyes, you will be nothing more than a puppet. If one day you need to change a puppet, Li Rong tapped his fan on his palm, do you think it will be difficult? Just like in her previous life, Li Chuan married 5 women, and Li Ming set up the inspectorate for Prince Su and seized military power in the northwest. When the military power in the northwest fell into the hands of Xiao Su, who was left by his side? I actually understand what Sister is saying. Li Chuan listened to Li Rong's words and couldn't help but smile bitterly, but Imperial Mother doesn't understand. It's not that Imperial Mother doesn't understand, but people always want to take the best path. She wants you to marry because she wants to use marriage to obtain these 3 things. This is much simpler than you directly obtaining them. Li Chuan nodded in response and turned his head to look into the distance. He seemed to be a little tired. Li Rong looked at his appearance and patted his hand, don't think about it, go back early. Have people keep an eye on Imperial Father's small cabinet and see who he wants to put in. Block those who should be blocked, this position can't be given up. Understood. Li Chuan responded. He had a sense of propriety. Li Rong instructed Li Chuan to secretly leave through the back door and told him to come less often in the future. It was too risky for him to come to the princess's residence now, so it was better for him to come less often. After Li Chuan left, Li Rong returned to the courtyard. She lay on the rocking chair for a while and suddenly felt that the courtyard was empty. She turned her head and asked Jing Lan, have you finished moving the prince consort's things? The prince consort didn't take anything with him. Jing Lan was picking up the things. Li Rong turned to look at her, what's wrong? Are you planning to buy everything again? The prince consort said. Jing Lan squatted down and whispered, he will come back sooner or later, so he won't move for now. When Li Rong heard Jing Lan's message, she didn't know why, but she felt that the desolate atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly disappeared. She couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Is the prince consort moving back to the Pei residence? He hasn't. Jing Lan shook her head. Prime Minister Pei originally had a residence in the capital. The prince consort moved there. Li Rong nodded. She lay on the rocking chair for a while, then stood up and ordered, "Find to Oba Yen and ask him to go to the residences next to the prince consort's residence. See if anyone is willing to sell their houses. If they are willing, it doesn't matter if the price is a bit higher." When Jing Lan heard Li Rong's words, she couldn't help but smile. She looked at Li Rong and smiled. "Didn't your highness say that you shouldn't spend money recklessly?" "Buying a house is buying property," Li Rong said righteously. "How can you say that I'm spending money recklessly?" Jing Mei, who was massaging Li Rong's legs, couldn't help but laugh. Li Rong raised her eyebrows and looked at her. Jing Mei quickly smiled and apologized. "I'm sorry, your highness, this servant didn't mean to laugh at you." Li Rong didn't need to explain anything. She knew what they were laughing at. She raised her hand and lightly tapped Jing Mei with her fan. She scolded, "Arrogant girl." The three of them bickered in the courtyard. Not long after, the head of the Inspectorate of Inspection's imperial bodyguards walked in. Ever since Sun Quan left Huajing, the head of the Inspectorate of Inspection's imperial bodyguards was changed to a person named Zhao Chongjiu. This person was brought up by Sun Quan, and only used by Li Rong after several tests. He held a tray of scrolls in his hands. These scrolls contained news from all over the country. After Li Rong was reborn, she began to have Pei Wenxuan rebuild the dark web from her previous life. But in addition to the dark web established by Pei Wenxuan, she also had a backup set of people. She wasn't used to betting important things on one possibility. Pei Wenxuan was useful, but it didn't mean that she only used him. Later, after she built the Inspectorate of Inspection, the dark web was directly incorporated into the Inspectorate of Inspection. When Sun Quan left Huajing, he began to build the Inspectorate of Inspection for her everywhere. The speed at which this information network was spread was doubled, especially in the northwest and southwest. Qin Lin was in the northwest, so the dark web established by Sun Quan was almost unimpeded. Although Lin Feibai in the southwest hadn't improved significantly, there weren't any powerful aristocratic family officials there. It was much more convenient for Li Rong to send people there. Of course, at the same time, the corresponding consumption was also money. The Inspectorate of Inspection had the silver given by Li Ming, but it was far from enough, so she had no choice but to fill up her little treasury. But with the current consumption rate, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Fortunately, Pei Wenxuan made a series of arrangements in the industry last year. From inviting Gu Chenzi to teach agriculture in her fief, Qingzhou, to acquiring real estate and various industries, and also taking into Oba Yen to help manage the finances. This year, her accounts were barely enough to operate. Zhao Chongjiu came up with a message and said respectfully, "Your Highness, this is the news recently sent back from all over the country." Li Rong responded, took the message, and quickly flipped through it. As she flipped through the message, she heard Zhao Chongjiu say, "Your Highness, the matter of the divorce has been roughly investigated." "Speak." Li Rong's voice was very faint. She scanned the situation of the Northwest written by Sun Quan on the paper. There were no more major battles in the Northwest, but this year's winter was bitterly cold. Many cattle and sheep froze to death outside Dexia's defense line, so there were still several small-scale plundering battles. They targeted a certain city alone and ran away after robbing. Qin Lin was sent to the front line to guard the city alone. Qin Lin temporarily recruited the people who had been robbed of food in the city to become an army. In addition to the army originally controlled by the Qin clan, they filled up a lot of people. The biggest problem now was the lack of money, so he asked Li Rong to find a way to help him get money. Last night in the palace, Su Yongqing and His Majesty had a secret conversation. Then, His Majesty issued a decree to reduce the expenses of the Inspectorate of Inspection and let Qingzhou hand over half of its taxes to the imperial court to support the soldiers in the north. Hearing this, Li Rong paused. A moment later, she took out the news of Lin Feibai from the southwest. There were several major battles in the southwest this year. Lin Feibai rose very quickly, but now he was facing a problem. He needed to bribe officials on the way to promotion. To sum it up, he was short of money. Li Rong felt a headache when she saw the money. When she thought of how Li Ming's first imperial edict was to ask her for money, she felt lucky. She didn't look up at the news and said, "Who told imperial father to change the news?" "His Majesty went to Consort Rose Place," Zhao Chongjiu replied flatly. "He changed his mind when he came back." Hearing this, Li Rong laughed. It seems that Pei Wenxuan's calculations are not bad. There were indeed cracks in the cooperation between Consort Ro and Su Yongqing. Otherwise, since Su Yongqing had already given the plan, Consort Ro should have helped push it forward with all her might instead of changing Su Yongqing's intentions halfway. This made Li Rong heave a sigh of relief. Su Yongqing still knew the princess estate's background too well. He asked Li Ming to cut her income, which really hit her soft spot. Fortunately, Consort Ro didn't listen to him and misjudged her relationship with Pei Wenxuan. But such coincidences probably wouldn't happen too often. Su Yongqing must have realized that Consort Ro had a grudge against him this time. Since he planned to use Consort Ro, he wouldn't let this grudge go. He would definitely do something to restore the cooperation between him and Consort Ro. And Li Rong couldn't give him this opportunity. Li Rong pondered and then thought of the Imperial Examination's chief examiner. She suddenly thought of someone. She hurriedly looked up at Zhao Chongjiu and ordered, "Help me contact Shui Yulong. Ask him if he still plans to continue what he told me last time." Zhao Chongjiu respectfully raised his hand and replied, "Yes." Zhao Chongjiu was very efficient. That night, he found Shui Yulong in an alleyway. Shui Yulong had just finished drinking wine and was walking unsteadily on the way back. He recited a poem as he walked forward. Halfway through, he saw someone standing in the middle of the alleyway. Zhao Chongjiu was wearing the inspectorate's official uniform and had a sword at his waist. Shui Yulong frowned and leaned against the wall. He took a sip of wine and said, "Sir, why are you standing here? Did I commit a crime and want to be sent to the inspectorate?" Zhao Chongjiu's expression didn't change. He only said, "It was Her Highness who told me to ask Sir Chui." Hearing this, Shui Yulong raised his head. His gaze was slightly cold. Then he heard Zhao Chongjiu say, "Do you still plan to continue what you told her last time?" Shui Yulong was immediately stunned. His expression changed several times. He seemed to be struggling. Zhao Chongjiu frowned. Seeing that Shui Yulong didn't answer for a long time, he couldn't help but urge, "Sir Chui?" "Sir." Shui Yulong hesitated for a long time. He took a sip of wine and finally said, "Then I'll have to trouble Sir to ask for me. If I comply with Her Highness' wishes, can Her Highness guarantee my safety?" Zhao Chongjiu nodded. "Do you have any other questions?" Also, Shui Yulong answered solemnly, "After this matter, will Her Highness agree to help this Chui investigate the case and give justice to this Shui Yulong's good friend?" Zhao Chongjiu agreed. He confirmed again, "Do you have any other questions?" "If Her Highness agrees, Sir can just let this one know." Shui Yulong looked as if he was unafraid of death. 3 days later, during the break, "This one will respectfully wait for Your Highness in a private room on the top floor of Deshan Inn. However, before you come, I'll have to ask Your Highness to confirm it and not let Prince Consort know. This humble subject is no more than an aunt to Prince Consort." Shui Yulong bowed respectfully. "I hope Your Highness will take pity on me." Zhao Chongjiu, he didn't know why, but he felt that there was something mysterious about this matter. However, he still nodded. When he saw that Shui Yulong didn't have anything else to say, he turned back and conveyed Shui Yulong's message. Zhao Chongjiu repeated Shui Yulong's words almost word by word. Li Rong soaked his feet and listened. When Jing Mei heard Zhao Chongjiu's report, she couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, why did he suddenly mention Prince Consort? Why does he want Your Highness to take pity on him?" Li Rong glanced at Jing Mei indifferently and said in a tolerant and compassionate tone, "He's sick. We have to tolerate him." As he spoke, Li Rong turned his head and ordered Zhao Chongjiu, "Go back and tell him to wait for me at Qingyue Tea House in 3 days." Zhao Chongjiu nodded and retreated to pass on the message. Just as he turned around, Li Rong couldn't help but add, "Also, tell him not to let his imagination run wild every day. Tell him to be more normal." Zhao Chongjiu expressed his agreement. He also felt that there was something wrong with official Chui's brain. Li Rong's words reached Shui Yulong. When he heard that the location was Qingyue Tea House, he was momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Your Highness really knows how to play. Zhao Chongjiu looked up at him and said indifferently, Your Highness also said, this made Shui Yulong nervous again, that you should be more normal. Li Rong didn't know whether Shui Yulong was normal or not. Anyway, the time was set and everything was arranged. She just had to wait for the court officials to have a break 3 days later. Then, she could have a good talk with Chui Yulong. It wasn't convenient for her to meet Chui Yulong in the city. There were eyes and ears everywhere, so she could only make an appointment outside the city. If it took too long, she could only wait for the day of the break. Coincidentally, Pei Wenchuan also had the same idea. After bringing the Wen Corporation into the Pei mansion that his father had left behind, he spent some time perfecting it before settling down. He didn't bring many things, which made him feel more comfortable. He felt as if he was just out for a vacation and would have to go back sooner or later. He didn't know if it was because there weren't many things or because Li Rong wasn't around, but he always felt that the house was empty. At night, when he slept on the bed, he tossed and turned and felt that the bed was a little too big. Sometimes, in the middle of the night, he would raise his hand in his sleep and feel that there was no one beside him. Then, he would suddenly wake up. For a moment, he would feel that he was still in his previous life and that everything in this life was just a golden millet dream. When he woke up, he would return to his lonely days in his previous life. He would be so frightened that he would wake up and slowly remember what had happened, and slowly recover. During the day, when he saw Li Rong in the court, he knew that he shouldn't look at her, but he couldn't help but want to look at her. He didn't know how Li Rong was sleeping when he wasn't around, or if she missed him. Therefore, he suffered like this, and every day felt like a year. After 3 days, when the break came, Pei Wenchuan decided to see her. If it wasn't convenient in the city, he had to go out. Xia had a break every 10 days. If he missed today, he would have to wait for the next 10 days. Therefore, before dawn, Pei Wenchuan asked Dong Yi to knock on Zhao Chongzhou's door and pass his message to Li Rong. Zhao Chongzhou obediently passed the message to Li Rong. At this time, Li Rong had just woken up. He was getting dressed and preparing to leave the city to meet Chui Yulong. When she received the news about Zhao Chongzhou, she was a little conflicted. She also wanted to see Pei Wenchuan, but she had already made an appointment with Chui Yulong. This matter could not be delayed. She struggled for a moment and suddenly reacted. She was actually struggling over such a thing? Tell Prince Consort that I have something to do outside the city today. Let's wait for the next break. It's a serious matter, so he doesn't have to take it to heart. Li Rong instructed Zhao Chongzhou, then turned around to get the thing she wanted. Zhao Chongzhou immediately sent someone to report back to Pei Wenchuan. When Pei Wenchuan received the news, Li Rong was almost out of the city. But at this time, Pei Wenchuan was also ready. When he heard Li Rong refuse him, he could not help but frown. What does she want? The person who replied didn't say. Dong Yi looked at Pei Wenchuan's expression and carefully said, "Why don't young master have a good rest today?" Pei Wenchuan did not say anything. He sat for a while, then stood up and said in a low voice, "No, I have to go and take a look." After saying that, Pei Wenchuan hurriedly went out the door. Pei Wenchuan's residence was closer to the city gate than Li Rong's residence. After calculating the time, he took a shortcut out of the city gate in advance and waited at the city gate. Li Rong wanted to hide, so he naturally did not go out in the princess's residence's carriage. An ordinary carriage blended in with the crowd, so no one would be able to tell who was Li Rong. Pei Wenchuan was in the carriage. He rolled up the curtain and stared. After waiting for a while, an ordinary carriage came out. After rolling up the curtain, he said a few words to the imperial bodyguard, and the imperial bodyguard let the carriage pass. Pei Wenchuan watched for a while, then lowered the curtain and said in a low voice, "Follow." Li Rong's carriage went out of the city at a moderate speed. After a while, Li Rong heard someone outside, "Your Highness, someone seems to be following us." Li Rong opened his eyes and tapped the fan on his palm. He thought for a while and said, "Send someone to the tea house to find Chui Yulong. Tell him to change the location and wait for me at the Reed Pavilion. When we reach the front, find a forest to stop and let everyone rest. I'll get off the car later." Li Rong lowered her voice. "Leave 2 people behind to help me clear the road." The imperial bodyguard nodded and followed Li Rong's instructions. The carriage went forward for a while and stopped. The imperial bodyguard quickly turned his head and asked Pei Wenchuan in the carriage, "Darren." The carriage in front stopped. Pei Wenchuan was silent for a moment, then said, "Continue." This section of the road was not long, so there was no need to stop the carriage to rest. Li Rong must have noticed him since he stopped. If he still stopped, he was afraid that he would alert Li Rong. The best plan now was to let Li Rong think that he had left and then wait for Li Rong in front. Pei Wenchuan tried to figure out Li Rong's thoughts. With Li Rong's personality, he would not just stop the carriage for a while. After he got off the carriage, he would disguise himself and let someone pretend to leave. He would then take the second route. No. Pei Wenchuan remembered how Li Rong ambushed Yang Quan in the mountain villa. Li Rong might not even take the second route. She would be safer. She would also leave a group of imperial bodyguards to follow her. After disguising herself for the second time, she would be the last to leave. Pei Wenchuan guessed Li Rong's plan, so he stopped the carriage and led 2 imperial bodyguards into the nearby forest. He rolled up his sleeves and ordered the imperial bodyguards, "When you see an imperial bodyguard running by, chase after him." The imperial bodyguards responded and followed Pei Wenchuan's order to lie in ambush. Pei Wenchuan chose an old tree and climbed up. He squatted on the tree and looked around. Li Rong and Jing Lan changed clothes in the carriage. She wore a veil and disguised herself as an ordinary woman. Once she changed clothes, Jing Lan could not tell the difference. Everyone gathered around and talked noisily. After a while, they returned to the carriage. After the carriage moved forward for a while, Li Rong waved at the 2 imperial bodyguards who stayed in the dark. The imperial bodyguards immediately ran away. The imperial bodyguards kept moving forward. Pei Wenchuan saw the imperial bodyguards running over from the tree. He waved at the people hiding in the grass. After Li Rong's men ran away, his men chased after Li Rong's men. Li Rong waited in the dark for a while. She guessed that most of the people should have left. Finally, she turned around and ran out from the tree. She quickly ran towards the reed pavilion. At this time, she was not there. She ran in a hurry. Pei Wenchuan sat on the tree and watched Li Rong run all the way. He frowned. What was Li Rong doing? He had some doubts in his heart, but he did not say anything. After Li Rong ran past him and was far away, Pei Wenchuan came down from the tree and chased after Li Rong. Li Rong looked around as she ran. Pei Wenchuan followed and hid. The 2 of them were not professional spies, but they managed to maintain a strange harmony. After running for a while, Li Rong finally arrived at the reed pavilion. Cui Yulong had been waiting there for a long time. He wore a green robe and his hair was half tied up with a hairband. He held a jade flute in his hand. The moment he heard Li Rong's footsteps, he turned around with a smile. From the angle of his lips to the angle of his turn, it was obvious that he was delicate and pretentious. Li Rong gasped for breath. She placed her hand on the pillar of the pavilion and watched Cui Yulong's performance. She had expected this, but when Cui Yulong turned around, she choked and even stopped breathing. If Li Rong was like this, Pei Wenchuan, who was hiding in the dark, could not help it either. He only hated that he did not kill him last time. Although Pei Wenchuan's reason told him that Li Rong must have taken the initiative to look for Cui Yulong, he still felt that the 2 of them were an eyesore standing together. Fortunately, he suppressed his impulse and waited in the dark, cooperating with Li Rong's arrangements. Your Highness. Cui Yulong saw Li Rong enter the pavilion and bowed respectfully to Li Rong. Li Rong leaned against the pillar for a moment, then waved her hand to indicate that the formalities were excused. She walked into the pavilion and said, "Someone is following us today." Let's make a long story short. Last time, was it because the local squire took your friend's place in the exam? Yes. Cui Yulong heard Li Rong ask about the serious matter and immediately straightened his expression. Li Rong picked up her teacup and said slowly, "What matter?" Guangzhou's Zhongping County. Your hometown? Yes. You're an official of the Ministry of Rights. Li Rong looked up and smiled faintly. Can't you handle such a small matter? Your Highness must be joking. Cui Yulong smiled bitterly. It's just a yamen without any real power. What can I do? Li Rong sat on a bench that circled the pavilion and looked at the small river outside the bench. Her expression was calm. You have complaints. Cui Yulong did not speak. Li Rong turned her head and looked at Cui Yulong. She smiled. Last time, you said that you wanted to sleep with me. Li Rong straightened up and walked in front of Cui Yulong. She stared at Cui Yulong. Cui Yulong smiled but did not say anything. Cui Yulong was a frequent customer of brothels and was used to rolling around with women. It was said that he did not need to pay for his visits to brothels. Every time he paid the bill, he would compose a poem. The next day, it would be the most popular song in Huajing. Such a person did not retreat when faced with Li Rong's gaze. He even took a step forward and approached Li Rong. He lowered his head and looked at Li Rong. He said affectionately, "Your Highness, what do you think?" Crack. Pei Wenchuan looked at their actions from afar. Although he could not hear what they were saying, he could not help but break the branch in his hand. Li Rong felt as if she had heard something, but she also felt that it was an illusion. She glanced at the reeds beside her but did not see anyone. She thought for a moment and gestured at Cui Yulong. She walked further away from the river and lowered her voice. "Are you doing this for your friend or for yourself?" "Your Highness, why do you say that?" Cui Yulong was puzzled. Li Rong chuckled and looked at Cui Yulong. Has official Cui never thought of doing anything in the bureaucracy? In her previous life, Cui Yulong was unruly and unrestrained in brothels. He had no interest in politics at all. However, Li Rong had read his poem. She felt that such a poem was not written by someone who had no interest in politics. Most importantly, Cui Yulong's family was not rich. His father was just an ordinary private school teacher. He had been studying since he was a child. The effort he had put into studying was not something that ordinary people could compare with. After paying such a high price to enter the bureaucracy, how could he not have any ambition? When he left back then, it was probably because he was disappointed. After all, there was no place for someone like Cui Yulong in Dexia's bureaucracy. However, in this life, he came to complain to her. Not only did he complain, but he also wanted to recommend himself to her in an attempt to become her lover. As long as he became her lover, he would have an additional source of support. Actually, I understand what official Cui means. Li Rong leaned against a pillar and looked at Cui Yulong with a faint smile. Complaining is just a pretext. Recommending myself to you is the real reason. The reason I recommended myself to you is because official Cui. Li Rong raised her hand to support her head and looked at Cui Yulong. You want a backer? Cui Yulong smiled but did not speak. Li Rong thought for a moment. However, I am also very curious. If you wanted to rely on someone, why didn't you act earlier? Moreover, Li Rong raised her fan and pointed at herself. Why did you choose me? Your Highness, there's no point in being so direct. Cui Yulong didn't feel awkward when she heard Li Rong's words. She leisurely stepped back and sat on a bench. Leaning against the railing, she opened and closed the fan in her hand and said with a smile, "But your Highness is right. This humble one does want to rely on your Highness, so this case is a gift to your Highness." A gift to me? Li Rong chuckled, what do you mean? I know that your Highness intends to consort Ro. Cui Yulong covered half of her face with her fan and lowered her voice. This Xiao Pingzhang, who stole the scholar's position, is consort Ro's relative. It was normal to have one or two evil relatives. Consort Ro had gained power as a palace maid, so it wasn't surprising for her relatives to abuse their power in the countryside. If Consort Ro didn't have a strong foundation, this incident would be enough to destroy her. However, if Consort Ro was favored by the emperor, this incident wouldn't be resolved. The investigators would also be secretly punished by Li Ming. Li Rong believed that Cui Yulong was aware of this. She sat down next to Cui Yulong, separated from Cui Yulong by the pillar of the pavilion, and said leisurely, official Cui must be joking. What does Consort Ro's matter have to do with me? Cui Yulong turned around with a faint smile and looked Li Rong up and down. Pei Wenchuan watched from afar and couldn't help but break off another branch. Cui Yulong's gaze was strange because they were so close to each other. Why were they exchanging flirtatious glances when they were talking about business? Li Rong saw Cui Yulong's gaze and knew that Cui Yulong understood. She looked at the sky and knew that they didn't have much time to bicker, so she simply said, "Why are you helping me? Your Highness need not worry about this." Cui Yulong lowered his head and touched the folding fan in his hand. Your Highness, you only need to know that I'm willing to pledge my allegiance to your Highness, even if I have to make some sacrifices. If you don't make it clear, how can I accept your kindness? Then I'll say it's because your Highness is good-looking. Cui Yulong looked up at Li Rong and waved his fan. Is this reason enough? What do you mean? Li Rong was somewhat puzzled. Cui Yulong sighed and said, Your Highness, think about it. My father was only a teacher. The only reason he was able to become the top scorer was because when I first came to Huajing, my poetry was outstanding and was appreciated by the nobles. I have neither money nor amazing talent. The only capital I have is my face, isn't it? As Cui Yulong said, he smiled confidently. To be honest, Your Highness, when I just became the top scorer, Elder Princess Deyang had already handed me a branch. However, I was unlucky and didn't dare to accept such a great favor, so I refused. Then I was sent to the Ministry of Rites and have been doing trivial things. Li Rong nodded. Elder Princess Deyang was his aunt, and now she was nearly 50 years old. Cui Yulong was almost as old as her grandchildren, so it was normal for him to refuse. I've long heard that Your Highness loves talents, but I've never dared to confirm it. A few days ago, the princess was squeezed out of the crowd during the prince consort's talk. Later, Your Highness secretly went to the flower boat, so I wanted to have a try. That's a pity. Li Rong looked at the golden fan in his hand and knew that he was not telling the truth, so he said casually, I'm not interested in this matter. That's really a pity. Cui Yulong sighed. Your Highness invited me here. I thought Your Highness agreed. Li Rong waved her hand and stood up. Since you don't want to tell the truth, forget it. As she spoke, she was about to walk out. Cui Yulong heard her words and paused. Hearing that Li Rong was about to walk out of the pavilion, he suddenly said, Your Highness, I'm not as incompetent as you think. Your Highness, don't you want to think about it? I don't doubt your ability. Li Rong looked calm. In her last life, although Cui Yulong resigned in advance, he was almost unscathed after several struggles. It could be seen that he was a man of wisdom. After returning, he had a very smooth life. Although he didn't make any achievements in the officialdom, he had a good ending in her last life. I just can't think of a reason for your loyalty. I don't believe your reason. If your reason is true, I don't dare to use someone like you, and there's no need for me to use you. After saying that, Li Rong was about to leave. Cui Yulong finally stopped her. I can tell you, but I'm afraid that Your Highness won't believe me. 3. Li Rong didn't want to talk nonsense with him. 2. Because Your Highness handled the Qin clan's case. Cui Yulong finally spoke. Li Rong looked back in confusion. Cui Yulong turned his head and looked at the river. He said slowly, I think Your Highness is a good person. Li Rong didn't say anything. Cui Yulong sneered. See, Your Highness won't believe me. I believe you. Li Rong said calmly. Cui Yulong looked up in surprise. Li Rong said calmly, I understand what you mean. Then I'll say it directly. I don't want to take you in directly. Cui Yulong didn't say anything. He waited for Li Rong. Li Rong walked forward and said softly, but I can arrange for you to go to Consort Row. Cui Yulong looked at Li Rong in surprise. After a while, he understood. Your Highness, you want me to be your informant? You just have to agree. Since Your Highness has asked, of course I can. In order to make me feel at ease, you have to take this. Li Rong took out the medicine bottle that he had prepared beforehand. He squatted down and handed it to Cui Yulong. From now on, come to me on the same day of every month. I'll give you the temporary antidote. Once I get rid of Consort Row, I'll give you the complete antidote. Of course, I'll also give you corresponding benefits. If you have the ability, no matter what your background is, you can have the position of Consort Xianxia. After listening to Li Rong's words, Cui Yulong thought for a moment. He chuckled, grabbed the bottle, and poured the pill into his mouth. He then threw the bottle into the lake and sighed. Women are really suspicious. Li Rong smiled and straightened up. In the future, if you have any urgent matters, you can directly contact me at my residence. For now, you can go back first. Where are Your Highness's bodyguards? Cui Yulong asked unexpectedly. Li Rong paused. Only then did he remember that she ran here alone. She thought for a moment and guessed, it's not easy for a carriage to come in. They should be near the official road not far away. It's not appropriate for your highness to stay here alone. Cui Yulong shook his head. This one will send your highness back. Li Rong didn't refuse. He nodded and turned around. Let's go. Cui Yulong went forward and broke a branch from the side. He walked in front of Li Rong to open the way. He used the branch to press down the thorns that poked out from the side in advance to make it easier for Li Rong to walk. As he walked, he chatted with Li Rong. He spoke wittily and praised Li Rong. Putting aside the important matters, he made Li Rong laugh. The two of them chatted and laughed as they walked away. Pei Wenchuan finally straightened up from the haystack. He patted his numb legs and threw away the last branch in his hand. After a while, Dong Yi finally found him. Seeing Pei Wenchuan standing at the entrance of the pavilion, Dong Yi hurriedly walked over and cautiously asked, "Young master, what are you looking at here?" Pei Wenchuan didn't speak. When the last bit of numbness in his leg subsided, he turned his head and slowly asked, "Where's His Highness?" Just now, His Highness and Cui Yulong walked past. They should be able to find their carriage soon. Dong Yi answered very carefully. He understood his young master's temperament too well. At this moment, he looked calm, but only Pei Wenchuan knew what was going on in his heart. Where did Cui Yulong come from? After hearing Dong Ye's words, Pei Wenchuan turned and followed Dong Yi towards the official road. Dong Yi hurriedly said, "He rented a carriage and just stopped by the roadside. I even heard the coachman say that he looked like a decent person. He rented a carriage and haggled with them for almost an hour." "You don't say, this official Cui is really close to the people." "That's because he's poor." Pei Wenchuan deeply understood. He thought for a moment and ordered, "Go over there later and leave 2 taels of silver on the carriage. Then think of a way to lure the coachman away and steal the wheels." Steal the wheels?" Dong Yi was a little shocked. Pei Wenchuan frowned, "Do you have any objections?" No. Dong Yi stuttered. How could he dare to have any objections? He was just a little shocked. In order to not let Pei Wenchuan vent his anger on him, he hurriedly said, "This servant will do it right away." After Dong Yi finished speaking, he trotted back and told Pei Wenchuan's order to the imperial bodyguards. Everyone discussed a little. While Cui Yulong was still sending Li Rong off, Dong Yi directly ran to the roadside and threw the copper coins. He began to shout, "Silver? Who threw the silver?" When he shouted, the coachman who was resting in the tea-house hurriedly gathered around to watch the commotion. The imperial bodyguards secretly ran to the side of the carriage and quietly pulled the carriage away. After the carriage was pulled into the forest, the imperial bodyguards each pulled the horse while the two of them removed the wheels. After a while, they removed the wheels and hurriedly left the scene with the wheels. At this time, Cui Yulong had already sent Li Rong to the carriage. The two of them chatted happily along the way. When they got on the carriage, Cui Yulong jokingly said, "Your Highness, you really don't want to consider me? You've already divorced the prince consort. I'm not inferior to him, right?" Li Rong knew he was joking. She gently smiled and only said, "In the future, don't say this in front of others. Otherwise, someone will bear a grudge against you. Yulong thinks it's worth it to be jealous of a beauty like the princess." "That's enough." Li Rong had someone lower the curtain. "Let's go back." Cui Yulong smiled and retreated. He watched as Li Rong's carriage went away. Pei Wenchuan stood in the reeds not far away and stared at Cui Yulong who had sent Li Rong off. The imperial bodyguard who came back with the wheels stood behind him. Dong Yi whispered, "Young master, what should we do with the wheels?" "These coachmen will stay here for the night." Pei Wenchuan lightly said, "Leave one person here. The wheels will be put back tomorrow." "Ah?" Dong Yi was a bit confused. Then he heard Pei Wenchuan say, "Leave 1 tael of silver for the coachman. Count it as their accommodation fee and compensation." He only wanted to punish Cui Yulong, this lecher. He didn't want to bring disaster to the pond. At this time, if they wanted to walk back, they would have to walk until nighttime. The coachman would definitely have to stay here for the night. However, Cui Yulong still had to go to court tomorrow, so he could only choose to walk back. Therefore, after haggling with the coachman in an attempt to get more travel expenses, Cui Yulong had no other choice but to walk back himself. It wasn't that he couldn't call a carriage, but it wasn't worth it to take a carriage halfway back at this time. After confirming that Cui Yulong wanted to walk back, Pei Wenchuan finally felt a bit better. He led the others back to the carriage. After getting on the carriage, he led the others and happily ran past Cui Yulong. When the carriage approached Cui Yulong, Pei Wenchuan specially ordered, "Run faster." The coachman didn't understand, but they still ran faster according to the order. When they passed by Cui Yulong, the road was covered in dust. Cui Yulong's face was covered in dust. Cui Yulong stopped in his tracks in the dust and held his breath. When the dust settled, he looked at the carriage running away and told himself that the heavens were about to give him a great responsibility. However, he was only halfway through his recitation when he couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing that there was no one around, he couldn't help but curse, "Why are you running so fast? Are you rushing to reincarnate? So what if you're rich?" When Pei Wenchuan heard Cui Yulong cursing behind him, he finally felt relieved. He took a cup of tea from the side and drank it happily. Dong Yu looked at Pei Wenchuan's expression and couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what are you so happy about?" Pei Wenchuan held the tea, tilted his head, and praised, "Good tea." After Li Rong finished talking with Cui Yulong, she returned to the princess residence. She sat in her room for a while and thought about the current situation. It was less than 2 years since Li Ming's death. In her previous life, Li Ming took 3 steps to abolish Li Chuan. The first step was to abolish the Yang family and let Xiaosu go to the northwest. He became the north vanquishing prince and obtained military power in the northwest. The second step was to let Consort Ro establish the inspectorate. With the inspectorate's ability, Consort Ro obtained political capital. He had the support of the Han family and his own supporters in the imperial court. The third step was to start a strict investigation of the people around Li Chuan and pull out all the big and small cases of the Shangguan family. Li Chuan's harem was constantly fighting. Originally, he tried to use marriage to connect with the aristocratic families, but in the end, it became a struggle between the families behind the concubines in the East Palace. After pulling out a pile of mud, Li Ming finally had a reason to abolish the crown prince. But now, the situation was very different. Although the military power in the northwest was Xiaosu's on the surface, she secretly arranged for Qin Lin to join the army in advance and let Li Chuan personally go to the battlefield to fight the most difficult first half. Although the Qin clan case made people realize her relationship with the Qin family early on, Xiaosu relied on Qin Lin on the battlefield early on. Later, after the Qin clan case was overturned, the Qin family could be considered to have a stable position in the northwest as compensation. Although Xiaosu controlled most of the army in the northwest, these people came from the era of the Yang family and belonged to their own families. They had no loyalty to Xiaosu, who was a general from a humble family who came out of nowhere to steal credit in the middle of the war. As long as she cut off Consort Ro and Li Ming's support in the imperial court, Xiaosu would have no money and food, and those soldiers and horses would immediately lose their value. Therefore, she had offset half of the military power move by using Qin Lin. As for the Inspectorate of Investigation, it had also been snatched by her in advance. Li Ming wanted to let her establish the Inspectorate of Investigation first, and when the time was right, hand it over to Consort Ro. But only the things that one fought for were one's own. In the past, the Inspectorate of Investigation was able to become Consort Ro's political capital because everyone inside was from a humble family that she had single-handedly led. Therefore, the humble family trusted her. And now, the Inspectorate of Investigation was built by Li Rong, and its reputation was also built by her. Even if she directly promoted Consort Ro to the head of the Inspectorate of Investigation, she could quickly make Consort Ro a figurehead. Therefore, this move of the Inspectorate of Investigation was lost. Finally, it was to destroy Li Chuan's popular sentiment and use the imperial harem to support Li Chuan's noble families. Now that Li Chuan didn't want to marry so many women, and the Shangguan family was clean after Shangguanya's investigation and couldn't find any fault with them, Li Chuan personally went to the north to supervise the army and fought the most difficult battle. After this, it was almost impossible to affect Li Chuan's reputation. Now, as long as they steadily moved forward, Li Chuan's position as the crown prince would be difficult to shake. But the problem was that Su Yongqing had also returned. Li Rong wasn't sure when Su Yongqing would return, but at the very least, he should have returned by the time she got married. Since he had returned, he couldn't just watch as she laid out her plans and did nothing. At the very least, he had stopped Pei Wenchuan from becoming the chief examiner of the imperial examinations. If it wasn't for him playing tricks behind the scenes, why would Wang Howen, a good minister, take the initiative to manage the imperial examinations? Li Rong began to feel a headache as she thought about these miscellaneous matters. She suddenly wished that Pei Wenchuan was here. The two of them could talk together and perhaps have more ideas. She looked at the flickering candlelight and didn't say anything. Jing Mei came over with water to wash her feet. She glanced at Li Rong and pursed her lips into a smile. Is your highness thinking about the prince consort? When Li Rong heard this, she came back to her senses and chuckled. She didn't know why, but she subconsciously felt a little embarrassed. She only said, "What's there to think about? Won't you see him tomorrow?" Jing Mei giggled and didn't say anything. Li Rong intuitively felt that she was laughing at her. She couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing at?" Jing Mei lowered her head and washed her feet. She reminded her in a low voice, "The prince consort asked you to meet him today, but you didn't go. This servant thought that you were worried about him." Jing Mei didn't say that Li Rong didn't miss him, but when Jing Mei mentioned it, Li Rong missed Pei Wenchuan even more. She didn't show it on her face and only said, "You worry more than I do." Jing Mei giggled and didn't say anything. Li Rong tried hard to make herself think about more serious matters. She didn't want to miss Pei Wenchuan so much that she couldn't control herself and wanted to see him. But now that they had just separated, it wouldn't be right for her to take the risk to see him. They had known each other for so many years. How could she be so emotional? After Li Rong washed her feet, she lay down on the bed. She tossed and turned on the bed, thinking left and right. Finally, she made a decision. She had to see Pei Wenchuan. Of course, it wasn't to see him. Li Rong comforted herself. She wasn't such an irrational person. She just wanted to talk to Pei Wenchuan about Cui Yulong. Cui Yulong needed to be used. It would take some effort to arrange for him to be by Consort Ro's side. Although Cui Yulong's news wasn't useful to bring down Consort Ro, it was useful to cause trouble for Wang Howen. Whether it was arranging for Cui Yulong or plotting against Wang Howen, a letter wouldn't be reliable. She had to talk to Pei Wenchuan face to face. Even if she had to take some risks, she still had to see him. When she thought about how she had to see Pei Wenchuan, Li Rong's mood suddenly became much better. She turned sideways, hugged the quilt, closed her eyes, and fell asleep happily. The next morning, Li Rong arrived at the palace at the usual time. As soon as she got out of the carriage, she saw Pei Wenchuan who had just arrived. She took advantage of the fact that there weren't many people around and winked at Pei Wenchuan in the dark. When Pei Wenchuan saw her flirtatious eyes, he pretended not to see anything and turned around to walk in. Li Rong was stunned. She looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, she couldn't help but be surprised. Wasn't Pei Wenchuan too good at acting? Pei Wenchuan held the ceremonial tablet and walked forward. He felt a little depressed. She pushed back the matter of meeting him because of Cui Yulong. Now that she wanted to meet him as if nothing had happened, she probably didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Li Rong was really heartless. The two of them passed the morning court without looking at each other. When they returned to the princess's residence, Li Rong hurriedly asked Zhao Chongjiu to send a letter to Pei Wenchuan and ask him to meet. When Pei Wenchuan received Li Rong's letter, he knew what Li Rong wanted to say. He had heard the conversation between her and Cui Yulong. Although it was intermittent, it was not far from the truth. It was nothing more than wanting to talk to him about recruiting Cui Yulong and Wang Howen. He had already made arrangements for this, so it wasn't anything important. Thus, he decisively replied, "Let Her Highness think about what she has done recently and reflect on it. Once she has thought it through, we will meet again." Zhao Chongjiu nodded and turned to leave. He didn't give Pei Wenchuan any time to regret. After Pei Wenchuan finished speaking, he stood in the courtyard for a while. After a while, he couldn't help but turn to Dong Yi and say, "Go back and find Zhao Chongjiu." Tell him not to pass on the message just now. Tell him to ask Her Highness to leave a message in the residence tonight. I will go find her. Dong Yi nodded and hurriedly chased after Zhao Chongjiu. Pei Wenchuan stood in the courtyard and thought about it. Li Rong couldn't think clearly about this matter, so he still had to talk to her face to face. But before he could pass on this thought, Dong Yi went out for a while, then turned back and said anxiously, "Young master, Lord Zhao left too quickly. I couldn't catch up." Pei Wenchuan, he didn't know why, but he felt a little scared. For some reason, he felt that his words just now were a little too forceful. Dong Yi glanced at Pei Wenchuan and couldn't help but say, "Young master, if you are scared, why don't you find someone to pass on the message?" When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he coldly glared at Dong Yi. "What do I have to be scared of? If she didn't pass on the message, then forget it. Let's see what she thinks." Pei Wenchuan turned around and said, "Is Lord He hosting the banquet tonight?" "Yes." "Get ready. We will attend the banquet tonight." "Young master," Dong Yi said cautiously, "are you really going?" "Why can't I go?" Pei Wenchuan glanced over indifferently. Dong Yi said hesitantly, "Lord He has set the venue at Chun Feng Lu." Pei Wenchuan. While Pei Wenchuan was still struggling with whether to attend the banquet tonight, Zhao Chongjiu returned to the princess residence. He reported Pei Wenchuan's words in full detail to Li Rong. Li Rong took a sip of tea and said, "Are these his original words?" "Yes." Zhao Chongjiu said calmly, "His original words." Li Rong didn't say anything. He put the tea on the table and said to Jing Mei, "Change it to chrysanthemum tea." Jing Mei hurriedly went to change the tea. Li Rong looked up at Zhao Chongjiu. "Do you know where he is going tonight?" "I asked earlier." Zhao Chongjiu had already taken Li Rong's order and kept an eye on Pei Wenchuan. He knew Pei Wenchuan's dinner every night, so he directly replied, "He is hosting the banquet." "Okay." Li Rong nodded, "I'll wait for him." With that, Li Rong stood up. "Where is the banquet?" Chun Feng Lu. Zhao Chongjiu said very calmly. Li Rong's eyes suddenly widened. "Say that again?" Zhao Chongjiu spoke very slowly this time, as if he was afraid that Li Rong couldn't hear him clearly. He said word by word, "Hua. Jing. The. Biggest. Feng. You. Chun. Feng. Lu." Li Rong didn't say anything. He Yan was the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, one level higher than Pei Wenchuan, the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Now that Pei Wenchuan had just been transferred to the Ministry of Personnel, he took the initiative to invite Pei Wenchuan to a banquet. Naturally, Pei Wenchuan had no reason to refuse. "But, He Yan is so bold," Li Rong said coldly. "He actually dared to invite her son-in-law to a brothel." Now that Pei Wenchuan hadn't gained power yet, these people had the guts to do so. "In the future, Your Highness," Zhao Chongjiu reminded coldly, "you and Lord Pei have divorced." Li Rong was speechless. She felt that Zhao Chongjiu's words were like a bucket of cold water that had been poured over her, sobering her up. She couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. She shouted in a low voice, "You talk too much." Zhao Chongjiu's face was expressionless. Li Rong paused in the room and finally decided that she had to go and take a look. On the one hand, she wanted to see how Pei Wenchuan talked in the brothel. On the other hand, the matter of Cui Yulong really couldn't be delayed. After thinking it through, she suppressed the anger in her heart and raised her hand to give orders, "Send someone to Chun Feng Lu to take care of it. Give me an identity and sneak in. Pay attention to it and don't let anyone discover me." Zhao Chongjiu acknowledged and went to do it. After a while, Zhao Chongjiu sent a female guard back and led Li Rong to Chun Feng Lu. Li Rong wanted to secretly enter Chun Feng Lu, so naturally, she couldn't take the open route. On the way, the guard told Li Rong about today's arrangements. Lord Zhao has already bribed a dancer in Chun Feng Lu to attend the banquet. Tonight, Your Highness may lose some of your identity and enter in place of the dancer. What do you think, Your Highness? It's fine as long as it's done. Li Rong nodded. At the same time, he thought that a dancer was good too. He could see clearly how Pei Wenchuan socialized outside. Although she was very confident in Pei Wenchuan, she also inherited Li Ming's paranoia. Even if it was the person she trusted the most, she still kept the possibility that that person would turn bad. After all, which woman wouldn't think that the person she loved was good? Li Rong caressed the small fan in his hand and lowered his eyes. The female guard led her into Chun Feng Lu through the back door and into the room of a dancer. When the dancer saw Li Rong, she only thought that Li Rong was a madam. She told her several times, "Madam, no matter what you see today, you can't lose your temper in our store. Otherwise, mother will kill me." "Don't worry," Li Rong smiled and comforted her, "I'm just going to take a look. I won't get you into trouble." "But there's one thing," the female guard suddenly said, "what if the patron inside takes a fancy to you?" "Don't worry," the dancer smiled, "today, Darren is a regular customer of our store. He won't make things difficult for you. Moreover, I've already told the waiter that I won't be receiving guests today. When the time comes, the waiter will help you." "That's fine." Li Rong nodded. She thought for a moment, if there's an accident, I have a way. Anyway, as long as she revealed her identity, Pei Wenchuan would naturally protect her. She wasn't afraid. Hearing this, the female guard was relieved. She let the dancer lead Li Rong to change clothes. Behind the screen, the dancer took out a set of Persian dancer's clothes and handed it to Li Rong. "Madam, do you need my help?" Li Rong looked at the golden sparkling dancer's clothes in front of her. For a moment, she was speechless. She began to wonder if all of this was Pei Wenchuan's trap. Seeing that Li Rong didn't speak for a long time, the dancer cautiously asked, "Madam?" Li Rong finally came back to her senses. Since she was already here, even if it was Pei Wenchuan's trap, she had to see Pei Wenchuan. Therefore, she didn't care so much and directly said, "No need, I'll change into it myself." The dancer gracefully bowed and then retreated. Li Rong quickly changed into the dancer's clothes behind the screen and walked out. Then, she asked the guard to quickly put on heavy makeup to ensure that no one would recognize her after she put on a veil. After changing, the dancer taught Li Rong the movements for tonight's performance in the room. Li Rong's position tonight was to stand at the back. She didn't need to dance very well, as long as she didn't make any mistakes. Therefore, Li Rong spent 2 hours with the dancer, memorizing the general posture and rhythm. After listening to the dancer explain the rules of Chun Feng Lu, it was almost night time. Lanterns were hung outside. The female guard had just lit the lanterns when she heard a boy's voice calling, "Sister Qinghe, the guest is here. Mother wants you to go over." The dancer deliberately lowered her voice and said in a hoarse voice, "I'll be right there." When the boy heard the dancer's voice, he was somewhat puzzled. "Sister Qinghe, what's wrong with your voice?" Hearing the boy's words, the dancer stood at the door and opened it. She coughed twice and said in a hoarse voice, "My throat is a little uncomfortable today. Wait a moment, I'll change clothes and go over." The boy responded. The dancer closed the door and walked to Li Rong. She lowered her voice and said, "This boy is called Xiao Gui. You don't need to say too much. Just follow him." Li Rong nodded. The dancer estimated the time and signaled Li Rong to go out. Li Rong walked out of the room and nodded to the boy. Xiao Gui thought that Qinghe's throat was not good, so he didn't say much. The two were silent all the way. The boy accompanied Li Rong to the front hall, where Li Rong saw a middle-aged woman. Presumably, she was the mother that Qinghe mentioned. The middle-aged woman had heavy makeup. She put her hands on her waist and lectured a few young girls. "Today is the banquet for Master He. You all have to perform well and don't neglect the guests. Master He said that if the guests today are not satisfied, he won't come again in the future. You all have to do your best. Be as coquettish as you can. Do you understand?" All the girls responded in unison. Li Rong mixed in with the crowd. When she heard these words, she felt stifled in her chest. She couldn't spit it out. This was the business of these girls. She also understood that she was not used to making things difficult for women. Therefore, whether she wanted to vent her anger or not depended on Pei Wenchuan's performance. Li Rong calculated in her heart. She followed the crowd to the backyard. She waited in the backyard for a while. Then, she heard her mother calling out to someone downstairs, "Master, such a handsome young master like you is really a rare guest." When Li Rong heard this, she quickly looked down. From the second floor, she saw Pei Wenchuan wearing a blue robe and a jade crown. His hands were tucked in his sleeves as he led Dong Yi upstairs. He was different from how she usually saw him. He didn't have a smile on his face. He was cold and distant. He looked particularly difficult to deal with. His face, which was usually as gentle as the March wind, also showed a bit of an unapproachable snow-white mountain. The people around him smiled apologetically, but his expression didn't change. It was as if he didn't hear anything. He picked up his pace and walked upstairs. This kind of Pei Wenchuan stunned Li Rong. She immediately laughed at herself for making a fuss over nothing. She had seen Pei Wenchuan's ugly face countless times in her previous life. Now, she was used to seeing Pei Wenchuan coaxing her. She almost forgot what kind of person he was. Realizing that she could see a different side of Pei Wenchuan, Li Rong suddenly felt that this trip was worth it. Pei Wenchuan arrived at the door. The girls waiting at the door hurriedly bowed in greeting. Li Rong also unwillingly bowed. Pei Wenchuan faintly glanced at them and saw a slender white waist. He was so frightened that he quickly turned around and pretended to be calm as he pushed the door open and walked in. He Yan was indeed an old player in this brothel. Even the dancers he chose were so bold and unrestrained. At first, the Persian dance was only popular because of its exotic style. However, the brothel later discovered that the clothes for the Persian dance were easier to design. The twisting of the waist in the dance was easier to seduce men. Thus, it became popular in the brothel. Compared to the dancers who came from Persia to perform on the streets, the dancers here had shorter tops, revealing more of their slender waists, and their necklines were lower. If their breasts were bigger, the lines of their entire upper bodies could be described as soul-stirring. However, this way, it would be too explicit. Thus, scholars and refined people didn't like this style. Only the old gluttons in the brothel liked it. Pei Wenchuan had a general understanding of this future old colleague in his heart. This understanding was not unexpected. Based on the information he had obtained, He Yan was a greedy and lecherous person. He was good at socializing. Today's behavior was not unexpected. He didn't want to come because he was afraid that Li Rong would misunderstand. However, being on good terms with He Yan was very important for his next step. He Yan took the initiative to invite him. If he didn't go, it would seem too noble. It would be difficult for him to get close to He Yan in the future. Thus, he braced himself and came. He only wanted to go back later and explain to Li Rong. Of course, it wasn't impossible for him to not explain. If he didn't explain, when Li Rong asked him, he would ask her about the Cui Yulong. She was in the wrong and naturally didn't dare to say more. The moment Pei Wenchuan entered the brothel, he had already thought about how to quarrel with Li Rong later. After he was sure that he could win, he smiled and bowed to He Yan, who was already sitting in his seat. Lord He. As he spoke, he bowed to the others in the room. Greetings, lords. Lord Pei is here. He Yan stood up as he spoke. He looked to be in his early 40s. He was lean and had a mustache, which made him look sly. As he spoke, he gestured for Pei Wenchuan to take a seat. Come, come, come. Sit down. Listen to Big Brother's arrangements today. With just a few words, He Yan and Pei Wenchuan had already become brothers. He Yan gestured for Pei Wenchuan to sit down and introduced Pei Wenchuan to everyone in the room. Almost everyone in the room was from the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs. There were high and low positions, and they were all colleagues who would get along with each other in the future. Everyone sized each other up and exchanged pleasantries. Pei Wenchuan knew when to advance and when to retreat. It didn't take long for him to become familiar with everyone. Seeing that the atmosphere was good, He Yan waved his hand and asked someone to lead the lady in. Li Rong followed the crowd into the room and blended in with the last row. She glanced around and after confirming that everyone was from the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs, she roughly understood the mood of the banquet today. As she danced, she carefully listened to the conversation between Pei Wenchuan and the others. The group of people exchanged pleasantries in the room. They talked about official matters back and forth and didn't get to the main topic. They drank a lot and talked a lot of nonsense. Li Rong followed the others and swayed her body in the crowd. At the same time, she took the opportunity to look at Pei Wenchuan. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone was already familiar with each other. He Yan held his wine glass and took the initiative to walk in front of Pei Wenchuan. He raised his hand and hugged Pei Wenchuan. He said happily, "Brother Pei, you're a straightforward person. Big brother likes you. Don't worry, I'll take care of you in the Ministry of Official Personnel Affairs in the future." Then Wenchuan thanks Big Brother. Pei Wenchuan smiled and immediately changed the way he addressed He Yan. He Yan patted Pei Wenchuan's shoulder and sat beside Pei Wenchuan. He said somewhat emotionally, "I know that you've been bullied badly by Princess Ping Le. Now that you've finally divorced, you're finally free, right? Come, let's indulge ourselves today. Big brother is treating." As he spoke, He Yan raised his hand and waved at the girls. "Look carefully. Call whoever you like over." Everyone heard this, including Li Rong. Li Rong stared at Pei Wenchuan in the crowd. She wanted to see what Pei Wenchuan would say. If he dared to agree, she would kill him when she returned. Pei Wenchuan was also in a difficult position. It wasn't easy to build a good relationship with He Yan. If he rejected now, he was afraid that he would offend He Yan. But to make him agree. Before Pei Wenchuan could refuse, He Yan understood his intention and hurriedly said, "You're young. I know you're shy. Come, Big Brother will help you choose. Look, the most beautiful part of this woman is her waist." As He Yan spoke, he stared at the dancer's swaying waist. His eyes were like a wolf looking at fat meat. He commented, "A good waist is thin, flexible, and flexible. This Persian dance will test the strength of the girl's waist, Big Brother." Pei Wenchuan couldn't bear to listen anymore. He raised his head and wanted to change the topic. However, as soon as he looked up, he saw He Yan staring at a girl. He praised, "Brother, look." When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he subconsciously looked over. Then, he heard He Yan say, "Good waist." Pei Wenchuan looked over and was stunned. He saw gold pieces hanging from the short-sleeved blouse of the golden Persian dancer's skirt. Under the swaying gold pieces, the woman's slender and flexible waist twisted like a snake. There wasn't the slightest bit of fat on the waist. It looked strong and beautiful. The upper and lower curves were connected very smoothly. The most important thing was that between the sequins, on the edge of the spine, a small red mole flickered in and out of sight under the light. It seemed to be summoning something, attracting people's attention. When Li Rong saw Pei Wenchuan staring at her in a daze, she became angry. She was wearing heavy makeup today, so it was unlikely that Pei Wenchuan would recognize her. Looking at her in such a daze, she was afraid that he couldn't take his eyes off a beautiful girl. However, Li Rong felt that she couldn't make such a conclusion. Therefore, she waited for Pei Wenchuan's next reaction. Pei Wenchuan's daze also aroused He Yan's interest. He turned his head and said with a smile, "Brother Pei, do you like this one? It's indeed not bad." Pei Wenchuan recovered and realized that this was probably Li Rong. As for why Li Rong appeared here, it wasn't hard to guess. He was probably anxious to talk to him about the Cui Yulong and chased after him. When Pei Wenchuan thought of this, he felt a little annoyed. However, the more annoyed he was, the brighter the smile on his face. He looked at He Yan and said jokingly, "Lord He, you also like this one? Since you like it, how can I snatch it from you?" He Yan laughed and turned his head to point at Li Rong. He said, "The one in the last row." He waved his hand. "Come here. Today's distinguished guest has taken a fancy to you. Such a handsome lord, you should be secretly happy." When they heard this, all the dancers laughed. However, the waiters became anxious and hurriedly stepped forward. "Lord, this is our house's courtesan, here's 100 taels." Pei Wenchuan didn't wait for the waiters to finish. He directly took out the banknotes and placed them on the table. The waiters were stunned. Then, they heard Pei Wenchuan say with a smile, "Do you think I should give this money to you or to your boss?" With so much money, it was enough to buy a dancer's freedom. If this money was given to the boss, any courtesan would be corrupted. The waiters were instructed by Qing He and naturally knew that Li Rong wasn't one of their people. He quickly found the words to say and wanted to help Li Rong get out of trouble. However, before he could think of anything, Li Rong bowed and said in a hoarse voice, "I won't make things difficult for brother." As he spoke, Li Rong stepped forward and stopped in front of Pei Wenchuan. He bowed to Pei Wenchuan and said in a hoarse voice, "It's my duty to serve Lord. Young master, you don't have to spend money." What a joke, that was 100 taels. Pei Wenchuan had never seen Li Rong be so respectful to him. He felt a sense of satisfaction that he had never felt before. He smiled and looked at Li Rong. He patted his side and said, "Miss, have a seat." When Li Rong heard this, he gritted his teeth in hatred. Looking at his gentle and considerate appearance, she was afraid that he was blinded by lust. However, she still wanted to see how far Pei Wenchuan could go, so she bowed and deliberately said timidly, "Thank you, Lord." He Yan saw Li Rong's appearance and laughed loudly, "You're a sensible one." As he spoke, he stood up from Pei Wenchuan's side and returned to his seat. He called 3 girls over and hugged them. There was also one who knelt behind him for him to lean on. He looked very happy. The other officials also called for girls, and each of them hugged at least one girl. The girls urged them to drink, and the girls talked. Those who were not chosen continued to dance. The scene was very lively. Li Rong walked around the small table and sat beside Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan turned his head and gently looked her up and down. Li Rong lowered her head and pretended to be shy. She was worried that Pei Wenchuan would be able to see through her. Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong's rare delicate appearance and felt his heart melt. He reached out and held her hand. He said softly, "You're wearing so little. Are you cold?" "It's okay," Li Rong whispered and replied, "It's still a little cold outside, but it's not cold inside." When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he did not say anything. He took off his coat and put it on her. He Yan watched from the side and couldn't help but laugh. "This girl is wearing so little to seduce you, but you're covering her with your coat. Lord Pei, you're very protective of the fairer sex." "This little sister's hands are cold," Pei Wenchuan turned his head and replied. He leaned back in his chair and pulled Li Rong into his arms. He raised his cup and said, "If you don't take care of her, what if she freezes?" His movements were very gentle, but when she thought that Pei Wenchuan might not be able to recognize her, Li Rong felt a little sad. She leaned on Pei Wenchuan's chest and listened to Pei Wenchuan ask her, "What's your name?" "Qinghe." Li Rong said the name of the dancer. Pei Wenchuan nodded and said, "It's a good name. It's just a pretentious and unpresentable name." Li Rong didn't give Pei Wenchuan any face and said that her name wasn't good. Pei Wenchuan didn't get angry and only asked with a smile, "How old are you?" "Are you 20? "No," Li Rong pretended to be very serious, "I'm going to be 19 this year." "You're not young anymore," Pei Wenchuan said. He felt that it was very interesting to see Li Rong deal with him. "Do you have someone you like?" "Yes." "Oh? What's his name? What kind of person is he?" Pei Wenchuan saw that Li Rong was really cute and couldn't help but tease her. When Li Rong saw that Pei Wenchuan was so interested in talking to the little girl, she couldn't help but get angry and only said, "His name is Pei Tiniu." "He's a fool." Pei Wenchuan was speechless. He could hear the resentment in Li Rong's words. He looked carefully and saw that although Li Rong was trying to suppress it, there was still some unconcealable anger in her eyes. He looked at her for a moment and understood. She was jealous. When he thought about how Li Rong was jealous because of him, Pei Wenchuan was so happy that he wanted to hug her and kiss her. However, when he remembered that He Yan was still there, he didn't want to show too many emotions in front of He Yan. So he just smiled and nodded. "Coincidentally, my surname is also Pei." As he said that, he moved closer to her ear and suppressed his laughter. "You can call me Brother Pei." She didn't want to call him Brother Pei. She just wanted to smash his head. However, she couldn't show it. She could only blush and reply in a low voice, "Yes. Lord Pei really likes this girl." He Yan saw that Pei Wenchuan was very gentle towards Li Rong and couldn't help but tease him. "Look at how considerate he is. He might not even treat the princess so well." When Li Rong heard this, she quickly glanced at He Yan. He spoke very well. She noted it down. Pei Wenchuan didn't deny it and only said, "The princess is naturally noble, but I also like this little girl." Then why don't you hurry up and let your little girl take off her veil for everyone to see? Someone roared with laughter. Li Rong's body stiffened. Then, she heard Pei Wenchuan say, if she takes it off for you to see, if she's good-looking, you'll have to snatch her from me. Lord Pei, I promise I won't snatch your little girl. The person who started the commotion had a serious expression on his face. Everyone's dancers have taken off their veils. It's not good for you to not take it off, right? Forget it. Pei Wenchuan put his arm around Li Rong and said casually, I'm very picky. It's not easy for me to take a fancy to this girl's waist. If her face spoils my appetite, I'll have a sleepless night. As he spoke, Pei Wenchuan changed the topic. He looked at He Yan and said, Brother He, is Official Wang really in charge of the imperial examinations this time? Official Wang has a lot of work to do. He Yan heard that Pei Wenchuan was talking about serious matters. However, it wasn't a big deal, so he replied casually, even if he says he's in charge, he can't really do it. The imperial examinations aren't a big deal. A group of poor students want to be like carps leaping over the dragon's gate. He Yan took a sip of the wine handed to him by the dancer and said casually, how can Official Wang be in charge of so many things? As he spoke, he kissed the dancer. The dancer giggled and dodged, so he chased after her. Everyone followed suit and the scene was very chaotic. Pei Wenchuan sat quietly in front of a group of people. He seemed a little too calm. He Yan laughed at him because it was his first time here. He only said, I'm just not used to being in front of people. As Pei Wenchuan spoke, he also talked to the people in the Ministry of Personnel about the Ministry of Personnel. It didn't sound like it was anything important. Li Rong leaned on Pei Wenchuan's chest. Li Rong patted her back from time to time. Listening to their meaningless conversation, Li Rong couldn't help but feel sleepy. The people around them toasted each other from afar. However, they didn't drink and gave all their wine to the dancers. When it came to Pei Wenchuan drank all his wine and didn't give any to Li Rong. In the second half of the banquet, it was a mess. These people were full of energy and even used the alcohol to make a scene. Pei Wenchuan asked He Yan and the others about the situation of the imperial examinations in the Ministry of Personnel. At the same time, he dealt with the crowd's toasts. Although the wine wasn't strong and was even a little soft, after drinking too much, one would still feel that it made one's rational reactions slow down. This pause made him involuntarily pay attention to his surroundings. The people around them had already started having fun. Pei Wenchuan averted his gaze and didn't look at them. However, it was hard for him to ignore Li Rong, who was leaning in his arms. Li Rong lay in his arms for a long time. She seemed to be sleepy and fell asleep in a daze. She looked like a cat. Pei Wenchuan tilted his head and looked at her for a moment. Under the dim light, the girl's eyelashes were thick and long. Her lips were cherry red. Her small lips were slightly parted and he could vaguely see the tip of her tongue. Pei Wenchuan lowered his eyes and raised his wine glass. He took a sip of wine and turned his head to talk to He Yan about serious matters. He Yan had already explained the entire process of the imperial examinations to him. Pei Wenchuan said slowly, then according to what Big Brother he said, there isn't much that we need to do. As Pei Wenchuan spoke, his hand on Li Rong's body couldn't help but move down. Earlier, he had covered Li Rong with his clothes. The clothes covered Li Rong's body like a quilt. Originally, it was to protect her from the cold. Now, it became the best cover. Under the clothes, no one could see what he did. Only Li Rong's body froze the moment he moved. Pei Wenchuan knew that she was awake, but he pretended not to know. His expression was calm as if nothing had happened. There isn't much, He Yan sighed and said meaningfully, but the most important part is in our hands. Naturally, we can't do anything. He Yan smiled and didn't continue speaking. When Li Rong heard them say this, she suddenly became much more awake. She leaned on Pei Wenchuan and pretended to be asleep, eavesdropping on their conversation. Pei Wenchuan seemed to know that she wouldn't open her eyes, so he was even more unscrupulous. Then, what should we do? Pei Wenchuan raised his wine glass. The people below have more than one method, right? As Pei Wenchuan spoke, he took another sip of wine. Li Rong clenched her teeth and suppressed all sounds. She tried her best not to have any feelings or emotions. Although she intuitively felt that Pei Wenchuan had most likely recognized her, when she thought about how Pei Wenchuan didn't recognize her, she felt a sense of resistance in her heart. This feeling of resistance was mixed with the feeling that Pei Wenchuan gave her, but it was like the sweetness of vinegar, making all the feelings more obvious. In fact, Pei Wenchuan didn't go overboard. He just felt as if he was caressing a precious piece of jade or a zither. However, it was this kind of surrender after resistance that couldn't be expressed or spoken. It increased all the senses layer by layer. Li Rong listened to the conversation between Pei Wenchuan and He Yan, but she couldn't help but be immersed in a kind of unspeakable joy. There are thousands of ways, but in the end they all have to go through us. For example, the most common way is to change the name. He Yan leaned over and whispered, "At this time, someone will come to you for help." Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan laughed. "There are so many ways. Do it well." He Yan raised his hand and patted Pei Wenchuan. "The Ministry of Personnel is not like the censorate." "Yes." Pei Wenchuan nodded. "I hope Big Brother will take care of me in the future. Speaking of which, are you asleep?" He Yan saw that it was about time. He glanced at Li Rong. Pei Wenchuan turned his head and smiled at Li Rong, who was pretending to be asleep. He raised his hand and brushed away the loose strands of hair that fell on her face. His hand movements in front of others were extremely gentle, but it was the opposite when they couldn't see. "She's too sleepy." Pei Wenchuan smiled. "This girl is probably tired today. No matter how tired she is, she has to take care of the guests." He Yan blinked and smiled. "Brother, do you want to go back to your room first?" "Brother I'm leaving too." He Yan smiled. After greeting the other brothers, "I'll go back to the guest room." "Then I'll go first?" "Go ahead." He Yan waved his hand. "Every minute of the night is worth 1,000 gold. You must have held it in for the whole night." Pei Wenchuan seemed to be embarrassed and didn't say much. When the others were about to call Li Rong, Pei Wenchuan shook his head. Pei Wenchuan reached out and pulled Li Rong's clothes back. Then, he carried her in his arms and followed the attendant back to the guest room. The attendant led the two of them back. After they opened the door and entered, Pei Wenchuan put her on the ground and kissed her without any explanation. Li Rong pushed him away and stopped pretending. She said directly, "Go away." Before she could finish, Pei Wenchuan pressed her against the door and stopped her with his lips. "You pushed me to see Cui Yulong and you dare to tell me to go away?" He nibbled on her lips. "You have a bad temper." When Li Rong heard this, she knew why he pretended not to recognize her today. She frowned and was pressed against the door by Pei Wenchuan. She took advantage of the time when he kissed other parts of her body and whispered, "You recognized me long ago? Do you think I'll be nice to other girls besides you?" "Why not?" Li Rong hung on him and smiled. "If you have a sister or a friend, isn't it normal for you to be nice to them?" Hearing this, Pei Wenchuan suddenly froze. Li Rong saw Pei Wenchuan stop and felt strange. She looked up at him. In the night, Pei Wenchuan lowered his head. The light shone through the screen and fell on him. Li Rong looked at him and was confused. "Pei Wenchuan?" "I won't," Pei Wenchuan suddenly said. His voice was a little hoarse. Li Rong looked at him blankly. He looked up and smiled at her. His smile was a little bitter, but he didn't want her to notice and tried to be as gentle as possible. "I won't be nice to another girl." "Rong Rong." He leaned forward and touched her forehead with his. "I can't lose you a second time. I can't walk alone for another 30 years. When she said this, Pei Wenchuan couldn't control himself. He hurriedly picked her up and rolled with her to the side of the bed. Li Rong couldn't help but giggle. "What are you afraid of?" Pei Wenchuan didn't say anything. He leaned on her shoulder for a while before saying in a hoarse voice, "Wait for me to marry you." "Afraid that I'll be pregnant?" Li Rong supported her face with her hands and smiled at him. Pei Wenchuan looked at her helplessly. He didn't want to talk to her about this. He closed his eyes and said, "You're just relying on me to be careful." "I know." Li Rong raised her hand and stroked his chest with her fingertips. "You know what you're doing. Don't tease me." Pei Wenchuan felt her fingertips on his skin and couldn't help but have a reaction. He held her hand and said in a hoarse voice, "We don't have that much time." "Okay, let's talk business." Li Rong knew he was right. She immediately said, "Since you've been jealous for so long, you should know that I've seen Cui Yulong." "I know," Pei Wenchuan said decisively. "I know what you've discussed with him. What are your plans for this matter?" Li Rong didn't want to waste time asking Pei Wenchuan how he knew. She only wanted to know. Wang Howen wants to be the chief examiner of the imperial examinations. He must have been instigated by Su Yongqing. This year's Longhu list is very important to your future. Su Yongqing is also watching this. We have to act quickly and settle this matter before Wang Howen really takes over the imperial examinations. Yes. Wang Howen is a greedy old turtle. Li Rong propped herself up and slowly analyzed the situation. Su Rongqing must have told him that there are profits to be made in the imperial examinations. Cui Yulong's friend spot was snatched away. Now, she asked him to complain and I told him to investigate the imperial examinations. Wang Howen saw that he couldn't make any money, so he probably didn't want to get involved. Without money, the imperial examinations will be a hard job. When the time comes, I'm afraid that the responsibility will be pushed to you, a newcomer in the Ministry of Personnel. Li Rong smiled and turned to look at him. What do you think? Does your Highness plan to investigate this matter? Pei Wenchuan turned over and laid flat on the bed. He put his hands behind his head and looked at the ceiling. Li Rong thought and slowly said, "I'm thinking about it." I'm afraid that the aristocratic families tolerate me. If I investigate the imperial examinations. Li Rong frowned. It's not impossible, let's take a step back. Pei Wenchuan said decisively. Li Rong looked up at him. Pei Wenchuan felt Li Rong's gaze and turned to look at him. His expression was calm. Your Highness, you already have a firm grip on the inspection department. There's no harm in letting it go. Then the imperial examinations, Li Rong hesitated. Someone has to investigate. Your Highness wants to send Cui Yulong to Consort Row. Pei Wenchuan said affirmatively. Li Rong nodded. Pei Wenchuan only said, "Why don't you use something you don't want as a gift and recommend this person to Consort Row?" Li Rong didn't say anything. Pei Wenchuan straightened up and kissed Li Rong. He gently said, "You don't have to consider me. I have my ways. Go back and think about it. With Su Yongqing around, I can't be too radical." Li Rong was silent. After a long time, she replied, "Okay. Okay, let's not talk about this." Pei Wenchuan smiled. "Sleep for a while. I have to go." Since Pei Wenchuan had spoken, Li Rong didn't want to spoil the mood. She leaned on Pei Wenchuan's chest. "It's not convenient today." Pei Wenchuan's voice carried a bit of apology. "I won't help you clean yourself. Bear with it. Go back and wash yourself, okay? It's not like I'm crippled. I don't need you to serve me." Li Rong closed her eyes and listened to his heartbeat. She lazily said, "Don't worry about me." Pei Wenchuan chuckled. He only said, "You're so stubborn when you care about someone." Li Rong was too lazy to pay attention to him. She listened to Pei Wenchuan's heartbeat. It was steady and heavy. Every time she listened to his heartbeat and felt his warmth, she would feel an indescribable calmness. This calmness made her feel especially peaceful. Soon, she fell asleep. Pei Wenchuan sensed that she had fallen asleep and lowered his eyes to look at her. He couldn't bear to sleep. It would be difficult for them to see each other again after this separation. He originally thought that separating was a temporary measure. There was nothing to be reluctant about as long as the two of them had feelings for each other. Now that this person was really sleeping in his arms, he realized that when two people were in love, separation was torture. Pei Wenchuan stayed with her for a long time. When it was about time, he finally got up. He saw that Li Rong was sleeping soundly, so he didn't disturb her. He only lowered his head and kissed her forehead like he did in the past at the princess residence. Then, he quietly left. After he left, he ordered people to guard the door and wake her up before dawn. Not long after Pei Wenchuan left, Li Rong's people jumped in through the window. When Li Rong heard the sound, she opened her eyes. Then, she saw the female guard who brought her here standing by the side. She whispered, "Your Highness, we have to go back." Li Rong lay on the bed. The smell of Pei Wenxuan still lingered on the tip of her nose. If it wasn't for the discomfort on her body, she would have thought that everything was just a dream. She rested on the bed for a while before finally getting up. Enduring the stickiness on her body, she took the clothes from the female guard and changed. Then, she hurried back. After arriving at the princess residence, Li Rong quickly washed up in the bathtub before lying down. When she was alone in bed, she began to think about Pei Wenxuan's words. In fact, Pei Wenxuan was right. The inspectorate was already firmly in her hands. The sharpest knife for Consort Ro in her previous life had already changed hands. If she continued, it would be dangerous. Li Ming's plan was to make her completely break with the aristocratic family. Both sides would suffer. When they couldn't get any benefits, he would take over the inspectorate. However, Li Rong couldn't give him this opportunity. She had to grasp this opportunity. If the inspectorate continued to move forward, it would really completely break with the aristocratic family. Now, De Xia was still De Xia of the aristocratic family. If they really turned into enemies, even Li Chuan wouldn't be able to protect her. The Shangguan family could tolerate her aggressiveness because they couldn't replace Li Chuan. However, that might not be the case for others. Exiling Xia Lanqing for the military pay case had already made the court officials vigilant. If she still wanted to conduct the imperial examinations, it would inevitably involve some high-ranking officials. When the time came, everyone would join forces. Moreover, Li Ming probably also had suspicions about her. With the combination of the two, it was completely possible to slowly encroach on the inspectorate in her hands. Right now, it was best for her to take a step back. Not only did she have to take a step back, she also had to let the court see the consequences of her taking a step back. As long as the entire court realized that the inspectorate was indispensable and that it was best for Li Rong to be the head of the inspectorate, their goal would be achieved. This step couldn't be taken in vain. Since she wanted to send Cui Yulong to Consort Ro's side, the inspectorate was probably the best gift for Consort Ro. After thinking about it, Li Rong finally decided on a plan. She closed her eyes and didn't say much. She slept until dawn and went to attend morning court as usual. While still on the road, she heard the faint sounds of people outside. At this time, the sky was still dark. Hearing so many voices, Li Rong curiously lifted the curtain and asked curiously, "Why are there so many people today?" "There aren't so many people today," the carriage driver smiled. "Recently, the imperial examinations are near, so there are many people coming from the capital. The inns aren't full, so these scholars are sleeping on the floor." "Is that so?" Li Rong furrowed her brows in disbelief. Nowadays, those who could participate in the imperial examinations had a bit of money at home. They wouldn't have to sleep on the floor. However, what she knew wasn't the truth. She didn't know if there would be any accidents. As Li Rong thought about it, she entered the palace. After the morning court, Li Rong had someone investigate where these scholars came from. At the same time, he had someone instruct Cui Yulong to write a memorial to scold Li Chuan. Cui Yulong received the letter and was a bit confused as to why Li Rong had him do this. Scold the crown prince, was he tired of living? However, since Li Rong had given the order, he had to do it even if he had to risk his life. As a result, he stayed up all night and desperately tried to catch Li Chuan's mistakes. However, Li Chuan was too clean. He was so clean that even the people around him couldn't find any major mistakes. Cui Yulong held it in for a long time before he could find a few things he could say. For example, he wasn't disciplined enough during the sacrificial ceremony, he wasn't married at his age, and so on. In the end, he had no choice but to link the natural disaster with Li Chuan's failure to be the crown prince. The memorial was written like a storybook, and most of it was fabricated. The next day, Li Ming heard about the morning court. Seeing that it was about time, he prepared to announce the end of the court session. At this time, Cui Yulong suddenly stepped out of the ranks and loudly said, "Your Majesty, this subject has something to report." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. Li Ming furrowed his brows. "What do you want to report?" Facing so many gazes, Cui Yulong didn't show any fear on his face. He knelt down in a neither servile nor overbearing manner and respectfully said, "This subject wishes to report to His Highness the Crown Prince." Upon hearing those words, everyone turned to look at him. As the Crown Prince, Li Chuan had always been cautious. Over the years, Li Ming had thought of dethroning the Crown Prince countless times, but he had never found an actual mistake. Cui Yulong, a small official from the Ministry of Rights, had actually just accused the Crown Prince. Li Ming heard this and was quite interested. He immediately said, "I remember that official Cui is an official from the Ministry of Rights, right? How come you're also involved in the matters of the censorate?" Although this humble official is from the Ministry of Rights and has a lowly position, this humble official doesn't dare to say anything when it comes to important matters of state. Cui Yulong said this with a face full of righteousness. Li Rong couldn't help but turn around and wonder if Cui Yulong really had any evidence against Li Chuan. She was a bit flustered. She had asked Cui Yulong to participate in Li Chuan's performance, not for him to act recklessly. Li Chuan raised his eyebrows. He knew what he had done, but he couldn't think of anything that would endanger the state. Thus, he was also curious and directly said, "Since official Cui is speaking so seriously, then there's no harm in saying it." "Your Majesty," Cui Yulong heard Li Chuan's playful words and braced himself to say, "In recent years, natural and man-made disasters have caused the people to have no way to make a living. Not to mention last year, just this year's ice disaster caused the people to be filled with resentment. Such a phenomenon from the heavens was caused by the Crown Prince's immorality. What nonsense are you talking about?" Without waiting for Cui Yulong to finish, Li Ming became angry. In these kinds of natural disasters, the first to be immoral was usually not the Crown Prince, but the Emperor. How could Li Ming allow him to continue speaking? He grabbed the booklet next to him and threw it at Cui Yulong. He angrily said, "Drag this bastard away and beat him. Is there any place for you to speak such strange words in the imperial court?" "Your Majesty," Cui Yulong hurriedly knelt down and said anxiously, "Last year, when the Ministry of Rights was preparing for the autumn sacrifice, His Highness sneezed during the ceremony. I'm afraid this action has angered God and committed a great disrespect." Hearing that Li Chuan was in the wrong, Li Ming's expression softened a little. The Minister of Rights, Gu Zidao, coldly looked at Cui Yulong, who was kneeling on the ground, and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince caught a cold last year, but he still completed the sacrifice despite his illness. His sincerity can be seen by the heavens. The heavens were virtuous, and the Crown Prince was wise. He would not be dissatisfied with a sneeze. Although there have been some disasters in some areas in recent years, there's nothing special about them. Xia is vast, so it's normal for there to be disasters every year. It's too much of a stretch to forcefully involve Tianfa." Gu Zidao turned his head and looked at Cui Yulong. He lightly shouted, "Such a scoundrel who misleads the public with his lies, he should be punished." Gu Zidao opened his mouth, and the officials echoed his words. Li Chuan's expression did not change. He was too lazy to pay attention to a clown like Cui Yulong. Li Rong was also too lazy to look at him. He only wanted to beat this idiot to death in the imperial court. What could he have said? He deserved to be punished for speaking such nonsense. Cui Yulong saw Li Rong's expression and turned his head away. He felt wronged and embarrassed. This was the first time he had worked with Li Rong, and he also felt a little embarrassed. But what could he do? He really couldn't find anything else to complain about. After shouting at him in the imperial court for a while, Li Ming finally opened his mouth. He only said, "Although what official Cui said is a little absurd, it's not unreasonable. How about this? Official Cui's salary will be penalized for 2 months. The Crown Prince will go to the ancestral temple today and kneel for 1 night. This will be considered an explanation for last year's autumn sacrifice." When Li Ming said this, Li Chuan's expression did not change, but his eyes were a little cold. All the officials present frowned, but they did not say anything. After all, going to the ancestral temple to kneel for 1 night to show filial piety was not a big deal. There was nothing wrong with it. It was just that Cui Yulong was the one who caused trouble, but in the end, 2 people were punished. From this point of view, no matter how one looked at it, it was unfair. Li Rong could see clearly that Li Ming's meaning was very clear. Nothing would happen if they caused trouble for Li Chuan. What he hoped was that the people below would cause more trouble for Li Chuan. Li Rong couldn't help but smile, but his heart was a little cold. If she was already like this, what about Li Chuan? After all, Li Chuan was still young. Although he tried to hold it in, there was still a little anger on his face. After the imperial court, Li Chuan led his people out of the main hall. When he passed by Cui Yulong, he couldn't help but stop and call out, "Official Cui." When Cui Yulong heard this, his heart was a little cold. However, he couldn't back down now. He was still waiting for the people behind him. Thus, he maintained his imposing manner and replied, "Your Highness. In the future, you must be careful about the matters of the imperial court. Official Cui has not been an official for long. There is no harm in asking senior for advice on matters of the imperial court." "Thank you, Crown Prince, for your advice." Cui Yulong's back was covered in cold sweat. Li Chuan didn't reply to him. He led his people down the stairs and walked out. Li Rong stepped out of the main hall. When he passed by Cui Yulong, he said in a low voice, "It's fine." No matter how angry Li Chuan was, he wouldn't do anything to Cui Yulong. If it was the Li Chuan in her previous life, he might have done something. However, she knew the 17-year-old Li Chuan very well. He wouldn't do anything to Cui Yulong because of his personal matters. However, if her mother heard about this matter, she might do something. She still had to go to the palace and talk to her mother about this matter. Moreover, ever since she divorced Pei Wenxuan, she hadn't entered the palace. Her mother must be worried about her. As Li Rong thought about it, he first sent someone to the palace to inform Shang Guanyu. Then, he directly went to the back of the palace. When Li Rong went to the back of the palace, Cui Yulong had just reached the entrance of the palace when he heard a palace maid call out to him, "Official Cui." Cui Yulong stopped in his tracks. The palace maid walked forward and said in a low voice, "Today, His Royal Highness Prince Su's painting teacher is sick and can't come." Her Highness Consort Ro asked this servant to ask if Official Cui is free today. When Cui Yulong heard this, he smiled and said respectfully, "It's this humble subject's honor to be of service to your Highness." When Li Rong arrived at Weiyang Palace, there was a commotion inside again. This was common. Every time something happened in the previous dynasty, Shang Guanyu would scold Li Chuan. "You're too soft-hearted. You can't even handle such a small matter. How do you expect me and your sister to rely on you in the future? Cui Yulong, since you've started this, what will you do in the future? Will you just watch those officials make trouble for you?" When Li Rong heard Shang Guanyu's scolding, he turned to look at the palace maid who let him in. This palace maid was Shang Guanyu's dowry and could be considered one of Shang Guanyu's trusted aides. When she saw Li Rong looking over, the palace maid said in a low voice, "Everyone has been cleaned up. Your Highness, don't worry. This old servant will only send your Highness here." Li Rong nodded. He knew that his mother had stayed in the palace for so many years, so it was impossible for her to be careless about this matter. He walked in and said with a smile, "What's going on? Why am I seeing Imperial Mother scolding my younger brother when I come back? You still dare to say that?" As soon as Li Rong spoke, Shang Guanyu immediately turned around and scolded, "Divorce is such a big matter, but you didn't even discuss it with me in advance. You didn't even come to the palace to discuss it with me when something happened. How long has it been? You only came now. Do you still have me as your mother in your heart?" "Imperial Mother, sister is also sad." Li Chuan hurriedly said, "Don't scold her, shut up." Shang Guanyu scolded her daughter and son, then turned to stare at Li Chuan, "You should reflect on yourself." Li Rong was used to Shang Guanyu's temper. She treated her well and rarely scolded or beat her since she was young. However, she was extremely harsh to Li Chuan. Now that she was married, she was related to Li Chuan's future as the crown prince. Shang Guanyu slowly treated her equally and wanted to control everything. Li Rong smiled and helped Shang Guanyu sit down. He said gently, "Imperial Mother, don't be too angry. It's easy to get heaty and hurt your liver. Everything can be discussed calmly." As he spoke, Li Rong served Shang Guanyu a cup of tea and sat down beside Shang Haiyu. "Why are you arguing today? I heard that Cui Yulong accused him." Shang Guanyu slammed the teacup on the table and pointed at Li Chuan. She said angrily, "I told him to teach that arrogant brat a lesson, but he refused. Don't you understand what your imperial father is trying to do? Today, he started Cui Yulong. If Chuaner doesn't suppress them, who knows how many people will come looking for trouble with Chuaner in the future. Li Chuan pursed his lips. Shang Guanyu was angry when she saw his expression. She turned to look at her daughter and saw Li Rong's smiling face. She didn't know why, but she felt a bit afraid. She thought of Li Rong's methods in the past and felt that it wasn't good to speak too harshly. Thus, she softened her voice and said with a bit of grievance, although you and I are both in high positions, we are still women. Honor and disgrace are tied to Chuaner. If something happens to him, what will we do? I'm thinking for him, but he doesn't listen. How is he like? A crown prince at all? If I had a son. Imperial mother, Li Rong interrupted Shang Guanyu and said calmly, let's drink some tea first. Shang Guanyu also knew that she had misspoken and fell silent. Li Rong stood up and helped Li Chuan up so that Li Chuan could sit up. Li Chuan lowered his head and didn't say anything. However, when Li Rong wanted him to sit next to Li Rong, he sat next to Li Rong. Li Rong felt a bit awkward being sandwiched between mother and son. She took a sip of tea and calmed herself down. Then, she coughed lightly and said, I came today to talk about Cui Yulong. Older sister, Li Chuan lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, Cui Yulong didn't do anything wrong. There's no need, Cui Yulong is one of my people. Li Rong spoke boldly. Li Chuan suddenly raised his head. Shang Guanyu also looked over in shock. Li Rong took a sip of tea and said slowly, I was the one who told him to accuse you. Don't touch him. Although she said you, Li Rong was mainly looking at Shang Guanyu. Shang Guanyu stared blankly at Li Rong and asked in confusion, you, Imperial Mother. Li Rong smiled and looked at Shang Guanyu. She said gently, Chuaner isn't young anymore. We can't always wait for Consort Ro to grow up, right? You want to touch Consort Ro? Shang Guanyu frowned. But what does Cui Yulong have to do with this? Moreover, your imperial father has always been protecting her. If you want to touch her. Imperial Mother, don't worry, Li Rong comforted her, I know what I'm doing. Shang Guanyu hesitated for a moment and nodded in the end. After they finished talking about business, the atmosphere became a little awkward. Shang Guanyu took a sip of tea and hesitated for a moment before asking about Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan. I know a lot about the divorce between you and Pei Wenchuan. She said slowly, it can't be helped. If you still like him, you can get back together when the time is right. It was just that her daughter might not choose a man who would choose to divorce for the sake of power. As her mother, she knew Li Rong's temperament very well. However, she only knew the 19-year-old Li Rong. Li Rong smiled and didn't say much. He chatted casually with Shang Guanyu for a while. Shang Guanyu comforted her and the three of them had lunch. Shang Guanyu felt tired and went to take an afternoon nap, leaving Li Rong and Li Chuan to sit. Li Chuan didn't say anything. Li Rong glanced at him, what's wrong? You quarreled with Imperial Mother and don't even want to talk to me? Why would I? Li Chuan smiled bitterly, I just feel a little tired and want to rest. Li Rong knew that he was lying. No matter who it was, after being treated like this by their father in the morning and then being told by their mother that it would be good if they had another son, they wouldn't feel good. Li Rong calmed down for a while and said slowly, don't take Imperial Mother's words to heart. She's just angry. Li Chuan listened and said in a low voice, it's okay. He raised his hand and poured Li Rong a cup of tea, Imperial Mother is right. The sound of tea trickling into the cup, Li Chuan seemed to be really tired. He was clearly still a teenager, but he showed signs of weariness. If Imperial Mother had another son, perhaps everyone's lives would be much better. I don't have to be the crown prince, and Imperial Mother doesn't have to count on me. Li Rong looked at him. Li Chuan put down the teapot and leaned back in his chair, if Imperial Sister was a prince, I wouldn't have to be tired. Chuaner, I'm just saying, Li Chuan smiled, I know Imperial Sister won't blame me. I'm just saying. I know, Li Chuan didn't know if he was saying this to Li Rong or himself, Imperial Sister and Imperial Mother have done a lot for me. Since I've enjoyed this glory, there's no reason for me to shrink back. Don't worry, Imperial Sister, I'll take it easy. Li Rong didn't say anything. The siblings sat for a while. Li Chuan lay on the chair and closed his eyes to rest for a while. Li Rong stayed by his side. The siblings sat in the courtyard. Li Rong looked at the blooming spring flowers in the courtyard and stayed by Li Chuan's side. She suddenly felt an indescribable sadness. In this life, she had Pei Wenchuan. When Li Chuan became the emperor and the dispute between the aristocratic families was resolved, she would have power, love, and freedom. But Li Chuan's life had no end. He would be trapped in the imperial palace for the rest of his life. For imperial mother, for her, for the Shangguan family, for the common people, for Xia, but not for himself. How is Qin Lin in the northwest? Li Chuan seemed to have recovered. He opened his mouth and asked. Li Rong turned around and nodded. He's fine. He and uncle are alone at the front line. There's a war at the front line. Xiaosu doesn't want to send his own people, so he put them at the front line. When Qin Lin needs soldiers, he sends the people he can't control. When these people arrive at the front line, they all become Qin Lin's people. Li Rong slowly said, now, except for the lack of money, everything else is fine. Li Chuan nodded. He thought for a while and said, the money, I'll send it privately, I'll think of a way. Li Rong interrupted him, go to your side. If you're found out, you won't be able to explain yourself. Li Chuan hesitated for a moment and agreed. After the two of them discussed the details for a while, Li Chuan was about to leave. Before he left, he suddenly remembered, speaking of which, he hesitated for a moment and finally asked, how is Sun Chuan? Li Rong didn't expect Li Chuan to ask about Sun Chuan. She looked up and couldn't help but smile. Why are you asking about her? Because of me, Li Chuan smiled bitterly and said with some difficulty, she was forced to go far away. So in my heart, there's always a bit of guilt and concern. I hope she can live well, but at the same time, I feel like I'm avoiding my own guilt. If she's living well, I won't feel so guilty. Is there nothing else? Li Rong asked with a smile. Li Chuan thought for a while and turned to look at the blooming spring flowers in the courtyard. He smiled. Occasionally, I'll dream about the first time I met her. I don't know why. After all, we're not familiar with each other. What else can there be? Li Rong listened and believed him. After all, the two of them had only spoken a few times in their lives. She's living well. Li Rong said slowly, a few days ago, she wrote that Qin Lin took her to fight a few battles and gave her some men. Originally, I asked her to gather information in the northwest and make trouble for Xiaosu. In the end, she followed him to the battlefield a few times and liked it. She even asked me if she could. How could I stop her? Li Rong took a sip of tea and said with a smile, she's been writing to me recently, and her tone has become much lighter. That's good. Hearing this, Li Chuan thought for a while and smiled. It's good that she's living well. After saying this, Li Chuan bowed to Li Rong and separated from Li Rong. Li Rong stayed in the palace alone for a while before she stood up and left the palace alone. She sat in the carriage for a while and felt that it was a little noisy. She couldn't help but lift the curtain of the carriage and saw that there were many people on the street. It seemed like someone was serving porridge. Li Rong stopped the carriage and looked in that direction for a while. She sent someone to find out what was going on. The guards rushed over. While Li Rong waited, she saw a young man in white gesturing something in the crowd. His figure flickered in and out of sight. Li Rong recognized that person and could roughly guess what was going on. During the years of famine, the Su family would provide relief on the streets for 3 days every month. Li Rong knew the situation and lost interest. Just as she was about to put down the curtain and leave, she saw a young man in plain clothes walk up to Su Yongqing and hand him a piece of paper. Su Yongqing said a few words to him. The young man nodded repeatedly and then had someone lead the young man away. Li Rong saw the scene and couldn't help but frown. She stared at Su Yongqing. The other party seemed to have noticed Li Rong's gaze. He raised his head and looked at her through the passing crowd. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Su Yongqing nodded and turned around to do her own things. The guard also came back and whispered, Your Highness, today the Su clan is serving porridge. Li Rong nodded and then said, I just saw someone take a piece of paper to ask Su Gongzi. Then he was led away. What was he doing? He just asked, the guard replied, the Su clan is taking special care of the examinees this year. As long as they are scholars and have their own poems, they can directly find any member of the Su clan. They can be placed there until the results of the imperial examinations are released. Li Rong frowned. Su Yongqing's move was more attractive than being an imperial examiner. Li Rong was silent for a moment and then whispered, "Go find Lord Pei. Tell him that tonight." Li Rong hesitated for a moment and thought of the most suitable place. Finally, she said, "In front of the temple, I will wear a peach blossom mask and wait for him on the street." After Li Rong finished giving her instructions, she looked at Su Yongqing, who seemed to have finished counting and giving instructions. She greeted Su Ronghua, who came over from another porridge stall. Su Ronghua went back first. Li Rong looked at the sky and saw that it was still early. There was still some time before the temple became lively at night. Therefore, she simply moved the carriage a few steps forward. She changed into a set of cotton clothes and walked down. Su Yongqing was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps he had finished his business and returned home. She walked around the porridge stall and looked around. Compared to the Su clan's porridge stall, the Su clan's porridge stall was much more shabby. The other aristocratic families used polished rice for their porridge. The grains were plump and were well received. The Su clan's porridge, on the other hand, used the worst kind of brown rice. There was also some gravel in the middle, which made people lose their appetite. She remembered that it was not like this in her previous life. In her previous life, the Su clan's rice was very good. However, because of this, many people who were not disaster victims also came to cheat food and drink. This change made her feel even more emotional. Although she was more or less sure of Su Yongqing's background, she still felt a little sad every time she thought about it. Why did he come back? Li Rong wanted to laugh and cry. When she and Pei Wenchuan came back, they could still continue their relationship. When he came back, what was his purpose? While Li Rong was looking at the porridge stall, Cui Yulong followed Consort Ro's request and went to the palace to teach Prince Su. He was led by a palace servant to the place where the Su Wang was lecturing. As soon as he entered, he saw the Su Wang, Li Qing, sitting at the front in an orderly manner. There was a screen behind him, and behind the screen, he could vaguely make out the silhouette of a woman. Cui Yulong had a rough idea that this was Consort Ro. He pretended not to know anything and respectfully knelt down. "This humble subject greets your highness." "Get up." Li Qing sat cross-legged with his hands on his knees, looking very imposing. Cui Yulong stood up. A maidservant came forward and prepared a prayer mat for him. He knelt down in front of Li Qing, and then the maidservant quickly retreated, leaving only him and Li Qing in the room. "My mother said that he wants to see you." Li Qing directly stated the purpose of his visit. After that, Li Qing propped himself up from the ground and sat to one side. Consort Ro walked out from behind the screen and gracefully sat in Li Qing's original seat. "Greetings, Consort Ro." Cui Yulong hurriedly bowed to Consort Ro. Consort Ro smiled. "No need to be so courteous, official Cui." After that, Consort Ro gave Li Qing a meaningful look. Li Qing pursed his lips and reluctantly stood up to pour tea for Cui Yulong and Consort Ro. Cui Yulong glanced at Li Qing's expression. He knew that Li Qing wasn't willing to pour tea for him. He hurriedly said, "There's no need for your highness to do it. This humble subject will do it myself." Chung-er. Li Qing was about to happily let go when Consort Ro glared at him. Li Qing's face immediately fell. He only said, "Official Cui, there's no need to be so formal. This prince will pour tea for you." Cui Yulong laughed dryly and didn't say anything. He could only nod and express his thanks. After Li Qing finished pouring tea for Cui Yulong, Consort Ro sized up Cui Yulong. She said, "This consort heard that official Cui participated in His Highness the Crown Prince's memorial today and was even fined his monthly salary." When Cui Yulong heard this, anger appeared on his face. Consort Ro observed him and slowly said, "Official Cui didn't do anything wrong. His Highness the Crown Prince made a mistake during last year's memorial ceremony. Even if it was an unintentional mistake, it was still the cause of this year's disaster. His Majesty had no choice but to punish you. Consort Ro is still the one who sees things clearly." Cui Yulong sighed. Right now, the imperial court is filled with the collusion of the noble families. This humble subject is from a humble family. Anything I say is wrong. Then official Cui Yulong, Consort Ro hinted, has official Cui Yulong thought about finding an ally and finding a way out for your humble family? Cui Yulong didn't reply. He slowly raised his head and looked at Consort Ro. Consort Ro smiled and met their gazes. After a long time, Cui Yulong slowly said, "The path your highness wants to take is too dangerous. If your highness wants to use me, I have a request." Oh? Consort Ro picked up the tea and slowly said, "What request does official Cui have?" "This humble subject wants your highness to have absolute trust in this humble subject." Hearing this, Consort Ro's hand paused. She raised her head and stared at Cui Yulong. After a moment, she laughed softly. "Official Cui, you and I aren't familiar with each other yet. This so-called absolute trust will still take time. But I can guarantee," Consort Ro raised her hand and placed it on her chest. "Since I'm using official Cui, I won't have any suspicions. As long as official Cui doesn't disappoint my expectations, I will also have absolute trust in official Cui." "But," Consort Ro tilted her head. "How does official Cui intend to gain my trust?" Cui Yulong straightened up, his face showing some confidence. "May I ask, your highness, Consort Ro, the inspector's department," Cui Yulong lowered his voice. "Does your highness want it?" Consort Ro's eyes immediately turned cold. Cui Yulong waved his fan and looked at Consort Ro with a smile. "Consort Ro has countless strategists under your command. This humble subject naturally knows that it is extremely difficult to gain your highness trust, so this humble subject didn't come empty-handed this time. Participating in the Crown Prince's report is this humble subject's stepping stone." Consort Ro looked up, her eyes serious. If participating in the Crown Prince's report was to entice her to recruit him, then this person's mind wasn't just a commoner that could be recruited, but a talent that must be recruited. As for the inspector's department, Cui Yulong slightly leaned forward, "It is my gift to your highness. Does your highness want this gift or not?" When Cui Yulong left the palace, Li Rong looked at several porridge stalls before finally meeting a scholar. That scholar seemed to have walked a long way and looked travel-worn. He held a letter and found a servant of the Su family. After a brief conversation, the servant led the scholar away. Li Rong hurriedly followed behind the servant and scholar. After they entered an alley, it didn't take long for them to arrive at a residence. Li Rong hid in a corner and heard the servant knock on the door. After the door opened, the servant leading the way said, "This young master also came to Huajing to participate in the imperial examinations. Take good care of him." "Young master, please." The servant led the scholar inside. After waiting for a while, she heard the person inside say, "You're all here for the imperial examinations today?" "Yes." The servant leading the way seemed a bit depressed. "That's a pity." The person inside sighed, "There's not a single person who came to complain today, your highness." Li Rong was just about to listen closer when she heard a steady voice from behind her. Li Rong was so frightened that she almost jumped up, but she instinctively restrained all her movements. After being frozen for a moment, she recovered and smiled as she turned her head. She saw Su Yongqing standing not far behind her. His hands were folded in his sleeves, and his expression was emotionless. He was so calm that he seemed like an emotionless Buddha. "Lord Su." Li Rong pretended as if nothing had happened and smiled, "What are you doing here?" "This is the property of the Su family. It's used to settle the scholars who have no money to stay at the inn." Su Yongqing didn't ask what Li Rong was doing here. He only said, "Your highness, are you lost? Do you need this humble servant to lead the way?" "Yes." Su Yongqing gave her a way out, so Li Rong naturally went along with it. She only said, "Then I'll have to trouble Lord Su." Su Yongqing nodded and turned to the side to let Li Rong pass first. Li Rong walked in the direction he pointed, and Su Yongqing followed behind her. The distance between them was just half a step, just like in her previous life, when he was still her servant. Li Rong walked a few steps and felt a little uncomfortable. She stopped and turned to look at Su Yongqing. She used her small fan to point to the front and only said, "Didn't Lord Su want to lead the way? Come forward." When Su Yongqing heard this, he fixed his gaze on Li Rong. His hands in his sleeves were tightly clenched into fists, but he maintained a calm expression. Li Rong chuckled and tilted her head. She only asked, Lord Su? This humble servant, Su Yongqing's voice was a little hoarse, does not dare to overstep the rules. Darren is only leading the way. How is this overstepping the rules? Li Rong smiled gently. Darren is now the legitimate son of the Su clan, the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, and not some servant. Darren does not need to be too reserved. When Su Yongqing heard Li Rong's words, his face paled inch by inch. Every word Li Rong said seemed to be scraping his heart. Li Rong watched the changes in his expression. She waited for him calmly. After a long time, Su Yongqing seemed to understand something. He chuckled and stepped forward. Your Highness, please. As he spoke, Su Yongqing walked not far in front. Li Rong was half a step behind him, and he led the way. She originally wanted to ask something, to inquire about some information, but when she saw Su Yongqing, she suddenly lost interest. She had an inexplicable feeling that if she asked, Su Yongqing would answer. But if he really did answer, she didn't know how to deal with it. She couldn't do what Sheng Guanyu did. Knowing that the other party was coming to the banquet, she couldn't set a trap. She could use underhanded schemes to win against this person, but she couldn't win like this. The two of them were silent for a while. Instead, it was Su Yongqing who asked first, Your Highness, don't you want to ask something? What's there to ask? Li Rong walked out of the alley with him and only said, If I want to know, I will investigate. It's not hard to guess what you want to do. Your Highness has always been magnanimous. Su Yongqing answered calmly. Li Rong smiled. If I ask you something, there is only one time left. Su Yongqing looked back at her. Li Rong put her hands behind her back. If I don't die, then you lose. As the two of them spoke, they walked out of the alley. Once they were out of the narrow alley, Li Rong waved her hand. I don't need to trouble you to send me off. I will leave by myself. As Li Rong spoke, she turned to leave. Su Yongqing suddenly called out to her, Your Highness. Li Rong stopped and turned around. She saw Su Yongqing standing in the crowd and quietly looking at her. This place wasn't far from the Moon Temple. The lanterns were lit and people were coming and going. The light shone on Su Yongqing's body and gave him a warm feeling. Su Yongqing reached out his hand and bowed like he did when he was her guest in her previous life. He only said, Have a safe journey. Li Rong looked at his actions and didn't say anything. At this moment, a young man who was shaking a rattledrum suddenly bumped into her. Li Rong raised her head and met the other person's eyes. The other person was wearing a fox face mask and an aqua blue robe with silver patterns. His exposed eyes carried a hint of warning. The moment he brushed past her, he said in a low voice, You're still looking. Li Rong wanted to laugh, but she knew that Su Yongqing was still watching. She held back her laughter and nodded at Su Yongqing. Then she turned around and followed Pei Wenchuan into the crowd. Pei Wenchuan seemed to be a stranger to her. He walked in front with one hand behind his back and the other holding a rattledrum. The small beads that fell on both sides of the rattledrum lightly hit the drum, making a clattering sound. It made him look like a bored young master. He was very tall and stood half a head taller than the rest of the crowd. Li Rong didn't need to deliberately look for him. She could see him at a glance. She followed him for a while and saw a shadow guard standing in front of a restaurant. Li Rong turned around and entered the restaurant. She quickly changed her clothes and hair accessories. When she came out, she had a peach blossom mask on her face. On the streets near the temple, there were many men and women wearing masks. Li Rong didn't stand out when she came out with a mask. She looked around the crowd and saw Pei Wenchuan bargaining with someone at a stall. Li Rong walked behind him and coughed lightly. Pei Wenchuan didn't move and only said to the stall owner, A little less. Li Rong didn't look at him. She walked on the street with her hands behind her back. After walking for a while, she felt that there was an extra person beside her. She didn't look back and knew who it was. She suppressed her laughter and said, How many coins did you save? Do you care about 1 or 2 coins? Pei Wenchuan swung his hand and Li Rong heard a schwa sound of a fan. She turned her head and saw that Pei Wenchuan had brought a fan today. He pretended to be elegant and looked a bit like Cui Yulong. Li Rong couldn't help but laugh. Did you ask Cui Yulong for advice? Do I need to ask him for advice for such a small matter? You're looking down on me too much. Pei Wenchuan's words were full of disdain. Li Rong looked him up and down and said, your mask today suits you very well. You're a cunning old fox. Your mask isn't bad either. Pei Wenchuan's tone was a bit cold. People aren't like peach blossoms, but they have a lot of peach blossoms in their lives. Are you saying that I'm not good-looking? Li Rong made the first move. Pei Wenchuan didn't dare to face the enemy directly and change the battlefield. I'm saying that you have a lot of rotten peach blossoms. Then you should be happy. Li Rong smiled and joked, you're the best among all the rotten peach blossoms. You should be proud. Pei Wenchuan sneered and didn't say anything. The two of them didn't talk about business and just walked aimlessly on the street like an ordinary couple. They were very close to each other, shoulder to shoulder. Their clothes rubbed against each other as they walked silently in the crowd. After a while, Li Rong gently reached out her hand and hooked Pei Wenchuan's little finger with her little finger under her sleeve where no one could see. Pei Wenchuan turned his head and saw Li Rong blinking. There was a hint of a smile in her sly eyes, as if she was sure that he wouldn't be angry. Pei Wenchuan restrained his smile, pulled his hand away, turned his head, and threw her face in one go. Li Rong's face suddenly changed. She was about to scold him when Pei Wenchuan pulled her again. This time, he didn't just pull her back, he also stuffed something in her hand. The thing was very smooth and shaped like a crescent moon. It was only slightly bigger than a fingernail. He held it in her hand and said softly, this is for you. His voice was very soft, as if he was a little embarrassed. Li Rong didn't know why, but she was influenced by him. She lowered her eyes and walked hand in hand with him on the street. She whispered, what is it? A pair of crescent moons. Pei Wenchuan explained, I brought one, and the other one is for you. You bought it from a street stall? Li Rong laughed. Pei Wenchuan was a little embarrassed. Li Rong said sarcastically, you've been fooled again. Pei Wenchuan, he pulled the crescent moons and wanted to take them back. He lowered his voice and said, forget it if you don't want it. But before he could pull out the crescent moon pendant, Li Rong grasped the pendant in her hand and raised her hand. The red thread of the crescent moons was still on Li Rong's finger. She opened her palm and the pendant was suspended in midair. Li Rong walked backwards and let Pei Wenchuan see the crescent moons. She smiled and said, you want to take back what you've given me? Li Rong raised her hand and put it around her neck. She looked up proudly and said, no. Before she could finish the word door, Pei Wenchuan took a step forward and pulled her into his arms. He wrapped his arms around her waist and hugged her. Li Rong heard someone hurriedly apologize. Sorry, I didn't notice. It's okay. Li Rong knew that she had caused trouble by walking backwards. She turned around from Pei Wenchuan's arms and comforted the middle-aged man with the child. I was careless. The man asked the child to apologize to her. Li Rong saw that the child was cute and gave her the rattledrum that Pei Wenchuan had been playing with earlier. After the child left, Li Rong turned around and saw Pei Wenchuan standing behind her. His eyes were especially gentle. Under the fox mask. She felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help but ask, why are you looking at me? You weren't so patient in the past. Pei Wenchuan said bluntly, I saw you coaxing the child just now. I think you're very good-looking. Li Rong smiled and didn't say much. She also knew what Pei Wenchuan meant. In her previous life, she was full of hostility and was impatient when she saw children. When she encountered trouble, she was easily irritated. How could she have this kind of patience? She didn't say much about these changes and finally got down to business. Today, I saw Su Yongqing taking in the scholars who came to Huajing to participate in the imperial examinations. I followed them. From what I heard from their servants, he was not only looking for people to participate in the imperial examinations, but also looking for people to complain about. Li Rong frowned and felt a little uneasy. I can't figure out what he meant. If he was taking in the scholars to participate in the imperial examinations, I could guess that he was trying to win people's hearts. But he was still looking for people to complain about. How is Cui Yulong? Pei Wenchuan suddenly asked. Li Rong was stunned. She could tell that Pei Wenchuan was forcefully changing the topic. She stared at him. Pei Wenchuan acted as if nothing had happened. He smiled and said, "What did you discuss with him?" Today, he even participated in the Crown Prince's performance. If he participated in the Crown Prince's performance, Consort Ro would find him. Li Rong followed Pei Wenchuan's words and said with a smile, "I accompanied him to act a few more times to gain Consort Ro's trust." He was born in the Han clan and was originally opposed to Su Yongqing. With him around, the alliance between Consort Ro and Su Yongqing would be impossible. "Your Highness is very smart," Pei Wenchuan praised. "Without Su Yongqing, Consort Ro is nothing to be afraid of. Consort Ro and Prince Su have collapsed. With just Su Yongqing, unless he plans to rebel, he won't be able to win against Your Highness the Crown Prince." "That's my plan." As the two spoke, they walked to the end of the stone bridge in the temple. Li Rong saw that they had reached the end of the road and said with a smile, "I've finished talking, so I'll go back first." Pei Wenchuan responded. Li Rong waved his hand and said, "Let's go." As he spoke, Li Rong stepped onto the stone bridge. There were very few people around. The stone bridge reflected the bright moon and the water gurgled. Li Rong had just stepped onto the stone bridge when she heard Pei Wenchuan call out to her, "Rong Rong." Li Rong turned around and looked at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan looked at her quietly. After a long time, he raised his hand and pointed at himself. He drew a circle on his chest and then raised his hand to point at Li Rong. Li Rong understood that he was using sign language to express that he liked her. Li Rong was silent for a while and then smiled gently, "I know." Pei Wenchuan smiled slowly and watched as Li Rong lightly crossed the stone bridge like a bird and then trotted out of his sight. As soon as Li Rong left Pei Wenchuan, the shadow guards jumped down from the surrounding walls and followed behind Li Rong. Li Rong's smile disappeared and only said, "Have people keep an eye on Pei Wenchuan and Su Yongqing. If there are any strange movements, immediately report to me." The shadow guards responded. Li Rong returned to the restaurant and changed into his own clothes, as if he had eaten at the restaurant. He went down the stairs and went back to the princess's residence. Li Rong leaned against the carriage alone. After a long time, she sighed heavily. Li Rong's people quickly responded. Zhao Chongjiu handed over the news, "The Lord Pei is also investigating Su Yongqing." "What's going on with Su Yongqing's people?" Li Rong frowned and opened the news Zhao Chongjiu brought back. Zhao Chongjiu knelt on the ground and said in detail, refusing to allow this humble servant to investigate, "Su Yongqing has been providing clothing, food, housing, and transportation for the scholars who came to the capital for the imperial examinations since the beginning of this year. Ordinary scholars live in the courtyards Your Highness has seen. But if there is a grievance, they will live alone in another courtyard." Li Rong listened quietly and frowned. Why is he looking for these people? "I don't know for now, but there is one thing. That is very interesting." "The Lord Pei's people have mixed in with this group of people." Li Rong didn't say anything. She smiled and listened to Zhao Chongjiu's words. Su Yongqing was collecting complaints. Not only did Pei Wenchuan ignore them, but he also told her not to pay attention to them. He even sent people to smooth things over. So this group of people being gathered together was most likely not a small matter. Li Rong thought quietly for a while and had a rough idea in her heart. Zhao Chongjiu waited for her. After a long time, she finally understood. Quickly, Li Rong said hurriedly, "Call Cui Yulong back for me." Cui Yulong came at night. His arrival was rather tortuous. He changed his clothes several times, and after confirming that no one was following him, he was led by Zhao Chongjiu over the wall of the princess residence's backyard. They entered Li Rong's room without making a sound. Li Rong had already talked to Zhao Chongjiu and knew that Cui Yulong was coming. He didn't go to sleep, and only undid his hair, lit the lamp, and waited in the room. When night fell, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Li Rong reclined on the small bed. He raised his eyes and saw Cui Yulong push open the door and come in. He knew that it was inappropriate to meet Li Rong in private at night, so he didn't have his usual sloppy appearance. He knelt on the ground and respectfully saluted. Without raising his eyes, he said in a low voice, "This humble subject greets Your Highness. I called you over because there is an urgent matter." Li Rong's voice was very faint. Cui Yulong didn't say anything. Li Rong slowly said, the matter of me handing the inspectorate to Consort Ro needs to be expedited. Your Highness, did something happen? Go do it first. It's best if it's done within 3 days. Cui Yulong thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, this humble subject understands. Cui Yulong and Li Rong had already prepared for this matter. The next morning, Li Rong arrived at the inspectorate. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Xianxia hurriedly greet him. She said in a low voice, today, a scholar came to the inspectorate. He said that the quota for entering the capital for the examination had been changed. I kept him. Li Rong nodded and walked into the inspectorate with Xianxia. Xianxia said in a low voice, I don't know what this scholar is thinking. He didn't kneel in front of Shuntian Prefecture or the Ministry of Justice, but he kneeled in front of the inspectorate. This matter isn't easy to investigate. I'm afraid that we'll have to go beyond Huajing, it's fine. Li Rong raised his hand to stop Xianxia from speaking and entered the room with her. The scholar was drinking tea in fear and trepidation. When he saw Li Rong, he hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground. Greetings, Your Highness. You are Sun Wen? Li Rong said directly. This was Cui Yulong's good friend's name. The other party hurriedly replied, yes, it is this commoner. You brought the complaint? It's done. All right. Li Rong nodded and asked Xianxia to collect his complaint. He directly said, give him 5 taels of silver to leave Huajing first. On the moat of Huajing, there is an old man named Sanyi. Get on his boat and let him take you away. When we approach Zhang County halfway, the boat will sink. You follow Sanyi and swim to the shore. Someone will come to your rescue. You hide for a while and listen to the arrangements later. Sun Wen had already received Cui Yulong's arrangements. After he bowed, he was taken away. As soon as Sun Wen left, Xianxia immediately came over. Why are you keeping me in suspense? Li Rong took Sun Wen's complaint and looked at it seriously. He slowly replied to her, you will soon change your master. Prepare well. Hearing this, Xianxia thought for a while and understood. You want to let go of the inspection department? Su Yongqing recently opened an inn to let the examinees who came to the capital to participate in the imperial examination live there. He also deliberately found the examinees who came to complain. What do you think he wants? Xianxia frowned. She didn't understand. The imperial examination wasn't a big deal. It was just a formality. The children of ordinary families were admitted to the imperial court just to find some people to help them do things. There were always some dirty and tiring work in the imperial court that no one did. The imperial examination's purpose was just that. For Xianxia, who was born to be a top aristocrat, she really couldn't figure out the meaning of Su Yongqing going through so much trouble on this matter. Li Rong glanced at her and knew that she didn't understand. If she hadn't seen the influence of the imperial examination system after the rise of the Cold Clan, and if she didn't know about the storm that the so-called Longhu list caused in the imperial court this year, she probably wouldn't understand. But she knew, so she naturally understood the crux of the dispute between Pei Wenquan and Su Yongqing. The first thing Su Yongqing wants to do is to win over people's hearts. That's something the Su clan would do. After all, the Su clan was the one who started the porridge. The other big clans saw that it was good and followed. Secondly, Li Rong looked at the complaint and lowered his voice, Su Yongqing won't let go of the matter from last time. Xianxia paused. She raised her head and looked at Li Rong. Li Rong said calmly, His Majesty took away his position as the Minister of Justice and granted me and Pei Wenquan a peaceful divorce. Even if he doesn't want to believe anyone, His Majesty will definitely take the next step. Su Yongqing's purpose is to seize the foundation of the Chuaner. This time, he found so many scholars who complained. What do you think he wants to do? Xianxia didn't say anything. Li Rong smiled and gave her an answer, he wants to sue this case. What's his purpose? Xianxia frowned. Li Rong put his hand on the table, if this case comes out, who do you think His Majesty wants to deal with it? Xianxia instantly understood. She raised her head and looked at Li Rong, the crown prince? Once Li Chuan dealt with this case, although it wasn't a big case, it was against the interests of the aristocratic clans. Li Chuan already had a gap with the aristocratic clans because of Li Rong's inspectorate. If he personally stood up for the Han clan, his relationship with the aristocratic clans would be further severed. The Han clan hadn't formed yet. If Li Chuan really severed ties with the aristocratic clans and Li Ming didn't trust Li Chuan enough, then Li Chuan's only political capital was the Shangguan clan. But if Li Chuan didn't accept this case, or even if Li Chuan didn't accept this case wouldn't get a fair trial, then Li Chuan's reputation as the crown prince would be greatly reduced. Then there are only two ways left. Xianxia quickly said, or, let this case not be reported. Or, Li Rong continued, let this case fall into the hands of others. Currently, the only government offices that could handle this case were the Censorate, Ministry of Justice, Supreme Court, and Inspectorate. The Censorate's supervisor was Shangguan Minji. In the eyes of the aristocratic clans, the Censorate's case was Li Chuan's case. The Ministry of Justice and Supreme Court were under the control of the aristocratic clans, so they wouldn't take the initiative to investigate this hot potato. Finally, the only one left was her inspectorate. Xianxia understood Li Rong's meaning. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, but, handing over the inspectorate for an imperial examination case, isn't the price too high? Li Rong didn't say anything. She wanted to tell Xianxia, but she didn't say much. After thinking about it, she only said, it's dangerous for me to be in this position. Imperial father wants me to fight to the death with the aristocratic clans, but I can't go to this step. Although I'm temporarily leaving, our people are still here. What should be done and what shouldn't be done, everyone is clear in their hearts. Xianxia made a sound of agreement. Li Rong saw her worried expression and smiled. He patted her shoulder and said, hurry up and do your work. After you're done, you can go drink and gamble. Xianxia laughed when she heard this and responded, okay. After she finished speaking, Xianxia leaned in front of her and whispered, how do you feel after your separation? Li Rong raised his eyebrows. Xianxia looked around and leaned forward, do you have a night date with your lover? Something exciting? Li Rong smiled and took a booklet from the side. He slapped it on Xianxia and said, get lost. Xianxia smiled and stood up. He waved his hand and said, I'm leaving. After he finished speaking, he went back to his room. After Xianxia left, Li Rong picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. Actually, Xianxia's concerns weren't wrong. It was indeed a bit risky to hand over the Department of Inspection over an imperial examination case. In the beginning, it was Pei Wenxuan's suggestion to hand over the Department of Inspection over. Now that it was decided to hand it over to the Department of Inspection, Li Rong looked at the tea leaves floating in the teacup with a cold gaze. This was because Pei Wenxuan's people were mixed in with the scholars who complained. Su Yongqing wanted to take the firewood under Li Chuan's cauldron, and Pei Wenxuan wanted to tear down the stove. If this was Pei Wenxuan's intention, then no matter what, she couldn't get involved in this whirlpool. Li Rong stayed in the Department of Inspection for a day. When night fell, she got up and returned to the princess's residence. When she walked out of the door, she saw Xianxia changing into men's clothes. She was swinging her purse and was happily going out. She walked very briskly and looked as if she was about to jump up. Li Rong was waiting for her at the entrance of the inner courtyard. When he saw her humming a little tune, he called out to her, where are you planning to go? Why are you so happy? When Li Rong spoke, Xianxia realized that she was there. He was shocked and hurriedly said, Your Highness, you haven't left yet? Aren't you also not leaving? The two of them walked out of the courtyard together. Xianxia coughed lightly, aren't I leaving now? It's too obvious during the day. How long do you plan to play? If it's too late, I'm afraid your father will scold you. Father knows my temperament. Xianxia said to her rather confidently, I've already said so. Li Rong smiled and didn't say anything. When she walked with Xianxia, she would feel like she was a teenager for a moment, but in the next moment, she would clearly notice the difference between the two of them. She felt that looking at Xianxia was like looking at a child. Su Ronghua is waiting for you, right? Li Rong asked directly. Xianxia's face stiffened. Li Rong lowered his head and chuckled, you usually just go out to drink and have fun. You're not this happy. I'm not either, when did the two of you get so close? Li Rong knew that she was shy, so he didn't give her a chance to explain. He cared for her like an elder. Xianxia didn't hide anything and said directly, in the past, when I was in the inspection department, I would often go to the gambling den after I finished my work. The night you and Su Yongqing caused trouble in the palace, I heard that he went to the palace. I knew it wasn't good, so I specially went to the palace gate to pick him up. I took him to climb a mountain and comforted him. After that, our relationship became good. Now that he has nothing to do and is an idle person, he comes to me every day. Play is play, Li Rong reminded her, don't delay your work. Don't worry, I know what to do. As Xianxia spoke, the two of them walked out of the inspection department's gate. As soon as they walked out, they saw Su Ronghua sitting at the gate, spinning the fan in his hand. Hearing the sound behind him, Su Ronghua turned around and smiled, oh, you're out? As he spoke, Su Ronghua stood up and bowed to Li Rong. Li Rong raised her hand to stop him, you're not afraid of these things. You're here to pick up Aya? Yes. Su Ronghua admitted frankly. Xianxia felt that the two of them were talking awkwardly, so he turned and waved at Li Rong, Your Highness, let's go. As he spoke, Xianxia walked forward and grabbed Su Ronghua's sleeve, pulling him along the street. The two of them talked and laughed along the way. Li Rong stood at the gate and watched them go. Seeing the people coming and going on the street, she felt an indescribable emptiness in her heart. It was like in the last few years after she grew old in her previous life, she often looked at the hustle and bustle in a daze. While she was in a daze, she saw a young beggar run to her side. He held a chipped bowl and said in a tender voice, Madam, can you give me a copper coin? Li Rong looked down and saw a note in the beggar's bowl. She didn't know why, but she seemed to know who gave her the note. She took out 2 copper coins from her money pouch and put them in the bowl. At the same time, she quietly held the note in her hand. The young beggar ran away. Li Rong used her finger to open the note in a dark corner and saw Pei Wenchuan's handwriting. I'm here. Li Rong instinctively raised her head and looked around. She saw a young man with 2 patches of beard standing not far away. He smiled and met Li Rong's gaze. Li Rong couldn't help but purse her lips. She hid the note in her palm and walked down the steps with her hands behind her back, saying, Let's go back. The coachman and attendant were a little surprised, but they didn't say anything. They watched as Li Rong walked forward and walked into the crowd. After she turned around, a young man in blue also followed her into the crowd. They didn't talk to each other. One in front of the other, they walked on opposite sides of the road. It was as if they were 2 people who didn't interact at all. However, the young man would walk by every stall that Li Rong walked past and by the things that Li Rong saw. Li Rong also noticed Pei Wenchuan's actions. She walked to a lantern stall that sold riddles. She raised her hand and touched the lantern that looked like Chang'e flying to the moon. She stood in front of the lantern stall for a while. The young man stopped behind her and casually looked at the comb on the opposite stall. After Li Rong left, the young man followed her. Li Rong walked out of the busiest street and felt tired. She called for a carriage and got on the carriage while yawning. Before she got on the carriage, she saw the young man standing not far away and looking at her with a smile. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. Suddenly, she was in the mood to play and threw the handkerchief in her sleeve. The wind blew the silk handkerchief across the street. The light shone through the soft gauze. The young master hurriedly walked forward. The soft gauze brushed past his face and left a lingering fragrance. The young master raised his hand and caught the fluttering handkerchief. When he turned back, the carriage had already left, just like the woman in his dream. Pei Wenchuan stared blankly at the departing carriage. After a long time, she lowered her head and smiled. She carefully folded the handkerchief and put it in her heart. Only then did she return to the lantern riddle stall. When Li Rong returned to the princess's residence, she had just rested. She was soaking her feet and reading a book when she heard the Jing Lan say, Your Highness, Lord Zhao requests an audience. Li Rong looked up. Let him in. Zhao Chongjiu received permission and walked in. As soon as he came in, Li Rong saw that he was holding more than a dozen lanterns in his hand. Li Rong saw the lanterns and almost laughed out loud. Zhao Chongjiu's face darkened. He put the lanterns on the ground, then picked up the lantern that Xianxia was flying to the moon and put it in front of Li Rong. Just now, the Lord Pei urgently looked for me and gave me so many lanterns. He specifically told me that I must personally hand this lantern to your highness. He said that he won that stall. When Li Rong heard this, she finally couldn't help but laugh. She took the lantern that Pei Wenxuan won and looked at Xianxia on the lantern. She laughed for a long time. She suddenly felt that some things, even if two people didn't get along, were not unforgivable. A person's life was just to live a good life. With this lantern here, even if there were some run-ins, she still wanted to continue. She vaguely realized that the biggest difference between her and when she was young was perhaps that. When she was young, she always thought of throwing away anything bad that she encountered. Now, when she encountered something bad, she would think of cultivation. She didn't know if this was a compromise or a maturity, but it seemed that this was an inevitable path in life. If she thought of throwing away something bad, Pei Wenxuan and her would have ended a long time ago. She wasn't perfect and flawless, and Pei Wenxuan wasn't flawless. However, Pei Wenxuan never thought of giving up. She was forced to persist in going around in circles, and she finally found out. This relationship was worth it in the end. After Pei Wenxuan delivered the lanterns, he walked on the long street with his hands behind his back. He couldn't help but laugh when he imagined Li Rong's appearance when he received the lanterns. Dong Yi yawned behind him and muttered, "Gongzi, you're too idle. Is there not enough work in the Ministry of Personnel, or are you too energetic? You changed your clothes and waited for so long. It wasn't easy to send His Highness back, but you still went to guess the riddles. You're a top scholar, but you went to guess the riddles. Isn't this bullying? People will laugh at you if this spreads." Pei Wenxuan knew that Dong Yi was guessing that he was in a good mood, so he dared to be so impudent. He didn't respond to Dong Yi. He just looked up at the bright moon in the sky with a smile. Thinking that Li Rong was also under the moonlight with him, his gaze couldn't help but soften a few inches. "Laugh if you want," Pei Wenxuan's voice was full of laughter, "as long as Madam is happy. What's the use of learning so much talent if Madam can't coax you?" In any case, he had already seen the scenery of ascending to the top. What he coveted the most was this world of fireworks. After Li Rong received Sun Wen's letter of complaint and sent him away, Cui Yulong immediately contacted Consort Ro. Consort Ro used Prince Su's name to meet with Cui Yulong. Cui Yulong then told Consort Ro everything about Sun Wen. This Sun Wen is from this humble subject's hometown. He was robbed of his place to participate in the spring imperial examinations by the local gentry in Huajing, so he came to Huajing to find this humble subject. This humble subject told him to complain to Her Highness Ping Le. As this humble subject expected, Her Highness Ping Le received the letter of complaint early in the morning and sent him out of Huajing. Now, the ship that sent him out of Huajing is nowhere to be found. Hearing Cui Yulong's words, Consort Ro immediately sat up straight. "Are you serious?" "Yes." Cui Yulong took out a letter of complaint. Sun Wen left this letter of complaint to this humble subject. "Tomorrow, Your Highness can find an opportunity to summon Her Highness Ping Le into the palace and show her this letter of complaint first. Then, we can find someone to present this matter to the throne." "Why should I tell her about this matter first?" Consort Ro frowned. "Since she dared to directly kill the person who filed the complaint, wouldn't it be better if I directly told His Majesty? If Your Highness directly told His Majesty about this matter, His Majesty would at most reprimand Her Highness Ping Le. He would also suspect that Your Highness has ulterior motives. Your Highness has already been through the case in Hongda, so it's best if you don't get involved in this matter." Cui Yulong kneeled on the ground and calmly analyzed, "But if Your Highness first lets Her Highness Ping Le know that you already know that she killed someone, she will be afraid. Tomorrow, when she is presented to the throne, she is afraid that Sun Wen's death will be discovered. Before anything happens, she will resign from the position of director of the inspection department to avoid being held accountable." "Is she that timid?" Consort Ro frowned. "Ping Le is a little fox. I'm not afraid of this trick of yours. It won't work." Cui Yulong picked up the teacup and chuckled. "Does Nyang Yang know why His Highness Ping Le wanted to kill Sun Wen?" "I would like to hear the details." "Her Highness Ping Le is His Highness the Crown Prince's older sister. Even if she doesn't get along with the aristocratic families, she's still a member of the aristocratic families. Therefore, she could investigate the Qin clan case and the military pay case, but she couldn't touch the foundations of the aristocratic families. As for the case of the imperial examination, there are too many implications. She's already at the center of the storm, so she naturally doesn't dare to accept it. Not only does she not dare to accept the case, but she also needs to protect it. If the aristocratic family is unstable, then the crown prince will be unstable. So she must kill Sun Wen. Cui Yulong said and took a sip of tea. Consort Ro pondered, before you sent Sun Wen over, you already expected that she would kill Sun Wen? I said that I would send the inspection department to Xianxia. Cui Yulong raised his eyebrows. Does Xianxia think that I'm joking? Consort Ro was stunned. Cui Yulong put down the teacup and picked up the fan again. He slowly said, we lured her to kill Sun Wen, so we already have something on her. Then we forced her to accept the case of the imperial examination. If she doesn't want to accept the case, and we have something on her, then leaving the inspection department is the safest way for her. If she leaves, then someone will have to take over the inspection department. Whoever is willing to investigate the case of the imperial examination, Cui Yulong looked at Consort Ro, will be the new head of the inspection department. But, Consort Ro hesitated, if I'm going to investigate a case that even Li Rong doesn't dare to investigate, it's not that His Highness Ping Li doesn't dare, but he doesn't want to. The crown prince relies on the aristocratic families. Cui Yulong leaned forward slightly, but are the aristocratic families your support? Consort Ro froze. Cui Yulong's words were like a poisonous snake that drilled into her heart. Xianxia, you were born here. Even if the aristocratic families respect and support you, they will only treat you as a chess piece. The aristocratic families will never be your support. You and His Highness Ping Li are different. You didn't rely on the aristocratic families to get to where you are today. It's the exact opposite. You relied on the aristocratic families to weaken them. What His Majesty cares about is your humble background. This is the foundation of His Royal Highness Prince Su. The more ruthless you are to the aristocratic families, the more His Majesty will favor you. His Highness Ping Li was only able to establish the inspectorate because he was investigating the aristocratic families' cases. If you want His Majesty's favor, you have to be even more ruthless than His Highness Ping Li. Consort Ro didn't say anything. She digested Cui Yulong's words. Cui Yulong leaned against the armrest and looked at Consort Ro's expression. He slowly said, I know that Xianxia has connections with some of the aristocratic families. If Xianxia doesn't believe me, why don't you think about it? Up until now, have those aristocratic families brought Xianxia any benefits? When Consort Ro heard this, her whole body trembled. She suddenly reacted. Yes, although the Su family was powerful, she had never received any benefits from working with Su Yongqing. Not only did she not receive any benefits, but she also received a lot of disgust from the emperor. When something happened, the Su family brothers, in order to protect themselves, Su Ronghua turned around and used her as a shield to win Li Ming's forgiveness. She was originally the mistress of the 6 palaces. Now that she has been demoted to a concubine, she was even suspected by Li Ming. Was it really better for Li Qing to work with the aristocratic families? Cui Yulong saw Consort Ro's expression wavering. He struck while the iron was hot and continued his analysis. In fact, His Majesty has already paved the path for His Royal Highness Prince Su. The most important thing for an emperor's position is military power and money. His Majesty gave the Northwest Army to your brother to build up military power for His Royal Highness Prince Su. Money, on the other hand, is a matter of the imperial court. Now that His Majesty is supporting Xianxia, what Xianxia should do is not rely on the aristocratic families. Instead, Xianxia should take advantage of the time when His Majesty is still protecting Xianxia to build up the power in your hands. The humble family, Cui Yulong said each word seriously, is Xianxia's final destination. As for the aristocratic families, Xianxia only needs to maintain good relations and feign civility. I understand teacher's meaning. Consort Ro heard Cui Yulong's analysis and made a decision in his heart, I'll arrange it tomorrow. Cui Yulong received Consort Ro's answer and continued to plan with Consort Ro for a while. After Cui Yulong left, Consort Ro sat in the room. Maid Xianxia came forward and served Consort Ro a cup of tea. She worriedly asked, Nyang, should we tell Lord Su about this matter? He won't agree. Consort Ro slowly said, Cui Yulong is right about one thing. For someone like Su Yongqing, Consort Ro sneered, I'm far less important than his aristocratic family's interests. They don't want Li Rong to investigate, so they're willing to let me investigate? Prepare the invitation, Consort Ro ordered, invite Ping Li into the palace for a chat. Consort Ro's invitation was delivered to Li Rong the next day. Li Rong had just left court and smiled when he saw the invitation. He knew that Cui Yulong had managed to persuade Consort Ro. She didn't refuse and immediately accepted the invitation. Then, she went to Consort Ro's palace. When Li Rong arrived, Consort Ro was the only one in the palace. When she saw Li Rong enter, she raised her head and smiled, Ping Li, you're here? She knew how to conduct herself. Even when facing Li Rong, who hated her to the core, she still had a sincere smile on her face. Li Rong nodded as a greeting. Consort Ro gestured for her to sit. Li Rong looked at the tea and pastries on the table and found that they were all her favorites. She couldn't help but be moved by Consort Ro's magnanimity. Even at 50 years of age, she couldn't be as tolerant as Consort Ro when facing her enemies. Ever since you got married, you haven't been to the palace much. I haven't seen you in a long time, and I've missed you. Consort Ro poured Li Rong tea and cared for her like an elder. She gently asked, how have you been after the divorce? Thank you for your concern. Li Rong was used to the hypocrisy of the people in the palace. She smiled and responded, the inspectorate is busy, so I don't have any other feelings. Even though the work is busy, you still have to take care of your health, Consort Ro said and pushed the teacup towards Li Rong. Li Rong picked up the teacup and blew on the tea. Consort Ro observed her and slowly said, I called you over this time because I wanted to ask you for help with something. I have a distant relative who studied hard for 10 years and finally passed last year's autumn imperial examination. He became a tribute and was preparing to take the spring imperial examination this year. Who would have thought that someone would take his spot? He came all the way to Huajing to complain. I thought about it and couldn't find a suitable person to help, so I thought of you. As she spoke, Consort Ro took a copy of Sun Wen's confession and handed it to Li Rong, saying, I sent him to find you. Did you see him? His name is Sun Wen. Hearing this name, Li Rong froze. Consort Ro looked at Li Rong and tilted her head as if she didn't know what Li Rong had done. She smiled and said, looking at you, you must have seen him. I haven't. Li Rong seemed to come back to her senses. She pretended to be calm and said, Nyang said that the Ministry of Justice should handle it. Nyang should send him to the Ministry of Justice. It's getting late, Li Rong stood, Ping Li will leave first. That's true, Consort Ro smiled, you're also busy. Leave first. As she spoke, Consort Ro called for someone to see her off. As soon as the person arrived, Li Rong couldn't wait to leave. Consort Ro slowly called out to her, Ping Li Rong stopped in her tracks. Consort Ro turned the teacup in her hand, if you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. If it's yours, it's yours. If it's not yours, you can't hold on to it. Li Rong turned around and saw Consort Ro looking at her with a smile, take care of yourself. Many thanks for Nyang's concern. Li Rong's expression was cold. After thanking her, she walked out. After she left, Consort Ro stroked the teacup and couldn't help but laugh out loud. After so many years, this was the first time she saw Li Rong panic. Li Rong walked out of the palace and boarded the carriage. She immediately returned to her usual leisurely self. Sitting in the carriage, she drank tea and let Jing Lan massage her shoulders. Her previous panic completely disappeared, and she looked quite relaxed. Why is your highness so happy? Jing Lan couldn't help but ask. Li Rong smiled and said, I've caught a fish. Li Rong managed to trick Consort Ro. At night, she summoned Cui Yulong. In order to make it easier for Cui Yulong to enter and leave, she specifically had the imperial bodyguards change their shifts. This way, there was a path that the imperial bodyguards wouldn't patrol, and she specifically left it open for Cui Yulong. Cui Yulong skillfully climbed over the wall in the middle of the night and entered the princess's residence. After discussing with Li Rong how to cooperate with the imperial court the next day, he climbed over the wall and left in the middle of the night. As soon as he left, Pei Wenchuan's people reported to Pei Wenchuan that Li Rong had arranged for the imperial bodyguards to patrol. Although Pei Wenchuan's people had left the princess's residence, he had arranged for many people to be stationed there. It could be said that the princess's residence was the place he had the most information on in Huajing. This was the third time that Li Rong had arranged for the imperial bodyguards to patrol, and it was always at night. Pei Wenchuan couldn't help but have some thoughts. He immediately had someone investigate the details of the 3 patrolling shifts. After that, he went to sleep. However, even after he fell asleep, he couldn't fall asleep. He still believed in Li Rong. With their relationship, Li Rong shouldn't do anything to betray her. However, he was also worried. Li Rong was someone who liked to look pretty. Without him by her side, what if she had some ideas and met some bad people and was coaxed? What should he do? When Pei Wenchuan thought of this possibility, he was so worried that he couldn't fall asleep. He wished he could get up right now and go find Li Rong. However, he felt that his worries were unnecessary. Li Rong wasn't a silly girl. How could she be so easily coaxed? After tossing and turning for an entire night, it was finally the next day. He arrived at the palace early in the morning and waited there. Finally, he saw Li Rong's carriage. He hurriedly asked someone to drive his carriage to Li Rong. He arrived at the palace gate at the same time as Li Rong and lifted the curtain together. When Li Rong saw Pei Wenchuan, he couldn't help but smile. Lord Pei, what a coincidence! Pei Wenchuan had to pretend to be indifferent in front of others. He nodded and didn't say anything. Just receiving such a greeting made him feel a little happy. The two went to court. Pei Wenchuan secretly glanced at Li Rong, who was standing at the front. Now that he was promoted, he was closer to Li Rong. Li Rong was completely unaware of Pei Wenchuan's emotions. She tapped her small fan against the palm of her hand and waited for today's performance. More than half of the matters in court were settled. As usual, Li Ming asked if there was anything else. Suddenly, a minor official from the censorate stood up. Your Majesty, the minor official said calmly. This humble official has a memorial. Speak. Li Ming was bored to death as he drank tea. The minor official lifted his clothes and knelt down. He said in a clear voice, this humble official wishes to report to His Highness Ping Le of the Inspectorate of Inspection. Knowing the case, he didn't report it. Instead, he threatened to send away the person who made the complaint. Hearing this, Li Ming stopped holding his cup. When Li Rong heard this, he immediately stepped out and knelt on the ground. He said, Imperial Father, this son is innocent. Li Rong's violent reaction made Li Ming frown. Li Ming looked at the minor official and put down his teacup. He said, why didn't she report the case? Tell me. Everyone looked at the minor official. The minor official couldn't help but tremble. But as a member of the censorate, he didn't lack courage. So he braced himself and continued. Qin County's examinee, Sun Wen, was originally the winner of last year's autumn examination. This year, Qin County's examinee in the spring examination was persecuted by the country gentry. His quota was misappropriated and he couldn't participate in the spring examination. He specially came to Beijing to report to the emperor and ask for justice. However, when the complaint reached the Inspectorate of Inspection, His Highness Ping Le not only didn't strictly investigate the case, but also sent Sun Wen away from Huajing. Now, his whereabouts are unknown. I hope that Your Majesty will strictly investigate such a vile act. Ping Le. Li Ming looked at Li Rong. Do you have something to say? This humble official. Li Rong was clearly panicking. She quickly organized her words and finally said, this humble official is innocent. He said this. What evidence does he have? This humble official has a witness. The minor official said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Many people saw Sun Wen go to the Inspectorate of Inspection to complain. It's true that he came to complain, Li Rong immediately said. I also received his complaint, but before I started the investigation, he left the capital on his own. How can you say that I forced him to leave? That's enough. Li Ming interrupted the two, Imperial Censor Wang. doesn't have any evidence. Ping Le, you explain it to me later. Yes. Li Rong sighed and knelt on the ground to thank Li Ming. Pei Wenxuan looked at Li Rong kneeling on the ground and couldn't help but frown. Seeing Li Rong bow her head, he felt a bit uncomfortable. After the court, Li Rong went to the imperial study. When Li Ming saw Li Rong come in, he didn't say anything and just let her kneel. Li Rong knelt in the imperial study for a while. Li Ming said, Sun Wen is dead, right? This humble official doesn't know. Li Rong knelt on the ground and didn't say anything. Li Ming looked up at her and said, this humble official knows all your tricks. This humble official doesn't care if 1 or 2 people die. This humble official only wants to ask you one thing. Li Ming said coldly, are you going to investigate the imperial examination case? Li Rong froze. Li Ming saw her hesitation. He looked up and stared at her. This humble official didn't give you the inspectorate of inspection to play with. Sun Wen's case involves the foundation of Xia's talent selection. This humble official must investigate it quickly. But you killed him. Tell me, do you not want to investigate? This humble official. Li Rong said with difficulty, I didn't kill Sun Wen. I'm asking you about the imperial examination case. It doesn't matter whether Sun Wen is dead or not. Are you going to investigate or not? Imperial father, Li Rong hesitated, this humble official, doesn't dare to investigate. Don't dare, Li Ming sneered, since you don't dare, what use do I have for you? You don't need to be the head of the inspectorate of inspection anymore, right? Li Rong didn't say anything. Li Ming knew that she was determined not to investigate this case. Li Ming thought for a moment and knew Li Rong's plan. She probably saw through his intentions. So, she didn't want to deteriorate the relationship with the aristocratic family. He paid attention to checks and balances. Li Rong talked about balance in the officialdom. But how could Li Ming tolerate her balance? He sneered and said, write your resignation letter and recommend Prince Su to be the head of the inspectorate of inspection. Imperial father, but, if you don't write it, Li Ming said bluntly, Sun Wen's case won't stop here. Li Rong froze. She knelt in place as if her weakness was caught. After a long time, she said dejectedly, yes. You can leave. Li Ming said coldly, you just divorced recently. You should have a good rest. Yes. Li Rong responded and stood up in a daze. Li Ming didn't pay attention to her. Li Rong walked out in a daze. As soon as she went out, she saw Consort Ro walking in with soup. Consort Ro looked at Li Rong's appearance and only smiled and nodded at Li Rong. Then, he walked into the imperial study. Li Rong looked at Consort Ro's proud and confident smile and held back her laughter. She pretended to clench her fists, as if she was trying to control her emotions. At that moment, she felt that her acting skills were superb, as if they had reached the pinnacle. This kind of performance pleased Consort Ro. In the evening, when Consort Ro received Li Rong's resignation letter and Prince Su's letter of recommendation, Consort Ro couldn't stop laughing. He praised repeatedly, Cui Yulong is still the best. Look at him. His first move was to become the head of the inspectorate of inspection. Cui Yulong is such a talent. Consort Ro sighed with emotion, why didn't I notice him earlier? What a pity. In the palace, Consort Ro and Hua Lu were very happy. Cui Yulong rushed to the Princess Fu to discuss the next step with Li Rong. When Pei Wenxuan received the news that Li Rong had lost the inspectorate of inspection, he was discussing the next step with several of his confidants. When he heard this news, he couldn't sit still. He knew that this was Li Rong's plan, but he couldn't help but think that Li Rong would be sad in the end. The reason why she lost the inspectorate was because Li Ming treated her purely as a chess piece. If Li Ming had cared about her in the slightest, he wouldn't have lost the inspectorate so quickly. He even wanted her to personally write a letter to nominate the Su Wang. He was worried about Li Rong. When he learned that night that Li Rong had mobilized the imperial bodyguards, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He had already received the schedule of the imperial bodyguards' movements for the past 3 days. He made a little comparison and found that when the imperial bodyguards patrolled at different locations and times, there was actually an empty path. This path was equivalent to having no imperial bodyguards guarding it. He pondered for a moment and finally changed his clothes and put on a black cloak. Taking advantage of the night, he drove the carriage out from the back door. He had people clear the path and confirmed that there were no spies on the road before secretly arriving at the Princess Fu. He wore a black cloak on the outside, but inside, he wore a moonlight-colored robe with silver patterns. His hair was neatly combed with a jade crown. Before he left, he even took a bath and used incense. Dong Yi couldn't help but ask him, "Gongzi, are you going to discuss business or to have a tryst?" Pei Wenchuan was too lazy to pay attention to him. It wasn't easy to see Li Rong. How could he lose face? In any case, Li Rong's imperial bodyguards only had 2 shifts. The first one had already passed, so he just had to wait for the second one. Moreover, he also wanted to see who exactly Li Rong was planning to use this time. Thinking of this, Pei Wenchuan's eyes became cold. When he hurried to the Princess Fu, Cui Yulong and Li Rong were almost done with their discussion. When they saw that it was time for the imperial bodyguards to change shifts, Cui Yulong respectfully said, "Your Highness, since we've finished discussing, this humble subject will take his leave first." Li Rong also felt tired. He nodded and let Cui Yulong leave. After Cui Yulong respectfully left, Li Rong got up and had people prepare flower petal bath beans for the imperial spring soup. She undid her hair and walked to the pool, intending to soak in it to relieve her fatigue. She yawned as she walked to the pool and let someone serve her hot soup. She had talked too much today and didn't really want to see anyone. She let the maid leave and waited outside the door. While Li Rong closed his eyes and soaked in the pool, Pei Wenchuan also arrived at the back courtyard of the Princess Fu. He had calculated the time. At this time, it just so happened that there was an empty area near the southwest corner of the backyard that wasn't patrolled. Pei Wenchuan walked to the wall and had Dong Yi bend down. He stepped on Dong Yi and climbed up the wall. At this time, Cui Yulong thanked Zhao Chongjiu and also stepped on Zhao Chongjiu's shoulder to climb up the wall with difficulty. Thus, Pei Wenchuan and Cui Yulong both climbed up the high wall at the same time. Under the moonlight, the two of them simultaneously discovered a person rising from the other side of the wall like a mushroom breaking out of the ground in the dark night. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Pei Wenchuan took the initiative and cursed in a low voice, "So it's you." At the same time, he didn't hesitate to throw an iron fist at him. When they met on the wall, he threw a heavy punch. Cui Yulong was caught off guard by this punch and fell down on the spot. Fortunately, Zhao Chongjiu grabbed Cui Yulong's belt and allowed Cui Yulong to land on the ground. Before Cui Yulong could stand up, Pei Wenchuan had already jumped down from the wall with the shadow guards. He rushed forward and grabbed Cui Yulong, wanting to hit him again. Zhao Chongjiu hurriedly pulled him back and said in a low voice, "Darren, Lord Cui is here to discuss business. Don't cause a conflict here and alert the guards." Pei Wenchuan paused and then revealed an enlightened expression. He turned to Cui Yulong and said, "Lord Cui, you're here to discuss business?" Sorry, Pei Wenchuan hurriedly apologized, "I thought." "It's fine, it's all a misunderstanding." Cui Yulong covered his face and said, "We'll talk another day. I'm leaving first." They all knew that the guard had been transferred away not long ago, so they hurriedly separated. Before they separated, Pei Wenchuan grabbed Zhao Chongjiu and asked, "Do you know where His Highness is?" "He was in the bedroom when we left." Zhao Chongjiu lowered his voice and said quickly, "But His Highness said he was going to take a bath later. He might be at the Imperial Spring Soup." Pei Wenchuan nodded and the two groups quickly separated. Dong Yi followed Pei Wenchuan and whispered, "Gongzi, do you believe Lord Cui's words?" Pei Wenchuan glanced at him and didn't answer. He only said, "Let's find His Highness first." He didn't just believe Cui Yulong's words. He had already guessed it before he made a move. Recently, Li Rong had been very active. It would be strange if he didn't contact Cui Yulong in private. It was just that he guessed that Cui Yulong was helping Li Rong with his business, which had nothing to do with him wanting to beat him up. It was already considered a luxury for him to talk to Li Rong, but Li Rong opened a path for Cui Yulong in the middle of the night. Moreover, Cui Yulong was not serious since the first time he met Li Rong, so it was reasonable for him to want to hit him. Anyway, he felt that he was in the wrong for slapping Cui Yulong in such an occasion. He could just pretend that he didn't know anything and apologize. Tomorrow, Cui Yulong would probably have to explain to him. Pei Wenxuan followed the planned route all the way to the inner courtyard. The imperial spring bath was not far from the bedroom. It was a hot spring bath. When Pei Wenxuan and the hidden guard arrived at the courtyard, they saw several servant girls guarding the door and the window. The one guarding the window was a Jingmei. Pei Wenxuan thought for a moment, then followed the haystack to the window and meowed twice like a cat. The Jingmei was attracted by the meowing and looked towards the haystack. Then, she saw Pei Wenxuan in the haystack. She subconsciously wanted to call out, but she saw Pei Wenxuan put his hand to his lips. She immediately reacted. Pei Wenxuan's presence could not be known to others. She looked around for a moment to make sure that there was no one around, then nodded at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan quickly went to the window. The Jingmei immediately said, "His Highness is alone inside." Pei Wenxuan responded. Without waiting for the Jingmei to say anything, he jumped in through the window. He entered the room, closed the window, and hurriedly went to the bathroom. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, he saw Li Rong leaning against the bathtub and sleeping. The water in the bathtub just happened to reach her chest, but it didn't completely cover her. As the water moved up and down, the faint peaks were revealed. Her hair was scattered in the water, floating in the water together with the rose petals. Because she was leaning against the jade pillow that had been set up by the bathtub, her face was slightly tilted up. Her facial features, without any makeup, and her relaxed and peaceful expression, seemed to be beckoning and seducing him. Pei Wenxuan was stunned for a moment. Then, he hurriedly turned his head, subconsciously wanting to avoid her. But when he really did that, he felt that he was useless. She was his wife, so why was he panicking? He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and walked behind Li Rong. Li Rong was sleeping so soundly that she didn't even notice that he was in front of her. When Pei Wenxuan was in front of her, he could see this person more clearly. Li Rong was 19 years old this year. Compared to her later thin and coquettish face, her current facial features were somewhat childish. Her lustrous white skin was round and wrapped around her bones, which made her look even cuter than she had in the past. Pei Wenxuan couldn't help but smile. He moved gently and knelt above Li Rong's head. The moment he knelt down, Li Rong sensed that someone was coming. Without hesitation, she reached into the water, pulled out a dagger from the wall, and stabbed it straight at Pei Wenxuan. Pei Wenxuan already knew her habits. The moment she pulled out the dagger, he pressed down on her hand. His hand was steady and gentle as he pressed her hand to the ground. At the same time, he lowered his head and swallowed her cry of surprise. He took the opportunity to attack her. "Don't make a sound." He kissed her lips and reminded her, "I came here secretly." Li Rong recognized who it was. Her body instantly softened and she accepted Pei Wenxuan's actions. She gasped for breath. After a long time, she felt Pei Wenxuan straighten up. She opened her eyes that were wet with tears and looked at Pei Wenxuan on the shore. He was wearing a black robe and a moonlight-colored gown. He was kneeling by the pool and looking at her with a smile. Although she was puzzled as to why he came today, Li Rong didn't feel unhappy. She even felt an indescribable joy in her heart. She didn't show it on her face. She just straightened up and waved at him in the water. Pei Wenxuan raised his eyebrows and pointed at the pool. Li Rong nodded and moved closer to the shore. She poked her upper body out of the water like a banshee. She placed her hands on the jade floor and whispered in Pei Wenxuan's ear, "You're too far away from me. It's not good to talk." Pei Wenxuan chuckled and didn't say anything. He just stood up and slowly took off his clothes in front of Li Rong. His movements were neither fast nor slow. He was graceful and elegant. Li Rong watched as the clothes were taken off one by one. Her heartbeat sped up. She suddenly remembered that when Pei Wenxuan was injured in the Pei family, he also took off his clothes bit by bit in the carriage. At that time, she didn't understand what he was doing. Now, she understood. She didn't say anything and waited for Pei Wenxuan to enter the water. When Pei Wenxuan entered the water, he directly pulled her into his embrace and chuckled, "Now you're easy to talk to?" As he spoke, he began to move. Li Rong's expression didn't change. She raised her hand and hooked it around his neck to prevent it from slipping. "What are you doing here tonight? I missed you." Pei Wenxuan's voice was hoarse, but he was very patient. Li Rong chuckled, I'm afraid you're not here to catch someone? Pei Wenxuan probably knew that she had opened a separate path for Cui Yulong to come over at this time. In her previous life, she was his enemy, but he was still able to arrange people in the princess's residence. She wasn't surprised that he arranged even more in this life. Pei Wenxuan was exposed, but he didn't deny it. He only told her, just now, I met Cui Yulong at the door. I gave him a punch. Li Rong tightened her grip around Pei Wenxuan's neck. She restrained her voice and scratched Pei Wenxuan's skin with her nails. Pei Wenxuan felt her change. He chuckled and said, it's okay to not see me for so long, but it's not okay if you don't see Cui Yulong. You even cleared a path for him, Your Highness. Pei Wenxuan deliberately mischievous, have you become fond of the new and tired of the old? Li Rong looked up at him and saw the smile on Pei Wenxuan's face. She knew that he had already vented his anger on her. She kissed him to please him and said, don't worry, you'll always be the legal wife. Pei Wenxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't bear to see Li Rong leaning on his shoulder and panting lightly. Cui Yulong had already vented his anger, but he didn't come over for this matter. He sighed and hugged Li Rong. He slowly said, you let Chen Hozhao complain to the inspectorate, sent Chen Hozhao out of Huajing, and then found someone to report to you and force you to resign from the inspectorate. You've been doing so much recently to let Consort Ro take over the inspectorate, right? Li Rong didn't say anything. She clung to Pei Wenxuan and clenched her teeth. Pei Wenxuan lowered his head and kissed the person in front of him. He asked with concern, are you tired? I'm fine. Li Rong's voice was hoarse. Pei Wenxuan hugged her. Because of their slow movements, the water splashed against their skin. Pei Wenxuan hesitated, and finally asked the thing he was most worried about. Did His Majesty ask you to recommend Prince Su? Li Rong didn't say much. When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he lowered his eyes. He actually wanted to say a few words of comfort, but he felt that Li Rong didn't mention anything, so his words seemed abrupt. Thus, he only closed his arms and hugged her tightly. He whispered, do you want to go faster? When it came to lust, if two people didn't love each other, it was just like animals reproducing. But for most couples, this was actually a silent way of communication. Begging for mercy, reconciling, sharing grief and joy, the process of physical union was essentially a communication of the heart. Although Pei Wenxuan didn't say anything, Li Rong somehow knew the purpose of his visit. The two of them were well aware of the matters of the imperial court. They each had their own plans. Cui Yulong was just playing around. Pei Wenxuan should be clear about their relationship. The real reason why Pei Wenxuan took the risk to come here was because Li Ming asked her to hand over the inspectorate to Prince Su. Even if there was only a slight possibility, he didn't want to not be by Li Rong's side when she was sad. He made her turn her back to him, using the most intense method that she liked the most. They heard the gentle sound of water. Pei Wenxuan covered her mouth, afraid that she would cry out. The maid outside vaguely heard the sounds in the room. She couldn't help but ask, Your Highness? Pei Wenxuan let go of his hand. Li Rong restrained his voice and calmly said, It's nothing. As soon as her voice fell, it was the most intense moment. Pei Wenxuan raised his hand to cover her mouth and then hurriedly retreated. He leaned against her back and gasped for breath. After a moment, he pressed his face against hers and gently rubbed her face. He hoarsely asked her in her ear, Rong, are you comfortable? Li Rong couldn't speak. Her body trembled. Only tears flowed down the hand that was covering her mouth. Pei Wenxuan got the answer from her silence. He gently smiled and hugged her tightly. Pei Wenxuan's visit this time was too simple. He almost didn't talk about any political matters. After he helped Li Rong clean up, he helped her put on her clothes and then carried her to the recliner to lie down. Li Rong lay on the recliner and looked at him. Pei Wenxuan half squatted in front of her and softly chatted with her. After talking for a while, Pei Wenxuan looked at the sky and whispered, I have to go first. You came all the way here just for this? Li Rong saw that he didn't say anything serious and couldn't help but laugh. She raised her hand and poked his head. Pervert. Pei Wenxuan smiled and didn't respond. After a moment of silence, he raised his hand and held Li Rong's hand. He gently said, "Rong Rong, no matter what, I will be by your side." Li Rong didn't say anything. She looked at Pei Wenchuan half squatting in front of her. She actually understood what he meant. The most important reason why he came in the middle of the night was that he was worried about her losing the inspection department and being asked by Li Ming to personally write a letter to recommend Prince Su. She felt sad. It's actually a small matter. She lowered her head and smiled. In the future, you don't have to come over for such small matters. Pei Wenchuan smiled and didn't say anything. Li Rong knew that she couldn't persuade him. She sighed and only said, "In a while, I will call the imperial bodyguards over to ask about the situation. You can go back the way you came." Pei Wenchuan responded and didn't move. Both of them were a little reluctant, but they didn't have the nerve to say it. Li Rong looked at him for a long time and only said, "You're dressed very well today. After all, I have to see you." Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. She straightened up and leaned over to kiss his forehead. "Let's go." Pei Wenchuan couldn't delay any longer. The sky was almost bright. He got up and jumped out of the window. After he hid outside, Li Rong called the imperial bodyguards on duty. Pei Wenchuan took advantage of Li Rong calling for the imperial bodyguards and secretly ran out. The two met at night. When Li Rong went out the next morning, she saw Zhao Chongjiu waiting at the door. Zhao Chongjiu came forward and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, the scholars that the Su family took in to complain have woken up very early. Right now, their residences are brightly lit. I'm afraid that something will happen." Li Rong had long sent people to keep an eye on the scholars that Su Yongqing took in. Now that there was something strange, he immediately came to report. Li Rong's eyes turned cold. She said in a low voice, "Inform Cui Yulan that he doesn't need to go to court today. Prepare to enter the palace. I'm afraid that he will have to see Consort Ro today." Zhao Chongjiu nodded and went to do it. Li Rong returned to the carriage and closed her eyes. Jing Lan poured a cup of tea for Li Rong and asked hesitantly, "Your Highness, do you know what's going on today?" "Just wait." Li Rong closed her eyes. "We'll know what they're going to do soon." Li Rong sat in the carriage and slowly arrived at the palace. Pei Wenchuan had prepared the carriage in advance and parked it at the palace gate. When he saw Li Rong arrive, he hurriedly followed her and created a coincidence that they arrived at around the same time. Li Rong knew his trick. She looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile and went forward. When it was time for court, Li Rong took the initiative to hand in her resignation and handed the Inspectorate of Inspection over to Prince Su. Although Qingdi is young, he is still a prince and should participate in court. Handing the Inspectorate of Inspection over to Qingdi is also a kind of experience. Li Rong respectfully said, "This son feels unwell and cannot continue to work for Imperial Father. I hope Imperial Father will forgive me." Li Ming nodded and slowly said, "You're a girl after all. It's good for you to go back and cultivate your body and mind." "Your Majesty," Li Ming responded. Shang Guansu couldn't sit still. He stepped out from the crowd of officials and frowned. "His Royal Highness Prince Su is still young. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to hand over such an important matter to His Royal Highness Prince Su." "You're right." Li Ming nodded. Shang Guansu sighed in relief. Then he heard Li Ming say, "Then let Consort Ro assist Prince Su and help Prince Su from behind." "Your Majesty," Shang Guansu looked up in shock and hurriedly said, "Consort Ro is still a noble consort in the inner palace. How can she interfere with court affairs? Isn't Ping Eli just a princess?" Li Ming glanced at Li Rong. In the past, she almost never interfered with court affairs. Isn't she doing quite well now? Everyone was momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, a palace servant hurriedly rushed in and knelt in the main hall, saying, "Your Majesty, it's not good." Li Ming frowned. Then he heard the palace servant anxiously say, "A group of scholars led a large group of people to block the palace gates. They said that their spots to participate in the spring examination were stolen. They beg your Majesty to give them justice." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. This matter shouldn't have happened. It was just a matter of a few scholars. How could it be brought to the main hall? No matter how they looked at it, it wasn't dignified. If it was a normal time, these scholars wouldn't even be able to gather together. Even if they came all the way to Huajing and gathered together, they would be dismissed before they could even kneel, not to mention being reported all the way to the palace. This matter was deliberately planned by someone. Everyone knew that the person who could spread this kind of news was definitely not an ordinary person. The court officials couldn't help but try to figure out who planned this and did such a thing. The court officials were clear about the twists and turns below, but Li Ming wasn't necessarily unaware. A person who had been coaxed from top to bottom for decades would find it harder to understand the small details. Everyone saw Li Ming frown. He seemed to think that a big case had happened and immediately said, "What's going on? Go and ask clearly." "We've asked clearly," the messenger panted. These scholars said that they were originally tributes from various villages who had passed the state examination. Logically speaking, they should have come to Huajing to participate in the spring examination. In the end, their spots were snatched away. Therefore, they came to Huajing to report this matter to the emperor. They are now kneeling outside, begging His Majesty to send someone to see them and give them an explanation. "Your Majesty, the palace entrance is now surrounded by commoners. They are all waiting for Your Majesty's decision." Hearing this, Li Ming fell silent. These scholars were smart. Once they entered the main hall, it would be a matter of the imperial court. It would be up to the imperial court to decide how to deal with it. If they knelt outside the door and asked for an explanation, it would be up to the commoners to decide. Most importantly, once they entered the main hall, there might not be anyone who would take over their case. They might just casually send someone to deal with it. Now that they were asking for someone to come out, they could keep an eye on this person if there were any problems in the future. He didn't know who gave them the idea, but it was a good idea. "How many of them are there?" Li Ming paused for a moment and knocked on the table as if he was thinking. The messenger calmed down and said respectfully, "Reporting to Your Majesty, there are nearly 100 people. Hundreds of people came from all over the country. This case involved more than just a few small families. The most difficult part was not in Huajing, but in these small clans. Li Rong was able to handle cases involving high-ranking officials and big families in Huajing, but he wasn't confident that he could handle a small case involving so many people." Li Ming remained silent. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at Li Chuan. Li Chuan waited for a long time. When he sensed that Li Ming was looking up at him, he slowly raised his head. Nominally, no one was more suitable than Crown Prince Li Chuan for this case. However, if Li Chuan accepted this case, he would either lose the hearts of the people or the hearts of the aristocratic families. For so many people to be able to replace the quota, it must be a complete chain. From the local government to the Huajing Imperial Court, they must have offended many people, and even if they offended them, they might not be able to complete the case well. If they didn't complete the case well, Li Ming would have a reason to punish them. This case could be said to be the best knife to stab Li Chuan. Li Rong couldn't help but look at Su Yongqing, who had been standing with his head down, as if everything had nothing to do with him. At this moment, she was finally sure that Su Yongqing's target was Li Chuan. In this way, the reason why Su Yongqing wanted to rely on Li Chuan in the first place was very interesting. If Su Yongqing had been reborn when they first met, then he must have known that in the future, Li Chuan would be forced into a desperate situation step by Li Ming, until he was finally crippled. In fact, he didn't need to do anything. As long as he stopped Pei Wenxuan from persuading the aristocratic families at the last moment, Li Chuan would be doomed. He knew that under such circumstances, he relied on Li Chuan to overthrow Li Chuan. There was only one possibility: he wanted to hide by Li Chuan's side and deal the final blow to Li Chuan at the last moment. If she and Pei Wenxuan hadn't been reborn, Su Yongqing's plan would indeed be good. However, she and Pei Wenxuan had returned, so when she established the inspection department, Su Yongqing's reaction was so big. Because she had disrupted Su Yongqing's plan, she had actual power. Su Yongqing knew that she would never betray Li Chuan, so his plan of waiting for Li Chuan to be destroyed had to be changed. Therefore, he desperately tried to stop the establishment of the inspection department and Pei Wenxuan's rise. He clearly knew that Pei Wenxuan and Li Rong's power would eventually be transferred to Li Chuan. Li Rong's gaze stopped on Su Yongqing, quietly thinking about Su Yongqing's actions. After a short stalemate between Li Ming and Li Chuan, Li Ming slowly said, "Chuaner, this matter involves various provinces and counties, and it is also a matter of selecting talents for Xia. You are the crown prince, so why don't you take charge?" When Li Chuan heard this, he didn't say anything. He hesitated for a moment. Shang Guansu stepped forward and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, this matter involves the imperial examinations. It should be handled by the officials in charge of the imperial examinations, or by the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, or other officials in charge of law. The crown prince is the country's heir, so he should be busy. This kind of complicated case, I'm afraid that he has the heart but not the strength. I hope that your Majesty will reconsider." As Shang Guansu spoke, he turned to look at Wang Howen, the Minister of Appointments. "Minister Wang, I heard that you wanted to be the chief examiner of the imperial examinations. Why don't you let the Ministry of Justice handle this case for you?" When Wang Howen heard this, he quickly stepped forward and said anxiously, "Your Majesty, this old official is old and weak. A few days ago, I did ask to be the chief examiner of the imperial examinations, but recently, I feel that my body can't take it anymore. Now that the chief examiner has not been decided, I hope that your Majesty can choose another candidate." Wang Howen panted 3 times in one sentence. Along with his chubby body and fluttering white beard, Li Rong felt her chest tighten and her breath become short. Li Rong guessed that Li Ming probably didn't want Wang Howen to take on this case either. Investigating a few people who were substitutes wasn't the most important thing in Li Ming's mind. There were too many important matters in the country. Today, there were natural disasters, and tomorrow, there would be war. In comparison, the future of hundreds of people was nothing. However, if it could destabilize Li Chuan's position as the crown prince, it was too important. He needed to let the Li family break free from the shackles of the Shangguan clan. From the moment Li Chuan was born, no matter how outstanding he was no longer suitable for this position. Thus, Li Ming nodded and said slowly, "Official Wang is also old. I do have other thoughts about the position of the chief examiner of the imperial examinations." As Li Ming spoke, he looked up at the officials and said, "I don't know who is willing to go out and take on these students' complaints." When Li Ming asked this question, everyone already had an answer in their hearts. In this kind of situation, no one was willing to take on this hot potato. There was no answer. In the end, the case would still be forced into the hands of the crown prince by Li Ming. Li Rong tapped her fan lightly. She glanced at Su Rongqing, who was not far away. Su Rongqing turned her head back. Her eyes, which were as still water, paused on Li Rong's face for a moment before looking at Pei Wenchuan. He had already made his move. Now, it was up to Pei Wenchuan to deal with it. If Li Chuan took on this case, no matter what Li Chuan did, he would lose. He would either lose the hearts of the aristocratic families or the hearts of the people. Li Rong also couldn't help but look at Pei Wenchuan. She also couldn't help but think about how Pei Wenchuan would deal with it. He already knew about Su Yongqing's actions. He shouldn't have been unprepared. Pei Wenchuan noticed the two people's gazes. He slowly raised his eyes and smiled at Su Yongqing's scrutinizing eyes. After a moment, he suddenly stepped out and knelt on the ground. He said loudly, "Your Majesty, I am willing to take on this case." Li Rong instantly tightened his grip on his fan. His heartbeat quickened. Li Ming, who was sitting on the high seat, frowned and stared at Pei Wenchuan, who was kneeling on the ground. Li Ming originally wanted to deal with Li Chuan, but Pei Wenchuan actually stepped out to block it for Li Chuan. Pei Wenchuan, this dog, must be crazy. Li Rong wasn't the only one who thought so. Everyone in the imperial court also thought so. Li Ming controlled his temper and advised Pei Wenchuan, "Lord Pei, you have only just become the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel. I'm afraid you don't have enough experience to handle this kind of case." "Your Majesty," Pei Wenchuan knelt on the ground, "although I don't have enough experience, I have the heart. Currently, in the imperial court, there are no officials willing to take on this case. Why don't you hand it over to me? I am not from an aristocratic family. I entered the government through the imperial examination. The imperial examination is of great significance to me. I can empathize with the grievances of the students. Therefore, I ask your Majesty to hand over the imperial examination to me. I will definitely seek justice for the students." I hope your majesty will agree. You are still too young. Li Ming was a little impatient when he heard him say this. You are also inexperienced. Even if you have the heart, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it well. Your majesty is right. Su Yongqing finally spoke. He respectfully suggested, why don't we let the Lord Pei assist the Crown Prince in investigating this case and share some of the Crown Prince's burden? Su Yongqing turned to look at Pei Wenxuan. He seemed to be discussing something. Lord Pei, what do you think? Your Majesty, Pei Wenxuan listened to Li Ming's words and didn't back down at all. The Crown Prince is busy. In the end, I'm afraid the work will fall on his subordinates. If your Majesty gives this task to me, I will do my best. Lord Pei is right. Li Chuan's people saw that someone took the initiative to take the blame and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, actually, this matter isn't a big deal. The imperial examination is just an examination. Compared to the disasters and wars at the borders, it's nothing. Lord Pei is a fourth-rank assistant minister. It's more than enough to handle this case. Your Majesty, why don't you give this matter to Lord Pei and let him handle it? That's not right. Su Yongqing's people immediately stood up. The imperial examination is a system for selecting officials. It is the foundation of the country. Now that there are people cheating and rebelling, it involves all parts of the country. If the Crown Prince doesn't appear, how can he pacify the people? That's not appropriate. Li Ming's people, Su Yongqing's people, and the Crown Prince's people. Several parties were fighting. For a moment, the court was noisy. Li Rong turned to look at Pei Wenxuan, who was kneeling on the ground. Pei Wenxuan raised his head and smiled at her. Li Rong saw this expression and knew that Pei Wenxuan knew what was going on. Su Yongqing frowned and stood in the distance with his head lowered, thinking. Both sides were arguing and pushing each other. Suddenly, a woman's clear voice sounded. Your Majesty, Consort Ro pulled Prince Su and stepped through the door. Consort Ro had a smile on her face. Why don't we give this case to Chang'er? Hearing this, the entire court was silent. Everyone looked at Consort Ro in surprise. Only Li Rong maintained a smile. Consort Ro pulled Prince Su over and nodded at Li Rong with a smile. Li Rong bowed and Consort Ro brought Prince Su to kneel. Your Majesty, Xianxia heard that His Highness Ping Le recommended Chang'er to be the head of the Department of Supervision. Although Chang'er is young, he is willing to share your Majesty's burdens. Since the officials don't know what to do with the imperial examinations, why don't we give it to Chang'er? Xianxia will lead Chang'er to see those scholars and see what they want. Li Ming listened to Consort Ro's words and paused. Shang Guansu saw that Consort Ro was willing to take the blame and hurriedly gave a look to his subordinates. One of the officials immediately stepped out and shouted, Consort Ro is righteous. His Royal Highness Prince Su is a noble imperial prince. If he takes over the Department of Supervision, it would be most appropriate for His Royal Highness Prince Su to take over this case. With this person's shout, the other officials immediately stepped out. Although the matter hadn't been decided yet, they all praised Consort Ro and Prince Su. Consort Ro smiled and looked at Li Rong. Li Rong saw her proud gaze and snorted coldly before turning his head away. Li Ming hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Since Chang'er wants to take over this case, then let Chang'er go. However, Pei Wenxuan, Li Ming looked at Pei Wenxuan, since you want to take over this case, then you will be appointed as the chief examiner of the imperial examinations. Together with Assistant Minister Su of the Ministry of Justice, you will assist Prince Su and Consort Ro in handling this case. This humble subject accepts the decree. Pei Wenxuan respectfully kowtowed. Consort Ro pulled Prince Su up, then this concubine will bring Chang'er to the palace gates to see what's going on. Your Majesty, Li Rong smiled, this son also wants to join in the fun. Go. Li Ming waved his hand, if you want to go, then go. You can also be a witness for His Royal Highness Prince Su. Consort Ro led Li Qing to salute and then turned to leave. Li Rong followed behind and the other officials followed them out one after another. Li Rong and Consort Ro walked side by side in the palace city. Li Rong slowly said, Consort Ro's luck has been good recently. I wonder who gave you pointers? When Consort Ro heard Li Rong's words, she knew that she had guessed the existence of Cui Yulong. However, since Li Rong asked this, she didn't know who the person behind her was. Consort Ro smiled and only said, "Your Highness, what are you talking about? I don't really understand." When Li Rong heard this, she sneered and didn't say anything else. Consort Ro elegantly nodded, "I still have to take Qing'er to do something." "Your Highness, please take your time. It doesn't have much to do with you." "You." Li Rong seemed like she wanted to scold someone. Consort Ro laughed and led Li Qing forward quickly. When Consort Ro walked a bit further away, Pei Wenchuan slowly walked to Li Rong's side, seemingly coincidentally walking side by side with her. "Why did you provoke her out of the blue?" Pei Wenchuan's lips trembled as he asked in a low voice. Li Rong smiled, "She's not crazy enough. I'm giving her more psychological comfort." "I want to ask, what are you doing?" Li Rong's face was cold. "If Consort Ro doesn't come, what do you mean? Do you want to prove that you're a prostitute in front of His Majesty? Consort Ro was moved here by you?" Pei Wenchuan folded his hands in his sleeves and raised an eyebrow at her. "I knew that Su Yongqing wanted to scheme against me." Li Rong's voice was calm. "How could I not be prepared? I already had Cui Yulong enter the palace and let him persuade Consort Ro. This is a great opportunity to gain merit. With a bunch of small clans, this case is very easy to handle. I can win over people's hearts, gain His Majesty's favor, and establish my authority in the Department of Supervision. It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone." Li Rong gave a faint smile. "I'm tempted." "Your Highness is wise." Pei Wenchuan tilted his head and smiled. Li Rong didn't want to hear his praise. She and Pei Wenchuan were about to reach the palace gates and watched them slowly open. "Pei Wenchuan, I understand what Su Yongqing wants to do, but I still don't understand what you want to do." Outside the palace gates, the scene of the scholars kneeling on the ground unfolded like a painting. Consort Ro pulled Li Qing to stand at the gates. Consort Ro put on a righteous posture and said that he would definitely seek justice for them. The people kneeling on the ground were immediately moved. "If you have any grievances, tell His Royal Highness Prince Su. Prince Su will definitely seek justice for you." Consort Ro spoke very emotionally. The people kneeling in front of her said emotionally, "Your Highness, we're here today to ask for 3 things. First, we hope that the Imperial Court will thoroughly investigate the case of our quotas being removed and give us justice." Of course, Consort Ro agreed, "Prince Su and I are here for this matter." Second, that person wasn't interrupted by Consort Ro and continued, "We implore the Imperial Court to add a court examination to this year's Imperial examinations. His Majesty will personally invigilate the Imperial examinations to prevent people from abusing their personal power and committing fraud." Hearing this, Consort Ro frowned. She didn't expect these scholars to have so many requests. The officials who came with them also became worried. Li Rong quietly looked at the scholars. She heard the person at the front raise the scroll in his hand and say, "Third, we implore the Imperial Court to use the Imperial examinations as the only method of selecting officials. We will abolish the aristocratic family's recommendation method for the sake of justice." Once these words were said, the crowd was in an uproar. Consort Ro's face instantly turned pale. Su Yongqing looked coldly at Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong tapped her small fan in the palm of her hand. After a long time, she slowly smiled and looked at Pei Wenchuan, who was silently looking at the crowd. "Good," she praised, "very good. Pei Wenchuan." The wind blew out of the palace, causing Li Rong and Pei Wenchuan's clothes to flutter. She smiled at the calm youth in front of her and praised sincerely, "You're really amazing." The requests of these scholars not only caused Consort Ro's face to turn pale with fright, they also stunned the many courtiers behind her. Using the imperial examinations as the only way to select officials, how could these people think of such a thing? It was simply wishful thinking. The courtiers looked at the scholars kneeling on the ground, and their gazes instantly became sharp. The scholar kneeling on the ground said without a change in expression, "Since Consort Ro has come out, you must have made preparations for us commoner disciples to make our requests. We commoner disciples have studied hard for decades, bearing the hopes of our entire family, just to obtain scholarly honors. My old father, in order to support this commoner's studies, didn't dare to treat his illness, and had no food to eat. When he finally received the news that I had become a tribute, he was overjoyed and couldn't sleep at all. But I didn't think that my decades of hope would be destroyed in a single night. This consort will investigate this matter for you. Consort Ro reacted and frowned. It's just how to select officials, it has nothing to do with this matter. How is it unrelated? The scholar said firmly. The imperial court opened the imperial examinations to recruit talents. Dare I ask, Consort Ro, it has been almost 10 years since the imperial examinations began. Has there been a commoner disciple who passed the imperial examinations and became a 5th-rank official? As the scholar spoke, he took out a scroll from his sleeve and spread it on the ground. These are the non-aristocratic officials who passed the imperial examinations in the past 10 years. Consort Ro, please take a look at what they are doing now. Currently, the imperial court is controlled by the aristocratic families, and the situation is very precarious. Impudent! An official suddenly shouted, how can a brat like you speak nonsense outside the palace gates? Men, drag him away. The soldiers heard this and stepped forward. A few tall students immediately stood up and shouted, what are you doing? Are you planning to silence us and seal our mouths? You dare to do it but don't dare to speak? Consort Ro, is this the justice you want to seek for us? When the students asked this, the soldiers didn't dare to move. They sized up Consort Ro. Consort Ro coughed lightly, this is a serious matter. Everyone, please stand up. We will deal with it one by one. Then what does your highness plan to do? The leading scholar chased after them relentlessly. Consort Ro hesitated for a moment, then heard the students say, Your Highness, don't tell me you're planning to coax us into the palace first, and then make your next move after you've pacified us? Consort Ro did mean that, but she didn't know what to say after being exposed by the scholar. She pondered for a moment and finally said, This consort knows that you don't trust me, but this consort can't make a decision for such a big matter. When I was young, my father sold me into the palace for 2 taels of silver. I've suffered all the hardships you've suffered. In fact, because I'm a woman, I've suffered even more than you. After Consort Ro said this, the crowd was slightly moved. The scholar fell silent. Consort Ro took a deep breath and personally helped him up. Don't worry, if this consort can give you justice, this consort will give you justice even if it costs me my life. All of you, stand up first. In a moment, I'll go with His Royal Highness Prince Su to the inspectorate. All of you go together. We'll deal with your grievances one by one. We won't be perfunctory. Consort Ro's identity was Consort Ro's greatest weapon. Her words, coupled with her red eyes, made it seem like it was your fault if you didn't believe her. That scholar still wanted to say something, but the scholar next to him agreed. When the scholar who was leading the crowd saw this scene, he hesitated for a moment. In the end, he still allowed Consort Ro to help him up. Consort Ro comforted them and then had people lead these students to the inspectorate. After comforting the students, Consort Ro brought Prince Su and the officials back to the imperial court. Consort Ro had Li Qing repeat what had just happened. Under Consort Ro's guidance, Li Qing stuttered and finished speaking. Li Ming was silent and didn't say anything. Everyone was waiting for Li Ming's response. The most important part of this matter was no longer the matter of the students being replaced, but the matter of the students saying that they wanted to change the officials. For these students to suddenly appear here, it was obvious that someone had instructed them to do so. If everyone was still guessing that this was an internal struggle between the officials of the imperial court, at this moment, they had no choice but to suspect that these people were arranged by Li Ming. Li Ming had been suppressing the aristocratic families for more than 10 years. From the time he put Pei Lizzie in an important position, opened the imperial examinations, worked hard to promote people from humble families, and even doted on Consort Ro and conferred the title of Prince Su, he had been suppressing the aristocratic families. Today, these scholars' suggestions seemed to be seeking justice for the aristocratic families, but in the end, the one who benefited the most in the imperial court was Li Ming. Everyone was speculating about Li Ming's intentions, but Li Ming only took a sip of tea and didn't say anything before leaving the imperial court. After the imperial court was dismissed, Pei Wenchuan quickly looked at Li Rong. Li Rong didn't even look at him and directly walked out of the great hall. Pei Wenchuan panicked. He turned and walked quickly, wanting to follow Li Rong, but before he walked out of the great hall, he was stopped by a eunuch. The eunuch said in a low voice, Darren, His Majesty wants you to go. Pei Wenchuan stopped in his tracks. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He nodded and said, I'll go now. In this way, Li Rong had already walked far away. Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong's back. A moment later, he walked out and saw Su Yongqing standing at the door. Pei Wenchuan didn't pay attention to his mood. The moment he passed, Su Yongqing suddenly said, that Wen Xingji is one of your people. Wen Xingji was the person who had complained today. Pei Wenchuan heard Su Yongqing's question and only smiled. What is Lord Su talking about? I don't understand. As he spoke, he walked out. Pei Wenchuan went to see Li Ming. Li Rong had just walked out of the imperial palace when she was stopped by Li Ming's people. Li Ming's people asked her for the inspectorate's official seal. She didn't hesitate and directly threw out the official seal she had prepared. She shrank back into the carriage and said coldly, let's go. The carriage left the imperial palace. Li Rong felt her surroundings become quiet. She sat in a daze. After a while, she slowly came back to her senses. She leaned back in her seat, feeling a bit tired. Previously, when she asked Pei Wenchuan about these scholars, he deliberately changed the topic. At that time, she knew that Pei Wenchuan didn't want her to participate in this matter. He should be planning something she didn't like. Now, although she didn't understand his specific thoughts, she roughly understood his thoughts. At this time, he wanted to change the official system. The matter of changing the official system was something they had fought over for many years in her previous life. She liked being recommended by aristocratic families because the most important thing about being an official was not having high knowledge, but being able to do things. The imperial examination system produced a large number of scholars every year, but those scholars didn't know anything other than reading. Occasionally, there were a few smart ones, but most of them had bad intentions. If they learned both civil and martial arts, they could be of use to the imperial family. These children of poor families, from the moment they started studying, they wanted to be an official. This meant that being an official was destined to be a business for them. Therefore, after they took office, they would be corrupt and take bribes. But Pei Wenchuan loved the imperial examinations. Even if the people selected from the imperial examinations were not suitable for being an official, Pei Wenchuan didn't care. Because he cared more about being impartial. Even if this method was not suitable, it was the best way to ensure fairness. Pei Wenchuan wanted to change the official system at this time. Of course, it wasn't for fairness. He had his reasons, but he didn't tell her. So much so that he deliberately hid them from her. No matter how many times she told him to trust her, he still didn't believe her. Li Rong laughed mockingly. She closed her eyes and thought about Pei Wenchuan's next move. What exactly was his plan? Li Rong thought for a moment and finally decided that she had to ask him personally. When Li Rong thought of this, she lifted the curtain and turned to the person outside the curtain and said, "Go to the new residence. Tell Cui Yulong to come to the new residence to find me." The residence she bought next to Pei Wenchuan's residence was finally settled. She put it under someone else's name, and it was almost ready to move in. After she moved to the new residence, she casually found a rocking chair in the room and lay down. She slept for a little while before she heard the announcement outside that Cui Yulong had rushed over. When Li Rong saw him rushing over, she raised her head to look at him and asked, "How was it?" "Your Highness," Cui Yulong was a little anxious. "Those scholars actually want to change the official system. Did you know about this?" When Li Rong heard this, he nodded and said, "I know." "Then why didn't you inform this humble official earlier?" Cui Yulong adjusted his tone and tried to be patient. "Consort Ro accepted a case today. When she came back, she scolded me. If I didn't handle it well, I would have failed at the last step." When Li Rong saw that Cui Yulong was anxious, his expression didn't change. He picked up his teacup and asked absent-mindedly, "What did you say to her?" "Just like I said before." Cui Yulong saw that Li Rong was calm and her expression relaxed. "I told her about the scholar's complaints and told her to use this matter to establish her authority for the Bureau of Investigation. I also analyzed His Majesty's intentions with her and made her believe that His Majesty wanted her to accept this case. Only then did I coax her to go over." "And then?" As Li Rong drank his tea, Cui Yulong frowned. "She went to the imperial court to accept the case and took Prince Su to the Bureau of Investigation. Before she left, she whispered to me that I had caused her death." Your Highness, Cui Yulong was quite uneasy. What should we do? Consort Ro could investigate the case of the substitutes for the imperial examinations, but she didn't dare to interfere with the official system. These scholars were so insatiable that it was normal for Consort Ro to be angry with Cui Yulong, the person who gave her the idea. Li Rong held her teacup and thought. After a long time, she slowly said, "It's fine as long as she has tasted the sweetness." Cui Yulong was stunned. Li Rong only said, "This play was arranged by His Majesty. If Consort Ro is willing to accept it, His Majesty will appease her." Consort Ro, this person, thinks too highly of His Majesty. Li Rong smiled. If His Majesty is willing to appease her, there is no harm. Cui Yulong listened to Li Rong's words. He thought for a moment and finally nodded. Li Rong told Cui Yulong about the follow-up for a while, then had someone send Cui Yulong away. Afterwards, she had dinner in the residence. When night fell, she had Zhao Chongjiu find the Pei Estate's housekeeper. The Pei Estate's housekeeper was Pei Wenxuan's confidant. When Li Rong said that she would come over, the housekeeper immediately went to the wall to set up a ladder. After clearing out the people, he welcomed Li Rong in. He knew what Li Rong meant to Pei Wenxuan, so he didn't ask any questions and directly led Li Rong to the bedroom. Li Rong was a little tired, so she simply lay down on the rocking chair in the bedroom and closed her eyes to rest. She instructed the housekeeper, when she comes back, lead her directly to the bedroom. The housekeeper replied respectfully. Li Rong waved her hand and said, "You may leave now. I'm tired." The housekeeper led everyone out, leaving Li Rong alone in the room without a light. She waited for Pei Wenxuan. When night fell, Pei Wenxuan finally came out of the palace. Li Ming had a long discussion with him. Today's events had developed beyond his and Li Ming's expectations, so they had to make other adjustments. There were many things to do, so Pei Wenxuan couldn't leave. However, his heart was still worried about Li Rong. He hurried back to the residence and didn't let the gatekeeper inform the housekeeper. He walked directly to his bedroom. When the gatekeeper saw that he came back in a hurry, he hurriedly sent someone to inform the housekeeper. However, before the housekeeper could see Pei Wenxuan, he had already entered the bedroom. When he reached the door, he was still instructing Dong Yi to prepare a carriage. He whispered, "I'll change my clothes and go to the princess estate." Dong Yi nodded. Pei Wenxuan pushed the door open and entered the room. There was no light in the bedroom. Pei Wenxuan was too lazy to light it again. Under the moonlight, he groped behind the screen and grabbed a set of clothes that he often wore. He began to take off his clothes and prepared to leave. However, just as he unbuckled his belt, he heard a cold female voice in the room, "Where do you plan to go?" Pei Wenxuan's movement stiffened. He quickly looked up and saw a woman sitting on a rocking chair. She was like a beautiful seductress depicted in books. She had her eyes closed as she slowly said, "I've been waiting for you all day." As she spoke, Dong Yi stood at the door and whispered, "Gongzi, the carriage is ready. We can leave at any time." When Pei Wenxuan heard this, he immediately turned around, "I'm not going." Dong Yi was confused, "Ah?" As they spoke, the housekeeper arrived at the door and saw Dong Yi standing there. The housekeeper whispered, "Gongzi went in?" Dong Yi nodded. Before the housekeeper could explain, Pei Wenxuan calmly said, "You can all leave. I'm going to sleep." Dong Yi and the housekeeper looked at each other. In the end, it was Dong Yi who reacted and replied, "Yes." The sound of footsteps could be heard outside. Pei Wenxuan held his coat in his hands. After a while, he finally moved. He slowly put down his coat and tried to find a topic to talk about. Why are you here?" "I have a lot of questions. I want to ask Lord Pei to answer them." Li Rong's voice was very soft. When it fell on Pei Wenxuan's heart, it was like a knife cutting through it. "I hope Lord Pei will not be stingy with your guidance." As Li Rong spoke, he looked up. His bright eyes were sharp under the moonlight. She looked at Pei Wenxuan who was standing in front of her. She was just like the politician in her memory. She was cold and calm. She clearly looked as harmless as a rabbit, but she would always inadvertently reveal her fangs. She was fully prepared and waited for Pei Wenxuan's answer. After a short silence, Pei Wenxuan suddenly moved. He walked to the bed and squatted on the ground. He dug around on the bed. Li Rong frowned. What are you doing? Pei Wenchuan ignored her. She heard a noise in the room. Pei Wenchuan pulled out an ancient-looking washboard from under the bed. Then he carried the washboard back, patted the dust off it, and placed it in front of Li Rong. His expression was calm. He lifted his clothes and knelt down in front of Li Rong. Li Rong was shocked. Then he looked at Pei Wenchuan and said calmly, "Punish me. Don't talk to me like that. I admit to what I did. Yes, I want to change the official system. I know that Su Yongqing wants to use this case to make things difficult for the Crown Prince. With the Crown Prince's temper, he will eventually accept this case. Once the Crown Prince accepts this case, he will lose regardless of whether he advances or retreats. Therefore, I found His Majesty in advance and told him about this case. Then I discussed with him and decided to use this case to change the official system." Li Rong frowned. Pei Wenchuan looked as if he was facing death calmly and explained the situation clearly. "The scholar who spoke today is one of my people. This was arranged by me. His Majesty and I have discussed it. Today, I will take the initiative to accept this case. Then, I will say in the imperial court that I will be fully responsible for this case. Then, these scholars will complain and request to change the official system. His Majesty will force the Crown Prince to accept the case. If the Crown Prince doesn't accept it, I will stand up and accept the case. At that time, the Crown Prince's people will fully support me in accepting the case. I will take the opportunity to make the court officials promise that I will be fully responsible for this case. After I get the court officials' promise, I will leave the palace to accept the case. Then, with His Majesty's support, I will carry out this case." "You're messing around." Li Rong slapped the armrest. "You let them make these requests today. Even if I give you a few hundred years, you won't be able to do it." "I know," Pei Wenchuan immediately replied. "Therefore, His Majesty's and my real request is not to abolish the recommendation system. We just want the scholars from this imperial examination to have a good place to go. I will first make an outrageous request and then work with them. When my real request is made, it will be much easier for them to accept. This way, His Majesty will not keep an eye on the Crown Prince and the Crown Prince will not fall into a dilemma of whether to accept the case or not. Secondly, His Majesty will definitely have conflicts with the aristocratic families if he implements the imperial examination system. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. His Majesty will become the enemy of the aristocratic families and the aristocratic families will be more tolerant of the Crown Prince. His Majesty's health will last for at most 2 years. The rise of a humble family will not be so fast. Su Yongqing's plan is to force the Crown Prince to lose the support of the aristocratic families step by step. What we need to do is to let the Crown Prince continue to maintain the support of the aristocratic families without being controlled by them. The simplest way is to create a common enemy for the Crown Prince and the aristocratic families. Thirdly, I hope that when His Majesty is alive, we can solve the conflict between the aristocratic families and the imperial power. When the Crown Prince ascends the throne, he will have a stable court. I know that you want His Highness the Crown Prince to be a wise ruler and leave a good name in the history books. But someone has to wield the sword. If it's not the Crown Prince, then it's His Majesty." Li Rong listened to Pei Wenchuan speak. She lowered her head and did not speak. Pei Wenchuan saw that she did not speak and his heart was a bit stuffy. But his expression was calm as he only said, "I know you will not agree. You never thought that the imperial examination would be able to select someone useful, so I did not tell you. I was afraid that you would stop me. I know you mind me hiding this from you, but if I had to do it again, I would still hide it. If you want to punish me, then punish me." Pei Wenchuan's voice paused. After hesitating for a moment, he softened his tone. "After the punishment, stay here tonight, okay?" Li Rong did not speak. She quietly looked at him. Her silence was his death by 1,000 cuts. Pei Wenchuan could not help but feel regret. What was he fighting with her for? But what was done was done. He could not do anything about it. He could only kneel on the ground, straighten his back, and be in a deadlock with her. After a long time, Li Rong tiredly said, "Pei Wenchuan, I'm not unhappy that you are pushing for the imperial examination." She looked up at him and said in a low voice, "I'm worried about you." Li Rong's words stunned Pei Wenchuan. Li Rong looked at the young man kneeling in front of her and slowly said, "Get up. If you and I are monarch and subject, you can kneel to me. If you treat me as your wife, you don't have to do this. I know you don't want to argue with me, but I don't need you to be so patient. I'm not an ignorant teenage girl." Li Rong poured herself a cup of tea. "I won't change my mind just because you kneel to me. It will only make me feel like you're forcing me." Pei Wenchuan heard this and was at a loss. After hesitating for a long time, Li Rong looked up at him. "What, do you still need me to help you?" Pei Wenchuan finally stood up. Li Rong patted her side and said softly, "Sit." Pei Wenchuan complied and sat beside Li Rong. Li Rong leaned back in the rocking chair and slowly rocked it. "You think I won't agree to you doing this? Do you know why I won't agree? This time, His Majesty's final intention is to set a quota." "Quota?" Li Rong looked up. Pei Wenchuan didn't hide it from her and told her the truth. From this year onwards, the number of people recommended by the aristocratic families must be set. Or the examinees who graduated from the imperial examinations must all have a place to go and train here for at least a year before they are transferred from the civil service to the various ministries. The biggest problem with the imperial examinations was that if Li Ming didn't keep an eye on them, the commoners wouldn't be able to reach positions of power. De Xiao's commoners included two types of people. For example, the Pei family, the Qin family, these low-level aristocratic families, and the ordinary families that weren't even listed in the clan genealogy. The so-called aristocratic families in De Xiao were based on whether they were listed in the clan genealogy or not. The clan genealogy was revised once every few hundred years to record the most recognized aristocratic families. The clan genealogy also divided these aristocratic families into first, second, and third class. The aristocratic families of different classes intermarried. If there was a higher class, it would be a great honor. All the clans were proud of marrying into a first-rate aristocratic family. As for the children of first-class aristocratic families, even if they remained single for their entire lives, they would never marry into a lower-class aristocratic family. This marriage method, which had existed for hundreds of years among the common people, established the absolute right of speech of the aristocratic families in the imperial court. Back then, in order to balance the original aristocrats, the Li family married the Fanyang Shangguan clan in Yuzhou and brought the last of the 8 major families into Huajing as a way to balance the major families in the south. However, 3 generations later, the Shangguan clan had entrenched themselves in the imperial court. They were inextricably linked with other aristocratic families to counter the imperial power. Li Ming then realized the drawbacks of using aristocratic families to balance aristocratic families. Therefore, he restarted the imperial examination system based on the previous dynasty's experience. He wanted to use this method to balance the imperial court without being restricted by aristocratic families to select talents. Li Ming forcefully opened the imperial examinations, but the aristocratic families also had their own methods. Not to mention whether these ordinary children of humble families could pass the imperial examinations. Even if they did, the official positions of the hundreds of examinees every year were handled by the Ministry of Appointments. They were all placed in positions that were difficult, tiring, and had no future. It was difficult to participate in the examinations, difficult to pass the examinations, difficult to become an official after passing the examinations, and difficult to be promoted after being assigned. If Pei Wenchuan did not have Pei Lizzie's backing, how could he have become the top scholar? If Cui Yulan did not receive the appreciation of the nobles for his poetry, his exam papers would not have reached Li Ming's hands. This year's imperial examinations were given to Pei Wenchuan and the court examinations were to be the norm. This was to solve the problem of the imperial examinations. The restriction of the number of people recommended by the aristocratic families and the unification of where the examinees would go in their first year was to solve the problem of the difficulty of becoming an official. After listening to Pei Wenchuan's words, Li Rong thought for a moment and understood where the examinees would go after the examinations. So, the place these examinees will go in their first year, is it the cabinet? When the lecture hall was burned down, Li Ming immediately set up a temporary lecture hall called the cabinet. At that time, they only thought that Li Ming did it so that the memorials would not be controlled by the aristocratic families and reach his hands. But now that Li Ming made this request, Li Rong understood. Did Imperial Father already plan for this? Your Highness, before His Majesty allowed you to set up the inspection department, he prepared the land, soldiers, and money for the inspection department for many years. If you did not set up the inspection department, he would have let Consort Ro set it up sooner or later. You gave him the opportunity to set up the inspection department. With His Majesty's temperament, it is impossible for him to change the system on a whim. The fire in the lecture hall was the opportunity for him to set up the cabinet. The cabinet was set up to pave the way for the reformation of the imperial examinations. Li Rong listened and did not say anything. She suddenly realized that she did not understand Li Ming. Just like in the past, she did not understand Li Chuan. It was just that in the imperial family, everyone wore a mask. Li Ming and Li Chuan also did not truly understand her. You think that I will not agree to the reformation? Li Rong thought for a while and slowly spoke. Pei Wenchuan did not answer. Li Rong smiled. I also do not agree. But this matter will not be changed by your Highness's will. If it is not this time, then it will be the next time. Pei Wenchuan looked up at him. This is the Emperor's will. Even if His Majesty dies today, any ambitious monarch would pick up His Majesty's situation today. Just like Li Chuan in her previous life. When he sat on Li Ming's throne and looked down on the country, he would find that he was just the next Li Ming. Li Rong sat and did not say anything. She felt as if she was sitting on a carriage that was running forward. She could not stop and could only watch as the carriage fell off the cliff, drenched in blood. Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong in a daze. He felt a bit uncomfortable. In her previous life, he would have already quarreled with her. He hated her stubbornness and her prejudice against the poor. The most hateful thing was that he liked her. He liked this person, but she looked down on him. But now he did not want to quarrel. It was not easy for them to get to where they were today. He did not want to argue with her over such a small matter. So he could only explain after a short silence, Rong, I know that you feel that the imperial examinations will not select any good talents. But you have to think about it. In my previous life, many people around me were from the poor. They were also very good, right? Aristocratic families do have their strength of character. The education they received was not something that could be learned by reading a few books. So the system still exists. Although bloodline is important, we are all human. Pei Wenchuan forced a smile. Look at me. I came from a poor background. Isn't it quite good? When Li Rong heard Pei Wenchuan say this, she slowly turned her head. Her eyes were very bright. When the moonlight fell into her amber eyes, it was like a quiet stream flowing. She half leaned on her body and slowly got up. Then her lips fell on his lips. Pei Wenchuan was stunned. He heard Li Rong softly comforting him, don't be sad. It was a light kiss, as if it was just to comfort him. She pulled back and leaned on the reclining chair. She gently said, Wenchuan, I don't care about these things. If I did, I wouldn't have liked you in the past. Pei Wenchuan looked at Li Rong lying on the rocking chair. The rocking chair swayed back and forth. She looked at the scattered moonlight and slowly said, everyone told me that bloodline and family name are important. But I don't know why, when I saw you in the past, I didn't think about whether you came from a poor family or an aristocratic family. I just thought, this person is really good looking. Your Highness. Pei Wenchuan said in a hoarse voice. He didn't know what to say. In the past, I always quarreled with you. You always thought that I was biased because I cared about family background. In fact, the one who cared about family background was you. In the past, I didn't agree with your reform because I thought the imperial examination system was too rigid. You also saw that in my previous life, even with the imperial examination system, there were more children from aristocratic families who passed. But later, as I got older, I slowly changed my mind. Aristocratic families seem to be more outstanding because they have more resources. It doesn't mean that they are better or worse. So later, when you were promoting schools in various places, I supported you. Now, I don't agree with your reform because it's too rushed. Wenchuan, Li Rong looked up, Imperial Father doesn't have many years left, but you are still young. If Consort Ro didn't come today, what would you do? Pei Wenchuan didn't know what to say. Li Rong said with certainty, you originally planned to accept the case yourself, right? If you divorced me, I wouldn't be implicated if anything happened. So, you came up with two plans. If Consort Row accepted the case, it would be the best. If Consort Row didn't, then you would accept the case. At that time, Imperial Father would support you. If you succeeded, then everyone would be happy. But what if you didn't? In your previous life, you and the Chuaner had a hard time reforming the system. Don't you know? Why do you think I didn't want you to touch the aristocratic families? Because after every reform, there would be turbulence. The turbulence between you and me was the life and death of the Chuaner. Have you ever thought about what would happen to the common people? During the years when the Chuaner was reformed, there were riots everywhere. The imperial court fought again and again. You and I spent more than 20 years recuperating. But during the turbulence, how did the common people live? Don't you know? Your Highness, it won't be like this now. Pei Wenchuan frowned. Back then, His Highness the Crown Prince was too anxious, so I put the matter on hold until today to slowly push it forward. What if you push the aristocratic families too far and they rebel? Li Rong stared at Pei Wenchuan. Pei Wenchuan was silent. After a long time, he slowly said, Your Highness, in this world, there is no change without a price. But if we don't change, will the common people's lives be better? If they rebel, the common people will suffer. But if the soldiers in the north don't have enough money, won't the common people and the soldiers who died in battle suffer? In the south, there is no money for disaster relief and river construction. Won't the disaster victims suffer? The common people at the bottom are born as slaves. They can't do business or become officials. They can only farm and be enslaved by the aristocratic families for generations. Won't they suffer? You and your father are so alike. Li Rong laughed mockingly. It's a pity that your father left early. Otherwise, when he saw you, he would be very happy. Pei Wenchuan couldn't speak. She vaguely felt that there was a bit of moisture in this person's eyes, but it dissipated. The two people quietly looked at each other. Li Rong looked at the person in front of her. Her heart trembled slightly. I don't want to be your mother. Your Highness won't be my mother. Pei Wenchuan laughed. Whether it succeeds or not, this is paving the way for the Crown Prince. His Majesty and the aristocratic families will be weakened. The Crown Prince has Qin Lin's military power. When he ascends the throne, Your Highness, before he finished speaking, Li Rong slapped Pei Wenchuan's face. The sound of the slap echoed in the room. Li Rong stared at him. Who are you to me? Are you my strategist or my loyalist? Pei Wenchuan's face was slapped to the side. He didn't dare to look at her, so he didn't move. Is your life so cheap? If you don't care about your life, why are you my husband? Rong, Pei Wenchuan said in a hoarse voice, nothing will happen. Regardless of whether something will happen or not, before you take the risk, did you ask me? Li Rong looked at him and stood up. She looked down at the young man in front of her. In your heart, do you think that I don't care about your life, or do you think that your life and death has nothing to do with me? Pei Wenchuan didn't speak. Li Rong's tone softened. Have you heard a story? Pei Wenchuan moved and looked up at her. Li Rong laughed. In the east of the city, there was a family. A husband and wife were childhood sweethearts. They loved each other very much. After many hardships and experiencing life and death, they finally got together. But later, her husband liked fighting cocks. He took more than half of the family's money and secretly bought a fighting cocks. Guess what happened? Pei Wenchuan didn't speak. He understood Li Rong's meaning, but he didn't dare to answer. Li Rong chuckled. That woman divorced her husband. The couple had been in love for more than 10 years. They didn't separate in life and death, but in the end, they were separated because of a fighting cocks. The most erosive thing was never the wind and waves, but the little things in life that converged into a river. Pei Wenchuan, Li Rong looked at him. Your life doesn't belong to you alone. You are my husband and the father of my future child. Even if it's for my sake, you should tell me. If you can't do it. Li Rong couldn't continue speaking. Pei Wenchuan looked at her. He was clearly looking up at this person, but at that moment, he felt that she lowered her head. He never thought that this person would lower her head for him. Even at this moment, her words were carefully restrained, and she didn't hurt him like before. He suddenly realized that she had changed and matured. They knew each other's weak spots and used to mercilessly poke at each other. But now, she had learned to restrain herself. She wouldn't even say the words break up. Pei Wenchuan stood up and reached out to hold her in his arms. Li Rong wanted to resist, but the moment his warmth invaded her, she felt her eyes sting. She tried her best not to cry over such a small matter. She gritted her teeth and allowed him to pull her into his embrace. "It's my fault," Pei Wenchuan said in a low voice. "In the future, I won't make decisions on my own. I'll discuss everything with you. We'll discuss it together." Li Rong didn't speak. Pei Wenchuan lowered his head and kissed her forehead. His voice was gentle. "I didn't expect my highness to be so good. I was narrow-minded. Your highness, please forgive me." Clever words. Li Rong scolded him in a low voice. Pei Wenchuan smiled. He tidied her close and said gently, "Your highness, shall I send you back?" Li Rong was stunned. She looked up at him. She thought, according to Pei Wenchuan's character, he would ask her to stay the night. She had already thought of how to refuse, but Pei Wenchuan took the initiative to send her back. Before Li Rong could react, Pei Wenchuan took a coat from the side and gently put it on her. After tidying her clothes, he took a lamp, took her hand, and pushed the door open. As if nothing had happened, he asked her softly, "Your highness, where did you come from tonight?" "Next door." Li Rong was pulled out by him. She whispered, "I bought it." When Pei Wenchuan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. But he was afraid that she would be angry, so he didn't say anything. He only stopped smiling. It was almost April, and the night wind was still a little cold. She put on Pei Wenchuan's coat and walked with him in the long corridor. Pei Wenchuan blocked the wind for her and illuminated the path to the courtyard. The mansion hadn't been completely renovated, and there were many places that hadn't been lit. Li Rong was afraid that Pei Wenchuan wouldn't know the way, so she said, "There's a ladder in the backyard. I'll climb from there." "Your highness has worked hard." Pei Wenchuan's heart felt like it was soaked in the most comfortable warm water. Even his whole body couldn't help but warm up. The two walked side by side. Pei Wenchuan looked like he was protecting a child. Li Rong was silent for a long time, then slowly said, "You won't ask me to stay?" "I want to," Pei Wenchuan smiled, "but I made a mistake tonight. If I ask your highness to stay, I'm afraid that your highness will think that I'm trying to cover up those things. What's under the bed is a matter of elegance. It shouldn't be mixed in with these things." When Li Rong heard this, she turned her head to look at him. His white coat outlined his tall and slender figure in the night. A gentleman like pine and bamboo, full of a loose and elegant aura. Li Rong couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Pei Wenchuan's appearance, no matter how many years he looked at it, he wouldn't lose his beauty. Pei Wenchuan didn't notice Li Rong's absent-mindedness. He continued, "In the future, I will inform your highness of everything in advance and discuss it with your highness. If your highness is willing, your highness can also tell me your plans." "Your highness is right. Your highness and I are already husband and wife. It's different from my previous life. Everything should be discussed. I'm not your highness's ally. I'm your highness's husband and the father of your highness's child." As Pei Wenchuan spoke, he turned his head and met Li Rong's gaze. He smiled and said, "I haven't properly learned these things yet. I hope that your highness can teach me more." When Li Rong saw his smile and heard his identity, she didn't know why, but she felt her face heat up. She turned her head and responded in a low voice to hide her embarrassment. Pei Wenchuan sensed that she seemed to be a bit shy. Although he didn't know why, he also felt that she was very cute. He didn't expose her and considerately turned his eyes to look at the road ahead with a smile. When he reached the backyard, he saw a ladder set up by the wall. Pei Wenchuan and Li Rong went up together. He put down the ladder and held it, protecting Li Rong as she climbed up. Li Rong climbed 2 steps and turned her head again. At this time, she was a bit taller than Pei Wenchuan. She called out, "Pei Wenchuan." Pei Wenchuan raised his head and looked at her in confusion. He softly said, "En?" At that moment, Li Rong suddenly lowered her head and kissed him. Before Pei Wenchuan could react, she nimbly climbed up and waved her hand, "Let's go." Pei Wenchuan raised his head and looked at the girl who disappeared over the wall. He couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his lips. After a moment, he slowly smiled. He was a bit impatient. He should plan earlier and marry this person back home. The reformation of the imperial examinations was a major event. Even though it was only brought up by a few scholars, the entire imperial court was in a state of panic. Almost all of the families and clans didn't sleep that night, and Consort Row stayed at the Bureau of Supervision until midnight. With over 100 scholars complaining, Consort Row was mentally and physically exhausted just from listening to the cases, let alone the 11-year-old Li Qing. Consort Row felt sorry for Li Qing, so she let Li Qing go to bed early. She stayed up late listening to the cases of the scholars until late at night. In reality, she had long lost her patience, but this was the first case she had taken over, and the first step to establishing her authority in the Bureau of Supervision. No matter what, she had to do this for Li Qing, so that she could pave the way for Li Qing. As a result, Consort Row gritted her teeth and listened to the last scholar's words. Only then did she see Xianxia come in with the testimonies. She smiled and said, "Nyang Nyang, the testimonies of all of the people involved in the case have been recorded. Please give your orders." Consort Row looked at Xianxia. She wanted to replace Xianxia. After all, she was a daughter of the Xianxuan family. But right now, she didn't have any energy to argue with Xianxia, and she couldn't find anyone to replace Xianxia. As a result, she smiled and said, "It's already late. After recording the testimonies, go back to sleep." After receiving Consort Row's words, Xianxia bowed and left with the others. Consort Row got up and returned to the carriage. When she sat alone in the carriage, she finally had the time and energy to think about today's events. In the morning, Cui Yulang came to find her and told her about the scholars complaining at the palace gates. She wanted to use this opportunity to take over the Bureau of Supervision and help Li Qing earn some merits, so that Li Ming would be a bit happier. Li Qing was still too young, and Li Ming's health had not been good recently. She had always felt uneasy. She had to give Li Qing something as soon as possible. If something really happened to Li Ming, she could prepare in advance. She just didn't expect it to be so troublesome. How could she bear such a huge burden? Cui Yulang, this bastard, Consort Row cursed in her heart. She was about to send someone to inform Cui Yulang to enter the palace the next morning, but before she could say anything, the carriage suddenly stopped. "Your Highness." The coachman's voice came from outside. Second young master requests an audience." When Consort Row heard this, she paused. After a moment of hesitation, she finally nodded. "Let him enter the carriage and we'll talk." The coachman was talking to the people outside for a while when a young man in a black robe jumped up. He entered the carriage and bowed to Consort Row in a proper and elegant manner before sitting down calmly. "What are you doing here?" Consort Row sat in her seat, feeling a bit uneasy. The other person sat in the farthest part of the carriage from her. He slowly said, "Your Highness accepted the scholar's case today." "Who suggested it?" The other person knew her too well. He didn't even consider the possibility that she had thought of it herself. But how could Consort Row confess to Cui Yulang so easily? Even if she held a grudge against Cui Yulang, it didn't mean she didn't have her guard up against him. She picked up her tea and chuckled. "This is my own idea. Why would I need someone else's suggestion?" "Oh?" The other person's tone was a bit cold. "It was your Highness who wanted to fight with the aristocratic families?" "Your Highness, you and His Royal Highness Prince Su don't have any foundation in the imperial court. Even His Highness Ping Le is avoiding this case. I'm afraid you'll fall into someone's trap. With that said, I hope your Highness will take care of yourself." After the other person finished speaking, he had someone stop the carriage. Then, he jumped off the carriage and left in the night. Consort Row's heart was both angry and cold. She knew that the other person was right, but she couldn't do anything about it. She had accepted the case in front of everyone. Now, these scholars were definitely targeting her and causing trouble. Although she wasn't in the imperial court and Prince Su was young, because of her family background, there were many people in the Han clan who secretly supported Prince Su. She was here to gain the support of the Han clan, not to cause trouble. If she accepted the case and these scholars were dissatisfied and caused trouble, it would more or less ruin Li Cheng's reputation. But for her to close the case, where would she get the ability to reform the system? Consort Ro sighed heavily. She didn't want to think too much. She wanted to go to the palace first and see Li Ming first. When Consort Ro returned to the palace, Li Ming was already waiting for her in her palace. It was the first time she had returned so late. Li Ming also found it interesting to wait for her. He had someone bring tea and waited in the main hall for a while. In his mind, he was thinking about the discussion he had with Pei Wenxuan during the day. It was Pei Wenxuan who had planned for these scholars to cause trouble. Although he was young, he had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He was able to make these scholars' words reach the main hall. Although this was a small matter, it required a lot of connections. From the guards outside the palace to the imperial eunuchs inside the palace, if there was a problem in any of the links, it wouldn't reach the main hall. However, Pei Wenxuan had already discussed it with him a few days ago. Pei Wenxuan would let these scholars complain and then pretend to have a conflict with him in court. He would then pass the imperial examination to Pei Wenxuan and let Pei Wenxuan have full authority over this matter. After that, Pei Wenxuan would leave the palace and accept the scholars' request to reform the system. The reform of the imperial examination system was something he had been thinking about for many years. In fact, he didn't want to do it in such a hurry. However, since the beginning of this year, his health hadn't been good. He always felt that there were many things he couldn't do. He was afraid that Prince Su wouldn't be able to wait for him. Pei Wenxuan just happened to hand over the reason for the reform to him. There was an opportunity and someone to execute it. Even if there were some risks, he had to take them. Who would have thought that in the end, it would be Consort Ro who came out to take on this case? As a result, he hurriedly found Pei Wenxuan and discussed it with Pei Wenxuan for an entire afternoon. In his heart, he didn't want Consort Ro to take on this case. He knew the risks involved. For him, Prince Su was a card he could use to contain Li Chuan. He didn't want something to happen to Consort Ro and Prince Su to be affected. Thinking of this, Li Ming sighed softly. Fu Lai was pouring tea for Li Ming. Hearing Li Ming sigh through the trickling water, Fu Lai couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, why are you sighing?" Consort Ro, Li Ming was a bit helpless, is too stupid. It's already like this. Fu Lai put down the teapot and handed the teacup to Li Ming. There was a bit of regret in his soft voice. No matter what, Consort Ro is now sharing Your Majesty's burden. Your Majesty should relax. Li Ming listened to Fu Lai's comforting words and remained silent. He and Pei Wenxuan had already discussed this matter for an entire afternoon. The best way to deal with this matter was to let Consort Ro take on the case with peace of mind. If they succeeded, Consort Ro would be able to take control of the inspectorate and pave the way for Li Cheng. If they failed, Li Ming's eyes were cold. Consort Ro was an imperial concubine. In the end, it was her fault. Li Ming had already thought of a way out. After waiting for a long time, he heard Consort Ro return from outside. Consort Ro was still outside the palace gates when she heard Li Ming waiting for her. She was surprised and confused. Li Ming wasn't a person with a good temper. She had always accommodated him. This was the first time he had waited for her like this. Consort Ro hurriedly entered the palace and knelt in front of Li Ming. She said apologetically, Xianxia was delayed by other matters today and wasn't able to greet Your Majesty in time. Please forgive me. I know. Li Ming stood up and personally helped her up. His voice was gentle. You've worked hard. How could I blame you? Consort Ro was helped up by Li Ming. Li Ming pulled her into the palace. Have you eaten? Consort Ro was reminded. She hadn't eaten anything all day, but Li Ming had come in the middle of the night and waited for her for so long. If she still rushed to eat, she was afraid that Li Ming wouldn't like it. She was about to say that she had eaten, but Li Ming had already ordered someone to bring in the cooked porridge. I thought that you hadn't eaten yet, so I had someone make some porridge just now. Li Ming's voice was gentle. He led Consort Ro to sit down and held Consort Ro's hand. He said softly, I know that you don't like sweet porridge, so I had someone make some preserved egg and lean meat porridge. You haven't eaten anything all day, so you can't eat anything that's too hard. Li Ming was also very attentive when taking care of women. Consort Ro didn't know why, but she felt a sour feeling in her heart. It seemed that she hadn't been doted on like this by Li Ming for many years. Between her and Li Ming, she had always been the one to take care of Li Ming. After all, Li Ming was the emperor. He was the foundation of her status. There were so many women, so why did Li Ming dote on her? She was about the same age as Li Ming. In terms of beauty, she couldn't compare to those young girls. In terms of family background, she couldn't compare to the aristocratic families of Shangguanyu. She wasn't good at zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The reason why she could stay by Li Ming's side for such a long time, aside from her humble background and their friendship when they were young, was because she understood Li Ming. Her unconditional accommodation and companionship were what Li Ming needed the most in the palace. He had been suppressed by the court for too long. His pride as the emperor made him extremely sensitive to all kinds of disobedience. Any disobedience from an aristocratic family was arrogance in his heart, and the so-called strength of character of an aristocratic family's woman was disrespect to him. Therefore, her gentleness, obedience, seemingly unconditional devotion, and wholehearted companionship were all things that Li Ming valued greatly. Li Ming had been willful with her for so many years that she had almost forgotten that she was a woman. Now that Li Ming had coaxed her like this, she suddenly felt her eyes sting. Li Ming saw that her eyes seemed to be red and couldn't help but say, "Why do you look like you're about to cry?" Consort Ro forced a smile. She sniffled and said in a small voice, "It's just that when I was young, your Majesty treated this concubine well. I feel that this concubine has let your Majesty down these years." "How are you letting me down?" Li Ming shook his head. "You've already done very well. In this court, you're the only one who's willing to share my burden." As Li Ming spoke, he sighed, as if he felt guilty. The matters of the imperial court should not involve you women. But now, you have to charge and break through the enemy lines for me. As a husband, how can I bear to do this? Your Majesty, when Consort Ro heard the word husband, tears fell. Li Ming smiled and pulled her into his arms. "Why are you crying?" "Don't be afraid," Li Ming comforted her. "Tomorrow, I'll reinstate your position as Fei. You can handle the matters of the inspector department as you wish. Zhen will support you. Zhen will arrange everything for you. Don't worry. This concubine understands." When Consort Ro heard Li Ming's promise, she felt much more at ease. She suddenly didn't resent Cui Yulong anymore. She remembered what Cui Yulong had said to her during the day, "Nyang Nyang, His Majesty is your root. No aristocratic family wants to support a frigid crown prince. For aristocratic families that rely on their family name and bloodline, this is a humiliation. Only His Majesty is Nyang Nyang's only support." Cui Yulong wasn't wrong. When Consort Ro leaned into Li Ming's arms, her heart calmed down. Whether or not there was an imperial examination system, she and the aristocratic families were not on the same path. Li Ming was the only person she could rely on. End of chapter 134. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.